Qin Beiluo traverses into a fantastical realm, becoming the crown prince of the northern kingdom of Dazhou. At the outset, he is wed, marrying the stunningly cold and elegant female general. Wait, according to the conventions of fantasy novels, shouldn't you be calling off the engagement? Why do you have feelings for me? Upon witnessing the female general's extraordinary affection for him, Qin Beiluo is taken aback. Husband, it is time for our wedding night, the unparalleled beauty whispers shyly in his ear. After a night passes, Qin Beiluo hears a system notification by his ear. Congratulations to the host for marrying the daughter of fortune, awakening the physique Hundo Tunshin Ti. Hundo Tunshin Ti, a supreme talent whose cultivation speed surpasses numerous prodigies. From this moment forth, he embarks on a legendary journey. Chapter 1. A grand wedding from the very beginning? In the Dazhou dynasty, the imperial capital Linjing, the northern kingdom's royal residence is adorned with lights and festivities, a scene of unparalleled celebration. Within the inner courtyard of the palace, in the loft, classical and ornate decorations abound, with the character he prominently displayed. A tall youth stands before a bronze mirror, attended by two maidservants who assist him in donning a bright red ceremonial robe, adjusting his attire. The boy's features are exquisitely sculpted, handsomely striking, with an air of noble grace, truly a paragon of elegance in a chaotic world. The two maidservants can't help but blush as they steal glances at him. The youth is named Qin Beiluo, the crown prince of the northern kingdom. Simultaneously, he is a time traveler. Having crossed into this fantastical world 3 days prior, he gradually accepted the reality of his situation, only to discover that he not only traversed, but also acquired a system, known as the Supreme Fortune System. Following his arrival, the system issued its first task, requiring him to wed a daughter of fortune, with rewards to be granted upon completion. What a ridiculous system, pressuring me into marriage right after my arrival. Qin Beiluo silently grumbles. However, the timing of this task is rather astute, for he has learned that he is to marry the female General Xianxia, a decree issued personally by the Empress of Dazhou. Xianxia, a name that resonates throughout Dazhou, is a prodigy of the younger generation, having reached the realm of transformation at a tender age, with exceptional talents. Furthermore, she excels in military leadership, having been dispatched by the Empress to guard the northern city of Xuanwu against the demon tribe. She has achieved remarkable military feats, earning the admiration and respect of countless soldiers in the north. Qin Beiluo's rather unremarkable father, the northern king, holds Xianxia in high regard, believing that within a decade, Dazhou will boast a female war god. Host, Xianxia is indeed the daughter of fortune. Marrying her will grant you rewards from this system. The system's voice chimes in, a standard mechanical female tone. Understood, understood. Qin Beiluo responds dismissively. Today marks the day of his grand wedding to Xianxia. The intricate rituals, including the 3 letters and 6 rites, the 4 gifts and 5 medals, the 8-bear sedan chair, the 10 miles of bridal procession, and the couple's bowing ceremony, have all been completed, and now he simply awaits the consummation of the marriage. The royal residence is filled with jubilation, while the outside buzzes with excitement, guests coming and going, with hundreds of banquet tables laid out. Listening to the clamor outside, Qin Beiluo muses, a wedding at the outset is one thing. I hope I don't encounter the cliched tropes of time travel, such as a forced annulment or being looked down upon by the female lead. As he critiques, he tidies his attire before the bronze mirror. Gazing at his own handsome visage reflected back, he is astonished at the uncanny resemblance between this body and his former life, down to the minutest detail. Host, please strive. You only have one final step to consummate the marriage to complete the task. The system prompts again, plunging Qin Beiluo into contemplation. After these few days of acclimatizing to his new existence, he has come to understand the nature of the world he has entered. This is a fantastical realm, teeming with formidable and fearsome demons, practitioners capable of soaring through the skies, and vast sects and dynasties. The Dazhou dynasty is one of the most powerful, where nearly everyone practices cultivation and respects strength. The 10 realms of cultivation known to ordinary practitioners include body refinement, chi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation, and great ascension. Qin Beiluo's identity as the crown prince of the northern kingdom is of immense prestige and exceptional status. Alas, his talents are woefully inadequate. His cultivation remains at the initial stage of chi refinement to this day. It is worth noting that, as the crown prince, he lacks neither elixirs, rare materials, nor various top-tier methods to assist his cultivation. Yet, regardless of how many pills or rare materials he consumes, They yield no benefit to his cultivation. His progress is akin to that of a tortoise. He resembles a bottomless pit, with those pills and rare materials proving utterly insufficient. The Northern King has sought the expertise of numerous powerful figures to diagnose Qin Beiluo's condition, including himself, a first-rate expert, yet they are all left helpless in the face of Qin Beiluo's plight. Meanwhile, contemporaries of Qin Beiluo, of the same age, have achieved at least the golden core stage, with some prodigies even reaching the nascent soul stage. My cultivation talent is exceedingly poor. I can only rely on the system for assistance. First, I must find a way to complete the task and receive the system's rewards. Qin Beiluo reflects, determined to finalize the system's task and marry Xianxia. The auspicious hour has arrived, Your Highness. The bride awaits you. A gentle reminder from the maidservant drifts from outside the door. Qin Beiluo gathers his thoughts, nodding, I understand. With that, he turns and strides forth, accompanied by the maidservant as he departs. In a serene and elegant bedroom, candlelight flickers, illuminating the space adorned predominantly in vibrant red, exuding a festive ambience. Before the bed, a woman clad in a fiery wedding gown lifts her veil, revealing an exquisite visage. She possesses an icy allure, her features akin to a painting, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, a flawless oval face, and a figure that is both delicate and captivating. Xianxia, her eyes shimmer like stars, filled with anticipation as she gazes toward the door. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xianxia murmurs softly, having waited in the bridal chamber for quite some time, her patience waning. She redirects her attention, surveying the room's decor, and soon notices a table adorned with a collection of exquisite pastries. Upon spotting a box of osmanthus cake, her eyes glimmer with delight. With a gentle flick of her delicate hand, a piece of osmanthus cake gracefully lifts and floats into her palm. She eagerly indulges, her small mouth opening slightly, consuming the cake with elegance yet swiftness, her cheeks puffing rhythmically until it is entirely devoured. Xianxia moistens her crimson lips, a hint of longing flickering in her bright eyes. Just as she prepares to reach for another piece, she suddenly hears the faint sound of footsteps approaching from outside the door. Her heart stirs, and she promptly sits upright beside the bed, her bright eyes darting quietly toward the door. The door creaks open, revealing Qin Beiluo, who enters with a maid trailing behind him. His gaze falls upon Xianxia, and he is momentarily captivated by her beauty, recognizing her as an unparalleled beauty. The maid respectfully bows and states, Your Grace, Your Highness, I shall not disturb your rest further. I will be waiting outside. With that, she discreetly closes the door behind her. Within the room, only Qin Beiluo and Xianxia remain, their eyes meeting in silent acknowledgement. Xianxia blinks, her gaze lingering on Qin Beiluo, who in turn observes her, noticing a small morsel clinging to her rosy lips. Being alone with her is somewhat awkward. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia are not well acquainted, having only exchanged distant glances on a few occasions. Yet, their relationship has now transformed into that of husband and wife. At that moment, a notification from the system echoes in his ears. Detected the daughter of Destiny Xianxia. Would you like to view her attributes? View. Qin Beiluo silently commands, and before him appears the attribute panel for Xianxia. Daughter of Destiny. Name, Xianxia. Luck value, 7129. Maximum value is 10,000. Cultivation, early stage of divine transformation. Special physique, innate Deluo sword body. Hobbies, particularly fond of sweet treats. Affection for host, 90. Maximum value is 100. Upon seeing the system information, Qin Beiluo is momentarily taken aback. While he can comprehend the other details, the affection rating perplexes him. Why does Xianxia's affection for him stand at 90 points? Qin Beiluo is aware of the system's criteria for determining affection levels. Generally, an affection score exceeding 60 is commendable, indicating a positive sentiment deep within the other person. Achieving 70 points facilitates the establishment of a romantic bond, while an 80-point affection level signifies unwavering loyalty and dedication. Yet, Xianxia's affection for him astonishingly reaches 90 points. What could this mean? Chapter 2. Does she have feelings for me? Qin Beiluo felt astonished. Xianxia had previously had no interaction with him. They had merely exchanged a few distant glances and spoken only a handful of words. The fact that Xianxia harbored a favorability rating of 90 towards him was evidently unusual. However, amidst his confusion, Qin Beiluo exhaled in relief. Although he could not fathom the reason behind Xianxia's unexpectedly high regard for him, at least he need not worry about the clichés of broken engagements, runaway brides, or 3-year pacts. The completion of the system's task seemed promising. Xianxia gazed at Qin Beiluo. Her voice as cold and clear as an icy spring. Chani has met her husband. Though she appeared calm upon encountering Qin Beiluo, an undeniable surge of excitement coursed through her veins. At long last, she was wed to Qin Beiluo. A tumult of exhilaration and joy filled her heart. In truth, Xianxia harbored a momentous secret. She was a reborn soul. A month prior, she had awakened the memories of her past life. In her previous existence, Xianxia, blessed with extraordinary talent, ascended to become a formidable warrior, revered as the Valkyrie of the great Zhou dynasty. Her relationship with Qin Beiluo was not merely that of husband and wife, but rather that of intimate friends. In her recollections, the former Qin Beiluo began with dismal cultivation talent, but he later experienced a sudden awakening of a unique constitution, allowing him to grow at an astonishing rate. Eventually matching her prowess, Qin Beiluo inherited the throne of the Northern Kingdom, guarding the northern frontier of the great Zhou, and their bond flourished into friendship. Later, the tomb of an ancient emperor surfaced, and Xianxia and Qin Beiluo ventured into the depths of the imperial crypt together. They faced numerous perils, ultimately reaching the innermost sanctum of the tomb. Yet there, they encountered a cadre of powerful adversaries, all of whom bore a grudge against Xianxia. They had specifically ambushed her. 10 formidable foes had laid a meticulous trap, solely to eliminate her. In a dire situation, Xianxia found herself inescapably cornered, facing certain death. At this critical juncture, Qin Beiluo could have easily abandoned her, for the assailants sought only her demise and had no quarrel with him. Yet, with unwavering resolve, Qin Beiluo stepped forth to fight alongside her. Wielding his 3-foot Qingfeng sword, he showcased extraordinary prowess, single-handedly slaying 5 foes of equal standing and gravely injuring another, instilling terror in their hearts. However, outnumbered and facing an overwhelming advantage, Qin Beiluo, despite his formidable strength, could not endure indefinitely and ultimately fell. The moment Xianxia witnessed his demise, her heart was rent asunder, and she finally recognized the depth of her buried emotions. She had long been profoundly in love with Qin Beiluo. In a frenzy, she unleashed her fury upon the enemies, forsaking any thought of escape, choosing instead to perish alongside the remaining foes in a blaze of glory. Then, she was reborn. Xianxia returned to her 20-year-old self, a time before she had any connection with Qin Beiluo, when he had yet to reveal his cultivation talent, and everything was perfectly aligned. In her second life, Xianxia found herself endowed with a distinct advantage. Not only did she retain memories of significant opportunities and events from her past, but she also remembered who her adversaries were and who she could trust. The individual she trusts and cherishes most dearly is naturally Qin Beiluo. Having experienced rebirth, she has come to a profound understanding of her own heart's desires. She wishes to rectify the regrets of her previous life. Thus, the first course of action for Xianxia is to entrust her family with the task of proposing to the Empress of the Great Zhou the idea of marrying Qin Beiluo. Xianxia, a paragon of exceptional talent among the youth of the Great Zhou, finds that although Qin Beiluo was once rather lacking in aptitude, his status as the heir of the Northern Kingdom makes them a suitable match. The Empress readily consents to this union, leading to the unfolding of today's scene. Xianxia gazes at Qin Beiluo, and upon seeing him again, a gentle warmth flickers in her eyes. When Qin Beiluo hears Xianxia refer to him as her husband, his heart stirs, and he smiles at her, asking if she is hungry after a long day. He offers to send for some pastries. Although he is unaware of Xianxia's favorable impression of him, which registers at 90 points, he considers it a positive sign for the completion of his system task. However, since this is their first time alone together, Qin Beiluo refrains from appearing overly eager and instead inquires about her well-being, hoping to ease the awkwardness of their solitude. Noticing crumbs of pastry at the corner of her lips, and recalling the system information indicating her fondness for sweets, he initiates the conversation. Xianxia gently shakes her head, softly responding, "There's no need, I am not hungry." "Thank you for your thoughtfulness, my husband." Qin Beiluo nods and further asks, "Would you care for a drink? I have brewed a floral nectar that is sweet and refreshing, especially when chilled." Yet again, Xianxia shakes her head lightly, replying, "Thank you, my husband, but I am not thirsty." She gazes at Qin Beiluo, her eyes brimming with unspoken anticipation. Qin Beiluo finds himself perplexed. It is strange. The system indicates that Xianxia has a penchant for sweets, yet she shows no interest in either the pastries or the beverages. The information seems somewhat unreliable. By the bedside, Xianxia bites her rosy lip, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor while feeling increasingly anxious within. For a moment, the room falls into silence, creating an awkward pause. Qin Beiluo attempts to spark a conversation. Xianxia, I have heard that you guard the northern Xuanwu city, slaying countless demons. The northern territories must be quite tumultuous, with demons running rampant. He hopes this topic will pique her interest. However, to his surprise, Xianxia furrows her brow and gently interrupts him. My husband, it is getting late. Perhaps we should rest now and discuss such trivial matters tomorrow. Her urgency intensifies, for tonight is their wedding night. Yet he continues to meander around topics of pastries and beverages, even bringing up the chaos in the northern regions. Why can he not get to the heart of the matter? Xianxia's fair complexion flushes a rosy hue, and she lowers her head, avoiding his gaze. While her words convey a clear message, Qin Beiluo is taken aback. Is she being this direct? He had intended to engage in more conversation to foster familiarity, yet he did not anticipate her to be so proactive. Though the circumstances remain unclear, Qin Beiluo would certainly not refuse. Indeed, on one's wedding night, attending to essential matters takes precedence. Qin Beiluo uttered this thought, to which Xianxia responded with a gentle acknowledgement. The flickering candlelight illuminated Xianxia's exquisite visage, her skin akin to delicate porcelain, white and flawless, her figure graceful and perfectly proportioned. Even the most discerning gaze would find no trace of imperfection. A beauty like jade, possessing unparalleled elegance. Dear husband, please extinguish the candlelight, she murmured. All right, Qin Beiluo replied as he blew out the flame and approached the bed. Despite his current lack of cultivation prowess, as a practitioner, he was still capable of night vision. The darkness posed no hindrance to him. He could clearly discern the breathtaking beauty before him. Her cheeks were flushed, her starry eyes slightly closed, and long eyelashes trembled softly, seemingly anticipating something. He drifted into slumber until dawn. The following morning, Qin Beiluo awoke, feeling refreshed. His spirits soared as he realized that the task assigned by the system had been completed with such ease, and moreover, it was accompanied by an enchanting beauty. Qin Beiluo felt a surge of satisfaction. Beside him, Xianxia lay peacefully asleep, a sweet smile gracing her lips as if she were lost in a pleasant dream. Quietly, Qin Beiluo rose, careful not to disturb her slumber, and made his way to the writing desk to communicate with the system. System, I have completed the task. Where is my reward? Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the system task. You have been rewarded. The mechanical female voice echoed in his ear. Chapter 3, System Rewards. Qin Beiluo felt a surge of excitement. At long last, the system rewards had arrived. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying the fated daughter, Xianxia. You have received the following rewards. Devouring Body, awakening. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying the fated daughter, Xianxia. You have received the following rewards. Qin 8 Desolation Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully marrying the fated daughter, Xianxia. You have received the following rewards. 9 Spirit Gathering Qi Pill. The consecutive notifications filled Qin Beiluo with astonishment. Quickly processing the system's information, he engaged in a mental dialogue. System, what does the awakening of the Devouring Body entail? Did I inherently possess the Devouring Body? He inquired. The system's mechanical voice responded. Indeed. The host possesses a unique constitution known as the Devouring Body, which had yet to awaken, rendering it akin to a wasted body. This system has facilitated the early awakening of your constitution, allowing your cultivation speed to soar. Now it became clear to him. The reason he had derived minimal benefit from any elixirs or rare treasures before was solely due to the Devouring Body, remaining dormant, akin to an insatiable abyss. But now, with the awakening of the Devouring Body, he could cultivate normally. Furthermore, the Devouring Body was one of the legendary divine physiques, meaning Qin Beiluo essentially began his journey with maximum innate talent. Without the assistance of system, he wondered when he would awaken his Devouring Body. He felt a sense of comfort. What exactly is this Qin 8 Desolations technique? Qin Beiluo could not contain his curiosity. Not only had he awakened the Devouring Body, but within his mind also resided a technique and a pill ready for his use at any moment. Qin Beiluo first turned his attention to the technique Qin 8 Desolations. In his mind, a scroll of pages appeared, inscribed with dense, intricate characters, ancient and profound, shimmering with brilliance. At the top of the page, the 5 characters Qin 8 Desolations technique were boldly written, followed by an introduction to the essence of the technique. As Qin Beiluo scanned through the pages with his mental awareness, he comprehended the general concept. A jolt of joy surged within him. The Qin 8 Desolations technique was a creation of a powerful ancient being, the same being who possessed the chaos devouring body. It could be said that the Qin 8 Desolations technique was perfectly suited to the chaos devouring body, as only the latter could cultivate this profound art. As Qin Beiluo gazed upon the Qin 8 Desolations technique, the pages transformed into a glimmer of golden light, dissipating and merging into his consciousness, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the essence of the Qin 8 Desolations was imprinted in his mind, as if it were an innate part of him, making it unforgettable. The image of the Qin sword, devouring the 8 desolations, consuming the energies of yin and yang, swallowing the essence of the sun and moon, seizing the creations of heaven and earth to replenish his own spiritual essence. The content of the technique emerged in the depths of his heart, and he instinctively recited it, filled with astonishment. What an overwhelming technique! To consume the energies of yin and yang, to devour the essence of the sun and moon, to seize the creations of heaven and earth. A wave of realization washed over Qin Beiluo as he understood the formidable nature of this art. His chaos-devouring body could already absorb the spiritual energy of the world, and the Qin 8 Desolations technique further enhanced this ability, making his cultivation remarkably straightforward. He merely needed to consume to grow stronger. Indeed, it was that simple. The combination of the chaos-devouring body and the Qin 8 Desolations technique allowed him to absorb the spiritual essence of all things in the universe, replenishing himself. And how could he absorb the spiritual essence of all things? By consuming spiritual herbs, elixirs, and rare treasures. Anything that could enter his body could be refined into spiritual power, enhancing his physique and cultivation. It was a straightforward and brutally effective method. Qin Beiluo found great satisfaction in this technique. It was devoid of unnecessary embellishments, yet undeniably powerful. In the blink of an eye, the Qin 8 Desolations technique was etched into his memory, transforming into a beam of golden light that dissipated in his mind. Merging seamlessly with him, he felt a newfound clarity, having thoroughly grasped this technique. Shortly thereafter, Qin Beiluo noticed the final reward bestowed by the system. 9 Spirit Gathering Pill, a rare and exquisite divine pill, crafted from 49 types of celestial materials and treasures, capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation. His heart stirred. This was precisely what he needed. Having acquired an exceptional physique and a powerful technique, the addition of a pill to elevate his cultivation was nothing short of delightful. May I inquire whether the host intends to consume this elixir? The system's prompt echoed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Beiluo replied, "I shall consume it." He immediately consented. In an instant, a surge of potent medicinal energy rushed into his dantian, filling his energy sea. Qin Beiluo felt his body ignite with heat as waves of warmth flowed from his dantian through his limbs, along his meridians, and into his bones and skin, before returning to the dantian in a seamless cycle. Concurrently, spiritual energy surged within him, causing his power to ascend at an astonishing rate. His cultivation broke through from the initial stage of qi refinement to the mid-stage, then to the perfected stage. The breakthrough in qi refinement led to a successful foundation establishment. He advanced through the early, mid, late, and perfected stages of foundation establishment in rapid succession. Golden core. In that fleeting moment, the spiritual energy within him converged, transforming into a liquid form, which gradually coalesced into a core within his body. A brilliant golden core emerged in his dantian, its dense spiritual energy akin to liquid, transforming into the true essence power, accessible only to those of the golden core stage. The golden core was formed. In the blink of an eye, Qin Beiluo's strength soared from the feeble early stage of qi refinement to the initial stage of the golden core. The speed of this transformation was nothing short of astounding. Moreover, Qin Beiluo felt his entire body brimming with vitality, his bones sturdy. There were no signs of instability in his cultivation. Rather, it was deeply rooted and profoundly strong. This breakthrough, aided by the 9th Zero Gathering Qi pill, brought him no adverse effects. Qin Beiluo felt the spiritual energy circulate, transforming into true essence, cleansing his entire being. His strength underwent a qualitative change. Among my contemporaries, the noble scions of the imperial capital and disciples of esteemed sects are typically at the golden core stage, with only a handful of prodigies reaching the nascent soul stage. In other words, I have managed to equal the cultivation progress of the majority within a single day. Qin Beiluo mused. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, particularly with the awakening of his chaos-devouring body, which promised even more terrifying advancements in his cultivation. Slowly, Qin Beiluo opened his eyes. Waves of true essence gradually calmed, returning to his dantian. Husband, you on the bed, Xianxia, disturbed by Qin Beiluo's movements, gazed at him with slightly furrowed brows and widened starry eyes. With her keen perception, she could certainly discern the dramatic surge in Qin Beiluo's power, confirming that he had broken through to the golden core stage. What could this mean? Had her husband's chaos-devouring body awakened? As a reincarnator, Xianxia was aware of Qin Beiluo's possession of the chaos-devouring body and knew that it had yet to awaken, rendering him seemingly talentless and nearly incapable of cultivation. Yet how is it that Qin Beiluo had experienced such a swift breakthrough overnight, surpassing multiple realms to reach the golden core stage? What could account for this? In Xianxia's memories from her past life, Qin Beiluo had awakened his chaos-devouring body only after 3 years. How had this occurred ahead of schedule? Even the awakening of the chaos-devouring body cannot possibly allow him to continuously break through his realms and attain the golden core stage. Xianxia blinked her enchanting eyes, a flicker of confusion and bewilderment dancing within them, leaving her somewhat dazed. Chapter 4. How is this different from my past life? Countless doubts surged through Xianxia's mind, a giant question mark hovering above her. She could not fathom the circumstances unfolding before her. Why had Qin Beiluo's chaos-devouring body awakened prematurely? Moreover, his cultivation had already soared to the golden core stage. How could this diverge from the script of her previous life? It was truly unfathomable. Qin Beiluo quelled the true essence within him and turned his gaze towards Xianxia. Chani, you are awake. I thought you would sleep a while longer. After a night of communication, the relationship between Qin Beiluo and Xianxia had progressed remarkably. His eyes fell upon Xianxia's graceful figure, her long hair cascading loosely, with arms as delicate as jade lifting a few strands, revealing her striking visage before him. Compared to the previous night, Xianxia exuded an undeniable aura and charm. My husband, what is the meaning of this? I see your cultivation. Just a minor affair, a slight breakthrough in my practice, Qin Beiluo shrugged, responding with a smile. His tone was nonchalant, as if it were indeed a trivial matter. Xianxia pursed her lips, contemplating him. A slight breakthrough, you say? You have clearly shattered 2 major realms and 7 minor realms, leaping into the ranks of golden core cultivators. If this is deemed a minor breakthrough, countless cultivators across the world would surely feel ashamed to the point of self-destruction. While Xianxia was delighted by Qin Beiluo's progress, she could not help but harbor doubts. Could it be that Qin Beiluo had also been reborn like her? Or had he encountered some fortuitous opportunity? Taking a deep breath, she gazed at him with her beautiful eyes. Husband, you were only at the initial stage of qi refinement before, and I heard you struggle with cultivation, remaining stagnant at the qi refinement stage for a considerable time. Qin Beiluo nodded, omitting the details of the system. Yes, after our wedding night, I awakened a special physique known as the chaos-devouring body. Now, I can not only cultivate normally, but have also seized the opportunity to break through to the golden core stage. Upon hearing Qin Beiluo mention their wedding night, Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson as he successfully diverted the topic. I see. Congratulations on your breakthrough. My husband, she said softly. Qin Beiluo replied, the time has come. Shall we go pay respects to my father with tea? According to tradition, newlywed couples must present tea to their elders the day after the wedding. All right, husband. Please wait a moment. Xianxia rose from the bed and donned her attire. She exchanged her bright red ceremonial gown for more casual clothing. Adorning a crescent white long dress and tying her hair into a high ponytail, her figure appeared graceful, exuding a cool demeanor. Qin Beiluo's eyes brightened as he faintly glimpsed the silhouette of a stunning female general on the battlefield, imagining the valor of Xianxia in combat. Xianxia smiled gently, her spirits remarkably high. After being reborn, the most significant task has finally been accomplished. Reflecting on the scenes from last night, Xianxia felt a sweet shyness welling up inside her. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed. She bent down to tidy the bed, swiftly removing the sheets and concealing them in her portable storage ring. The storage ring, a precious artifact, is a luxury only a select few cultivators can afford. Naturally, with Qin Beiluo's status, such a treasure is not lacking. Seeing Xianxia stow away the sheets, Qin Beiluo smiled knowingly. Once she completed her task, she said, "Husband, shall we depart?" Indeed. In the Wangfu, within the inner hall, Qin Beiluo and Xianxia encountered the Northern Kingdom's king, Qin Shuyang, who happened to be Qin Beiluo's adoptive father. Qin Beiluo's mother had passed away long ago, and the Northern King had never remarried. As one of the 3 unrelated kings of the Great Zhou, Qin Shuyang presided over the 12 states of the Northern Territories. Although he was supposed to remain stationed in the north, he returned to the capital for his son's wedding. Qin Shuyang, with a dignified appearance, sat prominently at the hall's forefront, and upon seeing Qin Beiluo and Xianxia approach to pay their respects with tea, he smiled approvingly. He was quite astonished that Xianxia had married his son. Qin Shuyang was well aware of Xianxia's reputation, for she was a prodigy who had risen to prominence in the north and led troops in battle under his jurisdiction. He recognized her not only for her breathtaking beauty, but also for her astonishing talent, which drew the admiration of countless young elites across the northern region and the entire Great Zhou. Yet, she had chosen his son. While Qin Beiluo was indeed handsome and came from an illustrious lineage, his cultivation aptitude was lamentably poor. In a world where strength reigned supreme, this was a critical flaw. With a gentle smile, Qin Shuyang accepted their tea offering and said warmly, "Please be seated. It brings me great comfort to see you two united as husband and wife. Chani, my son's cultivation is lacking. I shall rely on you to look after him." As he spoke, he noticed Xianxia hesitating to say something, while Qin Beiluo wore a smile. Soon after, Qin Beiluo declared, "Father, I am now able to cultivate normally. I have reached the golden core stage." With that, he summoned his true essence, unleashing a surge of power that demonstrated his newfound prowess. Qin Shuyang, already sensing something unusual, was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting shock, followed by elation. He rose abruptly, unable to contain his excitement. "Beiluo, you mean to say?" "Father, you heard correctly. I was unable to cultivate normally before due to my unique constitution, which had yet to awaken. After yesterday, I have fully awakened." Qin Beiluo succinctly explained the circumstances to Qin Shuyang. He had no intention of concealing his special constitution. There was no need to hide it, and besides, as his only son, Qin Shuyang cared deeply for him, often worrying about his struggles with cultivation, which had been a source of great concern for him. Upon hearing Qin Beiluo's narration, Qin Shuyang's eyes gleamed with increasing joy. He exhaled deeply, clapped his hands, and laughed heartily, his demeanor exuding satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent. My son, Qin Shuyang, is indeed extraordinary by nature. Beiluo, not only can you cultivate, but your prowess has astonishingly reached the golden core stage. On such a joyous occasion, how can we indulge in mere tea? Let us revel with wine." Energized by this revelation, Qin Shuyang promptly commanded his steward to bring forth the wine. Shortly thereafter, the steward, an elderly man with white hair named Wu Hua, presented 2 jars of aged fine liquor. Having served Qin Shuyang for many years, Wu Hua was a trusted confidant. Whenever Qin Shuyang was absent from the royal residence, it was Wu Hua who looked after Qin Beiluo, whom he affectionately called Old Wu. Upon learning of Qin Beiluo's achievements, Old Wu was equally overwhelmed with delight, repeatedly exclaiming, "Congratulations, young master. I always knew you were destined for greatness, and you shall surely soar high." Qin Shuyang drank heartily, and Old Wu could not suppress his laughter. Observing this, Qin Beiluo couldn't help but smile, feeling quite pleased. After downing 3 cups of wine, Qin Shuyang banished his inner gloom and remarked, "Now that you can cultivate normally, Beiluo, I am at ease. In a few days, I shall return to the Northern Territory. Should you require any rare elixirs or treasures for your cultivation, do not hesitate to inform Old Wu. You have full authority over the treasures within the royal treasury." "Thank you, father," Qin Beiluo nodded, a thought crossing his mind. Why is father so eager to return to the Northern Territory? The Northern Territory often faces disturbances from demons and monsters, requiring my oversight, Qin Shuyang explained. As a prince of a different surname stationed at the border, Qin Shuyang commanded a vast army of 100,000, wielding significant power. According to the customs of the Great Zhou dynasty, as the son of the Northern Prince, Qin Beiluo was obliged to remain in the capital to maintain a balance of power. Qin Beiluo nodded in understanding. Xianxia remained silent, for she too would soon return to the northern territory. The empress had granted her only a 3-month leave for this grand wedding. At that moment, the steward Wu Hua seemed to recall something and said with a smile, "By the way, in just a few days, the Ziyun Academy will open its doors. Young master, you will surely shine brightly and rank among the top." The Ziyun Academy, established by the imperial family of the great Zhou, is the highest institution of learning, admitting the most talented young cultivators for training. It has been in existence for over 1,000 years and enrolls new students every 3 years. Previously, Qin Beiluo had been unable to participate in the selection for the Ziyun Academy due to his inability to cultivate, though his status would have easily granted him admission. He found it devoid of meaning. Upon hearing about the Ziyun Academy selection, Qin Xiaoyang's smile reappeared as he patted Qin Beiluo on the shoulder. "With the opening of the Ziyun Academy, I await your good news." Qin Beiluo smiled and nodded in response. Hearing about the selection process for the Ziyun Academy stirred something within Xianxia. She recalled that in her past life, the Academy harbored great opportunities. Chapter 5. Is cultivation really this simple? After engaging in a light-hearted conversation with his father, Qin Xiaoyang, and steward Wu Hua, Qin Beiluo returned to the inner courtyard with Xianxia. Noticing that Xianxia seemed somewhat distracted, he inquired with a smile, "Chani, you appear to be preoccupied with something?" Xianxia remarked, "My dear husband, I have long yearned for the Ziyun Academy. It is said that the sword ruins and the Wuwang stone wall within the academy are places of great fortune. I wonder, when the academy opens, may I accompany you?" "Of course, it is not a problem," Qin Beiluo replied, fully aware of Xianxia's noble lineage from a renowned cultivation family in the northern region, who had yet to enter the Ziyun Academy. Upon receiving his affirmation, Xianxia's heart brimmed with joy. According to her memories from her past life, the Ziyun Academy indeed concealed several opportunities of immense worth, and if she and Qin Beiluo could seize them, it would be nothing short of splendid. As the two engaged in conversation, a knock echoed at the door, followed by a maid's voice inquiring whether they desired breakfast. With Qin Beiluo's consent, a lavish array of delicacies was soon laid out before them, featuring over a dozen exquisite dishes. Each dish was crafted from rare, celestial materials or the blood and flesh of extraordinary beasts. For instance, the bowl of congee before Qin Beiluo, made from phoenix blood spirit fungus and pearl corn, emanated an enticing aroma. There were also meatballs crafted from the flesh of the 7th-tier demon beast, the Zijin barbarian bull, and a beverage brewed from Qiang flower honey, filling the air with delightful fragrances. Every dish was infused with rich spiritual energy, composed of various celestial treasures. Even an ordinary person devoid of talent, if they were to consume such delicacies for a year and a half, could cleanse their meridians and embark on the path of cultivation. Qin Beiluo's appetite surged as he savored the diverse dishes and pastries. While indulging in the culinary delights, he contemplated testing the effects of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. This cultivation method absorbed the essence of all things in the universe, and he wondered about its efficacy through mere consumption. Indeed, at the very moment he relished the exquisite food, an alert from his system followed suit. Host's internal spiritual energy has increased. Kunpeng 8 Desolations Technique Proficiency 1. Proficiency 11,000. Host's internal spiritual energy has increased. Kunpeng 8 Desolations Technique Proficiency 1. Proficiency 21,000. The notifications continued to roll in. Qin Beiluo distinctly felt a warm current of energy circulating throughout his body, bringing immense comfort. Within his dantian, the spiritual energy continued to swell, gradually transforming into the true essence of a cultivator. He felt himself growing stronger. Although subtle, the speed of enhancement was remarkable. Is it truly that I can grow stronger merely by eating and drinking? Cultivation is unexpectedly simple, he mused, pondering whether there was a limit to the daily proficiency gain of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. The pace of his cultivation surged rapidly, and before long, his proficiency exceeded 10 points, showing no signs of slowing down. Qin Beiluo relentlessly wielded his chopsticks, swiftly devouring the food laid out before him. Beside him, Xianxia also enjoyed the delicacies, albeit with graceful movements, selectively indulging in her preferred sweet treats. At her cultivation level, while these delicacies were indeed precious, their impact on her was minimal, as higher cultivation levels rendered advancement increasingly challenging. as Qin Beiluo devoured the food with the swiftness of a whirlwind. A smile graced Xiaochani's cheeks, revealing her dimples. "My husband, it seems your appetite is quite impressive," she remarked. In her previous life, Xiaochani had never witnessed such an unrestrained display from Qin Beiluo. Yet now, instead of feeling repulsed, she found it rather amusing. Once he finished his mouthful, Qin Beiluo responded, "I had no choice. Last night was quite taxing." A blush crept across Xiaochani's face as she recalled the events of the previous night, which had indeed been exhausting. Qin Beiluo indulged in another piece of red bean pastry. Noticing that Xiaochani had a penchant for both red bean pastries and Xiang flower honey, having consumed nearly half of the platter, a thought stirred within him. Evidently, the system's description of Xiaochani's preferences was accurate. She truly relished sweet treats. Was it possible that she had been so eager to consummate their union that she had neglected her favorite dessert? This notion left Qin Beiluo puzzled. He still could not comprehend why Xiaochani held such a high regard for him, as if bestowing her affection freely. Could it be due to his striking appearance? Qin Beiluo pondered silently. Although he was indeed handsome, resembling the likes of Pan, it hardly seemed sufficient. "By the way, my husband," Xiaochani interjected, "now that you are able to cultivate normally, and with about a 10-day interval before the opening of the Ziyun Academy, why not take this opportunity for us to train together?" "Certainly. I have long heard of your exceptional talent, Chani, and I was just contemplating seeking your guidance," Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. Xiaochani's innate abilities and strength positioned her among the elite of the younger generation. Even within the esteemed circles of the great Zhou's royal family or the prominent disciples of major sects, few could rival her. Upon hearing this, Xiaochani nodded slightly, her tone suggesting deeper implications. Although the great Zhou appears prosperous at present, it is, in reality, fraught with peril. Beyond the disturbances caused by demons, the major sects are also eyeing the situation closely. As the heir of the Northern Kingdom, my husband bears a significant responsibility and should strive to enhance his strength to prepare for future upheavals. A flicker of concern crossed Qin Beiluo's mind as he sensed a hint of urgency in Xiaochani's voice. Yet she spoke the truth. The outward strength of the great Zhou concealed a multitude of crises. Demonic disturbances frequently emerged within the realm, disrupting the peace. While large-scale demon outbreaks typically occurred at the borders, smaller groups of demons occasionally plagued other regions, suggesting a growing threat. The demonic chaos represented an external menace, while the internal strife stemmed from the sections. Before the founding of the Great Zhou, its founder had allied with the 9 major sects to seize power from the previous dynasty and secure his position. After the establishment of the Great Zhou, he rewarded these sects, sharing governance over the realm. Currently, many provinces and counties still appeared to be under the control of the court, but in reality, they had become the domains of the major sections. Although these sects outwardly showed respect to the Great Zhou, they were quietly amassing power with grand ambitions. This deep-seated conflict between the Great Zhou and the sects had yet to erupt into open confrontation. On the surface, the Great Zhou continued to flourish, adorned with vibrant blooms. Yet this was merely a facade, a final veil concealing the underlying turmoil. The dual threats of internal strife and external chaos were evident to any discerning observer. Demons and sects. Recalling the information acquired after his transmigration, Qin Beiluo's expression turned solemn. He was acutely aware that as the heir to the Northern Kingdom, his identity was irrevocably tied to the Great Zhou court. Should the Great Zhou face a crisis, he would find it difficult to distance himself from the turmoil. With this thought, a sense of urgency washed over him. He must swiftly enhance his strength. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Beiluo smiled and inquired, "Chan, it seems you possess some insider knowledge?" He detected a hint of urgency in Xiaochani's tone, suggesting that she eagerly wished for him to elevate his prowess. Upon hearing his words, Xiaochani hesitated for a moment. In her rebirth, Qin Beiluo had become the person she trusted most. Should she divulge the greatest secret of her rebirth to him? After some contemplation, she decided to withhold it for now. It was not yet the right moment. Once Qin Beiluo's strength increased further, she would reveal everything to her husband. With this in mind, Xiaochani replied, "Indeed. I grew up in the northern region where my family is rooted. The chaos wrought by demons there has led me to understand that the situation in the Great Zhou is quite dire, hence my concern." Qin Beiluo nodded in acknowledgement. Xiaochani gazed at him, softly assuring, "There is no need for you to worry, my husband. I shall always be by your side." and together we will face any challenges that arise. Reflecting on the past life where Qin Beiluo resolutely fought alongside her, ultimately sacrificing himself. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart, and a subtle warmth flickered in her otherwise cold, serene eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. Xianxia's affection for you has increased by 1, bringing her affection level to 91 points. Qin Beiluo? What was happening? He had done nothing, yet Xianxia's fondness for him had inexplicably grown. Chapter 6. A Sudden Surge in Cultivation. Initially, Xianxia's affection for Qin Beiluo had already reached 90 points, indicating a high level of fondness. In this context, her affection inexplicably surged, leaving Qin Beiluo utterly confounded. What is going on? I haven't done anything. While grappling with his bewilderment, he could not help but communicate with the system. System, what is the meaning of this? Does Xianxia harbor some hidden secret? The system replied in its mechanical voice. Host, every child of destiny conceals different secrets within them. This is their uniqueness. Qin Beiluo frowned inwardly. This answer was as good as silence. Fortunately, having read numerous web novels in his past life, he was somewhat familiar with such tropes and had begun to formulate his own speculations regarding Xianxia's circumstances. Never mind, first, I must cultivate and find ways to enhance my strength. He cast aside his thoughts and commenced his training. Of course, his notion of training was rather simple. Eating. In the blink of an eye, Qin Beiluo had devoured an array of dishes from his breakfast. The spiritual energy within the host increased. Kunpeng Bahonggong, Proficiency Level 1. Proficiency, 501-1000. The proficiency had reached 50 points. Not only that, but Qin Beiluo could distinctly sense that his true essence was profound, and the golden elixir residing in his dantian radiated with resplendent brilliance, having grown slightly in size. When Qin Beiluo first broke through to the golden core stage, that golden elixir was merely the size of fingernail. Now, it had gradually expanded to the size of a quail egg. It was said that upon reaching the pinnacle of the golden core, the elixir would shine like a golden pearl and grow to the size of a goose egg, after which it could transform into a primordial infant, thereby achieving the Yuanying stage. Qin Beiluo mused that, given the rate of growth of his golden elixir, he believed it would not be long before he reached this stage. Xianxia, witnessing Qin Beiluo devouring exquisite delicacies, widened her eyes in astonishment, her mouth slightly agape in surprise. Noticing her reaction, Qin Beiluo smiled and explained, My dear, there is no need for astonishment. In truth, this is an ancient cultivation technique I chanced upon, perfectly attuned to my chaotic devouring body. By consuming items infused with the essence of heaven and earth, I can replenish my spiritual essence. Recalling memories from his past life, Xianxia understood that after Qin Beiluo awakened his chaotic devouring body, his cultivation speed accelerated remarkably. However, she had never heard of him possessing such a technique. The idea that one could rapidly enhance their abilities simply by consuming items rich in spiritual energy was indeed a marvel. Moreover, this technique seamlessly complemented Qin Beiluo's chaotic devouring body, allowing him to absorb the essence of the world and refine his chaotic form. Yet, the Qin Beiluo of her past life had not acquired this technique. It seemed that her husband had also encountered a fortuitous opportunity, much like her own rebirth. After finishing his breakfast, Qin Beiluo still felt unsatisfied, sensing that he could consume more and continue to improve. He thought the pace of his progress through these spiritually infused foods was rather sluggish, and an idea formed in his mind. After a moment's contemplation, he said, I plan to visit the royal treasury to seek some treasures for cultivation. Would you care to join me? Certainly. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Although her family was a prominent clan in the Northern Territory, it paled in comparison to the Northern Prince's lineage. Treasures within the royal treasury would undoubtedly be abundant. Simultaneously, a warm current surged within her heart, realizing that Qin Beiluo unreservedly invited her into the royal treasury, indicating he truly regarded her as one of his own. Together, they approached the entrance of the royal treasury. Upon seeing Qin Beiluo's arrival, the guards swiftly bowed and greeted them with utmost courtesy, saying, Greetings, young master and young mistress. The prince has instructed that you may freely select any treasures from the treasury. I shall not disturb you. Thank you, Qin Beiluo nodded, signaling for the guards to escort him inside. The royal treasury was located underground, protected not only by guards, but also by intricate formations. The treasury itself was vast, resembling a small underground palace, filled to the brim with treasures. some bestowed by the Empress, others acquired from battle by the Northern Prince, and many gifts from officials and merchants. For instance, the congratulatory gifts for Qin Beiluo's recent wedding were piled high like mountains. Each treasure shimmered with brilliance, creating a dazzling spectacle that left one awestruck. Xianxia could not help but click her tongue in admiration at the substantial wealth of the Northern Kingdom's royal family. Qin Beiluo glanced at her with a smile and said, "Chani, feel free to take whatever catches your eye. There's no need to be modest." With that encouragement, Xianxia began to carefully select her treasures. As a cultivator at the transformation realm, she found that the rare heavenly materials capable of significantly enhancing her cultivation were exceedingly scarce at her level. After a moment of deliberation, she chose 20 pieces of top-tier spirit stones, along with several bottles of elixirs and other items. Spirit stones are categorized into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and top tier, with the latter being exceptionally rare and precious. One piece of top-tier spirit stone contains a spiritual energy equivalent to 1,000 upper-tier stones. Typically, only cultivators of the transformation realm or above would have any use for top-tier spirit stones. For those of lesser strength, they would be a waste. Thus, a single piece of top-tier spirit stone would certainly entice a cultivator at the transformation realm. Once Xianxia completed her selection, Qin Beiluo began to choose his own items. He opted for 5 bottles of Gathering Qi pills, an elixir that boosts cultivation suitable for those of the Golden Core stage, and 10 bottles of Beaching pills, a nourishing elixir rich in spiritual energy. He swiftly placed each treasure into his storage ring without hesitation, primarily selecting elixirs and herbs, anything consumable that could enhance his cultivation. He refrained from being overly greedy, selecting only those heavenly materials and miraculous medicines that he could utilize at his current stage. After all, he could always return for more. The royal treasury was overflowing with treasures, and Qin Beiluo had taken merely a fraction of what was available. Half an hour later, Qin Beiluo and Xianxia left the treasury and returned to their lavishly spacious chamber. In the opulence of the room, Qin Beiluo retrieved a bottle of Beaching pills, which contained 20 glistening green pills swirling with spiritual energy. Beaching pills are 3rd-tier elixirs, akin to the 10 stages of cultivation, where the first stage is the lowest and the 10th the highest. Among the 3rd-tier elixirs, Beaching pills are relatively rare, while not exceedingly precious. They effectively nourish the vitality and enhance strength, brimming with abundant spiritual energy. They are particularly suitable for Golden Core cultivators. Qin Beiluo took 1 pill, chewed it, and swallowed it. Soon after, he received a system notification. The host's spiritual energy has increased. Kunpeng 8 Desolation Technique. Proficiency 20. Proficiency 701,000. Indeed, the effect of the elixir proved to be quite remarkable. Delighted, Qin Beiluo proceeded to consume 3 more Beaching pills. Warm currents began to gather, flowing like streams converging towards the ocean. These currents directed towards Qin Beiluo's dantian, coalescing around his golden core. The system chimed again. The host's spiritual energy has increased. Kunpeng 8 Desolation Technique. Proficiency 20. Proficiency 901,000. Another notification followed. The host's spiritual energy has increased. Kunpeng 8 Desolation Technique. Proficiency 20. Proficiency 110,10,000. The constant rise in proficiency brought Qin Beiluo great satisfaction. He could sense a remarkable surge in his cultivation, with the true essence within him growing increasingly robust. Beside him, Xianxia watched in astonishment as Qin Beiluo consumed the elixirs as if they were mere candies, feeling the powerful essence within him surging forth. Her eyes sparkled with wonder. Her husband's prowess was advancing at an astonishing rate. Chapter 7. A breakthrough so effortless. Qin Beiluo continued to ingest the Beaching Dan and felt a profound sense of comfort, his vitality surging, both his physique and true essence significantly enhanced. The medicinal properties of the Beaching Dan were swiftly absorbed by the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. The results were quite satisfactory. Qin Beiluo was pleased. Xianxia sighed softly. The potency of a single Beaching Dan requires an ordinary Golden Core cultivator at least 3 days to digest. Yet, my husband, you consume them effortlessly. It is truly astonishing. She could naturally discern that all the medicinal power of the Beaching Dan had been absorbed by Qin Beiluo. Were an average Golden Core cultivator to swallow elixirs in such a haphazard manner, the consequences could range from losing control to catastrophic bodily destruction. Qin Beiluo remarked, in truth, I am beginning to feel satiated. A few more elixirs should suffice. With that, he proceeded to swallow 3 more beaching dawn. Xianxia mused. One cannot help but admire the peculiarity and extravagance of your cultivation technique. It is fortunate that the Northern Kingdom's royal manor possesses ample resources to support such consumption. In the blink of an eye, Qin Beiluo had consumed nearly half a bottle of beaching dan. His spiritual energy surged, and the proficiency of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique reached 20, with a total of 2001000. At last, Qin Beiluo felt a sense of fullness and paused. That should do it. I can increase my proficiency by 200 in a day. This is not the limit of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique, but rather the threshold of my body's capacity to endure the world's spiritual energy. Qin Beiluo gradually comprehended the constraints of his daily proficiency growth. He certainly could not continue ingesting elixirs indefinitely. The chaotic devouring body and the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique merely endowed him with the ability to absorb spiritual energy, not an insatiable void. Such progress had already left him quite satisfied. At this rate, Qin Beiluo would require merely 5 days to break through to the first layer of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. He stored the remaining beaching dawn and remarked, "Though my cultivation speed is rapid, the consumption of resources is equally staggering. It is the epitome of a pay-to-win technique." Xianxia inquired, "My husband, what do you mean by pay-to-win technique?" "Oh, it refers to a method that necessitates considerable financial expenditure for rapid advancement." Xianxia, still perplexed, softly replied, "I have never heard of pay-to-win before." "You are right. This indeed qualifies as such a technique, and not just any ordinary one. The speed of cultivation is astonishing. Tailored perfectly for you, my husband. Indeed, as my strength increases in the future, the resources required for this technique will also escalate. It may well empty the royal treasury." "Well, that is a matter for the future," Qin Beiluo chuckled. Xianxia declared, "I must strive diligently in my cultivation, lest I be surpassed by you before long. You are in the transformation stage. It is no simple feat to surpass you." "That may not necessarily be the case." Xianxia, he was acutely aware of Qin Beiluo's formidable talent. In his previous life, after awakening the chaos-devouring body, he soared to great heights. In this life, he seemed to have become even more enigmatic, more difficult for her to decipher. "By the way, Chani, what is your primary field of study?" Qin Beiluo inquired. Most cultivators, upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, begin to seek their principal path of cultivation. Some focus on physical prowess, honing their bodies and following the path of strength. Others are sword cultivators dedicated to the art of the sword, while some wield blades, specializing in sword techniques. There are various practitioners, such as Taoists who specialize in spiritual cultivation, Buddhists who practice virtue and meditation, and even those who specialize in dreams, capable of vanquishing foes within their slumber. In this flourishing age of cultivation, myriad systems of practice abound. I have been slaying demons on the northern battlefield, primarily cultivating through the path of slaughter. I am skilled in the use of blades, swords, and spears, but my primary focus remains on the sword," Xianxia replied. The system panel had indicated that Xianxia possessed the innate great Luo sword body, and indeed, she excelled in swordsmanship. Xianxia was no delicate, fragile maiden. Her achievements were forged in the crucible of battle. Having served in the military for 5 years, she had slain hundreds of demons, earning considerable accolades. Qin Beiluo's eyes sparkled with interest. He was quite intrigued by sword cultivators. While their techniques may not be flamboyant, their offensive capabilities were undoubtedly first-rate. "I'm quite interested in sword cultivation. Would you be willing to teach me, Chani?" he asked. "Of course, as long as my husband is willing," she replied. "Without further ado, let us proceed to the training ground." Very well. In the outer courtyard of the Wangfu, the training ground was expansive, covering several hundred acres within the imperial capital of Linjing. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia stood firm on the training ground. At that moment, Xianxia had changed into a new outfit, donning a fitted white attire that facilitated movement while accentuating her graceful figure. With a delicate gesture, a gleaming sword appeared in her hand, radiating a cold light. Clad in flowing white, she exuded an air of ethereal elegance. "My husband, I shall only use my golden core strength to spar with you, so be cautious," she said, her form shifting as she gracefully advanced toward Qin Beiluo. The sword in her hand shimmered with brilliance, truly embodying the beauty of a jade-like figure wielding a sword like a rainbow. Qin Beiluo felt a surge of determination and focused intently on the duel. although he had just broken through to the Golden Core stage. And while he had achieved a new realm, he was not yet proficient in spells or combat techniques, making him feel somewhat inexperienced in battle. This, however, was precisely what he needed to hone through real combat experience. Yet, he adapted quickly, especially with Xianxia's guidance, allowing him to acclimate rapidly. Xianxia noted that her husband's talent was indeed commendable. Many combat techniques she demonstrated were grasped by him with remarkable ease, even allowing him to draw inferences from them. Moreover, she was astonished by Qin Beiluo's robust physique, which even surpassed that of other cultivators of the same realm. This is due to Qin Beiluo's Kunping 8 desolation technique, which absorbs spiritual essence to nourish itself, resulting in the continuous enhancement of his vitality, skeletal structure, and musculature. Far surpassing others of the same realm. Not only is his physical strength formidable, but his mental acuity and spiritual essence also significantly exceed those of his peers. During their confrontation, Qin Beiluo, being a novice in the Golden Core stage, quickly faced defeat. However, gradually he began to muster the strength to counterattack, advancing at an astonishing rate. The two spent the better part of the day in the training grounds, returning to their chambers only as dusk fell. Xianxia, with her enchanting eyes glimmering, softly expressed, "Husband, I shall go take a bath. There is a spiritual spring bath in the backyard. You may go there," replied Qin Beiluo. The Northern Kingdom's royal residence also harbors a spiritual spring, and bathing in its waters greatly benefits the body. Xianxia, intrigued, responded, "Very well." She then fetched several garments, preparing to head to the backyard. At that moment, she noticed Qin Beiluo following her, also carrying a few pieces of clothing, a smile adorning his face. "What are you doing, husband?" Xianxia's cheeks flushed slightly. "I wish to join you in the spiritual spring." "Oh," she replied, her delicate visage tinged with a rosy hue, her ears faintly blushing as well. Their time in the spiritual spring lasted for 2 hours. Over the next 3 days, Qin Beiluo engaged in meals and training during the day, while at night he delved into discussions of cultivation with Xianxia, living a blissful life. Simultaneously, his strength surged rapidly. Another day passed, and in solitude within his chamber, Qin Beiluo continued his routine of consuming medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation. Today, he ingested a pill known as the giant ape pill, crafted from the essence of the white ape's blood, which nourished his vitality and fortified his bones. After consuming the pills successively, waves of spiritual energy surged within him, coalescing into a warm current that filled his being. The host's internal spiritual energy increased, with the proficiency of Kunping 8 desolation technique reaching 20 and the proficiency 1000. Congratulations to the host. The first layer of Kunping 8 desolation technique has broken through. The second layer's proficiency stands at 10,000. Qin Beiluo felt an exhilarating lightness throughout his body as both his physical form and true essence became remarkably solidified, marking another breakthrough to the mid-Golden Core stage. Such breakthroughs felt astonishingly simple. Chapter 8. Xianxia's Diary. In the span of 5 days, I successfully broke through the first layer of Kunping 8 desolation technique. After the breakthrough, my physical form has strengthened and my true essence flows with even greater vigor. With an exceptionally solid foundation, sitting cross-legged, Qin Beiluo sensed the transformations within him and then gazed upon the golden core nestled in his dantian. Within the dantian, a golden core, the size of a goose egg, bright yellow and resplendent, emitted rays of brilliance. The size of the golden core, to some extent, symbolizes the depth of one's cultivation. My golden core has grown so large, resembling a goose egg. Surely, even those in the late stages or perfected golden core would not compare to me. Qin Beiluo marveled, both astonished and delighted. The size of a golden core akin to a goose egg typically signifies the attainment of a perfected golden core. At this moment, Qin Beiluo had just reached the mid-stage of the golden core realm. This indicates the depth of his foundation and potential. He pondered, what transformations would the golden core undergo once he attains perfection? Furthermore, to break through to the next level of the Kunping 8 desolations technique, the required proficiency had escalated to 10 times that of before, signifying a tenfold consumption of resources. Indeed, it was a technique that demanded substantial investment. Qin Beiluo felt a hint of pressure. Although the treasures in his vault were sufficient for consumption, his enhanced strength implied a greater capacity for energy absorption, allowing him to absorb an increasing amount of spiritual energy each day. With that thought, Qin Beiluo took out another pill, attempting to consume it. Previously, he could only increase his proficiency by 200 points per day for exceeding that would surpass his physical limits. As anticipated, after consuming the pill, his proficiency surged once more. Upon testing, Qin Beiluo discovered that his daily proficiency increase had risen to 300 points. This meant that under current conditions, it would only take him a little over a month to break through to the second layer of the Kunping 8 Desolations technique. He was quite pleased with this progress. After all, with further enhancement of his cultivation, he would be able to endure even more spiritual energy, thus accelerating his training. Ceasing his cultivation, Qin Beiluo sought out Xianxia. At that moment, Xianxia was practicing alone in the martial arts arena. Over the past few days, Qin Beiluo had been training in swordsmanship alongside her, and his rapid progress had astonished Xianxia. She increasingly anticipated the opening of the Ziyun Academy, for it was likely that Qin Beiluo would create a stir throughout the capital. Days passed. In the bedroom, Xianxia was alone, writing in her diary. Today, Qin Beiluo's father, King Qin Shouyang of the Northern Territory, had departed from the capital, and Qin Beiluo had accompanied him out of the city, leaving her behind. As she stayed in her room, she reflected on her diary entries. Since her rebirth, Xianxia had developed the habit of chronicling her thoughts. She had completed her entry and was perusing the contents of her diary, the elegant script revealing her innermost thoughts. In the 4th year of Wulin, on the 5th day of the 4th month, a significant event occurred today. I have been reborn, returning to 20 years prior. Countless memories from before my rebirth surged into my mind. My past experiences felt dreamlike, yet undeniably real. I was conspired against and ultimately killed by Tang Haishun, Li Wan'er, and others. They also caused the demise of another. In this life, I shall exact my revenge upon these foes. This rebirth has also clarified who truly matters to me. In the 4th year of Wulin, on the 10th day of the 4th month, I conveyed my desire to form a union with the Northern Territory King's residence through my family to the Empress, and she consented. Excellent. At last, I can rectify the regrets of my past life. Beiluo, in my previous life, I owed you a life. In this one, I shall repay that debt with my own. As for my enemies, Tang Haishun and Li Wan'er, I yearn to bring them to justice. Among the 10 who ambushed me in my past life, 9 were from the Dazhou sect, while Li Wan'er is the daughter of the Southern Town King. It seems the Southern Town King has long colluded with the sect. I must remain vigilant. In the 4th year of Wulin, on the 18th day of the 5th month, last night, I finally wed Qin Beiluo. Yes, I should now refer to him as my husband. He treats me exceptionally well, just as in my previous life. However, he has unexpectedly awakened the chaotic devouring body 3 years earlier than before. What could this mean? Surely, he has also been reincarnated, has he? On the 19th day of the 5th month in the 4th year of Wulin, I discreetly inquired and discovered that my husband has not been reborn. Yet, he seems more enigmatic, as if he has encountered a grand opportunity in this life. This is splendid. It appears he will ascend more swiftly this time, and I must strive to keep pace. On the 20th day of the 5th month, my husband appeared to notice my fondness for sweets. Today, he specifically instructed the kitchen to prepare red bean pastries and osmanthus cakes for me. My spirit soared. He truly is wonderful. On the 22nd day of the 5th month, my husband's talent is astonishing, and his cultivation methods are peculiar. Pay to win aptly describes them. Today, he achieved another breakthrough. On the 23rd day of the 5th month, I spent the night in heartfelt conversation with my husband and awoke late today. On the 24th day of the 5th month, once again, I shared a night of deep discussion with him and rose late. On the 25th day of the 5th month, Xianxia, in this reincarnation, how can you be consumed by personal matters? You must elevate your strength swiftly and ascend to the pinnacle of cultivation alongside your husband. On the 26th day of the 5th month, I woke late yet again. On the 27th day of the 5th month, my husband advanced in his cultivation once more. This hardly seems fair. Why does he progress so rapidly? But then again, he is my husband, so it is of little concern. On the 28th day of the 5th month, tomorrow marks the opening day of the Ziyun Academy, an event occurring every 3 years. The sword ruins and the Wuwang stone wall at the academy conceal great opportunities. I missed them in my previous life. Perhaps I can make amends this time. I eagerly anticipate my husband's performance. He will surely astonish everyone. Moreover, I heard my husband mention that many young nobles from the imperial capital will participate, including Li Wan'er, the daughter of the Southern Town King. She is cunning and malicious. I detest her deeply. In my previous life, she feigned friendship only to turn on me and orchestrate my demise. In this reincarnation, I shall ensure she pays a grievous price. Thus, I conclude this entry. Xianxia closed her journal and placed it into her storage ring. She fell into contemplation. Li Wanner's betrayal in my past life must have been supported by the southern town king's residents. Before my reincarnation, the sects had already split from the great Zhou, and the various sects were at war with it, leaving the empress's throne precariously threatened. I must devise a way to inform my husband that Li Wanner is our mortal enemy. Yes, I shall seek an opportune moment to reveal my reincarnation to him. Just as Xianxia pondered, she heard familiar footsteps. Her husband had returned. Qin Beiluo arrived at the manor after escorting his father, the northern king, on his departure. Before parting, Xianxia had shared some words with him, including his concerns regarding the situation in the northern borders. For a long time, the regions bordering the Great Zhou have suffered from the turmoil caused by demons, and the situation is worsening. Xianxia informed him that several demon kings in the northern region were eyeing their territory with sinister intent. However, he reassured Qin Beiluo that there was no need for concern, as he was confident in his ability to handle the situation. Nonetheless, Xianxia expressed his hope that Qin Beiluo would swiftly enhance his strength and venture into the northern lands for experience. Qin Beiluo agreed. Reflecting on the myriad of information since his arrival in this world, Qin Beiluo exhaled a heavy sigh. Indeed, the great Zhou was in a tumultuous season. His strength must be augmented. The stronger, the better. Chapter 9. The Purple Cloud Academy, a gathering of talents. Another day passed. Morning light broke, heralding a momentous occasion, the inauguration of the Purple Cloud Academy. At the dawn of the great Zhou's establishment, the academy was founded to cultivate the young cultivators of the realm. The Purple Cloud Academy stands as the pinnacle of scholarly pursuit for young practitioners, inviting talent from across the land to impart the path of cultivation and select the finest individuals for the great Zhou. Once one becomes a disciple of the Purple Cloud Academy, they are afforded exceptional privileges, with prospects of military service or governmental positions in the future being virtually assured. Among the myriad civil and military officials of the great Zhou, at least half hail from this illustrious institution. Every 3 years, the academy opens its doors, drawing countless young cultivators to ascend the mountain, where they endure rigorous tests and selections to earn their place within. Of course, entry into the Purple Cloud Academy is no trifling matter. Each opening admits merely 3,000 students, while the number of aspirants swells to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. This illustrates the formidable challenge of gaining admission. Those who do not secure a place, yet possess commendable aptitude, may still enroll in various local academies, with future opportunities in military and civil service, albeit with a less prestigious starting point than the Academy's students. The distinction between the Purple Cloud Academy and other institutions of the Great Zhou is akin to the disparity between ordinary universities and elite establishments like Tsinghua and Peking University in a previous life. Qin Beiluo mused as he organized the thoughts swirling in his mind. Given his status and standing, he could bypass the entrance examination and directly enter the academy for cultivation. However, due to his inability to cultivate in previous years, he had not attended the Purple Cloud Academy. Now, with the opening of the academy, Qin Beiluo had received an invitation, allowing him direct entry without the need for assessment. In his chamber, Qin Beiluo donned resplendent robes, cinched with a jade belt, and adorned with cloud-soled boots, exuding an extraordinary presence that set him apart from the mundane. Upon witnessing this sight, Xianxia's bright eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at her husband. In terms of appearance, Qin Beiluo could undoubtedly be deemed a paragon among the countless young men in the imperial capital. "Young master, the carriage is prepared. Shall we depart now?" came the respectful voice of a maid from outside the door. Qin Beiluo exchanged glances with Xianxia and smiled. "Let us go to the Purple Cloud Academy." "Indeed," they replied, stepping out of the royal residence to find a lavish and spacious carriage awaiting them, drawn by 5 formidable obsidian rhinoceros beasts. Their bodies were as dark as ink, towering and robust, classified as third-tier demon beasts, exuding an imposing aura. The 5 beasts emitted low growls, their presence awe-inspiring. The ceremonial regulations of the great Zhou dynasty were exceedingly stringent, particularly regarding the chariots used for travel. The emperor was permitted 6 beasts of burden, while the princes were allowed 5. Officials of the 3rd rank, including earls and higher, could ride in chariots drawn by 4, and those of the 5th rank and above were entitled to 3. Other officials had two, and commoners were permitted but one. The 5 obsidian-hued rhinoceros beasts drawing the chariot were emblematic of the noble status of the Northern Kingdom's prince. Upon seeing this magnificent spectacle, onlookers would instantly recognize a prince in transit. As the chariot ascended, the 5 ebony rhinoceroses galloped swiftly along the expansive roadway, yet the carriage remained remarkably stable within. Qin Beiluo gazed through the window, observing the landscape retreating at a rapid pace, and he could not help but feel a sense of awe. This world was more advanced than he had ever imagined. It was not a mere vestige of a feudal age, but rather a realm where the tree of technology had diverged in unexpected directions. The practitioners employed various methods, such as formations, beast taming, weapon forging, and alchemy, to benefit the common populace. For instance, through beast taming, they could harness magical creatures to draw chariots, supplemented by formations, allowing them to traverse thousands of miles in a single day. Qin Beiluo had even heard whispers of a specialized institution within the court dedicated to training beasts, cultivating cattle with magical bloodlines for agricultural purposes, achieving remarkable efficiency. Moreover, formations were employed in major cities like the imperial capital of Linen to safeguard against demonic incursions. Alchemists, even those of lesser rank, concocted basic elixirs such as vitality pills, ensuring that common folk could maintain robust health for extended periods with just a single dose. All of these advancements attested to the commendable level of development within this world. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia rode in the beast-drawn chariot toward the Ziyun Academy, situated on the outskirts of the imperial capital atop Ziyun Mountain. This mountain was a rare sanctuary of spiritual energy, a convergence of ethereal essence. The founder of the great Zhou dynasty had recognized its potential, commissioning the construction of palaces and the establishment of formations, investing considerable wealth to transform it into the esteemed Ziyun Academy it is today. Before long, the chariot had ascended the mountain, speeding until it finally came to a gradual halt. Upon stopping, they found themselves before a vast, level expanse teeming with people, densely packed and bustling ahead. A glance around revealed at least tens of thousands gathered outside the chariot, an endless sea of faces. Were it not for the formations set upon Ziyun Mountain, the practitioners could have easily soared through the skies in weight. The ascent path was remarkably wide, with numerous magical beasts drawing chariots visible throughout. However, the chariot occupied by Qin Beiluo and his companion was notably distinct, emblazoned with the emblem of the Northern Kingdom's royal household. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd parted, creating a pathway as they murmured amongst themselves. 5 beasts drawing the chariot. Which noble scion could this be? Did you see that insignia? It belongs to the Northern Kingdom's royal house. But I recall that the Northern Kingdom's king has but one son, and it is said he is unable to cultivate. Why is he here at the Ziyun Academy today? Indeed, the prince is rumored to be a natural-born failure. What business does he have mingling here? Hush! Quiet down! Silence! The whispers reached Qin Beiluo's ears, yet he remained unconcerned. However, Xianxia beside him was visibly enraged, defending her husband's honor. Was this the manner in which he had been treated all these years? Beneath the illustrious aura of being the son of the Northern King, Qin Beiluo endures scorn and ridicule for his inability to cultivate. He lifted the carriage curtain and stepped out alongside Xianxia. For a brief moment, a hush fell over the surroundings as the gazes of the crowd instinctively converged upon the pair. Both possessed exceptional looks and demeanor that captivated the onlookers. Soon, whispers began to circulate. Is he truly the son of the Northern King, Qin Beiluo? What a striking figure. And who is that beside him? That is his newlywed wife, Xianxia. Xianxia, the renowned prodigy of the Northern Realm? Indeed, she is breathtakingly elegant, unparalleled in grace. Yet what a pity. Such an extraordinary beauty marrying a man of no cultivation? Alas, Qin Beiluo remained silent, his brow slightly furrowed. In contrast, Xianxia took it upon herself to defend him. Her voice cool and clear. Today marks the inauguration of the Ziyun Academy. What purpose does it serve for you to gossip here instead of participating in the entrance assessment? Her words, imbued with spiritual energy, resonated like a spring thunder, revealing the terrifying strength of her transformation stage prowess. Atop the peak of Ziyun Academy, thousands had gathered, with nearly 1,000 spectators drawn to Qin Beiluo. However, most were at the foundation or golden core stages. Few could withstand such overwhelming pressure. Their faces turned pale as they retreated, gazing at the graceful figure in the arena with awe. Truly, She is the unparalleled prodigy of the great Zhou's northern realm. Her formidable spiritual power instilling fear. My husband, let us proceed further. The entrance assessment should be just ahead. Xianxia cast a gentle glance at Qin Beiluo, her expression softening. Indeed, Qin Beiluo nodded, and together they moved forward. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt a tumult of emotions. They envied and resented Qin Beiluo while simultaneously grappling with confusion. A woman of Xianxia's caliber should be exceedingly haughty, yet she treated him with such profound care and affection. After a short while, the pair arrived at the entrance of Ziyun Academy. Before them stood a massive stone tablet inscribed with the characters Ziyun Academy in an elegant script. In front of the tablet lay a spacious plaza, teeming with even more people, a tide of young cultivators awaiting their assessment. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind Qin Beiluo. Beiluo, you have come as well. Chapter 10, Detection of a Hostile Fate-Bearing Woman. Beiluo, you have come as well. At the sound of this familiar voice, Qin Beiluo turned to see a slightly plump, handsome young man adorned in luxurious garments, clearly of noble lineage. Following this stout gentleman were several well-dressed companions, evidently young scions of prestigious families. Li Qian, it is you, Qin Beiluo replied. Li Qian, the son of the Eastern Sea King, is likewise of royal descent. The legacy of the great Zhou dynasty has endured for millennia, and it boasts 3 kings of different surnames: the Northern King, the Southern Guardian, and the Eastern Sea King. Each of these sovereigns wields considerable military power and commands vast influence, having achieved remarkable feats in battle. The Eastern Sea King, stationed at the eastern borders of Great Zhou, oversees territories adjacent to the sea, which are frequently besieged by various malevolent creatures emerging from the waters, necessitating the presence of formidable protectors. Li Qian and Qin Beiluo share a comparable status and face similar circumstances. Their acquaintance began in childhood, where they often engaged in mischievous escapades such as climbing trees, raiding bird nests, and pitting chickens and insects against one another. As they matured, the duo frequented the grand pleasure boats and taverns of the capital, with one lacking the ability to cultivate and the other indifferent to the pursuit of enlightenment. Their days were spent indulging in revelry, earning them the dubious distinction of being the most notorious scions of the capital. Li Qian possesses a particular fondness for culinary delights, relishing in tasting an array of exquisite dishes, and enjoys the art of cooking himself. Consequently, Qin Beiluo became his culinary companion, frequently accompanying him to savor diverse gourmet offerings. Li Qian often invited Qin Beiluo to sample his culinary creations, thus nurturing a strong bond between them. With a cheerful demeanor, Li Qian remarked, "Indeed, I am being compelled by my family to partake in the palace examination. Alas, my days of leisure are numbered." He then turned his gaze to Qianxia, who stood beside Qin Beiluo. "I have heard much of your esteemed reputation, General Qiu. It is a privilege to meet you," he said, bowing respectfully and addressing her with the title of general. Li Qian was acutely aware of Qianxia's formidable reputation, despite her stunning beauty. Her renown for strength had spread across the northern territories and throughout the Great Zhou. Naturally, he wished to avoid offending a figure of such potential, especially as she was now the wife of Qin Beiluo. Qianxia returned the gesture with a gentle smile. "It is a pleasure to meet you, young Master Qin." And General Qiu came the chorus of greetings from the young scions of the capital, both male and female, who stood behind Li Qian. Among the gathered noble offspring, Qin Beiluo held the highest status, with Li Qian close behind. These young nobles dared not overstep their bounds in the presence of Qin Beiluo, demonstrating proper decorum. Li Qian, familiar with Qin Beiluo, eschewed excessive formality and approached with a grin. "Ah, this palace examination is indeed a hassle. If it were not for the expectations of my family, I would much prefer to indulge in the delicacies at Mingyue Tower, savor the fine wines of Zhou Xinju, and perhaps enjoy the melodies sung by the dancers at Orchid Pavilion. That would truly be a taste of earthly delight. Wouldn't you agree, Beiluo?" Though Li Qian possesses considerable talent, his interest in cultivation is non-existent. His true joy lies in the pleasures of fine food, exquisite wine, and enchanting music. Qin Beiluo smiled in response. "Since we are here, we must make the best of it. With the opening of Ziyun Academy, your family has undoubtedly set expectations for you. Correct?" "Indeed," Li Qian replied. "My family has instructed me to rank within the top 10 in the examination, to become a true disciple of Ziyun Academy. The challenge is formidable. There will be at least tens of thousands participating, and the competition is fierce. I truly envy you, Beiluo." You are the one who seems to enjoy a carefree existence. Li Qian sighed repeatedly, expressing his envy towards Qin Beiluo. Unbeknownst to Li Qian, Qin Beiluo had awakened his innate talent. In Li Qian's eyes, Qin Beiluo was merely a waste incapable of cultivation, devoid of any worries regarding training. Qin Beiluo smiled silently. At this moment, Li Qian lowered his voice and remarked, "I have heard that the Zhou Academy spans a vast area, resembling a city within, where one can indulge in all manner of pleasures and entertainments. Perhaps we brothers could find some amusement there, savoring delectable cuisine and enjoying fine wine together." "I shall treat you," Qin Beiluo replied. "Let us discuss this after we successfully pass the examination." Indeed, the entrance examination was no trivial matter. A poor ranking would be quite embarrassing. "Brother Beiluo, you ought to possess an invitation letter, allowing you to enroll directly without participating in the examination," Li Qian gently reminded him. In Li Qian's perspective, with Qin Beiluo's cultivation at the Qi refining stage, participating in the entrance examination would be a humiliation, as he would likely be eliminated in the first round. Those eligible to partake in the examination were at least at the foundation establishment stage, with many young cultivators reaching the golden core or even nascent soul stages. There is no need for someone at the Qi refining stage to subject himself to such disgrace. "I am merely here to join the excitement," Qin Beiluo shrugged, offering no further explanation. Gazing into the distance, he beheld magnificent palace-like structures standing tall and imposing, their grandeur and solemnity palpable, with rows of eaves cascading like waves. As he looked upon the sign of the Zhou Academy and the buildings resembling palaces, a profound sense of awe filled his heart. Simultaneously, a sudden realization struck him. The great Zhou dynasty was akin to a colossal sect, with all its subjects serving as disciples of this grand order. Those who could enter the Zhou Academy, serve in the court, or command in the military were akin to the elite disciples of this vast sect. Surveying his surroundings, Qin Beiluo noticed a throng of people gathered in the square before the Zhou Academy. Soon, an elderly man clad in a blue robe approached. The exquisite cloud patterns embroidered on his attire, signifying his esteemed position within the academy. As the blue-robed elder's voice resonated throughout the assembly, he solemnly declared, "Today marks the opening day of the Zhou Academy. I am Yu Qingmu, an elder of the academy. I welcome all of you. However, to join our esteemed institution and become formal disciples, you must pass through 4 trials. The first trial is the Zhou Grand Formation. I shall activate this formation, and those who can endure its pressure for a quarter of an hour shall pass the first trial." A flicker of interest ignited within Qin Beiluo. Traditionally, the entrance examination of the Zhou Academy consisted of 4 trials. While the latter 3 often varied, the first trial consistently remained the Zhou Grand Formation, a protective array designed to unleash immense pressure to deter adversaries. Of course, what Qin Beiluo and his peers would face was merely a diluted version of the formation. As long as they could withstand the formation's pressure for a quarter of an hour, they would be deemed successful in the first trial. Upon hearing this, many young cultivators adopted serious expressions, rolling up their sleeves and nodding in determination. The elder in the azure robe nodded slightly, stroking his beard as he spoke. "If any of you find it unbearable, retreat to the stone tablet outside the door to avoid injury." As he spoke, the elder waved his sleeve and bellowed, "Commence." The moment the word left his lips, he held a formation talisman in hand and crushed it. Instantly, an overwhelming pressure descended upon everyone, causing a tremor throughout their bodies. Such formidable oppression. "My legs are trembling." Silence. Focus on your cultivation to resist. In an instant, a young cultivator could no longer withstand the force, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his limbs numb and cold sweat pouring down, instinctively retreating. Qin Beiluo also felt a weightiness envelop him, akin to bearing a small mountain, rendering him nearly immobile. With a thought, he activated his true essence, running the Kunpeng swallowing the heavens technique, and the pressure diminished significantly, allowing him to breathe a little easier. Turning to his side, he observed Xiaoqian, who appeared unperturbed and remarkably at ease. Her profound, true essence enabled her to effortlessly withstand the pressure of the purple cloud grand formation. At that moment, Xiaoqian exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Beiluo, both sensing the concern reflected in each other's eyes, and they shared a subtle smile. Xiaoqian Yi's slightly pursed lips enhanced her exquisite beauty. Suddenly, she noticed a figure to Qin Beiluo's right, her gaze fixating with a hint of concealed animosity. Sensing something, Qin Beiluo glanced toward the right and beheld a slender silhouette. It was a maiden clad in a white palace dress, her countenance pure and sweet, exuding an air of delicate charm that inspired a protective instinct. Though her beauty was undeniable, her figure paled in comparison to Qiu appearing rather ordinary. So, she indeed has arrived. A thought crossed Qin Beiluo's mind. This maiden was Li Wan'er, one of the 3 non-clan princes of the Great Zhou, daughter of the Southern Guardian King. Ding! A notification sounded in Qin Beiluo's ear, signaling the detection of a hostile fate-bearing woman. A hostile fate-bearing woman. Chapter 11. Can Qin Beiluo cultivate? A hostile fate-bearing woman. Qin Beiluo's heart stirred, his gaze settling on Li Wan'er, and immediately her information materialized in his mind. Name of the fate-bearing woman, Li Wan'er. Fate value, 7098. Maximum value is 10,000. Cultivation level, mid-nascent soul. Personality traits, deeply scheming, outwardly pure, inwardly dark. Special physique, Jade Fox alluring body. Special technique, Sacred Heart Treasure Mirror. Note, this technique can unconsciously cast a charm, influencing the opponent's mind. Affection level towards host, 10. Note, affection level below 30 is considered a hostile state. A chill ran through Qin Beiluo. Li Wan'er's affection level towards him was a mere 10, alarmingly low. According to the system's classification, an affection level below 30 could be regarded as a state of hostility. Qin Beiluo felt a chill in his heart. In the memories of the original owner, he had not perceived Li Wan'er's hostility towards him. In fact, during their previous interactions, her demeanor had been rather amicable. It now appeared that Li Wan'er was quite duplicitous. Upon seeing the system's notes on Li Wan'er's character traits, Qin Beiluo understood her true nature. Clearly, Li Wan'er was a scheming and superficial individual, and he became increasingly wary of her. Qin Beiluo observed that under the oppressive force of the Ziyun Grand Array, Li Wan'er moved with ease, her true essence swirling around her, effortlessly resisting the array's immense pressure, showing no signs of fatigue. This indicated her profound cultivation. Indeed, she was a practitioner at the nascent soul stage. He averted his gaze, having already noted that Qi's expression was amiss. Qin Beiluo combien telepathical, Chinese. Do you know Li Wan'er? After a brief silence, Qi'Chani replied, My husband, I will explain this to you after the assessment in the estate. Be cautious of Li Wan'er. Her thoughts are dark and sinister. Although she appears innocent, she is deeply calculating. Qi'Chani intended to reveal her reincarnation to Qin Beiluo after the assessment concluded. In her previous lives, the downfall of both Qi'Chani and Qin Beiluo was partly due to Li Wan'er's machinations. Among the 10 individuals who ambushed them in their past life, the leading figures were none other than Tang Haishen, the holy son of the Tang sect, and Li Wan'er. Upon hearing this, Qin Beiluo ceased his inquiries. He had long harbored suspicions, and Qi'Chani's words only served to confirm his thoughts. At that moment, the sound of the system's notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have successfully triggered a task. Task name, display your divine grace. Task content, excel in the estate assessment and ultimately surpass Li Wan'er in rankings. Task reward, 3 random draws. Friendly reminder to the host. Slaying or subduing the Daughter of Fortune will yield additional rewards from the system. Elated by the system's announcement, Qin Beiluo welcomed the new task. After completing the previous mission, he had received substantial rewards, which left him eagerly anticipating the system's next endeavor. However, he realized that the difficulty of this task was considerable. He needed to rank higher than Li Wan'er in the entrance examination of the Ziyun Academy. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. The pressure from the Ziyun Grand Array intensified, enveloping him like a tidal wave. Although intangible, it felt as though a colossal mountain bore down upon his heart, rendering him breathless. This formidable Ziyun Grand Array was merely a weakened version and had not yet been fully activated. It was said that if the 10 elders of the Ziyun Academy united their efforts to activate the array, even practitioners at the ascension stage would have to retreat from its brilliance. At this moment, the sense of oppression from the Ziyun Grand Array grew ever stronger. This trial was, in fact, the simplest among the 4 challenges, primarily testing the participants' cultivation levels and willpower. Those who reached the Golden Core stage or above could barely protect themselves under the pressure of the Ziyun Grand Array. If one's cultivation is insufficient to reach the Golden Core stage, it is still possible to rely on sheer willpower to withstand the pressure. As long as one endures for just a brief moment, passage is granted. Qin Beiluo surveyed his surroundings and noted that numerous young cultivators, lacking in strength, could no longer resist and retreated, voluntarily vacating the square. The area surrounding the square became less crowded, revealing vast expanses of open ground. In this preliminary trial, at least 60% of the young cultivators were destined for elimination. Most practitioners below the foundation establishment stage had no choice but to exit the square, their spirits dampened. Curse it, they simply could not withstand the overwhelming force of the purple cloud array. Indeed, my legs feel like jelly. Hey, look over there. Why is that prince of the northern kingdom unscathed? Isn't he supposed to be a natural failure? With over half of the cultivators eliminated, they could only retreat to the periphery of the array and watch. At this moment, attention turned to Qin Beiluo. As the onlookers focused, they beheld Qin Beiluo remaining composed amidst the pressures of the purple cloud array. Though the force was formidable, he stood like an unyielding mountain in a tempest. Witnessing this scene, those privy to the truth were left astonished. Qin Beiluo was a figure of considerable renown in Linjing, being the sole heir of the Northern King. Unlike other noble houses, such as the Eastern Sea King and the Southern Pacification King, which were filled with offspring, the Northern King had only Qin Beiluo, naturally drawing significant attention. Ironically, Qin Beiluo was known to be a natural failure, nearly incapable of cultivation, a fact widely recognized in Linjing. Yet now, he was withstanding the purple cloud array. What could this mean? Could it be that the young prince possesses some treasure capable of counteracting the array's pressure? It seemed likely, and envy swept through the crowd. After all, he was of noble lineage. We have no grounds for comparison. Whispers circulated among the onlookers, who instinctively believed that Qin Beiluo was relying on some artifact to endure the might of the purple cloud array. Within the array, following his breakthrough to the golden core stage, Qin Beiluo's senses sharpened, and he could hear the murmurs from outside. He maintained a tranquil demeanor, his heart undisturbed. The pressure of the purple cloud array intensified, causing an increasing number of participants to withdraw. As time passed, the brief moment came to an end. Suddenly, the pressure dissipated, and several individuals before Qin Beiluo collapsed onto the ground, utterly devoid of composure. He cast a glance across the field and realized that most were in similar straits. The majority of the young cultivators possessed strengths at the foundation establishment or golden core stages, with few attaining the nascent soul level and almost none reaching the transformation stage. After all, the Purple Cloud Academy opened its doors every 3 years, and those who could achieve the transformation realm would have long since entered, becoming true disciples of the academy. Individuals like Xiaochuan were exceedingly rare. The young cultivators present collectively sighed in relief, with some weaker practitioners collapsing to the ground, having relied solely on their willpower to withstand the array's might. You have successfully passed the first trial of the Purple Cloud formation. The old man in the azure robe addressed the gathering. Proceed straight for 300 zhong, and you will arrive at the location for the second assessment. Qin Beiluo's expression relaxed as he retracted his aura, quietly consolidating the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. He had come to realize that this technique, bestowed upon him by the system, was indeed unparalleled, and not only harmonized splendidly with his chaotic devouring body, but also rendered his physical form exceptionally refined and his spirit equally solid. The oppressive force of the Purple Cloud formation, which would have weighed heavily upon an average Golden Core cultivator, barely fazed Qin Beiluo, and this was all thanks to the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. In terms of body, spirit, and soul, I now far surpass others of the same realm. Qin Beiluo mused inwardly. At that moment, an astonished voice erupted beside him. It was Li Qian, who approached with a somewhat portly, yet remarkably agile physique. With a look of sheer disbelief, he exclaimed, "Brother Beiluo, you actually passed the Purple Cloud formation? You can cultivate normally now?" Li Qian's incredulity attracted the attention of many around them, who instinctively turned their gazes towards Qin Beiluo. Among them, Li Wanner, not far ahead, cast a sidelong glance, her eyes glinting with a hint of intrigue. Chapter 12. Li Wanner Li Qian gaped, unable to fathom the reality before him. Behind him, several young heirs from the prominent families of the capital exchanged bewildered glances, each one staring fixedly at Qin Beiluo. They were well aware of Qin Beiluo's inherent frailty. Over the years, the Northern King had scoured the realm for renowned physicians and sought various rare materials and treasures in hopes of restoring Qin Beiluo's ability to cultivate. Yet all efforts had been in vain. Though he had never given up on Qin Beiluo, The repeated failures had inevitably left even the northern king disheartened. The tale of Qin Beiluo's congenital disability had long since become common knowledge among the young scions of the capital. But now Qin Beiluo observed the expressions of those around him, nodding at Li Qian. Indeed, brother Li, I recently restored my constitution and can now cultivate normally. No wonder you were able to withstand the might of the purple cloud formation. Congratulations, brother Beiluo, Li Qian exclaimed, his joy palpable as he pumped his fist enthusiastically. Other young heirs approached to extend their congratulations to Qin Beiluo, who graciously acknowledged their greetings. Some expressed their sentiments wistfully, noting, "It has been over a decade. Hasn't it?" When young Master Qin struggled to make any progress and was diagnosed with a congenital disability, and now he has finally returned to normal. Those who were close to Qin Beiluo, including Li Qian, sighed quietly. After wasting over 10 years, even if Qin Beiluo can now cultivate normally, what difference does it make? His progress in cultivation still lags far behind. Li Qian was about to inquire about Qin Beiluo's cultivation progress when a graceful figure approached. The newcomer was a young maiden. Her skin as fair as snow, with a pure and enchanting countenance. Her eyes resembled a crystal-clear spring, exuding an unparalleled gentleness. It was none other than the daughter of the southern king, Li Waner. As she approached, Li Waner greeted Qin Beiluo with a soft smile, saying, "Greetings, brother Qin. Congratulations on your recovery and your return to the path of cultivation." Her voice was as delicate as her demeanor, embodying the grace of a refined lady. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her slender fingers and rosy lips made her striking beauty. Yet her average stature caused Qin Beiluo to glance away after a fleeting look. As Li Waner appeared, many around them were captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration for her beauty. However, Qin Beiluo remained unmoved, a sense of wariness creeping into his heart. Thanks to the insights from the system and Xianxia, he had discerned that Li Waner was a scheming white lotus. His response was tepid. "Thank you for your concern, Princess Nanyang." Li Waner's captivating gaze shifted to Xianxia beside Qin Beiluo. "This sister possesses extraordinary beauty. You must be Sister Xianxia. I have long heard of the prodigy from the Northern Territory, and seeing you today, I find the accolades well-deserved. Brother Qin is truly fortunate." Li Waner complimented Xianxia while remaining cautious in her thoughts. Xianxia, renowned as the pride of the Northern Territory, was already well known in the Great Zhou. She had also come to participate in the entrance examination of Ziyun Academy, perhaps making her Li Waner's greatest rival. Xianxia's expression remained impassive, her demeanor cool as she merely nodded, seemingly disinterested in further conversation with Li Waner. Undeterred by the rebuff, Li Waner chuckled lightly, saying, "I shall not trouble you further, ladies, until we meet again in the next round." With that, she turned to depart, a maid following in her wake. As Li Waner left, Li Qian and the others proceeded onward for the next assessment. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia walked side by side, exchanging thoughts through their minds. Qin Beiluo communicated, "Qianxia, do you harbor resentment towards Li Waner?" Xianxia, slightly taken aback, replied, "Husband, do I appear that obvious?" In truth, it was not overt, but given her familiarity with him, he could discern it. "That's good to know. Qianxia, this is likely your first encounter with Li Waner. Why do you feel animosity toward her?" "This, husband, the situation is intricate and cannot be explained in just a few words. However, please trust me, Li Waner is deeply scheming and could very well become my enemy. A formidable one at that," Xianxia conveyed telepathically. "I understand," Qin Beiluo replied. "From this moment forward, Li Waner shall be my adversary as well." Xianxia felt a tremor in her heart, a mix of surprise and gratitude. "You believe in me so readily? You are my wife. If I do not trust you, whom shall I trust?" Qin Beiluo responded with a smile, transmitting his thoughts back to her. In truth, Qin Beiluo was acutely aware that both the system prompts and Xianxia's condition had already led him to some suspicions. Furthermore, Xianxia was not only his wife but also harbored an impressive affinity towards him, reaching a remarkable score of 91, thus undeniably deserving of his trust. Upon hearing Qin Beiluo's words, Xianxia felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. "Ding! Congratulations, host. The affinity of Xianxia, the daughter of fortune, towards you has increased by 1 point, now totaling 92 points. The enhancement of affinity was rather swift, as it soared beyond the 90 mark to now 92. The pace was indeed noteworthy. After all, the maximum value of affinity was merely 100 points, and the higher it climbed, the more arduous the ascent became. Meanwhile, Li Waner and her devoted maid, Yin Ping, were traversing towards the next challenge, engaging in hushed conversation. Ying Ping had been by Li Wan'er's side for over a decade. Though they shared a master-servant relationship, their bond was profoundly intimate. Ying Ping inquired telepathically, "Princess, how did that young Master Qin suddenly begin to cultivate? Was he not a congenital waste?" Li Wan'er replied nonchalantly, "Who knows? Nevertheless, do not concern yourself with him. He poses no threat to me. Even if he can cultivate now, what of it? After wasting over a decade, he is but a half-waste. Indeed, the true threat to you, Princess, remains Xianxia." The maid hastily remarked, "Precisely. To become a genuine disciple, one must place in the top 10 during the palace examination. Especially if I wish to contend for the top position, Xianxia is likely to be my greatest rival," Li Wan'er stated. She regarded Xianxia with vigilance, yet completely dismissed Qin Beiluo. Although Qin Beiluo came from an illustrious family, she felt no inferiority. The disparity in their abilities and talents was even more pronounced. While the reasons behind Qin Beiluo's sudden ability to cultivate were unclear, she did not consider him a contender at all. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia proceeded together, swiftly arriving at the second stage of the palace examination. The crowd around them grew increasingly dense as more participants gathered. According to tradition, the first stage of the palace examination at Xian Academy was the Xian Great Array, a fact well known to all. However, the contents of the subsequent stages, second, third, and fourth, were not fixed. Thus, Qin Beiluo felt a burgeoning curiosity about the nature of the examination. As he gazed ahead, a vast expanse came into view, revealing a magnificent clock tower. Atop the tower stood a colossal bronze bell, towering twice the height of a person, adorned with ancient and intricate patterns that spoke of an age long past. The bell's surface bore the faint traces of rust. This is the illusion bell, one of the treasures of Xian Academy. At that moment, someone recognized the grand bell atop the clock tower and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, it is the illusion bell. It seems our second challenge is tied to this magnificent bell." The magnificent bronze bell, renowned far and wide, is a treasured relic of the Xian Academy, believed to be an artifact from ancient times, known as the illusory divine bell. Qin Beiluo understood immediately that the second challenge of the Academy's entrance examination revolves around this bell. Chapter 13. The Illusory Divine Bell. It is said that this bell is a precious heirloom from antiquity, having lost much of its original spiritual essence, yet remaining highly coveted. Beside Qin Beiluo, Xiaochani whispered softly, "I have heard that when this bell tolls, it produces a mental illusion that strikes directly at the souls of cultivators." Indeed, it appears to be so. Qin Beiluo nodded in agreement. As they conversed, an elderly woman clad in black appeared atop the bell tower. Her appearance was unremarkable, yet her demeanor was serious. She surveyed the numerous young cultivators before her, a satisfied expression gracing her face. "There are indeed many of you. It seems this year's entrance examination may yield some promising talents. Very well. Greetings, young aspirants. I am Li Xianxia, an elder of the Academy, responsible for overseeing this second challenge." The young cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. This black-clad woman was one of the esteemed elders of the Xian Academy. It is worth noting that the number of elders at Xian Academy is scarce, not exceeding 50 in total. Each elder possesses formidable strength, regarded as elite figures even in the Great Zhou. Li Xianxia continued, "The examination is quite simple. Shortly, I will strike the illusory divine bell. When the bell tolls, you will be plunged into various illusions. These illusions will conclude automatically, but should you fail to endure the trials within them, your souls will be harmed, resulting in immediate failure. I shall continue to toll the illusory divine bell. Those who can withstand 3 tolls will be deemed qualified. To endure 5 tolls signifies excellence, while enduring 8 tolls will earn you a perfect score in this challenge." Upon hearing Elder Li Xianxia's explanation, the crowd comprehended the gravity of the situation. Xiaochani then conveyed to Qin Beiluo, "Husband, it seems this challenge tests the cultivators' mental fortitude, or rather, their souls. Indeed, the nature of the illusory divine bell as assault is a direct attack on the cultivators' souls. The purpose of this challenge is evidently clear." Qin Beiluo concurred. The entrance examination comprises 4 challenges, each assessing different attributes. For instance, the first challenge, the Xian Grand Array, serves as a fundamental screening. This array evaluates the basic strength of the cultivators, requiring at least a foundation building stage to have any hope of success. Moreover, it is not merely any foundation building stage. A solid foundation is essential to have even a glimmer of hope. As for the second challenge, involving the illusory divine bell, it tests the mental resilience of the cultivators through illusions, specifically targeting their souls. The soul encompasses the three spirits: heaven, earth, and fate. Each individual possesses these three spirits, with the earth and heaven spirits often manifesting externally, while the fate spirit resides within. As a cultivator's prowess increases, so too does the strength of their soul. The more robust the soul, the greater the mental power. Cultivators at the Yuan, Ying, and Hua Shun stages can easily achieve astral projection, manipulating objects with their souls and causing death unseen. Furthermore, those with exceptionally powerful souls can even inhabit and control animals, be they cats, dogs, or even mythical beasts. As one's spiritual essence reaches a certain level, it becomes possible to refine one's divine manifestation and mystical abilities, allowing the soul to traverse the heavens and earth even in the absence of a corporeal form, and perhaps even to seize another's body for rebirth. Qin Beiluo collected his thoughts, realizing that this second trial was indeed a test of the cultivator's spiritual strength. The significance of the soul in cultivation is self-evident. Generally, the stronger the soul, the greater the potential, leading to smoother progress in the future. Qin Beiluo remained unfazed, for his Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique was remarkably comprehensive, capable of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to refine the physical body, while also honing the soul. This enabled Qin Beiluo's physical and spiritual strength to far exceed that of his peers in the same realm. Once the black-clad elder, Xianxia, completed her introduction, she declared, "Prepare yourselves, I shall begin to toll the bell." As she spoke, she waved her hand, condensing a brilliant radiance that surged toward the bronze bell. With a thunderous clang, the bell emitted a deep, resonant sound, its sonic waves enveloping everyone present. The crowd was jolted, their minds swaying under the impact. As the sound of the illusion bell reverberated, all were instantly drawn into various phantasms. Qin Beiluo was no exception. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a pitch-black and foreboding space. Is this the realm of illusions? Qin Beiluo pondered with vigilance, fully aware that any scenario could manifest within this illusion. Some faced assassination, others succumbed to temptations of beauty, while some endured the 8 sufferings of life. Each illusion presented a unique trial. Only those with resilient spirits could break free from the grasp of these illusions and not lose themselves within. At that moment, 2 ferocious roars erupted from the darkness, and as they thundered, 2 beasts, neither wolf nor tiger, bounded forth from the shadows. These monstrous creatures were several times larger than a tiger, measuring 3 to 4 zhang in length. Drooling thick saliva from their razor-sharp fangs, their cold, brutal eyes fixed intently upon Qin Beiluo. Narrowing his gaze, Qin Beiluo recognized that he was ensnared within a combat illusion. Only by vanquishing the 2 beasts before him could he escape this phantasm. Remaining calm, he summoned an ancient sword into his hand, infusing it with his true essence. The blade gleamed as it slashed toward the beasts, and in an instant, the air crackled with the intent of his sword, accompanied by the clear, ringing sound of metal as Qin Beiluo engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 creatures. Time became nebulous. Within the illusion, Qin Beiluo successfully defeated the 2 beasts, and back in reality, his body trembled slightly as he opened his eyes. Exhaling softly, he felt a slight heaviness in his head. Clearly, the exertion within the illusion had drained his spiritual energy. The longer he remained in the illusion, the more spiritual power he consumed, making it increasingly difficult to withstand the effects of the illusion bell. I felt as though I'd spent an hour within the illusion, yet upon emerging, I realized that only a brief moment had passed in the real world. Qin Beiluo contemplated. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed that others were gradually emerging from the illusion as well. Some appeared dazed, as if they had suffered a significant blow. Others had vacant expressions, their faces marked by fear and trepidation, and still others looked utterly depleted, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, silently retreating in resignation. In short, the cultivators were all, to varying degrees, affected by the illusion. After all, this illusion directly assaulted the soul, a matter of grave import. Generally speaking, cultivators who had not attained the nascent soul stage seldom practiced soul cultivation. Exceptional techniques like Qin Beiluo's Kunpeng 8 Desolation skill were rare exceptions. Qin Beiluo merely felt a slight heaviness in his head, experiencing only mild discomfort. However, most others felt as though they had been struck by lightning, their spirits drained, engulfed by a profound fatigue akin to several sleepless nights, utterly listless. Qin Beiluo cast another glance at Xianxia. She too had emerged from the illusion, her demeanor unchanged as she gazed back at Qin Beiluo. Upon seeing his bright eyes and composed demeanor, a unique brilliance sparkled in Xianxia's beautiful gaze. Her husband's soul was remarkably resilient. Even after breaking free from the illusion, he remained vibrant and seemingly unaffected, prompting her admiration. The trial of the spiritual illusion presented no challenge for Xianxia, but she had the advantage of her cultivation level. After all, as a transformation stage cultivator, both her physical and spiritual attributes far surpassed those of others, a testament to her overwhelming prowess. Yet, Qin Beiluo's awakening had only occurred a few days prior. How astonishing it was that the strength of his soul was so formidable, far exceeding that of his peers. At that moment, the elder in black, Xianxia, stood atop the bell tower, observing the reactions of the numerous cultivators below. She spoke in a calm tone. The first toll of the bell has concluded. I shall soon sound the second. Do not overexert yourselves, lest you bear the consequences. As she spoke, the elder paused for a moment. During this brief interlude, many cultivators hesitated and began to withdraw from the bell tower's domain, their souls wounded by the earlier illusion, their spirits in disarray and unable to persevere. The illusion conjured by the illusory bell was no trifling matter. Those with weakened souls could even face obliteration, resulting in immediate death. Nearly 1,000 individuals exited the bell tower, each wearing a furrowed brow and casting their eyes downward in lament. The entrance examination for the Zhou Academy was indeed exceedingly arduous, with tens of thousands of cultivators participating in each session, ultimately admitting only 3,000. Among them, genuine disciples were selected from a mere handful of 10, an overwhelming challenge. It is important to note that those who could participate in the Zhou Academy's examination were, for the most part, the young and talented from various states and counties of the Great Zhou, illustrating the fierce competition that lay ahead. After waiting for a moment to ensure that those who needed to withdraw had done so, Xianxia raised her hand once more, unleashing her energy to toll the illusory bell. The bell emitted a resounding thud, and the second chime echoed, summoning the illusion once again. Chapter 14. What cultivation level is Qin Beiluo, after all? Zhou. As the bell reverberated, Qin Beiluo was immediately engulfed by the illusion. The scene before him shifted rapidly. In the next moment, Qin Beiluo felt a gust of wind rush past his ears. Upon opening his eyes and focusing, a chill gripped his heart. He was plummeting at breakneck speed from a towering cliff. This illusion struck a chord of dread within him. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness and the fierce winds that howled around him filled Qin Beiluo with an acute sense of peril. Falling from such a height, his demise seemed inevitable. In the face of life and death, terror loomed large. Should he perish within this illusion, his soul would undoubtedly suffer irreparable damage. In that fleeting instant, Qin Beiluo concentrated his true spirit, unleashing waves of pure energy that coalesced into a formidable shield enveloping his entire being, akin to a fragile yet unyielding eggshell protecting him. With a thunderous crash, Qin Beiluo ultimately plummeted into the abyss, but his hasty reflexes had saved his life. He soon found himself submerged in a bottomless pool. The icy waters engulfed him, filling his lungs and inducing a sense of drowning that compelled him to struggle. The harrowing experience of falling from a cliff and battling the water left Qin Beiluo shaken. This trial of the illusion seemed to be dominated by a hostile natural environment. Indeed, after extricating himself from the water, he inexplicably faced another calamity, a fire. After what felt like an eternity, Qin Beiluo broke free from the illusion and opened his eyes once more. This time, he felt a slight heaviness in his head, yet overall, his spirit remained robust. Glancing around, he noticed that many cultivators could no longer withstand the trials and were withdrawing from the assessment, even with only the second toll of the bell. Numerous practitioners had already been eliminated. Good grief, he thought, experiencing such an illusion feels akin to enduring a fierce battle. I am utterly exhausted. Indeed, his eyelids felt heavy, and all he desired was to indulge in a restful slumber. You all carry on. I simply cannot endure any longer and shall withdraw for now. An increasing number of cultivators exited the trial, the mental fatigue brought on by the illusions rendering them incapable of enduring another toll of the bell. Qin Beiluo turned inward, assessing the condition of his spirit, body, and the energy reservoir within his dantian, confirming everything was in order before he felt reassured. My condition is quite satisfactory. Although my spiritual energy has waned somewhat, I believe I can withstand a few more illusions. Qin Beiluo mused. Just as he contemplated this, the enigmatic elder in black, Xianxia, waved her hand once more, striking the bronze bell anew. The deep, resonant chime of the illusionary bell reverberated within the hearts of all present, drawing them back into the realm of illusions. In an instant, Qin Beiluo was once again ensnared by an illusion. This time, the content of his trial revolved around the allure of beauty. As the name suggests, he was to navigate the temptations of enchantment. Within the illusion, Qin Beiluo faced the seduction of several stunning women, including a captivating fox spirit, a pure and charming maiden, and a sophisticated, alluring mature lady. Yet, Qin Beiluo resolutely adhered to his principles, resisting the temptations of beauty. Ultimately, as the illusion dissipated, he successfully withstood the third trial, overcoming the third toll of the bell. With a sigh, another illusion was obstructed, yet the pressure on his spirit had intensified, leaving Qin Beiluo with a throbbing headache. Having extricated himself from the illusion, he promptly assessed his condition and found that the burden on his soul had grown heavier. Fortunately, there were no signs of injury to his spirit. Such an affliction would be far more challenging to treat than ordinary wounds. After the tolling of the bell thrice, another group of cultivators was eliminated, escorted away by some disciples of the Ziyun Academy for healing or rest. A cursory glance revealed that the number of cultivators present had significantly diminished, now estimated to be fewer than 10,000. Above them, in the bell tower, an elderly woman cloaked in black surveyed the crowd, a faint smile gracing her lips. Remarkable. There are still so many who have passed the trial of the 3 bell tolls. Should you feel you have reached your limit, you may proceed along the mountain path to the next assessment. However, if you believe you possess additional strength, you may choose to face the illusion of the illusionary divine bell once more. Those who withstand 5 tolls shall be deemed excellent, withstand 8 tolls, and you shall achieve full marks. Having concluded her announcement, the elder awaited the crowd's decision. The cultivators fell into contemplation, gradually arriving at their choices. The majority opted to conclude the assessment and advance to the next stage, instantly rendering the area more spacious. Naturally, Qin Beiluo and Xianxia chose to remain. At that moment, Qin Beiluo noticed Li Qian and Li Wanner among the others, realizing they too had successfully navigated the trial and decided to stay. Li Wanner and Li Qian exchanged glances with Qin Beiluo, their surprise fleeting. How had Qin Beiluo managed to endure until now? Given that he had only recently regained his physical strength, it was puzzling how formidable he truly was. Brother Beiluo, you truly are a concealed talent. Your cultivation seems more formidable than I had anticipated, Li Qian remarked as he approached, astonishment evident on his face. Qin Beiluo offered a faint smile. His Kuanpeng Bahonggong possessed an additional ability, allowing him to obscure his aura, rendering his true level cultivation undetectable to others. Even Xianxia found it challenging to discern his precise strength, let alone Li Qian. It's merely a stroke of luck. I merely wish to see how many tolls I can withstand, Qin Beiluo replied. Li Qian nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Beiluo, you are too modest. Alas, it seems we shall be rivals from now on. My elders have urged me to vie for the true inheritance position at Ziyun Academy. I must give my all. Competing with you, Brother Li, is indeed a worthy challenge. However, I find this assessment rather dull. I long for a grand feast. I have heard that there are several renowned taverns atop Ziyun Academy's mountain, with delightful culinary offerings. Li Qian sighed, then shifted the topic to his favorite subject, food and drink. Unlike the Northern King, who had only Qin Beiluo as his sole heir, both the Eastern Sea King and the Southern Town King had numerous offspring, particularly the Eastern Sea King. Li Qian had many siblings, with fierce competition among them. If he aspired to inherit the family business or even the title of nobility, he needed to achieve commendable results. Thus, this entrance assessment held great significance for him regarding the true inheritance position at Ziyun Academy. Despite his inner reluctance, Li Qian felt compelled to compete. The Ziyun Academy opened its doors once every 3 years, admitting only around 10 true disciples, akin to the formidable challenge of passing the imperial examination. Naturally, the rewards of becoming a true disciple of Ziyun Academy were immense. In essence, should a true disciple of Ziyun Academy take up an official position in the Great Zhou dynasty. The prospect of being conferred titles and elevated to high office was certainly within reach. Qin Beiluo and Li Qian exchanged a few casual remarks when the elderly woman in black, Li Xianxia, began to ring the bell once more. Ding! The resonant chime reverberated across several miles, conjuring invisible sound waves. All the remaining cultivators were once again plunged into an illusion. After a while, the illusion dissipated. Qin Beiluo took a deep breath. His spirit remained resilient, though the sense of confusion in his mind intensified slightly, yet he could still endure. Soon the fifth bell tolled. Ding! The illusion struck again. After a brief moment, Qin Beiluo broke free from the vision and awakened. He had withstood the bell tolling 5 times. At this juncture, the elderly woman in black customarily inquired whether the young cultivators wished to continue. This time, a significant number chose to withdraw. To endure 5 bell tolls was already commendable in this assessment. If one could pass all 4 rounds of evaluation, becoming an official disciple or even an inner disciple was a tangible possibility. This was enough to satisfy most cultivators. Fewer than 1,000 remained on site. Qin Beiluo assessed his own condition. His mental state was passable, and the tenacity of his spirit exceeded expectations. The breakthrough of the first layer of the Kunpeng 8 Desolation art had endowed him with physical and spiritual strength far surpassing that of his peers at the same level. He anticipated that a breakthrough to the second layer would be even more remarkable. How exciting! Qin Beiluo mused. He was aware of the astonishing effects of the Kunpeng 8 Desolation art. Otherwise, he would not have managed to endure up to this point so effortlessly. Typically, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage would be utterly exhausted and dispirited after 5 consecutive illusions, yet he felt remarkably at ease. On the other side, both Li Qian and Li Wanner noticed Qin Beiluo's commendable state, their expressions tinged with surprise. Particularly, Li Wanner, while astonished, wore a frown of perplexity. What could be the matter with Qin Beiluo? Was he not a naturally inept body? Even if he were to cultivate anew, how powerful could he truly become? How could he withstand 5 bell tolls? It was utterly bewildering. Chapter 15. Surpassing the second challenge. Li Wanner furrowed her brow, her gaze fixated on Qin Beiluo, unable to comprehend the situation. In terms of status, both Li Wanner and Qin Beiluo were of noble lineage, being descendants of marquises, and they often interacted. Yet, while Li Wanner outwardly treated Qin Beiluo with courtesy and grace, deep down, she held a profound disdain for him. After all, he was merely a naturally inept individual. Besides his impressive appearance and the fact that he was the sole heir of the Northern Kingdom, he was hardly worthy of comparison with her. Yet now, the vene a fool heaplaus, nevowing heas. Even if he can cultivate normally and make considerable progress, what does it matter? After wasting over a decade, he is no longer my rival. While being able to withstand the illusions of the 5 phantom god bells indeed shows some strength, that is the extent of it. The lineage of the Northern King has long ceased to be a concern. However, with the addition of Qiuchani by Qin Beiluo's side, things have become rather troublesome. Well, if it comes to that, I shall simply let my brother intervene. Li Wanner thought to herself, retracting her gaze and no longer focusing on Qin Beiluo. Below the bell tower, Qin Beiluo felt a stir in his heart. In truth, he had been quietly monitoring Li Wanner's movements, sensing her discreet attention towards him. The system must have deemed Li Wanner as a woman of hostile fortune for a reason. If she is indeed a figure of opposing fate, does that imply that both she and the Southern King behind her harbor animosity towards me? This thought emerged in Qin Beiluo's mind. He had no time to ponder further, as the cloaked elder on the bell tower had begun to strike the bell. Clang! Another illusion emerged. Within this illusion, Qin Beiluo endured the trials of life, aging, sickness, and suffering, persevering for a considerable duration before ultimately breaking free. Upon escaping the illusion, he felt a profound exhaustion weighing heavily upon his spirit, his mind becoming increasingly muddled. After enduring 5 illusions, the burden on his soul intensified. A sudden chill coursed through Qin Beiluo, a sense of pressure settling in. With 2 more trials of illusion remaining, could he withstand them? He must endure. Consider it a refinement of the mind. The recurring crises within the illusions allowed Qin Beiluo to realize the significant strengthening of his mental fortitude, even enhancing the strength of his soul. Such continuous illusions posed a substantial test to his soul's resilience, thereby fortifying it. After a moment of waiting, several individuals could no longer bear the strain and chose to withdraw. The number of cultivators dwindled, leaving only a few hundred. The cloaked elder, Xianxia, struck the bronze bell once more. Clang! The illusion emerged again, and Qin Beiluo prepared himself with all his might. Time within the illusion stretched endlessly. Yet only a single incense stick's worth of time passed in reality. Qin Beiluo emerged from the illusion, gasping for breath, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His complexion slightly pale, yet his eyes gleamed with brightness. Indeed, it was becoming increasingly difficult. This was the seventh toll of the Phantom God Bell, and the pressure on my soul was immense. Qin Beiluo mused, his spirit burdened heavily, the weariness overwhelming. If he were to close his eyes now, slumber would surely claim him. My husband, are you all right? Please do not force yourself, lest your soul be harmed. A concerned voice reached his ears, Xianxia. Her exquisite features were marred by worry, having sensed that Qin Beiluo was not in optimal condition. Qin Beiluo conveyed through his thoughts, do not worry, I am fine. Merely a bit fatigued mentally. I can still endure. Just one more trial of illusion remains. With a firm resolve, Qin Beiluo determined to press on. Upon witnessing the unwavering resolve and demeanor of Qin Beiluo, Xianxia could only nod gently. This was the final illusion, and he must endure. I can no longer withstand it. You all come forth? Damn it, I withdraw. The majority of the participating cultivators lamented, their spirits taut and utterly exhausted from the relentless illusions, each opting to retreat. The crowd had dwindled significantly, leaving only a little over 100 remaining. Among them were Li Qian, Li Wan'er, and several familiar scions from noble families. This was quite reasonable, as Li Wan'er, Li Qian, and the others were indeed among the elite of their generation, possessing far superior cultivation resources than those from ordinary backgrounds. Their foundations were solid, and their prowess significantly surpassed that of their peers. As preparations concluded, a final signal was given. The voice of the cloaked elder resonated from the bell tower, alerting all. With the cultivators ready, and those meant to withdraw having done so, the elder struck the illusion bell one last time. The sound echoed, waves of resonance filling the air. The illusion unfolded in an instant, and Qin Beiluo sensed himself enveloped in the illusory realm. After what felt like an eternity, this round of illusionary trials was finally complete. In the midst of the crowd, Qin Beiluo suddenly opened his eyes wide, exhaling a heavy breath. His chest heaved, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, his back drenched. He had managed to endure. It had not been easy. Qin Beiluo murmured to himself, feeling an unparalleled fatigue weigh upon his spirit. His mind clouded, and his reflexes dulled. This was a sign of excessive spiritual depletion. Had it not been for his extraordinary resilience, he would have sustained damage long ago. Gathering his wits, Qin Beiluo surveyed his surroundings. Only a few dozen cultivators remained standing, most of whom bore pale visages and labored breaths. The final illusion had eliminated more than half of the participants. Ultimately, merely a handful remained upright, and among them, Qin Beiluo spotted Li Qian and Li Wan'er. Li Qian also noticed Qin Beiluo, his eyes widening in astonishment. Brother Beiluo, what is your situation? Have you fully restored your constitution and been concealing your strength all these years? Li Qian was bewildered. He had endured the majority of the illusions due to his early-stage, nascent soul strength, fortified foundations, and robust spiritual essence. Yet, what was the situation with Qin Beiluo? Had he not just restored his constitution days prior? Surely, his cultivation was at most at the foundation establishment stage. Li Qian was perplexed, truly astonished. The only explanation that came to mind was that Qin Beiluo had long since restored his constitution, merely hiding his strength throughout the years. Taking a deep breath, Qin Beiluo silently activated the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique, the pressure on his spirit gradually dissipating and his mental clarity returning. Brotherly, you jest. I have only been able to cultivate normally for a mere couple of weeks since restoring my constitution. Are you certain it has only been a matter of days? Not years. Li Qian questioned, skepticism etched across his face. Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. Indeed, just a few days. How peculiar. Li Qian sighed, shaking his head. In the distance, Li Wan'er suppressed her astonishment, quelling the tumult within. She realized she had underestimated Qin Beiluo. The depths of his concealment were profound. Enduring 8 realms of illusion was a feat that even I find daunting. His spiritual strength is remarkably formidable, she mused. In the bell tower, the elderly woman in black, Li Xianxia, spoke. Congratulations to all, you have successfully passed this stage of the assessment with remarkable performances. Please hold for a moment while I have your names recorded and your achievements noted. As she spoke, Several disciples from the Ziyun Academy stepped forward to document the names of Qin Beiluo and the others. Qin Beiluo exchanged a glance with Xiao Chani, both sharing a smile. Xiao Chani, having breezed through the assessment herself, felt invigorated to see Qin Beiluo succeed as well. Chapter 16. The Glutton. Beneath the bell tower, a refreshing mountain breeze swept through, mirroring Qin Beiluo's buoyant spirits. Successfully withstanding 8 realms of illusion and passing the second stage of the assessment filled him with delight. Thousands of cultivators participated in the second stage, yet only a handful, around 50, managed to navigate the 8 illusions. Beside him, Xiaochani softly remarked, "Husband, if you feel fatigued in spirit, you may consider taking a soul-nourishing pill or a spirit recovery pill." "Ah, thank you for the reminder, Chani." Qin Beiluo replied with a smile, retrieving a bottle of pills from his storage ring. It was indeed a soul-nourishing pill. As its name suggests, the soul-nourishing pill not only replenishes the spirit, but also mends minor spiritual injuries. Upon consuming 2 of the pills, Qin Beiluo felt a revitalizing surge. The heaviness in his mind dissipated, leaving him reinvigorated and devoid of fatigue. He even sensed that enduring the chimes of the illusion had fortified his spirit. Quite effective. Would you care for one as well? Chani? Without hesitation, he offered a pill to her. With a sweet smile, Xiaochani accepted the soul-nourishing pill. Nearby, Li Qian observed this exchange and grinned. "Brother Beiluo, might you share a soul-nourishing pill with me?" He spoke with a playful eagerness, clearly hoping to benefit. Qin Beiluo shot him a glance. The son of the East Sea King lacked for a soul-nourishing pill? Very well, take one. Though the soul-nourishing pill is considered precious among elixirs, it held little significance for Qin Beiluo, as he possessed several bottles in his storage ring. After consuming the pill, Li Qian laughed joyfully. "I certainly have plenty, but I forgot to bring them this time. Brother Beiluo, allow me to treat you to a meal." As he spoke, Li Qian produced a plethora of delicacies from his storage ring, creating a delightful feast. Instantly, the valley was filled with an enticing aroma, the fragrance of the food wafting through the air. Qin Beiluo paused, then smiled in admiration. "As expected of you." Li Qian retrieved no fewer than a dozen exquisite delicacies, even producing a redwood 8 immortals table from his storage ring, upon which he elegantly arranged the sumptuous feast. Qin Beiluo finally understood why Li Qian had claimed he had no elixirs on hand. It turned out his storage ring was entirely filled with food. With a grin, Li Qian enthusiastically introduced the offerings. "This is the floral dew brew from the Drunken Immortal Inn, and here we have the Dragoness Spring Rain Tea. The forget-me-not pearl chicken from the Minghua Tower, crispy pepper salt pastries, and jade crystal cakes, along with a few dishes I personally prepared. Come, let us indulge." As Li Qian recounted each dish with pride, Qin Beiluo raised his thumb in admiration. Xiaochan also appeared slightly taken aback, surprised to discover that the heir of the Eastern Sea King was indeed a true gourmet. The alluring aromas wafted through the air, lingering and tantalizing. The evidence of these culinary masterpieces drew the attention of many nearby cultivators, and Qin Beiluo could even hear the soft sounds of saliva being swallowed. "Come, taste this. It's my roasted chicken leg." Li Qian eagerly offered a golden-hued chicken leg to Qin Beiluo. The enticing scent of wood-smoked meat made one's mouth water. Trusting in Li Qian's culinary skills, Qin Beiluo took a bite of the roasted chicken leg, and the flavors exploded in his mouth. Juices filled his palate, and the meat was exquisitely tender, a delightful assault on his taste buds. As Qin Beiluo savored the chicken leg, a system notification chimed in his ears. The host's spiritual energy has increased. Kunpung Bong skill. Proficiency 2, proficiency 468100000. To think that eating a mere chicken leg could enhance one's spiritual energy. This was no ordinary dish. The ingredients must be extraordinary. Qin Beiluo realized this with clarity. "Well, what do you think?" Li Qian inquired. Qin Beiluo gave a thumbs up. "Incredible. Is this the Qingli County's light feather chicken? The meat is tender and succulent, imbued with spiritual energy. This is a royal tribute, and you have the audacity to roast it." Li Qian beamed with satisfaction at Qin Beiluo's praise. Truly, you are discerning. Brother Beiluo, this is indeed the light feather chicken, a gift of 10 from His Majesty to my father, which I raised in the royal residence. And it has now flourished into a small-scale farm. A quintessential foodie, Li Qian not only relished good food, but also enjoyed creating culinary delights. Unfortunately, few appreciated his culinary talents, but Qin Beiluo could be considered a kindred spirit in this regard. Nodding in agreement, Qin Beiluo acknowledged that Li Qian was indeed a culinary savant. Curious, Qin Beiluo asked, "Do you have any desserts or snacks?" "Of course. This is my homemade jade honey date cake. You must try it," Li Qian declared as he presented a box of pastries, showcasing a vibrant crimson hue and a rich aroma reminiscent of red dates, yet even more fragrant. "Jade honey date cake? Made from corn dates?" Qin Beiluo inquired as he accepted the offering and took a bite. The cake melted in his mouth, a delightful sweetness that lingered on his lips, perfectly balanced and not overly cloying. The jade honey date, a rare variety, is known for its ability to nourish qi in blood and strengthen the bones, and most importantly, it boasts a delightful sweetness with an enchanting fragrance. To this end, many wealthy merchants spare no expense in their pursuit. The spiritual energy within the host has increased. With the proficiency of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique reaching level 5, proficiency 47310000. Indeed, the mastery of this technique has once again progressed. After savoring a piece of jade honey date cake, Qin Beiluo handed the box of pastries to his companion, Xiao Chan, saying, "Chan, you adore desserts. Give it a try. It's quite delightful." Upon receiving it, Xiao Chan tasted a piece, savoring it carefully. Her eyes sparkled with appreciation, instantly elevating her opinion of Li Qian's culinary skills. Judging solely by the standard of his confectionery, Li Qian could easily serve as a pastry chef in any grand establishment in Linjing. Xiao Chan softly remarked, her voice like a clear spring, "The flavor is exquisite. The jade honey date cake is truly delicious." As she genuinely relished the cake, a sweet warmth enveloped her heart. For Qin Beiluo always remembered her preferences, knowing her fondness for desserts. General Qiu indeed possesses an appreciation for fine cuisine. Hearing Qiu Chan's praise, Li Qian's joy intensified, and he cheerfully urged, "Come, don't be shy. Indulge yourself. I've been starving." As he spoke, Li Qian began to feast heartily. Furthermore, he retrieved 3 Zeton wooden stools from his storage ring, inviting Qin Beiluo and Xiao Chan to sit and enjoy the delicacies. Qin Beiluo was astounded at how liberally Li Qian utilized his storage ring, deeming it somewhat wasteful. Li Qian devoured his meal with remarkable speed, though his manners were not unseemly. While relishing the food, he also critiqued it, articulating its merits and flaws with impressive professionalism. After a while, the trio had their fill and continued on their journey, uncertain of what the third assessment would entail. Li Qian appeared languid and disinterested, merely engaging in conversation. In contrast, Qin Beiluo speculated, the first assessment tests foundational cultivation, the second evaluates one's spirit, and I suspect the third pertains to intellect or comprehension. That seems quite plausible. Xiao Chan softly agreed. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived at the location for the third assessment. A crowd had gathered ahead, engaged in lively discussion. Qin Beiluo noticed a stone tablet in the distance, inscribed with the words comprehension of the Tao. Xiao Chan, with a slight parting of her lips, exclaimed, "It is the Tao comprehension stele. My husband, your guess was correct. The third assessment tests one's comprehension. The Tao comprehension stele." Chapter 17. The Tao comprehension stele. The stele before them towered 2 men high, bearing the bold characters comprehension of the Tao. Its surface was rugged and pockmarked, marked by the passage of time. Its age unknown. "This is the renowned Tao comprehension stele of Ziyun Academy," Qin Beiluo murmured. Beside him, Xiao Chan and Li Qian scrutinized the stele with keen interest, clearly having heard of its legendary status. Qin Beiluo continued in a hushed tone. "It is said that this Tao comprehension stele was left behind by the first president of Ziyun Academy. The inaugural dean shared an unbreakable bond with the founding emperor, and eventually, both transcended the mortal realm, leaving behind a tale of profound significance. The authority of the Ziyun Academy is vested in the title of dean. This first dean was an unparalleled figure of extraordinary cultivation, existing concurrently with the esteemed emperor of the great Zhou. It is said that the Stone of Enlightenment was left behind by him in his youth." Xiao Chan and Li Qian nodded in agreement, for they too had heard these legends. Li Qian murmured, "The Stone of Enlightenment, as its name suggests, was where the first dean of Ziyun Academy comprehended his magical arts in his youth, hence the name. However, it is said to be merely an ordinary stone, upon which the first dean inscribed his insights after attaining understanding, thus imbuing it with spiritual essence." Qin Beiluo nodded in acknowledgement. While the group engaged in discourse, they were suddenly greeted by a series of astonished exclamations from ahead. Following the sound, they beheld a young man clad in a dark robe, with a striking countenance, who shouted forcefully as he swung his fist. conjuring an ethereal black dragon that manifested in the air, accompanied by a haunting whistle that left the onlookers in awe. The Black Flood Dragon's Tiger Strike, an inferior-grade, Earth-level fist technique. It was no surprise that the son of the loyal Martial Marquis had reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm at such a young age, demonstrating remarkable aptitude as he grasped an Earth-level technique from the Stone of Enlightenment. Indeed, how enviable it is to comprehend an Earth-level method. His entrance examination score will surely be at least AB rank, and he may even be considered for apprenticeship by an elder. The crowd buzzed with admiration, their whispers rife with envy. Li Qian focused intently and muttered to himself, "Ah, it's that lad Wu Shiwei. It appears he has indeed gleaned an impressive technique from the Stone of Enlightenment." Qin Beiluo nodded in agreement. The Stone of Enlightenment sealed the techniques comprehended by the first dean of Xian Academy in his youth, available for future generations to discern. The stronger one's comprehension, the greater the techniques one could grasp from it. For instance, the son of the loyal Martial Marquis, Wu Shiwei, had unlocked an Earth-level technique. Qin Beiluo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the prospect. His own cultivation method, the Kunpeng 8 Desolation technique, was unrivaled, and he held it in high regard. Yet, his repertoire of techniques remained scant. If one were to liken cultivation methods to the internal martial arts of a wuxia novel, then techniques would correspond to martial stances. Fists, palms, legs, fingers, blades, swords, and various arcane arts abound, all accessible to cultivators. Although Qin Beiluo possessed the formidable Kunpeng 8 Desolation technique, his limited training time had hindered him from mastering many techniques. Thus, he found himself quite fascinated by them. Amidst the crowd, Wu Shiwei, the son of the loyal Martial Marquis, was surrounded like a star among the moon, basking in the praise and flattery of others, unable to suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. Qin Beiluo exchanged a glance with Qiu Chan and approached. At that moment, he noticed a woman clad in white standing before the Stone of Enlightenment. This woman appeared to be in her late 20s, with exquisite features, eyes like autumn waters, and an air of aloof elegance. The white garments she wore were adorned with a hint of purple cloud patterns, signifying her affiliation with the Purple Cloud Academy. The woman in white raised her gaze to the surroundings and, upon noticing the newcomers, reiterated the rules for the third phase of their entrance examination. "I am Lu Qingzhu, an elder of the Purple Cloud Academy, responsible for overseeing your assessment. The content of the examination is quite straightforward. All participants must comprehend the Insight Stone Tablet within a time limit of 3 days. Those who can grasp techniques of the Xian level or above within this period will pass. Those who can comprehend techniques of the Earth level or above will be directly admitted into the Academy as inner disciples. Should anyone achieve an understanding of heavenly level techniques, they will be granted the status of a true disciple, receiving significant cultivation support from the Academy." After this succinct explanation, Lu Qingzhu did not elaborate further. Qin Beiluo felt a stirring in his heart, instantly grasping the examination rules, yet he was somewhat taken aback. He was astonished by Lu Qingzhu, who appeared so youthful yet held the esteemed position of elder at the Purple Cloud Academy. Although cultivators possess the ability to maintain their youthful appearances, it was difficult to ascertain age solely based on looks. Nonetheless, Lu Qingzhu gave the impression of being quite young, likely not exceeding 30 years of age. The name Lu Qingzhu rang a bell. Suddenly, he recalled that she was the youngest elder of the Academy, having been the top true disciple of her entrance examination 12 years ago. Subsequently, her prowess surged dramatically, and within a few short years, she was promoted to the position of elder in a remarkable fashion. Li Qian exclaimed, and Qin Beiluo belatedly recognized this notable figure. Although he had previously been unacquainted with cultivation, Lu Qingzhu's reputation was widely known and her extraordinary talent was renowned. Her name was indeed unforgettable. He never anticipated that she would be the examiner for the third phase. Clad in snow-white garments, Lu Qingzhu stood beside the Insight Stone Tablet, drawing the captivated gazes of those around her. Many young male cultivators discreetly stole glances at her. Qin Beiluo averted his gaze and turned to converse with Qiu Chani. Qiu Chani whispered, "So it follows that if one comprehends Earth-level techniques from Insight Stone Tablet, they will directly become an inner disciple of the Purple Cloud Academy. It is no wonder that the person who just comprehended Earth-level techniques was met with such envy from the crowd." Techniques naturally vary in rank, categorized into 4 grades: Heavenly, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, with Heavenly being the highest and Yellow the lowest. Qin Beiluo nodded, So, if one's comprehension is sufficiently high, they can grasp heavenly-level techniques from the Insight Stone Tablet? How intriguing. Li Qian shook his head and sighed. Brother Beiluo, your words sound simple. But achieving heavenly-level techniques is no easy feat. My family's treasury holds countless secret texts on techniques. Yet we possess only 2 heavenly-level techniques, both of which are the lower grade. To my knowledge, over the course of several millennia, only a handful of individuals have managed to comprehend heavenly-level techniques from this Insight Stone Tablet. Those who can achieve such mastery are truly exceptional, the cream of the crop. As for me, I would be content to grasp even an earth-level technique. Li Qian's demeanor revealed a lack of grand ambition. His interests lay primarily in gourmet food, and he possessed a keen self-awareness. Despite his commendable talent, he believed it was an unrealistic dream to aspire to comprehend heavenly-level techniques. Brother Beiluo, General Qiu, allow me to take the first attempt at deciphering the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Li Qian volunteered, eager to grasp the art from the tablet. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia nodded in agreement, signaling for Li Qian to proceed. Chapter 18. Celestial Grade Techniques. Li Qian, brimming with anticipation, approached the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Despite the throngs of cultivators surrounding it, he managed to secure a favorable position, pausing to observe the tablet meticulously. In that fleeting moment, he fell into an enigmatic state, as if a shadow appeared before him, guiding him through the intricacies of the technique. My dear, how long do you think it will take Li Qian to comprehend? Xianxia inquired softly, a smile gracing her lips. Just moments ago, Lu Qingzhu had mentioned a time limit of 3 days. One must grasp the technique from the Enlightenment Stone Tablet within this period. Typically, however, it would not take nearly that long. A proficient cultivator could understand it in half a day, while those of exceptional talent might require no more than 2 hours. Of course, if the technique learned was unsatisfactory, one could continue to contemplate until the 3-day limit expired. Qin Beiluo remarked, "Do not be deceived by Li Qian's apparent indulgence. His cultivation talent is commendable, and his comprehension is sharp. I estimate he will yield results in under an hour." "Indeed, let us await the outcome," Xianxia replied. The two refrained from rushing forward to comprehend, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. Soon, others began to declare their insights, discovering various techniques. "I have comprehended it. A mid-tier Xian grade technique, the Cloud Dream Slaughter technique. Havasuksa. I too have attained understanding, yet alas, it is merely a yellow grade technique. The falling leaf finger. No, I must continue to ponder. Behold my superior Xian grade technique, the Dragon Capture Claw." The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with exclamations of joy and sighs of disappointment. Qin Beiluo observed intently, noting that most individuals only grasp Xian and Huang grade techniques, with few attaining the Earth grade, let alone the Celestial grade. After a prolonged wait, he finally witnessed 3 individuals comprehending Earth grade techniques, albeit all of them were of the lower tier. Why is Li Qian still silent? Qin Beiluo murmured to himself. After half an hour had passed, he saw no sign of movement from Li Qian. He stood as still as a statue, his eyes firmly shut. Moments later, Li Qian abruptly opened his eyes, excitement gleaming within them. With a sharp exclamation, he commenced demonstrating the technique without hesitation. At that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward him, prompting gasps from the onlookers, who instinctively turned their gazes in his direction, realizing he had grasped a formidable technique. It is Li Qian, the son of the king of the East Sea. What technique has this young prince comprehended? Given his aura, it must surely be of Earth grade or higher. Undoubtedly, the surrounding spiritual energy is converging upon him. The crowd erupted in astonishment as they witnessed Li Qian clenching his fists tightly, then suddenly launching a powerful punch toward the open space ahead. As he struck, the temperature in the vicinity plummeted, enveloping the area in an icy chill. Beside the Enlightenment Stone Tablet, the ever-expressionless Lu Qingzhu observed the scene, pursing her lips before speaking softly. Indeed, it is the Earth-level superior technique, Ice Essence Force. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, all eyes turning towards Li Qian with unrestrained envy. Ice Essence Force. This was indeed an Earth-level superior technique, the most formidable technique comprehended by anyone present. Li Qian, Aqualiplesa, acknowledged that the presence of the purple cloud grand formation significantly diminished the power of techniques unleashed within the Purple Cloud Academy. Nevertheless, the might of his punch remained astonishing. What a remarkable Ice Essence Force, truly deserving of its classification as an Earth-level superior technique. I am thoroughly satisfied with this visit to the Purple Cloud Academy. Li Qian laughed heartily, his joy evident as his eyes crinkled with delight. Immediately, well-wishers began to congratulate him, a chorus of compliments ringing out. Slightly smug, Li Qian exchanged knowing glances with Qin Beiluo and Xianxia, urging them to hasten their own comprehension. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia exchanged looks, with Xianxia smiling gently. "Shall I go first, my husband?" "Of course," Qin Beiluo replied. As Xianxia prepared to approach the stone tablet, she sensed an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy ascending into the sky, swirling in all directions, causing everyone to turn in bewilderment towards the center of the arena. This commotion eclipsed even the impact created by Li Qian, leaving them in profound shock. What was unfolding? In the midst of the crowd stood Li Wanner, her garments billowing gracefully as she opened her eyes, which shimmered with profound astonishment. She appeared ethereal, radiating an aura that instinctively compelled the onlookers to step back, their expressions a mix of confusion and awe. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes, sensing that Li Wanner seemed to have grasped an exceptionally powerful technique. At that moment, Li Wanner extended her delicate hand, her fingers dancing elegantly as they formed intricate hand seals. Upon completing her seals, she pointed towards the distant mountains shrouded in mist. Instantly, the sky darkened, the clouds collapsed, and a beam of golden light coalesced into the shape of a lotus, illuminating the heavens with a deafening roar. Such a terrifying display of power was truly heart-stopping. Was this some form of sealing technique? It appeared to embody the profound wisdom of Buddhist teachings. It might utterly fearsome. Could it possibly be heavenly level? It must surely be a heavenly level technique. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd before it erupted into fervent discussion. Some discreetly glanced at Lu Qingzhu, awaiting her assessment. Lu Qingzhu nodded slightly, her beautiful eyes reflecting approval. This is the heavenly level inferior technique, Lotus Treasure Seal. This technique was comprehended by the first dean after delving into the essence of Buddhism, possessing boundless power and extraordinary intricacies. Indeed, your talent is remarkable, and your comprehension is exceedingly rare. You are worthy of being a true disciple. Lu Qingzhu gazed at Li Wanner, secretly marveling at such a gifted individual. It seemed that during this assessment at the academy, this young lady not only ranked as a true disciple, but also harbored the potential to become the foremost among them. After all, throughout the thousands of years of the Purple Cloud Academy's history, few cultivators had attained comprehension of heavenly level techniques. Indeed, it was a heavenly level technique. Upon hearing Lu Qingzhu's words, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Beside Li Wanner, her devoted maid, Yin Ping, was beaming with joy, exclaiming, "Congratulations, princess! I knew you would undoubtedly master the celestial level techniques. Your position as the chief disciple is now firmly established." The Ziyun Academy was set to enroll 3,000 disciples, categorized into 3 ranks: ordinary disciples, inner disciples, and true disciples. Among them, only a scant few were true disciples, representing the elite of all students. The top-ranking true disciple would be recognized as the chief, akin to a champion scholar, an honor of immense prestige, highly valued by the Ziyun Academy. Attaining the status of chief disciple required more than mere cultivation. It necessitated innate talent, intellect, comprehension, physical prowess, and spiritual strength, each essential in its own right, making the selection process exceedingly rigorous and truly a case of the best amongst the best. Given Li Wanner's performance, it was indeed plausible that she would be chosen as this year's chief. In an instant, Li Wanner eclipsed Li Qian, capturing the attention of all present. Li Qian, though begrudgingly, could not help but acknowledge her superiority. In the crowd, Xianxia furrowed her brows, feeling discomfort as all eyes were fixated on Li Wanner. Li Wanner was one of the culprits responsible for the demise of both her and her husband. How could she bear to see her bask in such glory? Turning to Qin Beiluo, Xianxia proposed, "My dear husband, let us together contemplate the stone tablet." "Very well," he replied. They both disregarded Li Wanner and approached the stone tablet, gazing intently at the characters inscribed upon it. A profound sense of mystery surged within Qin Beiluo's heart. Chapter 19. Who is the first? Qin Beiluo scrutinized the stone tablet, where the characters for comprehension were etched with vigor, embodying a dynamic elegance. The initial founder of the academy, who had inscribed these words, possessed an extraordinary mastery of calligraphy, not merely in technique, but in the profound meaning conveyed through those characters. striking directly at the heart. Even after millennia, the formidable essence remained palpable. One could only imagine the terrifying prowess of that first director. When might he himself reach such a realm? Thoughts flickered through Qin Beiluo's mind before gradually settling into a state of calm and composure. As he meticulously observed the stone tablet, he fell into a state of profound insight. In that moment, it felt as though he and the very essence of nature were intertwined, granting him a unique understanding. Suddenly, a shadow manifested in Qin Beiluo's mind. This figure, tall and clad in flowing robes, was ambiguous in features, rendering it difficult to discern gender. The shadow lunged forward with sudden intensity. A chill ran through Qin Beiluo as he witnessed the shadow conjure a long sword, its brilliance erupting with a radiance reminiscent of thunder. Was this shadow the first director? Was he imparting sword techniques to me? This thought surged within Qin Beiluo's mind. He dared not underestimate the situation. As the shadow launched its assault, he evaded while keenly observing its techniques. Both Qin Beiluo and Xianxia were engrossed in their contemplation of the stone tablet, yet few paid them any heed. For all attention was captivated by Liwanner. To comprehend the celestial level techniques is a rare gift, indeed a rarity akin to a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Throughout the esteemed history of the Zhou Academy, such prodigies have been few and far between. Particularly, Liwanner possesses a remarkable appearance. While her figure may not be perfect, she is undoubtedly a beauty that captivates attention. On the surface, she wears a modest smile, yet internally, she revels in her pride. Her gaze sweeps across the crowd, settling upon Qin Beiluo and Xianxia. There is no need for Qin Beiluo to worry, but she ponders what level of technique Xianxia might grasp. Should it only be of the earth level, then victory shall undoubtedly be hers. Liwanner is in high spirits, feeling her chances of success are immense. Although her cultivation is inferior to that of Xianxia, she is acutely aware of her exceptional comprehension, and she possesses unwavering confidence in her ability to surpass Xianxia. In the arena, Qin Beiluo stands in a state of ethereal tranquility, motionless. Meanwhile, activity stirs near Xianxia. Li Qian approaches, positioning himself close to both Qin Beiluo and Xianxia to prevent any interference that might disrupt their enlightenment or covertly sabotage their efforts. Although such occurrences are rare, vigilance is still necessary. Li Qian's prior decision to engage in comprehension first stemmed from this very consideration, a silent understanding between him and Qin Beiluo. Within a radius of several miles, the spiritual energy suddenly surged toward Xianxia as if it had a will of its own. The energy flowed like a stream, converging into a torrent directed at her. It is indeed Xianxia. She has also grasped the technique. With unparalleled talent, she has long been renowned in the Northern Realm. It is said that 3 years ago, she had the qualifications to become a true disciple of Zhou Academy. Yet she declined their invitation in favor of honing her skills in the Northern Army. All eyes turned toward Xianxia, faces alight with anticipation. Surrounding her, the spiritual energy coalesces into a whirlwind, and she opens her beautiful eyes. At this moment, her fingers dance, forming intricate hand seals, which she then unleashes with a resounding clap. Onlookers gasp in astonishment, recognizing the familiar hand technique that mirrors the celestial level technique Liwanner had just comprehended. Indeed, Xianxia has grasped the lotus vase seal. Her fingers twirl gracefully, resembling the unfolding petals of a lotus flower, before she delivers a gentle yet powerful strike. A radiant golden light in the shape of a lotus bursts forth, the illusion exploding in mid-air, sending ripples of spiritual energy that compel the crowd to instinctively shield their faces and retreat, their hearts pounding with fear. Fortunately, Xianxia directed her strike toward the distant horizon. Had it been aimed at them, the mere thought sends shivers down their spines. Even Liwanner feels her heart race, a sense of foreboding washing over her as she fixes her gaze intently on Xianxia. To her dismay, Xianxia has indeed comprehended the lotus vase seal. Moreover, judging by the finesse with which Xianxia executes the technique, she appears to be even more adept than Liwanner, wielding it with greater power and ease. In comparison, Liwanner pâlit in contrast. This realization plunges her heart into despair. Beside the Enlightenment Stone tablet, Lu Qingzhu nodded in approval, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Though you too have comprehended the lotus treasure bottle seal, you have grasped a fragment of its essence. Your body is like crystal, your heart akin to a lotus. Both your inner and outer selves are luminous and unblemished. You must be Xianxia, whose illustrious name I have long heard. Indeed, the reputation is well-deserved. In this regard, your ranking should surpass Li Wan'er. Lu Qingzhu praised, her words notably more extensive than her usual brevity, indicating her profound appreciation for Xianxia. With a gentle smile, Xianxia replied, "Thank you for your kind words, Elder Lu." In terms of age, Lu Qingzhu was Xianxia's senior, and when it came to strength, Lu Qingzhu's prowess was more inscrutable. Among those present, only Xianxia had reached the transformation stage, granting her a deeper sensitivity to Lu Qingzhu's formidable presence. After a brief exchange, Xianxia's attention shifted back to Qin Beiluo, observing that he remained in a state of comprehension. Thus, she chose not to disturb him, instead opting to stand guard nearby. At that moment, Xianxia sensed a gaze upon her, an intuitive awareness suggesting it was likely Li Wan'er observing her. One could only imagine how incensed Li Wan'er must be, as few would anticipate that they were both comprehending the same technique. This was, after all, quite reasonable. Heavenly techniques are not as common as cabbages. Even within the Enlightenment Stone Tablet, the recorded heavenly techniques are scarce, numbering only 3 or 4. Therefore, similarities were bound to emerge. When Xianxia and Li Wan'er each demonstrated the Lotus Treasure Bottle seal, the distinction in their performances was stark, evident even to the untrained eye. Naturally, the outcome was one that rendered the less skilled quite embarrassed. Li Wan'er clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, betraying her inner turmoil and frustration. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, she managed a faint smile and approached Xianxia, saying, "Sister Qiu, how fortunate we are to have grasped the same technique. We must certainly engage in more exchanges and discussions in the future." Li Wan'er wore a sweet smile, her demeanor sincere, evoking immediate goodwill. How duplicitous, Xianxia thought, suppressing a cold laugh within. She had no desire to unmask Li Wan'er's facade of innocence, and replied coolly, "There is no need. I prefer solitary cultivation." Li Wan'er was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward rejection from Xianxia. Her smile faltered slightly, and she responded, "Very well, I shall not disturb you any longer." With that, she turned to leave. As Li Wan'er walked away, ire surged within her. Throughout her life, she had always been the center of attention, adored by many, particularly by men. When had she ever faced such neglect? Despite her outward smile, her heart simmered with jealousy towards Xianxia. Her brow furrowed in determination as she thought, this Xianxia merely obtained the same heavenly technique as I. Even if her performance exceeds mine through sheer luck, is still limited. I still have hope to surpass her in the 4th assessment." Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, she suddenly halted in her tracks. As she sensed the surrounding spiritual energy surging wildly towards the rear, the reaction was even more exaggerated than before. Li Wan'er, initially intending to depart, suddenly shuddered and turned her gaze back. There stood a figure, Qin Beiluo. Chapter 20, The Divine Sky Sword Art. It was he. Li Wan'er's pupils contracted, her expression a mix of surprise and complexity. She could hardly fathom that the cause of such an anomaly would be Qin Beiluo. Throughout, she had never regarded him as a rival, viewing him with complete disdain. But now, the spiritual energy coalesced into a vortex, gravitating towards Qin Beiluo. With him as the epicenter, the spiritual energy within several miles continuously flowed in, and he appeared to be a black hole, absorbing the energy into himself. At that moment, he remained in a meditative state, yet an irresistible aura emanated from him. Qin Beiluo's aura surged, the dense essence of true energy erupting uncontrollably. What profound, true energy! Is this the Golden Core stage? Not far away, Li Qian's mouth gaped in astonishment, a look of disbelief on his face. No, when I was at the Golden Core stage, my true energy was not this solid and substantial. This fellow actually. Li Qian never anticipated Qin Beiluo would possess such power. This must at least be the peak of the Golden Core stage. Achieving the Golden Core completion is not uncommon. Li Qian himself is in the early stages of a nascent soul. Yet the question remains, did Qin Beiluo really reach this level in merely a few days of recultivation? Li Qian thought Qin Beiluo would at most have attained the foundation establishment stage, but who knew he had already achieved Golden Core completion? In actuality, Li Qian was unaware that Qin Beiluo was merely at the mid-Golden Core stage, not yet complete. It was solely due to the extraordinary true energy he exhibited that Li Qian mistakenly judged his level. Li Wan'er fixed her gaze on Qin Beiluo. a flicker of shock and anger flashing in her eyes, quickly concealed. The spiritual energy gathered, thick as mercury. Finally, Qin Beiluo opened his eyes. At that moment, everyone couldn't help but look at him, all eyes on that tall figure in the arena. What kind of technique has this guy comprehended? Such an astonishing presence. Could it possibly be another celestial grade technique? What is happening? Wasn't it said that since the founding of Zhou Academy, only a handful of individuals had comprehended celestial grade techniques? How could several appear here all at once? Amidst their shock, the crowd couldn't help but feel the absurdity of the situation. Meanwhile, Qin Beiluo felt an immense sense of liberation, as if he had just awakened from a beautiful dream. In that dream, a shadowy figure had imparted a technique to him. He lost track of time in the dream, gradually comprehending the technique, and the moment he grasped its essence, it felt as if shackles within him shattered. Soon after, he finally awoke. Qin Beiluo opened his eyes, his physical body and spirit reaching their peak states. He glanced to his sides, meeting Qiu Chani's gaze, and exchanged a slight smile with her. Immediately, Qin Beiluo extended his hand and retrieved a sword from his storage ring. This sword, entirely resembling jade, was adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of gentle ripples, inscribed with two delicate characters, Ruo Shui. This Ruo Shui sword was a treasured artifact that Qin Beiluo had acquired from the royal treasury. Holding the Ruo Shui sword, its brilliance danced as he wielded it, the blade's radiance leaping forth as he slashed towards the empty space ahead. In the fleeting moment of his strike, the very fabric of the heavens shifted, the clouds above darkening ominously. Suddenly, amidst the murky clouds, thunder roared to life. The Ruo Shui sword crackled with electric energy, followed by a series of deafening thunderclaps. With a single stroke, the sword cleaved the air, and the lightning surged forth. The resounding thunder illuminated the land, a magnificent display that seemed to summon the very forces of nature, a spectacle of flashing lightning. Onlookers were taken aback, feeling the overwhelming pressure that enveloped the atmosphere. The power contained within the lightning, infused with the essence of the world, was enough to deter anyone from gazing directly at it. When cultivators reach a certain level of power, they must confront tribulations, with the thunder tribulation being the most formidable. Thus, cultivators often harbor a deep-seated fear of thunder, evoking immense respect and reverence. As the oppressive force surged, the crowd instinctively retreated, maintaining their distance from Qin Beiluo. Is this a celestial grade technique? It must undoubtedly be a celestial grade technique. What on earth is happening today? Are celestial grade techniques free of charge? He is the prince of the northern kingdom, Qin Beiluo. Wasn't this Qin heir said to be a natural-born waste? Now, not only has he cultivated, but he has also comprehended a celestial grade technique. Unbelievable, utterly unbelievable. The cultivators murmured among themselves. The brilliance of the Ruo Shui sword gradually diminished. By the side of the martial arts stone tablet, the composed Lu Qingzhu fixed her gaze upon Qin Beiluo, unable to conceal her excitement. You have actually comprehended the divine sky sword technique. This was a rare display of emotion from Lu Qingzhu. Qin Beiluo turned around, having heard her words, and nodded with a smile. Indeed, Elder Lu, I have fortuitously grasped the divine sky sword technique. Lu Qingzhu gradually regained her composure, centering her thoughts, her lips parting slightly. The divine sky sword technique. A celestial grade mid-tier sword art can summon the divine thunder from above, wielding boundless power. It is said that once mastered to a profound level, this technique can draw forth the thunder tribulation, illuminating the land like never before. Within this enlightenment stone tablet, there exist only 3 celestial grade techniques, with the highest being the mid-tier celestial grade technique, which is precisely this divine sky sword technique. Upon hearing Lu Qingzhu's explanation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They realized that within this enlightenment stone tablet, there were only 3 celestial grade techniques, the pinnacle being the divine sky sword technique. Thus, it was clear that Qin Beiluo had undoubtedly secured first place without question, a mid-tier celestial grade technique, surpassing even the Lotus Treasure Seal. At this, Qiu Chan's fair face lit up with joy, her bright eyes sparkling with delight. As for Li Waner, her complexion turned ashen, her gaze icy, struggling to conceal the tumultuous emotions within her heart. Qin Beiluo's performance continuously shattered her perceptions. First, he restored his physical condition. Next, he resisted the influence of the illusory divine bell. And now, he comprehended a heavenly level technique, leaving her utterly astounded. Fortunately, his cultivation was still at the golden core stage. Otherwise, the position of chief in this assessment would undoubtedly be his. Various thoughts flashed through Li Wanner's mind, and her mood plummeted to the depths. Lu Qingzhu paid no heed to the actions and expressions of others. She fixed her gaze on Qin Beiluo and inquired, "Are you Qin Beiluo, the son of the Northern Kingdom's king?" "Indeed, that is I," Qin Beiluo replied with a smile and a nod. "What guidance do you have for me, Elder Liu?" Upon hearing Qin Beiluo confirm his identity, a flicker of intrigue passed through Lu Qingzhu's eyes. It was evident that she was aware of Qin Beiluo's past as a naturally wasteful body. Lu Qingzhu said, "Since you have comprehended the divine sky sword technique, you shall rank first in this assessment and directly attain the status of a true disciple. Additionally, I have a proposition for you. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple and practicing alongside me? You have acquired the divine sky sword technique, and my primary focus is also swordsmanship, which may be of great assistance to you." Lu Qingzhu gazed at Qin Beiluo as she spoke. A stirring of emotions welled up within Qin Beiluo. He never expected that this exquisite beauty would extend an invitation to him. It is worth noting that Lu Qingzhu was the youngest elder of the Ziyun Academy, with an immensely promising future, and she was a prodigy with an exceedingly proud disposition. The fact that she would actively invite Qin Beiluo was truly astonishing. Everyone in attendance was momentarily taken aback before casting envious and jealous glances toward Qin Beiluo. Chapter 21, Astonishing. Lu Qingzhu was a legendary figure at the Ziyun Academy. She had joined the academy 12 years prior and quickly rose to become the chief true disciple among numerous students. Subsequently, her cultivation progressed at an extraordinary pace, earning her the recognition of many elders within the academy. Due to her exceptional potential and strength, she was exceptionally promoted to the status of elder by the current dean of the Ziyun Academy, making her the youngest elder in its history. While her position among the elders might not be the highest, and her cultivation perhaps not the strongest, she was undoubtedly the most promising and the most favored. Most notably, Lu Qingzhu had always been solitary and had never taken on a disciple. Her proactive invitation to Qin Beiluo underscored her regard for him. Qin Beiluo was somewhat surprised and astonished. He opened his mouth, about to speak, when another voice interjected. "Wait!" Accompanied by the voice drawing nearer, a figure swiftly flew in. Like a shooting star, dressed in black, it was none other than the previous assessment's head examiner, the black-clad elder Li Xianxia, originally intending to return to the academy after the assessment concluded. Li Xianxia happened to pass by the site of the third assessment just as she witnessed Qin Beiluo demonstrate the divine sky sword technique. Her heart trembled with shock, and upon hearing Lu Qingzhu extend an olive branch to Qin Beiluo, a singular thought surged through her mind. He must not be taken. Such a prodigious talent could not be allowed to fall into Lu Qingzhu's hands. Li Xianxia immediately spoke to intervene, turning to Qin Beiluo and inquiring, "You are the son of a northern king, Qin Beiluo?" "Indeed," Qin Beiluo nodded. Li Xianxia continued, "I am an old acquaintance of a northern king. In my youth, I traversed the northern realm, vanquishing demons and monsters, which has forged a connection with your family." "I see. It is an honor to meet you, senior," Qin Beiluo replied, bowing respectfully, maintaining a demeanor both humble and dignified. Li Xianxia nodded with satisfaction, stating, "I initially presumed your cultivation to be modest, planning to discreetly guide you. However, your prodigious talent is astonishing. Why not join my sect? I shall personally teach you. I have served as an elder at the Ziyun Academy for over 200 years and hold a respectable position. You need not worry about cultivation methods or resources. What do you say?" Qin Beiluo fell silent. Although he had his suspicions, he did not expect Li Xianxia to be so forthright, directly competing with Lu Qingzhu. As anticipated, Lu Qingzhu's brow furrowed as she coldly remarked, "Li Xianxia, what is your intention?" Li Xianxia replied with a serene smile, "Lu Qingzhu, we are both elders and possess the right to accept disciples. How can we allow you to monopolize such a gifted individual as Qin Beiluo? It would be better to give him the choice to decide for himself." Lu Qingzhu frowned in silence, her gaze fixed on Qin Beiluo, seemingly awaiting his opinion. The onlooking cultivators exchanged glances, overwhelmed by an indescribable astonishment. In an instant, Qin Beiluo had become the center of attention. Not only had he comprehended a celestial grade technique, but he had also drawn the interest of two elders vying for him. Both Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia intended to take him as their disciple. The gathered cultivators were astounded, whispering among themselves, Isn't it said that the son of the Northern King is born with a waist physique? What on earth is happening? Am I dreaming? It was evident that the rumors were untrustworthy. This young master of the Northern King possessed extraordinary looks and an ethereal demeanor, akin to a celestial being. How could he possibly be a waste? Ridiculous. Weren't you just claiming that the Northern King's son relied on treasures to reach this stage? They exclaimed incredulously. Enough of your nonsense. Young Master Qin had comprehended a celestial grade, mid-level technique, the pinnacle of mastery among the inscription stones. It was no wonder that both elders valued him. Such insight could undoubtedly elevate him to the heights of the Zhou Academy. As the crowd continued to speculate, some began to piece together the implications. Among the techniques inscribed on the stone, the most exceptional was the celestial grade, mid-level Xianxia sword technique. And it was the only one of its kind. Qiu and Li Wan'er had grasped celestial grade, low-level techniques, whereas Qin Beiluo had attained the celestial grade, mid-level Xianxia sword technique. What did this signify? It suggested that Qin Beiluo's comprehension was extraordinarily profound, given that the inscription stone did not contain any celestial grade high-level or supreme techniques. It was likely that he could have comprehended even more formidable techniques had they been available. His mastery of the Xianxia sword technique, a celestial grade, mid-level technique, stemmed from the fact that the highest level techniques available on the stone were indeed celestial grade mid-level. It was akin to an examination where others achieved remarkable scores of 90, while he alone grasped the most advanced technique. Qin Beiluo, on the other hand, achieved a perfect score of 100. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the examination was only graded out of 100 points. It is no wonder that the two elders extended their olive branches, eager to take him under their wing. Not only were the onlookers abuzz with discussion, but figures such as Qiu, Li Qian, and Li Wan'er also wore expressions that varied greatly. Particularly, Li Wan'er, whose jealousy was palpable. As Qin Beiluo glanced at Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia, he noticed both gazing at him with eager anticipation. In an effort to avoid offending either party, he replied, Elder Li, I am grateful for your invitations. However, as I am new to the Zhou Academy and still unfamiliar with this place, and considering that the assessment is not yet complete, I believe it would be wiser to wait until the conclusion of the examination before making my decision. With the assessment still ongoing, Qin Beiluo felt no urgency to choose an elder as his mentor. Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia exchanged glances. Lu Qingzhu replied nonchalantly, very well. My eagerness was perhaps premature. This is indeed a prudent approach. The fourth stage of the assessment would be presided over personally by Director Zhou, and we elders shall observe as well. Qin Beiluo, we shall meet again then. Li Xianxia nodded in agreement. Their response indicated respect for Qin Beiluo's decision. Yet, both Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia understood that should Qin Beiluo shine during the fourth stage, the competition for his attention would likely extend beyond just the two of them. Alas, such an extraordinary talent could not remain concealed for long. It would inevitably attract the eyes of many. They resolved to wait until the conclusion of the assessments before vying for his favor. Determined, both Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia contemplated the prospect of accepting him as a disciple. Li Xianxia offered a slight nod to Qin Beiluo. Then her figure flickered and she vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lu Qingzhu maintained her cool demeanor and continued to oversee the assessment. Qin Beiluo exhaled softly, glancing at Qiu with a hint of a smile. Chani, have you comprehended the magical arts? Recently awakened from his meditative state, he was unaware of prior events. Qiu smiled gently, moving closer to him, and whispered, yes, she recounted the events that had transpired, including the fact that both Li Wan'er and she had grasped the low-grade heavenly technique, the Lotus Treasure Bottle Seal. Qin Beiluo was surprised to learn that Qiu had, like Li Wan'er, comprehended the same technique. In a telepathic exchange, Qiu remarked, although Li Wan'er appears calm on the surface, she is likely seething with rage inside. Your mastery of the divine sky sword technique rightfully places you as the first in this round of assessments, completely overshadowing her. Qiu smile was radiant, tinged with a hint of pride, exuding an expression of admiration for her husband. Chapter 22. Who is the shadowy figure? Seeing Qiu adorable expression made Qin Beiluo smile in return. He had not anticipated that both she and Li Wan'er had mastered the same technique. Curiosity piqued. He suddenly wished to witness Li Wan'er's reaction. Scanning the crowd, his gaze settled on Li Wan'er, who, at that moment, had her back to him and was hastily making her way forward, seemingly attempting to escape the scene. Sensing the gaze of Qin Beiluo, Li Wan'er instinctively turned her head, their eyes converging for a brief moment. In that instant, Qin Beiluo discerned a flicker of anger and embarrassment within her eyes. However, Li Wan'er quickly masked her emotions, offering a slight nod to Qin Beiluo before turning away. To Qin Beiluo's surprise, her loyal mate also managed to pass through this encounter, trailing closely behind her. With a smile, Qin Beiluo communicated telepathically, noting Li Wan'er's composure. On the surface, she appeared untroubled. Yet, given her cunning, it was evident that she was keenly aware of the situation. One could only imagine the vengeful thoughts swirling in her mind at that moment. Xianxia, also communicating through thought, had long seen through Li Wan'er after her rebirth. Qin Beiluo replied with a smile, reflecting on the intensity of Li Wan'er's current thoughts of vengeance, suggesting that the final challenge would be a formidable trial for her. Uncertainty loomed over what the last assessment might entail, if it were to pertain to cultivation strength. He felt confident in his ability to suppress Li Wan'er. Xianxia conveyed her confidence regarding the third challenge, which involved the comprehension of the Tao steel, a test of one's perceptiveness. Talent manifested in various forms. Some possessed unique bone structures or exceptional physiques, allowing for rapid cultivation, while others had remarkable souls, enabling them to excel in soul-related techniques. Additionally, there were those with heightened understanding, capable of swiftly advancing in their practices. Such attributes were vital on the path of cultivation. Prior to this, the Zhou Academy had already assessed numerous aspects, including foundational cultivation and soul strength, leaving the nature of the fourth challenge shrouded in mystery. Qin Beiluo raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly, my wife is formidable. General Qiu exudes power and grace." Xianxia's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink as she playfully shot him a reproachful glance. It was only then that Li Qian approached them, letting out a sigh of astonishment. "I must say, Brother Beiluo, you have truly surprised me by comprehending a heavenly level technique. I expected to be the one in the spotlight this time, yet here you all are, outshining one another," he remarked. Qin Beiluo shrugged, responding, "Brother Li, your ability to grasp an Earth-grade superior technique is commendable in its own right." Li Qian quickly countered, "Hearing your words of consolation is less satisfying than I anticipated. After all, you have mastered the divine Shaojian formula, summoning the thunder of the heavens. Such a feat is simply enviable." His eyes sparkled with admiration as he spoke, nearly drooling at the thought. While Li Qian wasn't particularly passionate about cultivation, the rarity of such techniques was undeniable. He sighed once more, adding, "Moreover, Brother Beiluo, you have concealed your progress remarkably well. You claim you haven't fully restored your physique, yet you've clearly reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage in just over 10 days. Qin Beiluo chuckled, choosing not to elaborate further on the matter. Curiosity piqued. Li Qian inquired, "Brother Beiluo, General Qiu, what scene did you encounter within the Tao steel?" He then described his own experience. "During my comprehension, it felt dreamlike, as if I were in a world encased in ice, with an extreme chill permeating the atmosphere. Subsequently, I found myself in a frigid cavern, where I discovered the technique ice soul force inscribed upon the walls." Qin Beiluo felt a stirring in his heart, realizing that each person's fate is uniquely different. "How intriguing," Xianxia softly remarked. "After my contemplation, I envisioned the ethereal form of a bodhisattva, seemingly imbued with supreme power, akin to a divine being. During a fierce battle with a malevolent entity, she wielded a lotus vase to vanquish the foe. This resonated with me, leading to my understanding of this technique." Qin Beiluo murmured to himself, comprehending the process through which Xianxia attained her insights. At that moment, both Xianxia and Li Qian turned their curious gazes toward Qin Beiluo. Li Qian, more straightforward, inquired, "Brother Beiluo, what about you? How did you grasp your technique?" After a moment of reflection, Qin Beiluo replied, "My realization came through a shadowy figure who imparted wisdom to me and demonstrated the Xianxia sword technique. However, this shadow bore a striking resemblance to the founding dean of Zhou Academy. Could it be the spiritual projection of the founding dean himself, personally teaching you?" Li Qian gasped in astonishment. Qin Beiluo pondered, "I cannot say for certain. The shadowy figure was rather indistinct, merely a human silhouette, so I can only speculate." Li Qian, filled with envy, exclaimed, "If it truly is the spiritual projection of the founding dean, that would be extraordinary. To receive teachings directly from him is a dream cherished by many." Qin Beiluo reflected deeply. That shadow, he surmised, could indeed be the founding dean of Zhou Academy. If so, this matter became increasingly fascinating. It appeared that the Xianxia sword technique was exceptional, while other techniques manifested various phenomena. His understanding of the Xianxia sword technique came through what seemed to be the spiritual projection of the founding dean himself. Perhaps this technique was even more remarkable than he had imagined. Coupled with Lu Qingzhu's demeanor, Qin Beiluo became increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. He resolved to delve into it further when he had the opportunity. Meanwhile ahead, Li Wanner left in silence, her pace brisk as she struggled to suppress the unnamed fire within her heart, her visage cloaked in a layer of frost. The nearby maid, Yinping, observed Li Wanner's demeanor with unease, having never witnessed her mistress so incensed before. Yinping gently said, "My lady, please do not be angry. That Qin heir was merely fortunate. How could he possibly compare to you?" Before she could finish, Li Wanner interrupted coldly, silence. Qin Beiluo's ability to resume his cultivation, his success in the entrance examinations, and his comprehension of the Xianxia sword technique from the Stone of Comprehension. Do you still believe it to be mere luck? Yinping fell silent, taken aback by Li Wanner's icy gaze. Underestimating an opponent brings one perilously close to death, Li Wanner warned. Yinping, startled, quickly responded, "Yes, I shall heed your counsel." "My lady." Li Wanner had already sensed the changes occurring within Qin Beiluo, fully understanding that he had undoubtedly encountered some fortuitous opportunity, allowing him not only to restore his cultivation, but to soar to unprecedented heights. It can be said that Qin Beiluo has now become her rival, posing a significant obstacle to her assessment within the manor. Li Wanner remarked calmly, "There is no need to belittle one's opponent, nor to fear them." Although Qin Beiluo possesses exceptional comprehension, his cultivation remains his Achilles heel. With the impending fourth assessment, should it pertain to cultivation, he shall still be unable to surpass me. However, my greatest competitor remains Xianxia. Despite her growing regard for Qin Beiluo as a contender, her primary adversary in her heart continues to be Xianxia. For all his remarkable insight, Qin Beiluo's limited cultivation is a glaring shortcoming. The chasm between the golden core and the nascent soul stages is vast, especially considering that Li Wanner is already at the mid-nascent soul level. In her mind, Xianxia remains the most formidable opponent. Chapter 23. The great figures of Ziyun Academy gather. The assessment at the Stone Tablet of Enlightenment has concluded. Yet, the cultivators, including Qin Beiluo, did not depart. Instead, they lingered before the tablet, awaiting the next phase. The assessment at the Stone Tablet persisted for a full 3 days. Qin Beiluo patiently awaited the conclusion of the evaluations before proceeding to the fourth test. Although the assessments at Ziyun Academy are divided into 4 stages, most disciples only need to endure the first 3. For those who pass the 3rd stage of the Stone Tablet, they are deemed adequate to join as ordinary disciples of Ziyun Academy. The 4th stage, however, is reserved for those who have comprehended Earth-level techniques during the Stone Tablet assessment, or those who have excelled in the first 2 stages. In the arena, the cultivators, after contemplating the tablet, were filled with profound emotions, sighing deeply. Their expressions varied. Some were ecstatic, others remained composed, while many bore sorrowful visages, unable to conceal their disappointment. The majority among them faced elimination. With nearly 100,000 participants in the entrance assessment, only around 3,000 would ultimately gain entry to Ziyun Academy, underscoring the arduousness of the endeavor. Alas, the difficulty of the Ziyun Academy assessment is overwhelming. Indeed, perhaps I shall return in 3 years. I can afford to wait. For me, it is impossible. The maximum age for participation is 20. Alas, I shall have to try my luck at the State Academy. Voices of lament echoed among the crowd as a group of cultivators departed in despondency. Soon after, disciples of Ziyun Academy began to file in, registering those who had successfully passed the assessments. Those who passed normally would become ordinary disciples, while those with exceptional performances would qualify for the 4th stage. Qin Beiluo, Xianxia, Li Qian, and others naturally belonged to the latter group. A cursory glance revealed that approximately 100 individuals were eligible for the 4th stage. What exactly this 4th assessment entails piqued Qin Beiluo's curiosity, and he found himself increasingly anticipating it. With that, the 3rd stage assessment was entirely concluded. Lu Qingzhu gently parted her lips to announce, "Disciples qualified for the 4th stage assessment, please ascend the mountain to Xin Hall, where the 4th assessment will be personally overseen by Dean Zhou." Upon her declaration, excitement surged among the crowd. Zhou Fenglai, the esteemed dean of Ziyun Academy, is indeed a legendary figure, one of the foremost cultivators of the Great Zhou. It is surprising that he personally presides over the fourth round of assessments, indicating the Academy's profound commitment to this evaluation. Please proceed, Lu Qingzhu announced, casting a lingering glance in the direction of Qin Beiluo before gracefully departing. The disciples, including Qin Beiluo, began to act in accordance with their respective paths. Those who could not participate in the fourth round of assessments were led by senior disciples of the Academy to receive their identity tokens, officially becoming disciples of Ziyun Academy. Meanwhile, Qin Beiluo ambled up the mountain towards Yun Hall, the main hall of the Academy situated at the summit. Accompanied by Qiu Chan and Li Qian, Qin Beiluo ascended the mountain, appreciating the picturesque scenery along the way. Seizing a moment of tranquility, he quietly activated the Kunpeng 8 desolation technique to attune himself to his internal state. Prior to participating in the fourth round of assessments, it was imperative for Qin Beiluo to optimize his condition. Soon after, he retrieved a vial of tiger bone pills, known for their nourishing properties that enhance the practitioner's vital energy, allowing for the refinement of internal spiritual energy and the purity of true essence. Qin Beiluo began to consume the pills, 1, 2, 3, and then 8. As he did so, he was greeted by a continuous stream of notifications, indicating that his proficiency in the technique was steadily increasing, surpassing 1,300 points. Excellent progress, Qin Beiluo mused, satisfied with his proficiency reaching its peak for the day. Through the consumption of elixirs and spiritual items, he could replenish a maximum of 300 proficiency points daily. With over 1,300 points amassed, he had already achieved more than 1/10 of the required 10,000 points for the second tier of the Kunpeng 8 desolation technique. At this rate, he anticipated a breakthrough within 20 days. Observing Qin Beiluo's actions, Li Qian was left in stunned silence, his mouth agape, eyes wide with astonishment. Beiluo, what are you doing? Consuming so many pills. Aren't you afraid of bursting your body? He exclaimed in alarm. Typically, cultivators would worry about their ability to digest 1 or 2 pills. Yet Qin Beiluo seemed to treat them as mere candies, an exaggeration that left Li Qian genuinely concerned for his friend's well-being. With a reassuring wave of his hand, Qin Beiluo replied, Li, there is no need for concern. My constitution is unique. This is my method of bodily recovery. Such a unique constitution. Li Qian marvelat. So your previous underwhelming performance was due to this special constitution not yet awakening? Indeed, Qin Beiluo nodded. Li Qian was astonished. Then you certainly possess an extraordinary constitution, one that is exceedingly rare. He understood the potential terror of Qin Beiluo's unique trait. He was aware that tiger bone pills were quite effective even for golden core stage cultivators. If it were Li Qian, he could manage to consume at most 3 before needing to digest their effects before taking more. Yet here was Qin Beiluo, swallowing 8 at once, almost as if he were consuming them by the bottle. Truly remarkable. Qin Beiluo smiled silently as a few individuals ascended the mountain, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the Ziyun Hall. The area was shrouded in ethereal mist, occasionally revealing the cries of celestial cranes, while white apes climbed the towering trees in the distance. In the forest and the mountain streams, one could also spot spirit deer darting about amidst the abundant treasures of nature, reminiscent of a fairyland. Qin Beiluo distinctly sensed that the spiritual energy surrounding him was far denser than that outside. Cultivating here would undoubtedly be akin to a fish in water, with rapid progress. Truly, this was a land of immortals, he mused. Gradually, all the disciples participating in the fourth round of assessments had assembled, waiting outside the Ziyun Hall. The grand crimson doors remained firmly shut, while on either side of the hall stood hundreds of disciples from the Academy, observing Qin Beiluo and the others as they awaited the fourth round of evaluation. After approximately 2/4 of an hour, a sound finally echoed, and the doors of the Ziyun Hall swung open. A voice, indistinguishable in gender, emanated from within. Director Zhou has arrived. Disciples participating in the fourth round of assessments, please enter the hall. Upon hearing this, Qin Beiluo and the others filed in. The interior of Ziyun Hall was vast, spacious enough to accommodate hundreds without feeling cramped. Inside, around a dozen profound cultivators were either standing or seated, scrutinizing Qin Beiluo and his companions. These individuals were all esteemed elders of the Ziyun Academy. Upon a cursory glance, Qin Beiluo discerned 13 of them. While the Academy boasted dozens of elders, many were often in secluded cultivation, some roamed the seas, and others guarded the borders, leaving only a handful present within the academy. The presence of 13 elders for this assessment underscored its significance. At the forefront stood an elegant middle-aged man with a long beard, exuding an aura of scholarly wisdom, smiling gently at the assembly. This man was Zhou Fenlai, the highest decision-maker of the Ziyun Academy, and a prominent figure in the cultivation realm of the Great Zhou. Such a gathering could be likened to an assembly of titans. Chapter 24. The Primordial Treasure Mirror. The elders of the Ziyun Academy, including Director Zhou Fenlai, were assessing the over 100 young cultivators before them, who perhaps represented the future of the academy. Zhou Fenlai's smile was warm and exuded the demeanor of a venerable elder. He addressed the assembly. Congratulations to all of you for reaching this final assessment. Even if your results do not meet expectations, you may still become inner disciples. There is no need for anxiety. His words seemed to possess a soothing power, alleviating the tense atmosphere among the crowd. Qin Beiluo understood that merely reaching this final stage meant that even less than ideal results would still grant them the status of inner disciples. Should their performance be exceptional, they would naturally ascend to the esteemed rank of true disciples. The true disciples of the Ziyun Academy enjoy a prestigious standing throughout the Great Zhou, with many dignitaries in the imperial court and generals on the battlefield having once been true disciples of the academy. Thus, even Li Qian, the son of the king of the East Sea, was urged by his family to aspire to become a true disciple of the Ziyun Academy. Having become a true disciple of the Ziyun Academy, one can expect a promising future in the flourishing Zhou. Qin Beiluo took a deep breath, casting his gaze over Zhou Fenlai and then towards the elders by his side, spotting the familiar figures of Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia. Zhou Fenlai then remarked, "To ensure fairness and justice in the assessment of the fourth challenge, I shall personally oversee this evaluation, accompanied by 13 observing elders. The fourth challenge, in essence, is rather straightforward. It is designed to test your comprehensive talents." Comprehensive talents? A flicker of intrigue danced in Qin Beiluo's mind. The others also appeared somewhat taken aback. They had anticipated various assessments related to cultivation levels or practical combat, but to their surprise, it was to gauge their innate abilities instead. However, what exactly did comprehensive talents entail? As everyone pondered this, Zhou Fenlai made a motion, stating, "Our Ziyun Academy possesses numerous spiritual treasures, one of which is a paramount legacy left by the founding dean, known as the Hunyuan Mirror." The Hunyuan Mirror. Qin Beiluo squinted slightly. He had indeed heard of this legendary artifact. It was said to have accompanied the founding dean for the longest time, shrouded in myth since the establishment of Ziyun Academy, and was preserved by successive deans. Yet, the specific functions and mysteries of the Hunyuan Mirror remained unknown to outsiders. Upon hearing its name, the crowd's curiosity was piqued, all eyes fixed eagerly on Zhou Fenlai. The elders, however, exhibited peculiar expressions upon hearing the name of the mirror. Zhou Fenlai stroked his beard with a smile and waved his hand, revealing an ancient copper mirror in his grasp. The mirror was adorned with exquisite engravings, every detail meticulously crafted. Its surface was smooth and emanated an aura of profound mystery, clearly a precious artifact. At that moment, a large eye suddenly opened on the mirror's surface, round and distinct, exuding a powerful presence that gazed intently at the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over them. There was indeed an eye on the Hunyuan Mirror. Qin Beiluo was equally astonished, exchanging a glance with Xiao Chan, both reflecting mutual surprise. "Damn it, Zhou Fenlai, you old rascal, you finally let me out. I've been suffocating in your bag." The mirror spoke, its eye displaying a hint of impatience. Zhou Fenlai's smile faltered, his lips twitching. The other elders wore expressions that suggested they were stifling laughter. The mirror continued, grumbling, "Last time you promised to nurture me with purple qi, but what did I get? Nothing at all. Just wait. Don't let me catch the chance to run away." "Cough, esteemed one. There are unforeseen circumstances," Zhou Fenlai hastily replied, engaging in conversation with the mirror. He addressed the Hunyuan Mirror with utmost respect, referring to it as esteemed one. This artifact, a legacy from the founding dean, predates Zhou Fenlai himself, making the title quite fitting. Qin Beiluo and the other cultivators were left in a state of bewilderment. The primordial treasure mirror had unexpectedly developed self-awareness, truly a remarkable artifact. However, its demeanor was rather difficult to articulate. It resembled a rogue or a thug, as Qin Beiluo silently critiqued. The primordial treasure mirror incessantly hurled insults. "I don't believe you. Humph. Last time you deceived me by promising to treat me to the misty purple qi, yet I received nothing. This time, don't even think about getting my assistance. Zhou Fenlai's expression stiffened, his face dark as coal. Senior. Unperturbed, the primordial treasure mirror continued its tirade. Its crude language was peppered with expletives, and its delivery was shockingly abrasive, leaving Qin Beiluo speechless. Wasn't this treasure supposed to be a legacy from the first generation's Dean? Was this all it amounted to? At that moment, Zhou Fenlai's expression turned serious. He suddenly drew an ancient sword, its blade aimed threateningly at the incessantly cursing primordial treasure mirror. The mere presence of the sword compelled the mirror to silence, its bravado instantly vanquished. The atmosphere felt as though it had been drained of all sound, enveloped in a profound stillness. Zhou Fenlai appeared satisfied. He then addressed the mirror. Senior, I require your ability to perceive all things, to assess the talents of these new disciples. Upon completion, I shall grant you 2 portions of misty purple qi. That is more like it. Very well. I shall trust you once more, the primordial treasure mirror replied with a cold snort. As it spoke, the mirror widened its singular eye, its gaze roving over the assembled disciples. Zhou Fenlai cleared his throat and spoke to Qin Beiluo and the others. Fear not, dear disciples. This primordial treasure mirror, though it possesses a rather peculiar temperament, is a rare treasure imbued with spirit, having accompanied the first dean for many years. It is knowledgeable and possesses the ability to perceive all things. It can discern your physical constitution, root quality, and potential, and even determine which cultivation methods or techniques are best suited for you. If you receive a commendable evaluation from the esteemed mirror, you may earn a place among the true disciples. His words ignited a spark of anticipation in the onlookers, who turned their gazes toward the mirror. Although its words were unreliable, it was nonetheless an artifact that had attained sentience. In the entire Zhou and even the broader Xianxia realm, how many such treasures existed? At that moment, the primordial treasure mirror shimmered with radiant light. It fixated its gaze on one particular disciple. The chosen disciple felt an invisible pressure, as if all their secrets were laid bare under the mirror's scrutiny, leaving them utterly exposed. Subsequently, the mirror proclaimed, this individual possesses no special constitution, with a root quality of average caliber and slightly lacking comprehension. Under my illumination, they appear alarmed, indicating a somewhat fragile will. In summary, I assess their talent as C rank, barely qualifying for the intersect. The primordial treasure mirror categorized the cultivator's talents into 4 ranks: A, B, C, and D. As a treasure endowed with intelligence, its standards were exceedingly high in its eyes. A C-rank talent was already a coveted achievement beyond the reach of many. Zhou Fenlai nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The disciple's complexion was slightly pale, yet he was truly convinced and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Dean." With a respectful gesture, he stepped back. Although he had not attained the status of a true disciple, being accepted as an inner disciple was already a source of great satisfaction for him. Subsequently, the Hunyuan mirror continued to assess several individuals, accurately perceiving their innate qualities and comprehension, leading them to acknowledge its authority. Indeed, the Hunyuan mirror possessed remarkable capabilities. It was truly a treasure that awakened intelligence. Qin Beiluo marveled at its brilliance. Chapter 25. Superior Talent. Qin Beiluo held the Hunyuan mirror's abilities in high esteem. Its capacity to discern the talents of others alone rendered it invaluable. Moreover, the mirror undoubtedly possessed more than just this singular capability. The Hunyuan mirror had developed a high level of intelligence, nearly indistinguishable from that of an ordinary person, which was quite formidable. One could only imagine how much knowledge it had accumulated over the years, having accompanied the first dean and been immersed in wisdom, mastering the path of cultivation. With such a mirror at his side, how many detours could be avoided? As the saying goes, having an elder at home is akin to possessing a treasure. In the arena, the Hunyuan mirror consistently evaluated the 100 or so young cultivators present, with most receiving ratings of middle to lower grades. At that moment, the mirror assessed a young female disciple, stating, ordinary root bone, acceptable comprehension, no special physique, compatible with water-based techniques, rated as upper C, barely qualifying for the intersect. Thank you, senior, the young woman said, her disappointment evident, yet she still bowed respectfully. The Hunyuan mirror, with its large, expressive eyes, expressed impatience, remarking, strange. How is it that none of you possess even a B-level talent? You are the worst cohort I have ever seen. This familiar phrase elicited an internal chuckle from Qin Beiluo, reminiscent of being scolded by a homeroom teacher. The Hunyuan mirror had already evaluated over 20 individuals, yet not a single one had achieved a B-level rating. Ahem, please be a bit more patient, Senior, Zhou Fenlai said, gripping his sword, its radiant light swirling with immense power. The Hunyuan mirror immediately ceased its complaints and dutifully continued its evaluations. As its light illuminated Li Qian, the mirror emitted a soft sound of surprise and remarked, "Not bad. Though lacking a special physique, your root bone is of high quality, comprehension is satisfactory, and your foundational cultivation is solid. At the moment of evaluation, your resolve was unwavering, and your willpower commendable. Your overall talent is rated as upper B." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fenlai and the elders present were filled with joy. To be rated upper B by the Hunyuan mirror was indeed a mark of exceptional talent. Noticing this, an elder nearby whispered a few words to Zhao Fenlai, who nodded repeatedly, his delight evident. Zhao Fenlai realized, "So you're the son of the king of the East Sea, Li Qian. Truly, a tiger begets no dogs." Li Qian, having met Dean Zhao, was quick to express his gratitude, cupping his hands in salute. Zhao Fenlai smiled and said, "With an upper B talent, you are eligible for true transmission." Li Qian was overjoyed and promptly offered his thanks. Having completed all of this, Li Qian beamed at Qin Beiluo, gesturing encouragingly to him. Qin Beiluo smiled and nodded in response. It was only fitting that Li Qian had become a true disciple. The emergence of the first true disciple invigorated the crowd, filling their hearts with anticipation. Unfortunately, after that, the Hunyuan mirror assessed 5 or 6 more individuals, with the highest rating being only AB2, leaving them without the honor of being a true disciple. Everyone deduced that to become a true disciple, one must at least attain AB rating or higher from the Hunyuan mirror. At that moment, the Hunyuan mirror turned its gaze towards Li Waner. Qin Beiluo's attention sharpened as he listened intently to the evaluation from the Hunyuan mirror. The mirror's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing its surprise. This girl possesses a unique constitution. The Jade Fox's enchanting body. Her comprehension is exceptional, with superior innate qualities, allowing her to practice water and Yin techniques with remarkable efficacy. However, her mental state is somewhat lacking, burdened by excessive thoughts and distractions. The comprehensive assessment of her talent is B1. B1, the first A grade had emerged. The crowd was taken aback, all eyes suddenly turning towards Li Waner. She remained composed, though a hint of pride flickered in her eyes. An A rating is exceedingly rare. The Hunyuan mirror has witnessed countless talented cultivators, and to receive an A rating, even a B1, is a distinction few can achieve. After all, the Hunyuan mirror had once been associated with the first dean, possessing an exceptionally high standard of discernment. The crowd was astonished, and even Zhao Fenlai raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "As expected of the daughter of the Southtown king, her innate talent is extraordinary, rivaling that of her brother." Zhao Fenlai evidently recognized Li Waner, promptly revealing her identity. Li Waner smiled gently, rising to offer a respectful bow, her voice melodious. "Thank you for your kind words, Dean Zhao. My brother's brilliance is unmatched. I am far from his equal. If I could attain even 7 or 8 parts of his talent, I would be thoroughly satisfied." Zhao Fenlai chuckled and remarked, "A B1 talent can certainly qualify one as a true disciple." "Thank you, Dean." Li Waner performed a courteous bow, leaving no room for criticism. "Dean, I have a matter to discuss." At that moment, a female elder beside her spoke up. This elder was a middle-aged woman with a dignified presence, not conventionally beautiful, but exuding an air of authority reminiscent of a head of education in a past life. Qin Beiluo cast a glance at this elder, silently assessing her. "Elder Sun Wuxia, please feel free to speak," Zhao Fenlai replied. The elder, named Sun Wuxia, stated, "I wish to take Li Waner as my disciple. Her brother is also my direct disciple. If she joins my sect as well, it could forge a remarkable legacy." So, she had come to vie for a disciple. Absolutely not. Such a precious gem cannot fall into your hands again. Sun Wuxia, you are being overly ambitious. The last time, the Southtown King's heir was accepted as your disciple. That was already a favor to you, and now you wish to benefit again? Indeed, we must compete among ourselves. Only then will it be valid. Instantly, several elders voiced their opposition vehemently, ready to confront Sun Wuxia with an air of impending conflict. Sun Wuxia, undaunted, sneered, "I have been an elder for over 500 years. Do you think I fear you in terms of strength and skill? My Qianxia possesses the most abundant resources and formidable power. What do you have to contest with me? With an overwhelming display of might, Sun Wuxia unleashed a surge of true essence, rendering the surroundings momentarily silent. Others may fear you, but I do not, proclaimed a robust middle-aged man, his voice deep and resonant. This man, tall and imposing, sported a bald head and a square face, which made him quite distinctive. Known for his fiery temper, he waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of true essence akin to surging tides, standing defiantly against Sun Wuxia. Sun Wuxia paused, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. Xianxia, do you intend to confront me? The elder known as Xianxia merely chuckled silently. At that moment, Zhou Fenlai cleared his throat softly and flicked his finger, causing the ancient sword in his hand to emit a clear, resounding hum, dissipating the tense atmosphere between Sun Wuxia and Xianxia. If you wish to fight, I shall personally accompany you, Zhou Fenlai stated calmly. Ha, the dean jested. It is you who should adjudicate this matter. Xianxia's expression shifted, his tone transforming to one of joviality as the earlier menacing aura evaporated, replaced by a fawning smile. Witnessing this, Qin Beiluo silently scoffed, finding the elders of Ziyun Academy rather amusing, albeit their demeanor clashed with the image of elite cultivators. Zhou Fenlai nodded in satisfaction and addressed Li Wan'er. Choose whichever elder you desire as your mentor. To everyone's astonishment, the elders vied to accept her as a disciple, offering olive branches that left the other young cultivators in awe, their eyes filled with envy. Li Wan'er nodded gently and asked, Dean, may I inquire if you're still accepting disciples? Zhou Fenlai chuckled. Me? I am entangled in mundane affairs and have no intention of taking on disciples. Understanding his sentiment, Li Wan'er resolutely declared, then I choose Sun Wuxia. Elder Sunday, very well, Zhou Fenlai acquiesced. The other elders sighed in dismay, while Sun Wuxia beamed with delight, exuding pride. However, Lu Qinzhu and Li Songyue appeared unfazed, both casting hopeful glances toward Qin Beiluo. Chapter 26, Shock and Awe, the A-Class. Sun Wuxia successfully took Li Wan'er as his disciple, inciting envy among the other elders. Both Li Wan'er and her brother, Li Suifeng, became disciples of Sun Wuxia, a remarkable achievement given their exceptional talents. With such rare gems under his wing, how could the other elders not feel irked? The elders sighed heavily, and the young cultivators echoed their sentiments. It was indeed disheartening to witness such disparity. They struggled to attain a C-class rating, while Li Wan'er was a true prodigy, receiving an A-class evaluation and being fought over by the elders. After a brief period of fervor, the Hongyuan mirror continued to shine upon the assembly. Subsequently, a few other B-class talents were selected as true disciples. Unfortunately, following Li Wan'er's dazzling performance, the attention on the others waned significantly. At that moment, the Hongyuan mirror illuminated the figure of Qianxia. A radiant light surged forth, illuminating Qianxia. In that instant, she felt enveloped in the glow, soon followed by the appraisal from the primal treasure mirror. The mirror widened its eyes, its voice tinged with excitement. Ah, this girl possesses the innate great Luo sword body? Remarkable indeed. Her comprehension is of superior quality. Her roots are exceptional. She has a unique constitution, and her mind is steadfast and resolute. The strength of her spirit is quite impressive. It has been long since I have encountered such talent. Should I classify her as A-grade upper or A-grade middle? The mirror murmured to itself. A-grade upper? A-grade middle? Upon hearing this, Zhou Fenlai displayed a hint of surprise, while the other dozen elders held their breath, their gazes fixated upon Qianxia. It is she, Qianxia, the prodigy from the Northern Territory, truly deserving of her reputation. Excellent, excellent. This girl should be my disciple and join our ranks. Several elders expressed their excitement, repeatedly affirming their intentions. Qianxia's talent even surpassed that of Li Wan'er, and the mirror's evaluation was even higher. The elders quickly recognized Qianxia's identity, realizing her astounding potential, and were filled with delight. A prodigy like Qianxia should have long been admitted to the Ziyun Academy. Unfortunately, she chose to guard the Northern Territory, delaying her for several years. Otherwise, she would have participated in the entrance examination during the last opening of the Ziyun Academy. Zhou Fenlai, in high spirits, stroked his beard and smiled. Qianxia, your talent is extraordinary. You shall become a true disciple of the Ziyun Academy. You flatter me, Dean, Qianxia replied, nodding gracefully, unaffected by praise or criticism. Dean, This Xianxia should be taken under my wing. I assure you, I will teach her diligently, without any negligence. Boomed the robust bald elder, Xianxia. As he made his promise, another elder stepped forward. Dean, my personal disciples have all graduated, and I currently have the time and energy to guide a new student. So why not? Several other elders, including Lu Qingzhu and Li Xianxia, immediately voiced their desire for Xianxia to join their respective schools. The scene was on the verge of becoming unmanageable. Zhou Fenlai cleared his throat, signaling for silence. The elders immediately fell silent, eagerly awaiting his words. Zhou Fenlai turned to Xianxia. You possess the innate great Luo sword body. It is only fitting that you cultivate the sword path. Why not choose Lu Qingzhu as your mentor? Both of you are exceptionally gifted and proficient in swordsmanship, which will undoubtedly benefit you. Upon hearing Zhou Fenlai's words, Xianxia pondered briefly before replying, Thank you, Dean. I would be honored. As she spoke, she looked towards Lu Qingzhu. Lu Qingzhu smiled, nodding in agreement. Her expression one of delight. Clearly, Lu Qingzhu was also quite pleased. With Xianxia harboring the innate great Luo sword body, she was undoubtedly a genius for cultivating the sword path. Having heard of her innate abilities, Lu Qingzhu had already entertained the thought of taking her as a disciple. The many elders who had initially sought to vie for her attention now wore expressions of disappointment, but with Zhou Fenlai's decision made, they could only show their acceptance. Among the 13 elders present, Lu Qingzhu was indeed the only one proficient in swordsmanship. Certainly, Zhou Fenlai is indeed proficient in the art of swordsmanship, though he has chosen not to take on disciples. Xianxia pondered for a moment before speaking. Director Zhou, I have one more matter to discuss. There are demons wreaking havoc in the Northern Realm, and I must return shortly. Xianxia's roots lie in the Northern Realm, and with the fires of war raging and demons causing chaos, she cannot remain indifferent. Zhou Fenlai nodded, and rather than reproaching her, he expressed admiration. That is commendable. The disciples of Ziyun Academy are free to come and go as they please, without stringent constraints. Your commitment to slaying demons for the sake of the nation and its people is indeed a fortunate circumstance. Should a significant matter arise within the academy, you may return then. Zhou Fenlai succinctly conveyed his stance, allowing Xianxia to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding, Director. It is of no consequence. Zhou Fenlai waved his hand dismissively. After their conversation, the young cultivators were left in awe. They were aware of Xianxia's talents, yet had thought her abilities comparable to Li Waner. They were astonished to discover her exceptional prowess. At that moment, the cultivators furtively glanced towards Qin Beiluo. As Xianxia's newlywed husband, the crown prince of the Northern Realm, he was indeed the envy of many. Among the crowd, Li Waner remained silent, having believed her standing to be at least equal to that of Xianxia, only to find herself overshadowed. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed from an object of admiration to a mere backdrop. Amidst the crowd's admiration, the Hunyuan treasure mirror continued to shine. As it stirred, its large eyes opened wide. At that instant, the mirror's brilliance illuminated Qin Beiluo. The young cultivators participating in the assessment were taken aback and turned their gazes towards him. Having witnessed Qin Beiluo's previous performance, they were intrigued to see what kind of evaluation the Hunyuan treasure mirror would bestow upon him. Qin Beiluo felt as though he were basking in sunlight, enveloped in warmth as the mirror's radiance enveloped him. Simultaneously, his mind became crystal clear, as if undergoing a form of purification. After the Hunyuan treasure mirror illuminated Qin Beiluo, its glow suddenly receded, and it exclaimed, "Oh dear, my eyes, my eyes!" Elder? Zhou Fenlai was momentarily taken aback, as it was his first time witnessing the mirror in such a state. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances. Before everyone, the small bronze mirror tightly shut its large eyes, tears flowing profusely, rolling on the ground while repeatedly lamenting, "My eyes." Zhou Fenlai waved his hand, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, flowing into the bronze mirror, nurturing the Hunyuan treasure mirror. How delightful! Ah, I am quite well now. The mirror's lament ceased, and it quickly regained its composure, reopening its eyes. Elder, were you just asking Zhou Fenlai? The mirror did not respond but fixed its gaze intently on Qin Beiluo. Young man, are indeed the chaos-devouring physique. Such a tyrannical constitution. One glance nearly blinded me. How will you compensate me? It had expended a significant amount of spiritual energy merely by looking at Qin Beiluo, nearly rendering itself blind. Qin Beiluo's gaze shifted slightly. He possessed the chaotic devouring body. Yet it was astonishing that the primordial treasure mirror discerned this. Indeed, the primordial treasure mirror is quite remarkable. Chaotic devouring body. Zhou Fenlai narrowed his eyes and inquired. Esteemed elder, could you elaborate further? The primordial treasure mirror huffed the chaotic devouring body, and moreover, one that is already awakened. You at the Xian Academy have stumbled upon a treasure. Those who possess the chaotic devouring body have unparalleled roots and comprehension. No need for evaluation. It is undoubtedly top tier. Chapter 27 Zhou Academy Head. Young Master Qin's talent is too extraordinary. You cannot contain it. The assessment from the primordial treasure mirror left Zhou Fenlai momentarily stunned, while the remaining 13 elders were utterly astounded, gazing intently at Qin Beiluo, filled with longing. Top tier. To be rated as such by the primordial treasure mirror speaks volumes about the exceptional talent involved. The abilities of the primordial treasure mirror are held in high regard by all, having accompanied the founding academy head. It possesses vast knowledge and the power to perceive all things, making its judgments undeniably authoritative. Zhou Fenlai murmured to himself, pondering, the chaotic devouring body? Why have I never heard of such a physique? He was familiar with terms like the jade fox body and the innate Daluo sword body mentioned earlier. Yet this chaotic devouring body was entirely foreign to him. The name itself is so imposing, yet its nature remains a mystery. The primordial treasure mirror opened its eyes wide, stating calmly, those who possess the chaotic devouring body initially appear to be useless, utterly incapable of cultivation. They require the infusion of heavenly treasures or fortuitous encounters to awaken their physique. Once awakened, their bodies resemble bottomless black holes, capable of devouring the essence of all things. Exceedingly domineering. Of course, I have not personally witnessed the chaotic devouring body. I merely heard that old man mention it in passing and recognized its pulse patterns and root state post-awakening. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to identify. The old man referred to by the primordial treasure mirror is the founding academy head. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhou Fenlai and the other elders finally understood. Zhou Fenlai, after contemplating the primordial treasure mirror's words and gazing at Qin Beiluo, found the young man somewhat familiar, leading him to hesitate. Noticing Zhou Fenlai's scrutiny, Qin Beiluo clasped his hands in respect, stating, Qin Beiluo pays his respects to Academy Head Zhou. It has been 5 years, and you still exude the same charm. Zhou Fenlai was taken aback, realizing, Qin Beiluo, you are the son of the Northern King. No wonder you seem familiar. It has been 5 years since we last met. Time had flown by, and it turned out that he was not a natural cripple, but rather a chaotic devouring body. Zhou Fenlai sighed in astonishment. Indeed, Qin Beiluo had met Zhou Fenlai 5 years prior, when the Northern King had specifically invited the renowned academy head to assist in diagnosing Qin Beiluo's congenital disability, hoping to enable him to cultivate normally. Naturally, Zhou Fenlai was at a loss. Thus, Qin Beiluo and Zhou Fenlai shared a brief acquaintance. Zhou Fenlai marveled, never expecting that Qin Beiluo was not a natural cripple, but a chaotic, devouring body. Now that his physique had awakened, he was destined for great heights. As Zhou Fenlai pondered this, he clapped his hands and laughed heartily, filled with immense satisfaction. What a prodigious talent, the son of the Northern King, whose long-held aspirations have finally come to fruition today. It turns out he is indeed the heir of the Northern King. How intriguing that the offspring of the 3 princes have all come to partake in the examination. Life's fortunes truly change in the blink of an eye. The once dubious talent has transformed into a chaos-devouring body. Truly, fortune and misfortune are intertwined, and destiny is inscrutable. Nearby, the 13 elders engaged in hushed discussions, expressing their astonishment. Qin Beiluo maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind was occupied with thoughts of the wondrous primordial mirror, which could discern his chaos-devouring body. He wondered what other remarkable uses the mirror might possess. After Zhou Fenlai shared his sentiments with the elders, Lu Qingzhu approached and whispered a few words to him. Zhou Fenlai was taken aback. Beiluo, did you comprehend the divine sky sword technique from the Enlightenment Stone tablet? Indeed, Qin Beiluo replied affirmatively, prompting Zhou Fenlai to raise an eyebrow. The other elders' eyes sparkled with interest, gazing at Qin Beiluo as if he were a rare treasure. Throughout the entire history of the Xian Academy, fewer than 3 individuals have comprehended the divine sky sword technique from the Enlightenment Stone tablet. This technique, a mid-grade celestial spell, not only wields formidable power, but also conceals a certain secret connected to the founding dean. Zhou Fengli nodded, preparing to speak when a burly bald elder, Xianxia, interjected eagerly. Dean, young Master Qin is undoubtedly a rare gem. Such talent must not be squandered. Allow him to train with me, and I shall impart all my knowledge without reservation. Xianxia, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself. Beside them, Lu Qingzhu's expression shifted slightly, her delicate brows furrowing. No, young Master Qin has grasped the divine sky sword technique passed down from the founding dean, indicating his suitability for the sword path. I am the most fitting to teach him, Dean. The elder who had previously accepted Li Wan'er, son Wuxia, immediately shook his head. This is inappropriate. Young Master Qin should come under my tutelage. My Qian's Hufeng has historically boasted the richest resources and the strongest overall capabilities, making it ideal for him. Absolutely not. Let me. The elders clamored, each vying for the opportunity to mentor Qin Beiluo, igniting a chaotic scene. The young cultivators below were left astounded in their minds. These esteemed elders of the Ziyun Academy were paragons of virtue, yet here they were, bickering like vendors at a market. One could only surmise that Qin Beiluo's extraordinary talent was too remarkable for anyone to overlook. Such a rare gem could not be relinquished to another. The elders, having come to accept disciples, were now embroiled in fervent debate, their faces flushed with excitement. Xianxia, unable to contain his temper any longer, exclaimed, "How about this? Let's have a competition. Each shall rely on their own merits, and whoever prevails shall take young Master Qin as their disciple." Agreed. I concur. Let us compete. I fear no one. As soon as Xianxia's voice fell, several elders responded immediately. At that moment, Lu Qingzhu, without uttering a word, summoned his celestial sword, its radiance flashing as it pointed directly at Xianxia. Xianxia let out a low growl, and a brilliant light erupted around him, his body shining like the blazing sun. The surrounding young cultivators felt an overwhelming pressure, rendering them nearly breathless. Impudent! Zhou Fengli's voice rang out sternly. With a wave of his hand, the oppressive force intensified, as though a mountain range was descending from the heavens, causing the elders to retreat hastily. Their hands raised in surrender, too intimidated to act rashly. One by one, the elders fell silent, bowing their heads slightly, reminiscent of wayward children caught in mischief. Zhou Fengli's tone was frosty. The Ziyun Hall is a place of solemn learning, yet you behave so recklessly? Where is the decorum befitting a teacher? He continued, as elders of the academy, your relationship with the students is one of mentorship. How can you allow such favoritism to cloud your judgment? The elders, feeling a twinge of shame, lowered their gazes. Satisfied with their reaction, Zhou Fengli nodded and stated, Qin Beiluo possesses unparalleled talent and is worthy of true inheritance. Clearing his throat, he stroked his beard and declared, such a gifted individual is a rarity in the history of our Ziyun Academy. Most elders would fail to nurture his potential. Thus, I believe it is best that I personally take him under my wing. The elders were taken aback, staring blankly at Zhou Fengli. Particularly, Li Wan'er was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, Zhou Fengli had refused her, citing his numerous commitments as a reason for not taking on disciples. Clearly, it was not a matter of refusing disciples altogether, but rather that ordinary students did not meet his standards. Xianxia, regaining his composure, seethed with rage. Shameless old rogue, you dare to steal my disciple. In his fury, he could no longer contain his true essence, his anger palpable. Chapter 28. Who is the chief? Breakthrough. Shameless old rogue, you dare to steal my disciple. Xianxia's voice thundered, echoing throughout the Ziyun Hall and the surrounding mountains. Enraged, he unleashed his true essence, basking in a golden glow. Behind him, a phantom appeared, manifesting his formidable Dharma body, a golden figure towering 6 zhang, radiant and blinding, akin to the fierce sun, making it impossible to gaze upon directly. The appearance of Xianxia's Dharma body was a desperate measure in his quest for Qin Beiluo. Below, Li Qian gasped in astonishment, muttering to himself in disbelief. Elder son Wuxia snorted disdainfully, joining in. Director Zhou, did you not say you had no intention of taking on disciples? You claim we cannot nurture them. What utter shamelessness! A disgrace to the academy. Indeed, old cur, I shall report you to Her Majesty the Empress. Xianxia shouted in fury. Zhou Fengli coughed, his demeanor unfazed. With Qin Beiluo's prodigious talent, it will be a waste to assign him to your tutelage. This is a necessary decision. Xiongong snitted. I spit on you, old cur. Meet your end. Xionggang, brimming with vigor, unexpectedly chose to engage in combat. In the blink of an eye, Xiongang's six Zhang golden form moved, his palm extending towards Zhao Fenglai with force. Zhao Fenglai narrowed his eyes, and with a gentle wave of his right hand, a radiant sword light erupted, effortlessly intercepting the golden palm. Simultaneously, with a motion of his left hand, the onlookers perceived a blur before noticing that both Zhao Fenglai and Xionggang had vanished from sight, their figures completely gone. Soon after, a violent wave of true essence surged from outside the Ziyun Hall. This indicated that Zhao Fenglai and Elder Xionggang were engaged in a duel in midair. Qin Beiluo's heart tightened as he grasped the situation. As an elder of the Ziyun Academy, he was unaffected by the Academy's grand formation, capable not only of flight, but also of effortlessly casting spells. However, due to the presence of the Academy's grand formation, the potency of the spells was significantly diminished. Outside the Ziyun Hall, hundreds of disciples of the Academy heard Xiongang's loud shout, followed by the realization that he and Zhao Fenglai were battling in the air, leaving them in shock. How could Elder Xionggang dare to confront the principal? Was he truly so audacious? It seemed they were contending for a particular disciple. Could it be that the principal was to take on an apprentice? This was unthinkable. The aerial duel did not last long. Merely the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. In a flash, the two beams of light appeared, and both figures transformed into fleeting glimmers as Zhao Fenglai and Xionggang returned to the Ziyun Hall. Zhao Fenglai maintained a composed demeanor, still exuding the same elegant poise as before. In stark contrast, Xionggang appeared quite disheveled, his clothes tattered, and his face bruised and battered, with a swollen eye and a handprint on the right side of his face. It was evident that he had suffered greatly. Xionggang resembled a wilted eggplant, silently refraining from speaking. Zhao Fenglai, in a state of triumph, glanced at the other elders, making his intent to intimidate clear. The elders' expressions immediately froze, and upon seeing Xiongang's battered visage, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated. What a jest! Xionggang was undoubtedly one of the strongest among the elders, and if he had been so severely beaten by Zhao Fenglai, who would dare to be reckless? Zhao Fenglai surveyed the other elders and remarked nonchalantly, "Do you still hold any dissent?" "I refuse to yield," Xionggang retorted defiantly, his neck stiffening. At this moment, upon looking at Xionggang again, his earlier disheveled appearance had somewhat recovered. At least the bruises and swelling on his face had diminished significantly, returning to a more normal state. The crowd could not help but marvel at Xiongang's remarkable recuperative abilities. Zhao Fenglai's brows furrowed slightly, his presence commanding. Xionggang gritted his teeth. "Old scoundrel, I concede your strength, but I refuse to accept it in my heart. Is that not permissible?" Zhao Fenglai chose to disregard Xiongang's words, stating, "I am burdened with numerous affairs, and to teach Qin Beiluo individually may prove challenging. Therefore, while Qin Beiluo may be nominally my disciple, in truth, you all may impart knowledge and guidance. Our Ziyun Academy is inherently different from sects. Within the Academy, all teachers are permitted to educate and enlighten their disciples, and there should be no constraints of sectarian thought." Upon hearing this, the elders were momentarily taken aback, as if a realization dawned upon them, and they nodded in agreement. Zhao Feng's words rang true. Although the Purple Cloud Academy also had a teacher-student hierarchy, it was not as distinctly delineated as in traditional sections. Overall, it resembled the atmosphere of a university from a previous life. Students were typically assigned to a single instructor, yet other teachers could also offer guidance and impart knowledge. Furthermore, there were public lectures lasting 3 days each month, where several different elders would disseminate teachings to all disciples. This fostered a more harmonious ambience within the academy. Zhao Feng's remarks prompted the elders to nod in unison, their approval evident. Of course, dissent was futile, as Zhao Feng's influence was undeniably significant. Satisfied, Zhao Feng nodded and declared, "Since there are no objections, it is settled. Beiluo, you shall henceforth be my disciple. Do you accept?" "Thank you, Dean. I willingly accept," Qin Beiluo responded. Although, as Zhao Feng mentioned, he was burdened with many responsibilities and might find it challenging to attend to Qin Beiluo's every need. It was nonetheless an opportunity to be associated with the Academy's most esteemed figure, which Qin Beiluo could not refuse. With a smile, Zhao Feng gestured for the primordial mirror to continue assessing the talents of the other disciples. The primordial mirror proceeded to evaluate the rest, and while some possessed commendable talents, none could surpass the remarkable displays of Qin Beiluo and Xianxia, making the subsequent evaluations seem rather ordinary. Soon, all the young cultivators had been appraised by the primordial mirror. A total of 12 exceptional talents were chosen as direct disciples, while the remaining disciples were admitted as inner disciples. At this moment, Qin Beiluo finally became a true disciple of the Purple Cloud Academy. He cast a glance at Li Wan'er, who was not far from him, reminding him of his system task. Li Wan'er seemed to sense Qin Beiluo's gaze, lifting her head slightly to meet his eyes, offering a reluctant smile. Proud and conceited, she considered herself exceptionally gifted and looked down upon everyone except Xianxia. However, Qin Beiluo had dealt her a significant blow. Suppressing her fury, she found herself unable to unleash her wrath in front of Qin Beiluo, instead feigning friendliness with a smile, which only deepened her frustration. Meanwhile, Qin Beiluo felt a sense of satisfaction. The scheming girl was finally facing the consequences. According to tradition, one must be selected as the chief among the true disciples. At this juncture, one of the 13 elders spoke up, indicating the need to determine the chief disciple. The chief disciple, akin to the top scholar in the imperial examination, would be recognized as the foremost among those who had entered the academy. Let's appoint Qin Beiluo. He possesses the highest talent and potential, and he is the dean's disciple, elderly Zhang Yue proposed. Sun Wuxia shook his head, countering, that is not appropriate. Though young Master Qin's talent is exceptional, his cultivation level still lags behind. He is merely at the mid-stage of the Golden Core, and it would be difficult for him to command respect, as past chiefs have been at least at the nascent soul stage. Should we not consider Xianxia? I believe Li Wan'er is also a viable candidate. This is not suitable. Qin Beiluo remains the best choice. The elders began to express differing opinions once more. Qin Beiluo remained indifferent to the title of chief, allowing the elders to voice their opinions freely. However, at that moment, he sensed a stirring within himself. A surge of true essence emerged from his dantian, coursing through his limbs and meridians. The shackles within his body seemed to loosen ever so slightly, indicating the promising signs of a breakthrough. Chapter 29, Late Stage of Golden Core, a Celestial Phenomenon. Qin Beiluo felt the explosive power of true essence erupting within him, flowing from the dantian to his limbs, and surging through his entire being. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Indeed, after a series of rigorous assessments, his spirit had become resilient, and the insights gleaned from the Tao Stone tablet had solidified his cultivation, leading to this moment of potential advancement. The warm currents formed by his true essence continuously converged, resembling mighty rivers flowing throughout his body. Crackling sounds emanated from within him, akin to the popping of beans in a hot pan. Coincidentally, several elders were still embroiled in a debate over the chief position. I believe it would be best for Qin Beiluo to take the lead. Although his cultivation is somewhat lacking, his potential is immense, and the future holds boundless possibilities. Indeed, if the chief's cultivation is too weak, it would tarnish the reputation of our Ziyun Academy, another elder chimed in. If Qin Beiluo's cultivation flourishes in the future, we can always bestow the title upon him then. The elders shared their views, with each one remaining unconvinced by the others. Look at Qin Beiluo. Suddenly, one elder noticed his situation and exclaimed in astonishment. The elder's voice trembled with disbelief. The other elders, along with Zhou Fenlai and the other cultivators within the Xian Hall, turned their gazes intently upon Qin Beiluo. Within him, the blood and energy surged like a rushing river, while the surrounding spiritual energy wildly converged, drawn into his being. At this moment, everyone felt the shift in the atmosphere, albeit with varied expressions. Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with brilliance, reflecting a myriad of colors as she gazed at Qin Beiluo. Li Qian wore a face of uncertainty, murmuring, "How did he manage to break through? This defies reason. His cultivation is about to surpass mine." Li Wan'er was simultaneously astonished and enraged, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, her knuckles turning pale. The remaining elders exchanged looks of surprise, scrutinizing Qin Beiluo closely, and began to notice certain clues. He has truly broken through. I always knew Qin Beiluo was exceptional, and his cultivation has indeed progressed. The commotion from Qin Beiluo's breakthrough was quite pronounced. After all, he was merely at the Golden Core stage. Was such a ruckus truly warranted? It was indeed peculiar. The elders discerned that Qin Beiluo was in the throes of a significant breakthrough, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. Qin Beiluo's body rose and fell rhythmically, as he inhaled and exhaled, drawing in vast amounts of spiritual energy. This energy nourished him profoundly, and with his eyes tightly shut, he felt the shackles within him gradually shattering. The true essence within him grew ever more potent as he absorbed greater quantities of spiritual energy. With each breath, the massive spiritual currents around him ebbed and flowed. At this moment, the golden core within Qin Beiluo was steadily expanding, seemingly imbued with a spirit of its own, gradually leaping forth from his dantian. The golden core manifested abruptly, radiating a resplendent brilliance akin to a miniature sun. Its sudden emergence left the onlookers in awe, for the golden core was remarkably solid, now twice the size of an egg, its hue a striking golden, as if forged from pure gold. The instant the golden core appeared, the surrounding spiritual energy began to swirl around it, as if acknowledging its master. The air vibrated with an extraordinary resonance, a spectacle that could not merely signify a breakthrough to the golden core stage. How profound must Qin Beiluo's foundation be, far exceeding my expectations. Despite being at the mid-stage of the golden core realm, he was on the verge of advancing to the late stage, creating such a commotion. One might mistakenly believe he was attempting to ascend to the nascent soul stage. I, myself, did not create such an uproar when I transcended to the transformation stage. How shameful! As Qin Beiluo's golden core manifested, it invoked a phenomenon of celestial significance. Such phenomena typically accompany a breakthrough in cultivation, and generally only those with immense potential and a solid foundation can provoke such celestial signs. Once these phenomena appear, it signifies that the cultivator has received the acknowledgement and blessings of the heavens, solidifying their foundation post-breakthrough, yielding substantial benefits. In usual circumstances, these celestial phenomena are exceedingly rare, occurring perhaps once in a myriad. Yet, Qin Beiluo's advancement to the late stage of the golden core has indeed triggered such an extraordinary occurrence. His golden core revolved in the air, enveloped by swirling spiritual energy, which surged and thickened, visibly tangible to the naked eye. Qin Beiluo's aura had grown significantly denser, his momentum soaring, both his physical and spiritual strengths ascending. He had effortlessly crossed a threshold, the late stage of the golden core, successfully achieved. Among the crowd, Li Qian's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "This fellow has only just transitioned from the mid-stage to the late stage of the golden core? I thought he had already attained the full golden core stage." With that earlier display of power, no one would doubt his status as a fully realized golden core practitioner. Others shared similar sentiments. Qin Beiluo's foundation was remarkably solid, his true essence surging like ocean tides, and the techniques he practiced remained an enigma, exuding an air of mystery and profundity. Even the elders present found themselves perplexed. With a steadfast foundation and immense potential, although he was merely at the golden core stage, bestowing upon him the title of chief would not be unwarranted. The elders harbored their own thoughts. Upon witnessing Qin Beiluo's breakthrough, they recognized that, despite his ostensibly lower cultivation level, his potential was indisputable, while his apparent prowess might seem somewhat lacking. Assuming the role of chief was certainly plausible. Some elders pondered deeply, while others observed, none willing to voice their opinions immediately. Naturally, the dissenting voices from before had vanished. Zhou Fenglai remained silent. Qin Beiluo's golden core continued to hover in the air, perpetually rotating, emanating streams of radiant light. The golden core of a practitioner is akin to their very essence, intricately intertwined with the life of the golden core cultivator. Thus, Qin Beiluo could distinctly perceive the state of his golden core. His golden core was immensely swollen, having reached the limits of its capacity, yet it continued to absorb spiritual energy, as if it were on the verge of a momentous transformation. Sensing a breakthrough into the late stage of the golden core realm, Qin Beiluo noticed a subtle change in his golden core. As it absorbed more and more spiritual energy, a faint crack gradually appeared on its surface, accompanied by delicate sounds. What is happening? Is my golden core actually cracking? Qin Beiluo wondered, momentarily bewildered, a sentiment echoed by the onlookers. Suddenly, the crack widened, and the golden core split apart. With a resounding crack, it divided into two. The two resulting golden cores were only slightly smaller than the original, radiating brilliant golden light. Akin to two suns gracing the sky. The notion of a cracked golden core? He now possessed two golden cores. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Qin Beiluo distinctly felt the bifurcation of his golden core. Both were identical to the original. Both were his. What could this possibly mean? Qin Beiluo was perplexed. Zhou Fenglai's eyes flickered with a momentary glimmer. After many years, I have once again witnessed someone possessing multiple golden cores. Among the crowd, Xiaochan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she thought, did my husband's golden core truly split in two? I have heard tales of such phenomena occurring when the Taoist master achieved the golden core stage. It was said that the Taoist master possessed 9 golden cores, something I once dismissed as mere legend. Yet now it seems there is a possibility of truth in it. The 2 golden cores swirled gracefully in midair, orbiting around Qin Beiluo, brimming with vitality. Qin Beiluo felt an undeniable surge in his cultivation, doubling in power compared to before. 1 additional golden core equated to a doubling of his prowess. Qin Beiluo was filled with elation. Chapter 30, System Rewards. Lottery. With the division of his golden core, Qin Beiluo experienced tangible benefits. His true essence surged, spiritual energy overflowed, and the depth of his internal breath, blood vitality, bones, dantian, and spirit all became significantly stronger, nearly doubling in potency. This sensation was akin to indulging in the rejuvenating effects of a ginseng fruit, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. Qin Beiluo focused his mind, directing his thoughts towards his golden cores. Suddenly, the 2 golden cores shrank to the size of glass beads and were swallowed, returning to his dantian. The 2 golden cores harmoniously coexisted within his dantian sea of qi, without conflict. Feeling entirely reassured, Qin Beiluo breathed a sigh of relief. Casting his gaze over the crowd, Dean Zhao, esteemed elders, I apologize for the abrupt disturbance caused by my hasty breakthrough. Elder Xianxia fixed his gaze upon Qin Beiluo. Astonished, I never anticipated you could manifest such an extraordinary phenomenon as the condensation of 2 golden cores. Truly, you are a prodigy of cultivation. Alas, it is regrettable that you chose to follow Zhou Fenglai instead of me. How unfortunate. Elder Xianxia lamented, believing that had Qin Beiluo trained under him, it would have been the true path. Most of the other elders harbored similar sentiments. If there had been any lingering doubts regarding Qin Beiluo's talent, they have now transformed into unwavering belief. The astonishing phenomenon triggered by his breakthrough from the mid to late stage of the golden core is nothing short of miraculous. Zhou Fenglai pondered, Beiluo, your foundation is profoundly solid, and your physique is extraordinarily unique, which account for this remarkable spectacle. I have witnessed others during the golden core stage cultivate multiple golden cores. None of them were anything less than prodigies. Particularly, it is said that the Taoist master, during his golden core phase, manifested 9 golden cores, leading mortals to mistakenly believe there were 9 suns in the sky. A spark ignited within Qin Beiluo. He certainly did not presume that he was the only one capable of cultivating multiple golden cores. However, Zhou Fenglai's reference to the Taoist master's achievement stirred something within him. The Taoist master, a legendary figure from ancient times, is now recognized as the foremost ancestor of the Tao sect, possessing unparalleled cultivation that rivals even the Buddha and other great beings. The possession of 9 golden cores by the Taoist master implies a strength that is nonpareil. Indeed, it is said to be invincible within the golden core stage. Even those in the nascent soul stage would likely avoid confrontation. The disparity between the golden core and the nascent soul stages is immense. Logically, the gap is vast. Yet, should a golden core cultivator possess 9 golden cores, even an ordinary nascent soul would find themselves utterly overwhelmed. This prospect ignited a fervor within Qin Beiluo, illuminating a new direction. If a golden core can be divided into 2, why not into 9? With sufficient accumulation, he could create golden cores anew. The onlookers regarded Qin Beiluo, unable to resist drawing parallels between him and the renowned prodigies of lore, filled with admiration and awe. Noticing Qin Beiluo's contemplative demeanor, Zhou Fenglai smiled slightly. Setting aside the matter of the golden cores, we must address the issue of the chief disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone leaned in attentively, awaiting Zhou Fenglai's decision. The only disciples eligible to contend for the chief position were Qin Beiluo, Xianxia, and Li Wan'er. Among them, Li Wan'er, in terms of talent, did not measure up to Qin Beiluo, and in cultivation, she fell short of Xianxia, making her the least likely candidate. However, due to the presence of her brother, Li Suifeng, she had garnered the favor of some elders. Li Suifeng, the son of the prince of Southern Town, had entered the Ziyun Academy 6 years ago, recognized as the chief disciple of that year, and was noted for his extraordinary talent. It is said he has since embarked on a journey to seek opportunities and has yet to return. As a result of Li Suifeng's influence, several elders were inclined to support Li Waner for the chief disciple role. However, following Qin Beiluo's breakthrough and the resulting celestial phenomenon, these elders fell silent. The terrifying talent exhibited by Qin Beiluo rendered their previous support for Li Waner feeble in comparison. Thus, all eyes turned to Zhou Fenglai. At such a juncture, his opinion could decisively determine the outcome. Zhou Fenglai remarked, "The position of chief disciple has always been held by the strongest in terms of strength, means, and potential. Since opinions among us differ, why not wait for the sword ruins to open next month? We can determine the chief disciple through a contest therein. What do you all think?" Indeed, with the sword ruins opening next month, all true disciples may enter and compete for the position of chief based on their performance. This seems quite reasonable. The sword ruins, I have no objections. Excellent, I concur. All the elders expressed no dissent. The sword ruins exist as a realm of their own, a unique paradise filled with various spiritual weapons and artifacts, awaiting those fated to discover them. The sword ruins open every 3 years, allowing all true disciples to compete for opportunities. Not only the true disciples of Ziyun Academy, but also those from other sects are granted corresponding quotas to enter and seek their fortunes. Upon hearing the term sword ruins, Qiu Chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. After her rebirth, she was aware of the opportunities scattered across the land, and one of her purposes for coming to Ziyun Academy was indeed the sword ruins. Zhou Fenglai nodded, "Then it is settled. All of you true disciples will have the chance to vie for the position of chief. In this month, strive diligently." Qin Beiluo and the other true disciples immediately nodded in agreement. Zhou Fenglai continued, "Let it be decided then. The assessment is concluded. Xianxia, you shall draft the list of all successful disciples and announce it publicly. Tomorrow, all disciples will gather in front of the Ziyun Hall for the initiation ceremony. Additionally, prepare a copy of the true disciples list for me, as I must report it to Her Majesty. This is the weight of being a true disciple. Once one becomes a true disciple, it will be reported to the Empress, who will personally inquire." "Understood, Dean," Li Xianxia replied. Internally, Qin Beiluo thought, at last, it has come to an end. The entrance examination had thoroughly concluded. At that moment, a notification sounded in Qin Beiluo's ear. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task to shine brightly during the entrance examination and ultimately rank higher than Li Waner. Task reward, 3 random draws. Friendly reminder, Li Waner's affinity towards you has decreased and animosity between both parties has deepened." Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes slightly. The completion of the task and the reward of 3 draws were indeed favorable. However, the notification also indicated that Li Waner's feelings towards him had once again diminished, deepening their enmity. Casting a glance at Li Waner, Qin Beiluo utilized the system's probing function. After the investigation, he discovered that Li Waner's affinity for him had plummeted to 6 points. Prior to the examination, her affinity had stood at 10 points. A score of 10 was already quite low, and now that it had fallen to merely 6 points, it was akin to a mortal enmity, a conflict that could only end in mutual destruction. This was sufficient to raise Qin Beiluo's vigilance and concern. The cold glint in his eyes briefly flickered when he regarded Li Waner. The assessment had finally come to a close. Next, the elderly woman in a black robe, Li Xianxia, stepped forward to register everyone. Subsequently, disciples brought clothing and items symbolizing their identities. Additionally, all individuals were assigned accommodations located at the summit of Ziyun Mountain. The architecture here clustered together, resembling a grand palace stretching endlessly. Over 100,000 souls reside here, most of whom are servants, attendants, grooms, and cooks. The mountain boasts taverns, inns, weapon shops, and merchants, resembling a miniature city. The quarters of Qin Beiluo and his companions are remarkably tranquil, situated closer to the residences of the elders of Ziyun Academy. The lodgings are spacious and well-lit, designed in a courtyard style. Although they do not match the comfort of the Northern Kingdom's royal palace, they are still quite pleasant. Each true disciple is assigned a maid or attendant to tend to their daily needs. This led Qin Beiluo to reflect that, indeed, The lives of true disciples surpass even those of some nobles in comfort. The dwellings of Qin Beiluo and Xianxia are adjacent, specifically chosen for their proximity, facilitating private meetings between the two. With everything settled, Qin Beiluo finally found some leisure time. He reclined on the mahogany bench in his bedroom, closing his eyes to communicate with the system. The system inquired, "Does the host wish to commence the lottery?" A lottery, with 3 chances to draw. It was an opportunity not to be missed. Chapter 31. Am I to become the son of fortune? The system prompted again. Shall the host proceed with the draw? Without hesitation, Qin Beiluo responded, "Draw." Immediately, a radiant light appeared in the sea of his consciousness, and before him materialized a game-like spinning wheel reminiscent of his past life. On the wheel were various system rewards. Qin Beiluo spotted items such as the ancient immortal sword, 9 orifices golden pill, and Emperor's secret treasures. His heart filled with anticipation as he chose to draw. The wheel began to spin, the pointer whirling with fervor. After a brief moment, the pointer gradually settled. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Phantom Mask. Phantom Mask. When worn, it allows the user to transform into an entirely new visage, concealing their aura, making it challenging for others to perceive or see through, even if they possess a cultivation level 2 realms higher. Qin Beiluo's eyes sparkled. The Phantom Mask? This is a remarkable item. An idea sparked within him, and as he donned the mask, his face altered instantly. His features shifted to resemble an unremarkable young man, embodying precisely what Qin Beiluo envisioned. Not only did his appearance change, but even his demeanor and aura transformed completely, with variations in height, weight, and other details. This left Qin Beiluo astonished. Even he could not connect his current visage with his original one, let alone others. Indeed, it is an excellent tool for concealing one's identity. Suitable for clandestine endeavors, Qin Beiluo mused. While he had no desire to hide his identity, he acknowledged that should the need arise to act from the shadows, the Phantom Mask would prove immensely beneficial. System, continue the lottery. Qin Beiluo communicated with the system, requesting it to proceed with the draw. As soon as his words fell, the grand spinning wheel of the system began to whirl once more. The wheel spun with fervor, its pointer racing until, after a moment, it gradually came to a halt. Congratulations, host, you have successfully drawn a special reward, the blue fortune card. A special item? Qin Beiluo thought, and in the next instant, a delicate azure card materialized in his palm, exquisitely crafted with cloud patterns, imbued with an air of mystery and rarity. Blue fortune card, upon usage, it increases fortune value by 500 points. Note, fortune cards are categorized into 3 colors, blue, purple, and orange. The blue card is the lowest tier, capable of slightly augmenting fortune. The host's current initial fortune value is 1,000 points. Qin Beiluo examined the blue fortune card with intrigue. Fortune is one of the most enigmatic and elusive entities, yet it holds immense significance, especially in a fantastical realm. For instance, some may leap from cliffs and be shattered into pieces, while others might turn misfortune into fortune, discovering concealed treasures or secret manuals of power. Some may be struck by carriages, while others find silver coins along their path. Furthermore, some are pursued by enemies, while others seem to have friends everywhere, surrounded by beauty. All these occurrences are intrinsically linked to fortune. Individuals like Xianxia and Li Wanner, blessed with abundant fortune, are deemed children of fortune by the system. The tasks assigned to Qin Beiluo by the system are similarly connected to these fortunate beings. Now he had acquired this fortune card. According to the system's description, his fortune value stood at 1,000 points, whereas the fortune values of individuals like Xianxia and Li Wanner reached approximately 7,000 points, 7 times his own. It is no wonder they experienced frequent, extraordinary encounters. Without hesitation, Qin Beiluo activated the blue fortune card. Congratulations, host, you have successfully used the blue fortune card, increasing your fortune by 500 points. A friendly reminder, capturing or slaying children of fortune may also enhance your fortune value. Once again, the system's notification echoed in his ears. Qin Beiluo's fortune swelled by 500 points, elevating it to 1,500 points. Simultaneously, he sensed an indescribable and subtle sensation coursing through him, a feeling that invigorated both body and spirit. Indeed, my fortune now stands at 1,500 points, a significant increase. If I were to obtain another fortune card or eliminate a child of fortune, wouldn't my fortune continue to rise? The thought crossed Qin Beiluo's mind. This would imply that he could usurp the fortune of other fortunate beings, thereby strengthening himself. A glint of cold light flickered in Qin Beiluo's eyes. After all, he was already locked in a deadly rivalry with Li Wanner. Should he vanquish her and seize her fortune, it would be akin to acquiring a potent elixir. Fortune has graced me, undoubtedly benefiting my cultivation and daily endeavors. This influence is subtly pervasive. Qin Beiluo felt quite satisfied. Having utilized his 2 opportunities for a lottery draw, only one chance remained. He gazed at the spinning wheel, aware that this was his final opportunity. Let the draw commence. My fortune has increased, and it is said that luck influences the lottery. Thus, the outcome should undoubtedly be more favorable. As Qin Beiluo spoke, he initiated the draw. The grand wheel whirled rapidly before gradually coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a spirit beast egg. Spirit beast egg, unhatched an egg of unknown origins, with indeterminate quality, nurturing some form of life. A spirit beast egg? Qin Beiluo observed the sizable egg before him, reaching up to his waist. Its shell gleamed like white jade, radiating a vigorous and abundant life force that emanated from within, leaving him curious about what kind of life would eventually hatch from it. The spirit beast egg is an exceedingly rare item. If placed in the treasure pavilion or at the auction of the myriad realms, it would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. Qin Beiluo mused. The Xianxia continent, where Qin Beiluo resided, was vast and boundless, beset by demons and monsters. Most of these creatures fed on humans, drawing sustenance from blood, and were naturally opposed to humanity. In contrast, spirit beasts were inherently mystical, forming close bonds with humans. However, such creatures were incredibly scarce in this world. It was said that at the inception of the great Zhou dynasty, a spirit dragon accompanied its founder. Regarded as an auspicious omen and revered by successive emperors as a divine beast of the realm. Furthermore, in the neighboring great nation of Dashang, its ruler was said to be fated to bond with the spirit beast, the Xian bird, claiming the title of the celestial mandate Xian bird, thus establishing the nation. Qin Beiluo pondered what kind of spirit beast would emerge from the egg before him. He gently touched the spirit beast egg, feeling its smooth, warm surface akin to jade. A powerful life force radiated from the egg, and he could even hear the faint heartbeat of some nascent life within. System. How long will it take for this spirit beast egg to hatch? Qin Beiluo inquired. The spirit beast egg requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy or life force to hatch. The incubation time remains unknown, the system replied mechanically. After all this, it seems I must provide it with spiritual energy or life force. Fortunately, Qin Beiluo possessed considerable resources. Otherwise, he might risk being drained by the spirit beast egg. He retrieved several spirit stones and placed them within the space of his consciousness, allowing the egg to absorb their energy. Indeed, after his efforts, a soft glow began to emanate from the spirit beast egg, its life force growing even more robust, and the heartbeat from within became increasingly pronounced. Qin Beiluo felt that it would not be long before the spirit beast egg hatched. The host may drop a drop of blood into the spirit beast egg. Once it hatches, the spirit beast will recognize its master. The system continued to prompt. Chapter 32. The Revelation of Qiu Yi. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Qin Beiluo pricked his finger and let a drop of blood fall into the spirit beast egg. As the blood entered, the egg emitted a faint glow, which quickly faded, appearing unchanged from before. However, Qin Beiluo sensed that something was different. He sensed a profound connection with the spirit beast egg, drawing them into an intimate bond. Qin Beiluo could feel the vibrant life pulsating within the egg, as well as the impending hatching that loomed on the horizon. Fortunately, he had brought back a considerable amount of spirit stones from the royal treasury, intending to use them to nurture the egg and hasten its hatching. After arranging the spirit stones, he left the egg in the sea of consciousness and exited that ethereal realm. Qin Beiluo had discovered that his sea of consciousness had been endowed with a unique space by the system, a repository for items that was even more convenient and secure than a storage ring. Currently, this space was roughly the size of a room, which was quite satisfactory. Upon exiting the consciousness space, he glanced out the window. Dusk was settling in, enveloping the world in twilight. As he stood, he heard the voice of a maid outside the door. "Young master, someone is here to see you." Stepping out, he found the maid, bowing respectfully, informing him of his visitor. Soon, he followed her to the front hall, where several other maids were attending to various tasks. The estate boasted a dozen servants, including cooks, attendants, and maids, ensuring that as a true disciple, Qin Beiluo had nothing to worry about in terms of treatment. Should he feel dissatisfied, he could even summon attendants from the northern king's residence to serve him, just as Li Wan'er had brought her personal maid to the mountains. He too could bring servants along. It was, of course, Xianxia who had come to see Qin Beiluo. She blinked her eyes and remarked, "Husband, your residence is quite splendid. The rockeries and ponds, the courtyard design, all surpass my own. Indeed, if you enjoy it, you are welcome to stay any time." Qin Beiluo replied with a smile, pleased by the sentiment. "That is precisely my intention," Xianxia said, raising her delicate chin with a light smile. She had been contemplating how to broach the subject with her husband, but his offer came as a delightful surprise. "Truly, we are in sync," she thought with a gleam of joy. "Now that you are at Zhou Academy, are you finding it difficult to adapt?" she inquired softly. Qin Beiluo shrugged. "Not particularly. Besides, Zhou Academy allows for free movement. If I wish to return to the royal residence, it would be quite easy." "That is true. I plan to have Butler Wu send a trusted group of attendants to Zhou Academy. What do you think, my dear?" "Yes, that would be ideal. Your consideration is commendable." Xianxia agreed with enthusiasm, knowing that the royal servants were more reliable and efficient. As they engaged in light conversation, they entered the bedroom. After a brief exchange, Xianxia expressed her admiration. "During the assessment, I never anticipated your performance would be so extraordinary, especially your breakthrough to the late golden core stage. The phenomena it invoked left a lasting impression on me." A smile graced her lips, though a hint of perplexity lingered in her heart. In his previous life, Qin Beiluo had indeed been remarkable, but his current self was undeniably superior. Xianxia has come to the realization that in this life, it is not only she who has encountered extraordinary fortunes, but Qin Beiluo has undoubtedly experienced remarkable adventures as well. Qin Beiluo chuckled, admitting, "I never anticipated this. It seems my physique and cultivation method are indeed unique. Dearest, could you enlighten me about the nature of your chaotic devouring body and your cultivation technique?" Xianxia inquired. Her curiosity piqued. In her previous life, Qin Beiluo had awakened his chaotic devouring body, subsequently soaring to greatness. Yet, in her recollections, it took Qin Beiluo several years to awaken this extraordinary form. After marrying him in this life, she had intended to assist him in awakening his physique sooner, only to discover that he had accomplished this feat entirely on his own, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Moreover, Qin Beiluo demonstrated an exceptional cultivation technique that propelled his advancement at an astonishing rate, even invoking celestial phenomena during breakthroughs, making a remarkable impression during the imperial examination. All these developments filled Xianxia with joy for Qin Beiluo, yet deepened her confusion. Why was her husband's trajectory diverging so significantly? Qin Beiluo explained. "The cultivation method I practice is called Cultivation 8 Desolations. It is, in fact, the premium cultivation technique I previously mentioned. The only requirement for this method is the acquisition of cultivation resources, which I stumbled upon by chance when I encountered a reclusive master." Seeing Xianxia's palpable curiosity, Qin Beiluo fabricated a tale of an eccentric old Taoist who gifted him the Cultivation 8 Desolations technique, enabling him to undergo a transformation and awaken his chaotic devouring body ahead of time. Though this narrative was somewhat cliched, it proved effective. Xianxia's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Despite its implausibility, she found it difficult to dismiss. "Oh, I see now. You truly are a person of destiny, my husband. That old Taoist must be an extraordinary master," she murmured. Qin Beiluo then shifted the topic. "By the way, I am quite curious about your feelings toward Li Wan'er." He voiced his confusion, believing he could surmise Xianxia's sentiments toward Li Wan'er, but sought confirmation. Upon mentioning Li Wan'er, Xianxia bit her lip, her eyes flashing with coldness. "You must exercise caution regarding Li Wan'er. From what I know, she and the Prince of Zhennan, who backs her, harbor deep-seated schemes, clandestinely colluding with sect forces, driven by ulterior motives. What is truly going on?" Qin Beiluo inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia resolved to reveal her most significant secret. She gazed tenderly at Qin Beiluo and asked, "Can I trust you, my husband?" "Of course," Qin Beiluo replied earnestly, nodding. Taking a deep breath, Xianxia continued. "Over a month ago, I had a dream." "A dream?" "Yes, a dream about my past life. In it, I experienced a cycle of reincarnation, and memories of my previous existence resurfaced. In the dream, my husband and I were ambushed, ultimately leading to our demise. The participants in that ambush numbered 10, with 2 instigators. One was Li Wan'er, and the other was the holy son of the Tang sect, Tang Haishan. Xianxia spoke with a grave demeanor. Her words confirmed Qin Beiluo's earlier suspicions. Indeed, Xianxia was a reincarnator. Qin Beiluo realized that the so-called dream was merely a pretext from Xianxia. She was most likely a genuine, reborn individual. After all this time, I have not been reborn, yet my wife has. How intriguing. Wait a moment. If Xianxia is a reincarnator, does she not possess knowledge of the opportunities and treasures from her past life? Qin Beiluo gazed at his wife under the moonlight. Xianxia's bright eyes and radiant smile were as ethereal as the moon, her figure graceful and exquisite, akin to a celestial being from the Moon Palace. She was truly beautiful. He must hold tightly to those lovely legs. Simultaneously, the implications of Xianxia's words heightened his vigilance. Chapter 33. Intent to kill. Xianxia laid her cards on the table with Qin Beiluo. The depth of her words filled him with an intense alertness towards Li Wan'er. So, in your dream, did Li Wan'er and the others from your past life conspire to end our lives? Qin Beiluo whispered. Xianxia gently nodded, leaning against him. In the dream, although you awakened the chaos devouring body that occurred several years later, I found it puzzling why you differed so greatly from your past self. Now, I realize it must have been the assistance of that mysterious old Taoist. That person is undoubtedly an extraordinary master. He altered your fate. If you encounter that old Taoist again, you must treat him with the utmost respect. He is undoubtedly a significant opportunity for you. Xianxia offered her analysis. Qin Beiluo felt a pang of guilt. After all, there was no old Taoist or extraordinary master, merely fabrications of his own making. His greatest reliance was the system. Is Xianxia a reincarnator? Apologies, but I possess the advantage of a system. Qin Beiluo pondered. Chani, when did that ambush occur? 20 years from now. 20 years is not a long span. Qin Beiluo remarked. For cultivators, 20 years is but a fleeting moment. Their lifespans extend significantly. Those in the Qi refining stage can live over 200 years, let alone those in the foundation establishment, golden core, or nascent soul stages, who may even reach a millennium. There are even longevity elixirs and precious herbs that grant cultivators extended lifespans. In my past life, Li Wan'er colluded with Tang Haishan, the holy son of the Tang sect, to orchestrate our demise. This implies that the southern town king is likely in collusion with sect forces. Qin Beiluo stated. Indeed, I have always harbored such suspicions. Xianxia replied. Qin Beiluo nodded. The conflict between the Great Zhou court and the sects has long been semi-public. From the inception of the Great Zhou by its founding emperor, when the court and the sects shared governance, hidden dangers were already sown. Now, the major sects scarcely heed the Great Zhou court, acting as a nation within a nation. The holy son of the Tang sect, Tang Haishan, Tangmen is one of the 9 great sects of the Great Zhou, renowned for its expertise in poison and concealed weaponry. The significance of the holy son of Tangmen outweighs that of the true disciples from the Ziyun Academy. In a previous life, Qin Beiluo and Xianxia were ambushed and slain by the holy son of Tangmen, Tang Haishan, in collusion with Li Wan'er, illustrating the deep-seated alliance between the southern king and Tangmen. It is no wonder that Li Wan'er harbors a profound animosity towards me, as determined by the system's judgment of her hostility. Qin Beiluo, having pieced together the information, understood everything clearly. He whispered, since Li Wan'er harbors ulterior motives, we must prepare in advance. If the opportunity arises, we might consider taking the initiative. He was resolute in his approach towards adversaries. Upon hearing this, Xianxia expressed her strong agreement. Her hatred for Li Wan'er ran deep. In her past life, they had even been close friends. At that time, she was unaware of Li Wan'er's true nature, deceived by her seemingly pure and charming facade, believing she had found a confidant. Little did she know, Li Wan'er had meticulously plotted against her, leaking her whereabouts, leading to her ambush and tragic demise. Thus, Xianxia had long yearned for Li Wan'er's death. However, eliminating Li Wan'er would not be an easy task. Xianxia remarked softly, Li Wan'er, after all, has a special status and is currently under the protection of elders at Ziyun Academy, making it nearly impossible for us to act against her. Qin Beiluo pondered. The sword ruins will open next month. Could this be an opportunity? At the mention of the sword ruins, Xianxia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The sword ruins exist as a realm unto themselves, a profoundly unique space. In the Xianhuang continent, many such spaces exist, each governed by distinct rules, unbound by the outside world, akin to miniature worlds. The Sword Ruins are one such realm. Next month marks the opening of the Sword Ruins, where any true disciple of Ziyun Academy will be eligible to enter and seek spiritual artifacts. During this time, not only will Ziyun Academy send its disciples, but several surrounding sects will also have their chosen apprentices participating. Within the Sword Ruins, the rules differ significantly from those of the outside world. Moreover, the opening of the Sword Ruins occasionally leads to conflicts among disciples, resulting in fatalities, a situation tacitly accepted by Ziyun Academy and several major sections. This indeed presents a favorable opportunity. Xianxia nodded thoughtfully. The opening of the Sword Ruins is indeed a timely prospect. However, my husband, you must also enhance your strength. Although your foundation is profound and your potential unparalleled, further advancement is necessary. Indeed, I am aware, Qin Beiluo acknowledged, fully cognizant of his current limitations. The gap between the golden core and nascent soul stages represents a significant chasm, nearly insurmountable, even with 2 golden cores at his disposal. Instilling confidence in his invincibility among equals, facing a practitioner of a nascent soul stage, one whole realm above, would not guarantee victory. After all, the disparity between the golden core and nascent soul stages is vast, nearly impossible to bridge. To outsiders, the notion of a golden core defeating a nascent soul practitioner seems like a fantastical dream. No matter how extraordinary one may be, such a feat is almost inconceivable, especially considering that Li Wan'er is in the mid-nascent soul stage. Xianxia was right. His strength still lagged somewhat behind. The Sword Ruins will not open until next month. By then, my cultivation should reach a new pinnacle, and my strength will ascend further. There is no need for you to worry, Qin Beiluo spoke with confidence. Upon hearing this, Xianxia's bright eyes revealed her astonishment. Her husband had just achieved a breakthrough, and now he claimed he could surpass himself again before the Sword Ruins opened. Such rapid advancement was truly unfathomable. In less than half a month, Qin Beiluo had transformed from a cultivation failure to a peak golden core cultivator, a sight that Xianxia had witnessed with her own eyes. My husband's progress in cultivation is exceedingly swift. I must also strive diligently. Xianxia felt a surge of pressure. You are at the transformation stage. Once we arrive at the Sword Ruins, you should easily be able to overpower Li Wan'er. You may not even require my assistance to defeat her. Qin Beiluo remarked with a shrug and a smile. Xianxia gently shook her head. It is not that simple. Li Wan'er practice unique cultivation technique. And based on my past experiences, she is accompanied by a treasured artifact. She is someone of great fortune, so we must be thoroughly prepared to ensure absolute success. Of course, Qin Beiluo nodded. He understood from Xianxia's words that Li Wan'er certainly had hidden cards up her sleeve. It was only natural to consider this. As a woman deemed to possess great fortune by the system, she could not be as straightforward as she appeared. Xianxia had the immense secret of her rebirth as her trump card. What could Li Wan'er possibly possess? Qin Beiluo stated, what I need most right now is time. Merely enhancing my cultivation level is insufficient. I must also refine my techniques. Otherwise, I will not be able to unleash the full power of my realm. The greatest challenge Qin Beiluo faced was the brevity of his cultivation time. Progress in realms, techniques, physical body, and spiritual essence all require time, especially regarding techniques. Techniques are akin to martial arts moves. In a confrontation between 2 individuals of similar stature, if one possesses martial prowess while the other relies solely on rudimentary strikes, the outcome is evident. Another dilemma Qin Beiluo confronted was that while he had attained a certain level of strength, his techniques remained unrefined. Thus, he needed to master these techniques. For instance, the Xianxia sword technique would currently serve as his most formidable offensive method. Regarding technique. I can discuss them with you, my husband. Moreover, I have heard that every month, the Ziyun Academy invites elders to publicly lecture on various cultivation topics, including techniques. We can attend and listen, Xianxia said with a light smile. That would be splendid, Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. Glancing out the window where the moonlight poured in, casting a soft glow across the windowsill. He then shifted the topic. It is getting late. We shall discuss other matters tomorrow. My dear, let us rest. Xianxia's face flushed, yet she shyly nodded in agreement. Chapter 34. The Prince of the Northern Kingdom is truly a talented individual. The following day, Qin Beiluo awoke amidst warmth and softness. Gazing at the exquisite face so near to him, he felt invigorated, a smile gracing his lips. Xianxia was still fast asleep, and after admiring her peaceful slumber for a moment, he quietly rose. Then Qin Beiluo summoned his maid, instructing her to inform the attendants and coachmen who had accompanied him to Ziyun Academy to relay the news of his becoming a true disciple to Steward Wu. He penned a letter requesting Steward Wu to dispatch a contingent of trustworthy servants to Ziyun Academy. Previously, Qin Beiluo had arrived by beast-drawn carriage, and his coachmen and attendants awaited news on the mountain. He was supposed to have notified them yesterday, but a late-night heart-to-heart with Xianxia had caused him to forget this matter. Having taken care of these arrangements, Qin Beiluo retrieved a vial of elixir from his storage ring and commenced his cultivation practice. This was his most distinctive method of training. The spiritual energy within him surged, and his proficiency in the Kunpeng Bahonggong increased by 30, reaching a level of 133010000. The spiritual energy continued to rise, and his proficiency escalated rapidly. Soon, he had enhanced his proficiency by 300 points, reaching a total of 1,600 points. He could distinctly sense the deepening of his inner vitality, significantly augmenting his strength. With a daily increase of 300 proficiency points, he mused that in just 28 days, his proficiency would reach 10,000. Successfully breaking through to the second layer of the Kunpeng Bahonggong, Qin Beiluo silently recited the Kunpeng Bahonggong, comprehending the essence of its second layer. Gradually, insights began to dawn upon him. According to the teachings of the Kunpeng Bahonggong, once he surmounted the second layer, a qualitative transformation awaited him. The second layer could cultivate a protective divine ability known as the golden body of the dragon and elephant. Mastering the golden body meant embodying the strength of dragons and elephants, endowed with formidable vitality that could even allow for the regeneration of severed limbs. Certain powerful techniques could lead to the cultivation of divine abilities. Upon reaching the second layer of the Kunpeng Bahonggong, one could attain the divine ability of the golden body of the dragon and elephant. Once he achieved this, his physical defenses would become unparalleled, significantly enhancing Qin Beiluo's capacity for self-preservation. The resources required for cultivating the Kunpeng Bahonggong were increasingly substantial, and he had already consumed a considerable amount of elixirs from the royal treasury. However, the royal family's wealth was abundant, and he could retrieve more when needed. Observing the empty vial in his hand, Qin Beiluo contemplated silently. Just then, the gentle voice of Xianxia reached his ears. "Husband, you are awake so early?" Upon turning, he saw Xianxia with her hair elegantly styled, her fair complexion and dewy skin reminiscent of a lotus flower blooming quietly. Her cheeks were flushed with color, clearly in high spirits from a restful night. Qin Beiluo replied, "Indeed, I noticed you were sleeping soundly and didn't want to disturb you." Xianxia smiled. "Today marks our formal apprenticeship, followed by the grand ceremony for entering the mansion." Qin Beiluo acknowledged, "Yes, the time is nearly upon us. Once we are ready, let us proceed to Ziyun Hall." In the midst of their conversation, the two shared a simple wash and meal before stepping out together. Today marks the grand ceremony of the Ziyun Academy. All disciples who have successfully passed the assessment are required to partake in the ritual, paying homage to the great ancestor of the great Zhou, the emperors of bygone eras, as well as the esteemed heads of the academy throughout its history. Simultaneously, the true disciples, including Qin Beiluo and Xianxia, shall formally acknowledge their masters. Outside the Ziyun Hall, the newly admitted disciples stand in orderly rows, with Qin Beiluo, Xianxia, and 10 other true disciples at the forefront, followed by inner disciples, and then the ordinary disciples. The distinctions among the disciples are clear. In this grand ceremony, Qin Beiluo and the other 12 true disciples undoubtedly shine the brightest, particularly Qin Beiluo. Although he has not been designated as the chief disciple, his exemplary aptitude, rated as A-class, and his recent acceptance by the headmaster Zhou Fenglai, place him at the forefront of all true disciples. Right behind him stands Xianxia, followed by Li Wan'er, Li Qian, and others. This arrangement clearly signifies Qin Beiluo's esteemed status. All newly admitted disciples don the academy's distinctive attire. Qin Beiluo is clad in a pristine white outfit adorned with black cloud patterns, symbolizing his identity as a true disciple, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Under the guidance of headmaster Zhou Fenglai, the sacrificial rites commence. The main purpose of the ritual is to pay tribute to the great ancestor of the great Zhou, the emperors of yore, and the past heads of Ziyun Academy. Although the process is elaborate and intricate, the disciples, including Qin Beiluo, merely need to follow along, rendering it not overly burdensome. After approximately half an hour, the sacrificial rites conclude. The next stage is the master-apprentice ceremony, presided over by the elderly woman in black, Xianxia, who announces the respective masters of several true disciples. True disciple Li Qian, with an aptitude rated B class, is suited for the cultivation of physical divine arts and is taken on by elder Xionggang. True disciple Li Waner, with an aptitude rated A class low, is apt for the cultivation of water-based techniques and is apprenticed to elder Sun Wuxia. True disciple Qiu Chani, with an aptitude rated A class middle, is suited for swordsmanship and is mentored by elder Lu Qingzhu. True disciple Qin Beiluo, with an aptitude rated A class high, is taken on by headmaster Zhao Fenglai. Upon the announcement by Li Xianxia regarding the master-apprentice affiliations of the true disciples, a wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. Undoubtedly, the true disciples are the elite, with each possessing the privilege to be mentored by an elder. Hearing that the lowest aptitude among these true disciples is B class, the other disciples express their envy and wonder. Ultimately, all eyes inevitably turn towards Qin Beiluo. When Li Xianxia declares his aptitude as A-class high and his mentorship under headmaster Zhao Fenglai, the disciples initially pause in disbelief, followed by a chorus of bewildered exclamations. What is happening? Did I hear incorrectly? What is Qin Beiluo's aptitude? A-class high, mentored by headmaster Zhao? Isn't he known for not accepting disciples? Surely, I must be imagining things. No, isn't Qin Beiluo the son of the Northern Kingdom's prince? I heard he was once considered a waste of talent, only recently able to cultivate anew. How could this be? Amidst the clamor of discussions, all eyes were riveted upon Qin Beiluo. His exceptional talent, classified as Grade A, and his apprenticeship under Zhao Fenglai were both matters that could incite fervent debate among the disciples, rendering them the foremost news within the Ziyun Academy. After all, Zhao Fenglai had never taken on a disciple throughout the years, making this a groundbreaking precedent. Furthermore, being recognized as Grade A talent was a rarity in the illustrious history of Ziyun Academy. Coupled with Qin Beiluo's remarkable lineage and his past as one deemed a natural failure, the intrigue surrounding him ignited the imaginations of all present, compelling them to cast their gazes in his direction. Standing at the forefront, Qin Beiluo possessed a tall and slender frame, strikingly handsome, with an air of nobility that set him apart from mundane. In an instant, the female disciples below were rendered spellbound, their hearts fluttering uncontrollably. How could such a paragon of virtue in this tumultuous world not evoke admiration? It was once presumed that the Northern Kingdom's royal house would fade into obscurity, yet unexpectedly, a dragon had emerged. Indeed, from this day forth, the name Qin Beiluo would once again resound throughout the imperial capital. With his unparalleled demeanor and exceptional talent, he was truly a prodigy of his generation. The whispers among the crowd were laden with understanding. They recognized that from this moment, Qin Beiluo would ascend to prominence within the imperial capital, erasing the stigma of his former status as a cultivation failure, and instead, heralding the rise of a new era marked by the brilliance of Qin Beiluo. Chapter 35, The Empress. Without a doubt, Qin Beiluo had become the focal point of public discourse, the very center of everyone's attention. He had achieved renown, no longer the universally acknowledged failure. He had transformed into a true disciple of Ziyun Academy, boasting Grade A talent and having been exceptionally accepted as a disciple by Director Zhao. This was more than sufficient to ensure that Qin Beiluo's name would echo throughout the imperial capital. The many disciples present were filled with envy and astonishment. The discussions continued unabated, and even after the apprenticeship ceremony concluded, Qin Beiluo remained the center of attention among all the disciples. Following the ceremony, several true disciples were retained by the elders for private discussions, while Qin Beiluo was summoned by Zhao Fenglai to his exclusive study for a private conversation. Walking alongside Zhao Fenglai, Qin Beiluo respectfully clasped his hands in greeting. "Master," he addressed Zhao Fenglai. Zhao Fenglai nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Beiluo, I have known your father, the king of the Northern Kingdom, for many years. You need not feel constrained. Were you comfortable staying here last night?" "Quite comfortable," Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. "The abundant spiritual energy within Ziyun Academy greatly benefits my cultivation." Ziyun Academy is indeed a rare celestial sanctuary, with the spiritual energy on Ziyun Mountain being several times denser than that of the outside world, significantly aiding in cultivation. "Your physique is exceptionally unique," Zhao Fenglai sighed softly. "To be frank, even I find it challenging to provide you with specific guidance. You will need to explore this yourself. Until now, My knowledge of the chaos-devouring body has been rather limited. Even with Zhao Fenglai's extensive knowledge, he knew little about the chaos-devouring body. Moreover, he could discern that Qin Beiluo's foundational cultivation was remarkably profound, with both his physical body and spirit being extraordinarily powerful, far surpassing that of his peers. This was enough to confirm that the cultivation methods Qin Beiluo was currently employing were indeed suitable for him. Qin Beiluo smiled gently. I understand, master. Rest assured, I shall never neglect my cultivation. However, what is it? Zhao Fenglai inquired, puzzled. It's just that my cultivation method is rather unique. It can devour the essence of all things in heaven and earth to nourish itself. Hence, I require a substantial amount of spiritual herbs and precious plants for my training. Qin Beiluo explained candidly. He blinked and glanced at Zhao Fenglai. The crux of his statements was quite straightforward. Dean funding, please. Qin Beiluo was well aware of his unique physique and that, despite Zhao Fenglai's capabilities, he could not teach him extensively. Nonetheless, as the highest decision-maker of Ziyun Academy, Zhao Fenglai possessed an abundance of cultivation resources. Was it not delightful to have Zhao Fenglai provide him with such resources? Zhao Fenglai chuckled softly, you rascal. Your intentions are as clear as day. He sighed. Since I have taken you as my disciple, I cannot be too stingy, lest your father accuse me of being miserly. As he spoke, Zhao Fenglai waved his hand slightly, revealing a token crafted from special metal, glimmering with a faint silver light. Etched upon it were the characters for Zhao Fenglai, emanating a subtle aura of authority. Undoubtedly, this token symbolized Zhao Fenglai's status, infused with a trace of his essence. He handed the token to Qin Beiluo, saying, Beiluo, with this token, you may visit the medicinal gardens and mines of Ziyun Academy to exchange for a precious plant and spiritual stones once a month. Consider this my gift to you as your initiation. Qin Beiluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastily accepted it. Thank you, master. The sincerity in his address made it sound much more genuine. Zhao Fenglai teased with a smile. Qin Beiluo chuckled, not bothering to dispute it, and continued, Master, I wish to rapidly enhance my strength. I also seek your guidance on the techniques of the Xianxia sword art that I comprehended from the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Upon hearing the mention of the Xianxia sword art, Zhao Fenglai was not at all surprised. He replied, Beiluo, one of the reasons I accepted you as my disciple is indeed due to your understanding of the Xianxia sword art. Your grasp of swordsmanship indicates a remarkable talent. At Ziyun Academy, I, along with several elders such as Lu Qingzhu, specialize in sword techniques, and I have also practiced the Xianxia sword art. Qin Beiluo was elated. Zhao Fenglai had practiced the Xianxia sword art as well. What could be better than that? In terms of technique cultivation, Zhao Fenglai would undoubtedly provide invaluable guidance. Then, Zhao Fenglai elaborated. The Xianxia sword art is an unrivaled sword technique characterized by its overwhelming force. When mastered to a profound degree, it can summon thunder with its sword intent, exuding unparalleled brilliance that reverberates across the realms. His tone was calm and measured as he spoke. Qin Beiluo listened intently, his expression serious and attentive. It must be said that although Zhao Fenglai had never taken on a disciple before, he truly was an exemplary master. For Qin Beiluo, Zhao Fenglai's teachings were remarkably profound, penetrating to the core. Each word imparted a sense of clarity and enlightenment. Zhao Fenglai spoke for approximately the duration of an incense stick before pausing momentarily. How is it? Did you comprehend? Yes, I believe I grasp the essence, Qin Beiluo responded, having discerned the key points of Zhao Fenglai's discourse. This revelation momentarily startled Zhao Fenglai. Upon observing the clarity in Qin Beiluo's eyes and his genuine expression, felt a sense of relief and satisfaction. With a smile, Zhao Fenglai remarked, It appears that we are indeed destined to be master and disciple. This statement left Qin Beiluo somewhat perplexed. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Fenglai had refrained from taking on disciples for a significant reason over the years. Zhao Fenglai was exceptionally gifted, a true genius, should he accept disciples. The profundity of the knowledge imparted would likely surpass the comprehension of ordinary students. Such instances had occurred previously, where Zhao Fenglai had delivered public teachings. Yet only a scant few could truly understand. Even his most devoted students found themselves bewildered. It was not due to Zhao Fenglai's inadequacy as a teacher, but rather the lack of insight among his pupils. Consequently, he gradually abandoned the thought of accepting disciples. Among those few who caught his eye at the Ziyun Academy were only Li Wanner's brother, Li Suifeng, and a handful of others, including Lu Qingzhu, during his time as a disciple. Now, there was another in Qin Beiluo. Zhou Fenlai gestured once more, and a thick book materialized in his hands. Its cover inscribed with the 4 characters, "The True Interpretation of Swordsmanship." He presented this tome to Qin Beiluo. "This comprises my insights on swordsmanship over the years. Consider it a gift for your personal study. Should you require assistance, feel free to seek me out," Zhou Fenlai said calmly. "Thank you, Master," Qin Beiluo replied, delightfully accepting the book. He couldn't help but feel fortunate. Zhou Fenlai had indeed been quite generous to him. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Beiluo observed Zhou Fenlai wave his hand in a gesture of dismissal, advising him, "As you are keen on cultivating your swordsmanship, you may visit the Shuiyue Peak. Starting tomorrow, Elder Lu Qingzhu will hold public lectures there for 3 days. Her prowess in swordsmanship is among the finest in the Ziyun Academy, and her experience should prove invaluable to you." Qin Beiluo felt a stir of interest at this prospect. "Understood, Master. Yes. I must report the list of true disciples to the Emperor and make a visit to the palace. You may take your leave," Zhou Fenlai announced. Upon hearing the mention of the Emperor, an elegant yet aloof figure materialized in Qin Beiluo's mind, the Empress of the Great Zhou. Chapter 36. The Her Garden and the Precious Flora. A vision of the Empress, adorned in a dark dragon robe, exuding an air of regal authority, flashed before Qin Beiluo's eyes. He had encountered the Empress on several occasions, each time struck by her extraordinary grace and icy demeanor. Aware that Zhou Fenlai was to enter the palace for an audience, Qin Beiluo nodded and departed, prudently choosing not to intrude further. With the acquisition of the true interpretation of swordsmanship and an identity token from Zhou Fenlai, Qin Beiluo felt a profound sense of contentment. Zhou Fenlai was indeed a mentor who resonated with his aspirations. Zhou Fenlai adopted a rather laissez-faire approach towards him, exercising leniency in his discipline of Qin Beiluo, affording him considerable freedom, much to Qin Beiluo's satisfaction. Moreover, Zhou Fenlai possessed a robust physique and was notably generous. The token bestowed upon him by Director Zhou had an uncertain yet promising potential for resource exchange, which piqued Qin Beiluo's curiosity. Departing from Zhou Fenlai's study, he swiftly made his way to the medicinal garden of Ziyun Academy. Guided by an outer sect disciple, Qin Beiluo soon located his destination. Upon arriving at the entrance of the garden, he encountered a sprightly elder standing at the threshold, clad in a long robe and appearing to be around 60 years of age, adorned with azure cloud patterns on his garment. Inside and outside the medicinal garden, dozens of disciples were present. Some were selecting precious herbs while others were deep in contemplation. It was evident that the elder was the steward overseeing the garden. The cloud patterns on the clothing served as a means to discern the identities of the Ziyun Academy members. The lowest-ranking ordinary disciples wore white cloud patterns. Intersect disciples donned red, true disciples sported black, while stewards, hallmasters, and similar ranks showcased azure patterns. Elders and directors wore garments embellished with purple patterns. Seeing the azure cloud patterns on the elder's attire, Qin Beiluo greeted him with a smile and a respectful gesture. "Greetings, esteemed steward. I have come to claim some precious herbs." The elder scrutinized Qin Beiluo, noting his athletic attire and extraordinary demeanor, and was taken aback to see the black cloud pattern symbolizing a true disciple adorning his robe. "This true disciple before me is Xianxia, the steward of the medicinal garden," he thought, guessing that Qin Beiluo was a newly appointed true disciple. Well informed, Xianxia had already heard about the admission exams results from the previous day, which included 12 new true disciples, and that Director Zhou had personally taken on a disciple. Qin Beiluo smiled. "Ah, it is Elder Song. I am Qin Beiluo. This token was given to me by the director, indicating that I may exchange it for training resources in the medicinal garden." He produced the token, which emanated a subtle yet imposing aura. The name Zhou Fenlai inscribed upon it, causing Xianxia to be utterly astonished. Xianxia's eyes widened, his voice involuntarily rising. You're the true disciple taken in by the esteemed director." His elevated tone drew the attention of those around them, as disciples from both within and outside the medicinal garden turned to gaze at Qin Beiluo, who was now the center of their amazement. "We have met the true disciple brother. Greetings, brother." The disciples, while bowing respectfully to Qin Beiluo, discreetly examined him. The fact that Director Zhou had accepted a disciple, and that it was this strikingly handsome young man, sparked an overwhelming curiosity among them. Qin Beiluo nodded, smiling. Steward Song. May I indeed claim a set of training resources with this token? Ah, certainly, absolutely. Songze responded with enthusiasm. This is a token of elder rank, granting you the ability to receive 10 precious herbs and 10 top-quality spirit stones each month. True disciple, please follow me. A smile graced Songze's face as he promptly guided Qin Beiluo into the medicinal garden. Within the garden, Qin Beiluo sensed an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy, accompanied by the fragrant aroma of precious herbs. The vegetation here was lush and verdant, sprawling over vast expanses, easily covering tens of thousands of acres. Towering trees stood majestically alongside low shrubs, while fruit-bearing trees flourished alongside seemingly unremarkable spiritual grasses and peculiar aquatic plants by the pond. Numerous ordinary disciples were diligently watering the spiritual spring, fertilizing and pest control, painting a picture of thriving vitality. Qin Beiluo gazed in admiration. Qin Zhenchuan, behold, this medicinal garden is home to numerous precious herbs. In this area, you may freely select any 10 herbs that catch your fancy, Songze remarked, gesturing towards the garden. Qin Beiluo raised an eyebrow. Elder Song, does this imply that there are other sections of the garden? Indeed, the herbs in this portion of the garden are considered ordinary. Higher tier, rare herbs must be exchanged for with merit, Songze replied with a smile. He understood that Qin Beiluo, being newly arrived at Ziyun Academy, was unfamiliar with the specific regulations. Eager to befriend him, he patiently elaborated. Qin Zhenchuan, some of the rare herbs at Ziyun Academy can only be obtained through merit. Whether you are a true disciple, elder, or even the dean, this has always been the case. By accepting tasks within the academy, eliminating nearby demonic entities, or submitting unique treasures, one can earn merit. Merit can vary in magnitude. 100 points of minor merit can be exchanged for 1 point of major merit, which is generally sufficient to acquire a rare herb. Ah, I see now. Thank you for clarifying, Elder Song. You are too kind, Qin Zhenchuan, Songze chuckled. With your elder level token, you may freely select 10 ordinary herbs each month, along with 10 top-tier spirit stones. I recommend choosing based on your needs. Notable herbs in this garden include the fire attribute fire ginseng fruit and the water attribute water spirit pear, among others. Songze enthusiastically detailed the offerings. After listening, Qin Beiluo had made his decision. Most of the cultivation techniques in this world align with the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. However, the technique he practiced, the Kunpeng 8 Desolation skill, did not conform to these categories. To be precise, the Kunpeng 8 Desolations skill accommodates spiritual entities of any attribute, absorbing spiritual energy to nourish itself. Thus, the herbs Qin Beiluo sought needed only to be rich in spiritual energy. I shall select the Kunlun green jade vine and the blood dragon fruit, both of which are abundant in spiritual energy, Qin Beiluo declared, choosing several herbs brimming with vitality. Certainly, please wait a moment, Qin Zhenchuan. Songze, meticulous in his duties, promptly instructed his aides to harvest the selected herbs and package them using a special method to prevent the leakage of spiritual energy before presenting them to Qin Beiluo. With a smile, Qin Beiluo nodded, accepting the herbs and placing them into his storage ring. Thank you, Manager Song. These 10 herbs were all excellent. And even with Qin Beiluo's discerning eye, he deemed them to be top-tier treasures. Qin Beiluo roughly estimated that a single precious plant could replenish around 100 proficiency points, while 10 such plants could equate to 1,000 proficiency points, which greatly satisfied him. Moreover, these precious plants could be collected monthly, significantly reducing his resource consumption. This was merely the ordinary precious plants from the medicinal garden. To acquire rare varieties, he would need to obtain substantial merit. Thus, he mused to himself that he needed to devise a way to earn more merit. He had begun to grasp the internal rules of the Ziyun Academy, which overall maintained a fair and orderly environment. Even the elders, including Dean Zhou, required substantial merit to exchange for rare precious plants. Naturally, with the strength of the elders and Zhao Feng, acquiring merit was far simpler than for ordinary disciples. Qin Zhenchuan has been too polite. If you trust me, why not hand over the token? I can assist you in the exchange for spirit stones, Songze remarked with a warm smile. Qin Beiluo, being favored by Dean Zhao as a disciple, was undoubtedly one of the most promising talents. Establishing a good relationship with him would yield endless benefits in the future. Upon hearing this, Qin Beiluo did not decline. Then I shall trouble you, Manager Song. Not at all. It's a trivial matter, Xianxia replied, taking the token from Qin Beiluo and departing in haste. In less than 2/4 of an hour, Xianxia returned with a small bag of spirit stones, respectfully presenting them to Qin Beiluo. After expressing his gratitude, Qin Beiluo bid farewell to Xianxia and returned to his residence. In the bedroom, Xianxia had been waiting for him. Chapter 37. Breakthrough in Techniques, Entering the Realm Overnight. In the spacious and bright bedroom, Xianxia had changed into her everyday attire, evidently having put considerable effort into her appearance. Her skin was fair and delicate, akin to fine white jade, without a single flaw. Her luscious red lips were strikingly beautiful, causing Qin Beiluo's eyes to gleam with admiration. Beloved, I have prepared some food and brewed a pot by you Chanti for you to taste, Xianxia said with a gentle smile. Very well, Qin Beiluo replied, sitting at the table, savoring the delicacies while engaging in casual conversation with Xianxia. It was then that Xianxia learned of Qin Beiluo's visit to the medicinal garden. As expected of Dean Zhou, he truly is generous, she remarked with a playful blink. Expressing her astonishment, Xianxia had apprenticed under Lu Qingzhu, a newly appointed elder who required abundant resources for her cultivation. Therefore, Xianxia did not enjoy the same privileges. Qin Beiluo took her delicate hand, which felt as if it could melt away. You need not worry about your cultivation resources. As a true disciple, you can receive a portion of cultivation resources each month. Additionally, I have instructed Steward Wu to retrieve some rare materials from the Wang family's treasury, ample for your training needs. You are so kind, my dear, Xianxia said softly, her smile warm and sincere. We are one as husband and wife. There is no need for many words. Xianxia then added with a light laugh, tomorrow my master will be conducting an open class at Shuiyue Peak for 3 days. I heard it will be about swordsmanship. Shall we attend together? Indeed, I'd already planned to do so, Qin Beiluo replied. Director Zhou bestowed upon me a tome titled The True Understanding of Swordsmanship, which encapsulates his profound insights and reflections on the art of the sword. Together, we may delve into its depths. Qin Beiluo produced the volume, and as fate would have it, Xianxia, a practitioner of swordsmanship and a bearer of the innate sword body of the great Luo, possesses a remarkable comprehension of this discipline. This book serves as an immense aid to her. Having previously consulted with Zhao Fenglai and obtained his permission, Qin Beiluo intends to study the true understanding of swordsmanship alongside Xianxia. Although they embark on this journey of mutual exploration, it is evident that Xianxia's superior cultivation and years of experience in swordsmanship afford her a deeper grasp of the text than Qin Beiluo could achieve alone. Engaging in this shared inquiry, Xianxia will impart her insights, significantly expediting their understanding compared to solitary study. With great enthusiasm, Xianxia picked up the true understanding of swordsmanship and perused its pages with meticulous care. As she delved deeper, a sparkle of joy illuminated her eyes. Indeed, Director Zhao's interpretations and annotations within this volume are invaluable. Her face radiated delight, and she could hardly part from it. Lifting her gaze to meet Qin Beiluo's, she said, Darling, I shall examine this tome first. Summon me when evening falls. Certainly, Qin Beiluo replied, understanding her fervor and choosing not to intrude upon her contemplation. Subsequently, he too commenced his practice, focusing on the divine, celestial sword art. The techniques within this art are not overly complex. However, the challenge lies in harnessing the power of thunder. Practitioners must resonate with the celestial energies of the world to invoke the might of lightning. Standing in the courtyard's training grounds, Qin Beiluo diligently practiced the divine, celestial sword art. An encouraging notification resonated in his ears. Congratulations, host. Proficiency in the divine celestial sword art is now at level 5, with a current proficiency of 10,100. Surprised, Qin Beiluo realized the system could provide feedback specific to his cultivation practices. This progress report proved immensely beneficial, as awareness of his advancement instilled him with greater motivation. In essence, feedback breeds motivation. With renewed determination, Qin Beiluo approached his practice of the divine, celestial sword art with utmost seriousness. In the realm of cultivation, techniques can be categorized by proficiency into 5 distinct realms: initiation, mastery, minor success, major success, and perfection. Presently, Qin Beiluo had merely begun his journey with the divine celestial sword art, still at the threshold of initiation. Thus, he embarked on a journey of exploration, wielding the Ruoshui sword and brandishing a 3-foot azure peak. The sword's radiance flickered like a silver serpent, and as the blade gleamed, arcs of thunder coiled around its edge, producing a crackling symphony. As the thunder erupted, the sword's brilliance surged, and its momentum escalated. Congratulations, host. Proficiency in the Divine Celestial Sword Art is now at level 5. With a current proficiency of 15,100. Congratulations, host. Proficiency in the Divine Celestial Sword Art is now at level 5, with a current proficiency of 20,100. Continue. Qin Beiluo felt the exhilarating growth of his proficiency and, filled with satisfaction, continued his fervent practice. He felt himself entering an enigmatic state, completely absorbed in wielding the Ruo Shui sword, with the Xianxia sword technique etched in his mind, striving for perfection in every detail. The sky had gradually darkened. Yet Qin Beiluo seemed oblivious to the passage of time, continuing to execute the Xianxia sword technique. He could not recall how many times he had practiced. His internal true essence surged, and with a flick of the sword, the power of thunder was invoked. Brilliant lightning illuminated the surroundings, and thunder erupted, manifesting in midair. Qin Beiluo distinctly sensed the explosive force of the thunder, its might terrifying. Progress was evident. He pressed on, tirelessly and with utmost seriousness. He continued his practice. He had grown increasingly adept, wielding the sword with remarkable ease. Qin Beiluo lost track of how many times he had swung the sword, feeling his movements becoming instinctive. Throughout this process, his true essence was rapidly depleting, prompting him to replenish it with spirit stones and elixirs, continuing his cultivation. Finally, deep into the night, as Qin Beiluo wielded the Ruo Shui sword, he suddenly felt an inexplicable lightness, as though he had entered a profound state. Accompanied by the emergence of lightning, the searing brilliance of thunder erupted, emanating an astonishing power from the sword. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the Xianxia sword technique has reached level 5. Current proficiency, 100-100. Congratulations, host. You have successfully entered the foundational level of the Xianxia sword technique. A notification echoed in Qin Beiluo's ears. He gathered his true essence and took a deep breath, a sense of indescribable accomplishment swelling within him. The foundational level of the Xianxia sword technique was achieved. Exhilarating. Having reached the foundational stage, Qin Beiluo felt utterly invigorated. He sheathed the Ruo Shui sword, calming the true essence within his dantian, and then looked up at the night sky. It was already quite late. Fortunately, the surrounding courtyard was protected by a soundproofing array, rendering it nearly impossible for the outside world to perceive the activities within. Otherwise, Qin Beiluo's late-night practice would surely have disturbed the peace. At this late hour, was Xianxia still engrossed in studying the sword Dao true understanding? It was only then that Qin Beiluo remembered to call for Xianxia and hurried toward the bedroom. Upon entering, he found the lights still aglow. Qin Beiluo stepped inside to see Xianxia holding the sword Dao true understanding, her expression serious, occasionally furrowing her brows or relaxing them, clearly immersed in grasping the essence of the text. Perhaps sensing Qin Beiluo's footsteps, Xianxia looked up, and their eyes met, both sharing a smile. Husband, she said a few hours ago, I came to find you and saw you diligently practicing the Xianxia sword technique, so I did not want to interrupt. It seems you have made significant progress tonight. Yes, I've barely managed to reach the foundational level of the Xianxia sword technique, Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. Xianxia's beautiful eyes widened slightly. You've reached the foundational level already, achieving it in one night. My husband truly is a prodigy. Chapter 38. Challenge? Even though she was aware of Qin Beiluo's exceptional talent, Xianxia was still astonished. In just one night, he had entered the foundational level of the Xianxia sword technique. This indeed is a technique of celestial quality, the difficulty of which is self-evident. While the basics of such techniques are not particularly challenging, the speed at which Qin Beiluo progresses is truly astonishing, even surpassing Xianxia's understanding. Upon entering the realm of techniques, the power escalates further. Xianxia sighed softly, marveling at Qin Beiluo's innate talent. Qin Beiluo reached out, gently caressing Xianxia's cheek, feeling the delicate and smooth texture akin to jelly. Xianxia allowed his playful gestures, though her eyes held a hint of reproach as she gazed at him. Qin Beiluo inquired, My dear, have you derived any insights from the true understanding of swordsmanship? Xianxia nodded slightly. The gains are substantial. As a swordsman, I resonate deeply with this text. I have a premonition that if I can fully comprehend the true understanding of swordsmanship, my sword intent will swiftly ascend to a higher realm, achieving the state of true manifestation. That would be splendid. Chani, your cultivation is already profound. This knowledge will surely be an added boon. Husband, you practice the divine sky sword technique. Are there any areas of confusion we might explore together? Indeed, there are a few perplexities. Thus, Qin Beiluo shared the challenges he faced while cultivating the divine sky sword technique with Chani, and they engaged in a fruitful dialogue. Given her superior cultivation and experiences from 2 lifetimes, Chani effortlessly guided Qin Beiluo. She meticulously conveyed her insights from the true understanding of swordsmanship, and Qin Beiluo found himself enriched by her knowledge. This delightful exchange was indeed gratifying. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like a gold brick. The greater the difference, the higher the rank. As they conversed, the night deepened. Qin Beiluo and Chani embraced and fell asleep. The following day, upon awakening, Qin Beiluo commenced his usual practice to enhance his proficiency. He retrieved a precious plant obtained from the medicinal garden, 3 scarlet blood dragon fruits. These fruits, the size of a fist, emanated an alluring fragrance and were enveloped in a faint red glow. The scarlet blood dragon fruit is known for its capacity to strengthen the physique and is imbued with abundant spiritual energy. Such precious plants possess gentle medicinal properties and delightful flavors, reputed for their efficacy in fortifying the organs, thus favored by the disciples of the Ziyun Academy. When the disciples claim these precious plants, the scarlet blood dragon fruit often ranks among the most sought after. After taking a bite, Qin Beiluo was met with an explosion of flavor, exceptionally sweet yet not cloying, reminiscent of watermelon, but more fragrant and sugary. 1 scarlet blood dragon fruit increased his proficiency by 150 points. To his surprise, a single fruit could elevate his proficiency by 150 points, exceeding his expectations. Initially, he believed that each plant would only enhance his proficiency by around 100 points. However, it turned out to be slightly more rewarding than anticipated. Consequently, Qin Beiluo consumed another scarlet blood dragon fruit, bringing his proficiency to a total of 300 points. With this achievement, he felt thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Chani had also finished her grooming and, together with Qin Beiluo, set out towards the Shueyue Peak. Today, Lu Qingzhu would be delivering a public lecture at Shueyue Peak, an event they could not afford to miss. Here, the mist swirls, and the peaks rise majestically into the heavens, with the terrain steep and perilous. Atop the mountain lies a vast dojo, capable of accommodating thousands. At this moment, the expansive dojo is filled with crowds, disciples adorned in robes of various hues, each embroidered with distinct cloud patterns, eagerly awaiting a glimpse of Lu Qingzhu's grace. Lu Qingzhu, once the foremost disciple and later an esteemed elder, possesses a legendary tale. While Lu Qingzhu occasionally imparts teachings, such sessions are typically reserved for inner disciples, particularly those of the true lineage, and are not held at regular intervals. This time, however, the public lecture is open to all disciples and spans 3 consecutive days, thus generating immense popularity. Qin Beiluo and Chani make their entrance, drawing many curious glances. Both exude an exceptional aura and beauty, clad in robes embroidered with black cloud patterns, signifying their prestigious status. This garners deep respect from their fellow disciples. They encounter a familiar face, Li Qian, who is joyfully indulging in a large chicken leg with one hand and a jug of wine in the other. Qin Beiluo chuckles at the sight of Li Qian, who truly embodies the title of a food enthusiast. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they hear a collective gasp. Elder Lu has arrived. Accompanied by this exclamation, a brilliant sword light streaks across the sky, akin to a falling star. Lu Qingzhu soars on her sword, her garments billowing gracefully, resembling a celestial being. The Purple Cloud Academy is protected by a grand formation that forbids external aerial travel, yet Lu Qingzhu is evidently an exception. Subsequently, her elegant figure descends from the sky and lands steadily at the center of the gathering. Without further ado, Lu Qingzhu begins her lecture. She gazes across the crowd and states plainly, "Today, I shall discuss the way of weaponry. As you all know, my practice is in the sword. Yet the path of weaponry ultimately leads to the same destination. I believe that for a practitioner to master a specific weapon, such as the saber, sword, or spear, one must first refine oneself. Begin with hand techniques, fist strikes, and footwork to establish a solid foundation, and only then should one practice with a weapon. A weapon is an extension of one's limbs. The notion of uniting with a weapon entails treating it as an integral part of oneself, wielded like an arm, responding intuitively. Lu Qingzhu eloquently shares her insights, captivating the audience, who listen intently, finding themselves enlightened. Qin Beiluo derives significant benefit from her words as well. In contrast, Li Qian continues to munch on his chicken leg, seemingly indifferent to the discourse. Lu Qingzhu speaks for a full quarter of an hour. After this duration, she clears her throat and remarks casually, "Words alone are insufficient. I have always advocated for practical experience. Therefore, I invite anyone willing to engage in combat to step forward, and I shall personally guide you." Upon her invitation, the disciples hesitate momentarily, but soon one steps forth. He is an inner disciple, exuding a robust aura, tall in stature, and relatively handsome. The disciple clasps his hands in greeting, introducing himself. "I am Zhou Xianxia, honored to meet Elder Lu." Another disciple follows suit. Also an inner disciple. "I am Wu Quan, honored to meet Elder Lu." Lu Qingzhu nodded. "Since both of you have volunteered, let us begin." At that moment, Zhou Zhengxiong engaged in a fierce battle with Wu Quan. It was evident that Zhou Zhengxiong possessed formidable strength. He was at the peak of the golden core stage, just a step away from the nascent soul. In contrast, Wu Quan was significantly weaker, only at the mid-golden core level. Zhou Zhengxiong excelled with a spear, wielding it with remarkable speed and precision, the movements accompanied by a faint roar reminiscent of a dragon. Behind him, the shadow of a black serpent loomed, exuding en overwhelming aura. Impressive. Qin Beiluo silently assessed Zhou Zhengxiong's prowess. "No wonder his name sounds familiar," Li Qian murmured. "Brotherly, do you know this person?" Qin Beiluo inquired, astonished. Li Qian took a sip of his drink, satisfaction evident in his expression. "Yes, his father is the Marquis of Fuyuan, affiliated with the Southern King's estate. It is said he has followed the son of the Southern King, Li Shunfeng, for many years, and there are rumors of his unrequited love for Li Waner. Zhou Zhengxiong entered the academy 3 years ago, a year ahead of us. Is that so?" Qin Beiluo's curiosity was piqued. The connection to Li Waner seemed more than mere coincidence. He regarded Zhou Zhengxiong with newfound scrutiny. In the arena, Zhou Zhengxiong effortlessly claimed victory. Subsequently, several challengers stepped forward, only to be easily defeated by him. Within a brief span, he achieved 3 consecutive victories. His strength garnered the recognition of the other disciples, leaving them astounded. Zhou Zhengxiong had established himself as a leading figure among the inner disciples, poised on the brink of a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Indeed, beneath the golden core, he may be invincible, they murmured. "I heard he nearly became a true disciple during the last entrance examination. His foundational skills are solid, and even elder son Wuxia has praised him." As discussions ensued, it became clear that Zhou Zhengxiong's power was formidable, likely unmatched among those of the golden core stage. The majority of the cultivators present were also at this level and could sense Zhou Zhengxiong's might. Lu Qingzhu slightly nodded, commenting, "Well done, Zhou Zhengxiong. Your Black Serpent 7 kill spear has reached a minor level of mastery, making you a rare opponent among those of the same realm. Your strikes are swift and powerful, yet there is a lack of finesse." While offering praise, Lu Qingzhu also provided constructive advice. Zhou Zhengxiong promptly expressed his gratitude, adopting an attitude of humility. After a moment, Lu Qingzhu concluded his evaluation. The onlookers, too, pondered his words, each reflecting on their insights. "Very well, you may step down," Lu Qingzhu said to Zhou Zhengxiong. At this moment, Zhou Zhengxiong's gaze swept through the crowd, landing on Qin Beiluo. With a respectful gesture, Zhou Zhengxiong addressed Lu Qingzhu. "Elder Lu, I have one more request. I have heard that Qin Beiluo possesses exceptional talent, recognized by Dean Zhao as worthy of apprenticeship. Such a prodigy fills me with admiration. Today, having the honor to meet him, I humbly ask if Qin Beiluo might impart a few techniques to me, if it pleases him." Chapter 39. Who is truly invincible in the golden core stage? Zhou Zhengxiong cast a sincere gaze towards Qin Beiluo, inquiring earnestly, "Esteemed Qin, I have long admired your illustrious reputation. May I seek your guidance?" Qin Beiluo's eyes flickered momentarily, as he had already formulated a plan in his mind. It was evident that Zhou Zhengxiong had approached him with a purpose. Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Qin Beiluo had discerned Zhou Zhengxiong's affiliations. He was an ally of the Southern King and likely sent by Li Waner to gauge his abilities. Maintaining his composure, Qin Beiluo slightly nodded. "There is no need for excessive formality. Since Brother Zhou has extended an invitation, let us proceed. As he spoke, Qin Beiluo's figure shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in the arena. With a flash of brilliance, a glistening long sword, the Ruo Shui sword, materialized in Qin Beiluo's hand. Excellent, how refreshing. Zhou Zhengxiong laughed heartily, brandishing his spear and positioning it defensively before him, stirring up gusts of wind. His towering and robust figure resembled a valiant general from ancient battlefields, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The onlooking disciples were ignited with intense interest, directing their gazes towards the two. Was this indeed Qin Beiluo, the disciple of Director Zhou? It was rumored that he was the heir of the Northern King, once deemed a waste, who had suddenly soared to greatness. Whispers circulated that he might very well be the foremost among this cohort of true disciples. Foremost? His cultivation is only at the Golden Core stage, isn't it? How could one at the Golden Core stage be the foremost? The disciples exchanged murmurs, questioning the quality of the current cohort, as having a Golden Core disciple as the leading figure seemed rather farcical. Among the gathered, only a handful were from the current cohort, while most belonged to the previous or even the one before that. The Purple Cloud Academy convenes every 3 years, constituting a single cohort. Disciples may train at the academy for a maximum of 9 years, spanning 3 cohorts. Upon completion of the 3-year term, or for the exceptionally gifted, 1 or 2 cohorts may suffice to graduate and serve in the military or various governmental departments. The gathered disciples harbored a mix of curiosity and skepticism regarding Qin Beiluo's prowess. Some had heard his name, yet lacked a true understanding of his capabilities. Their gazes were laden with intrigue and a hint of doubt. In contrast, Zhou Zhengxiong was a well-established figure among the disciples, renowned for his strength, arguably a paragon beneath the nascent soul stage. It was clear to all that Qin Beiluo's strength was at the Golden Core stage, leading to the conclusion that he was unlikely to triumph over Zhou Zhengxiong. This heightened the spectators' interest, as they were eager to witness the spectacle. Zhou Zhengxiong had taken the initiative to challenge Qin Beiluo, and given that he was older and had entered the academy a year earlier, his challenge bore the semblance of a larger figure preying upon a smaller one. However, Qin Beiluo bore the esteemed title of true disciple, being personally accepted by Zhao Fenglai. Should Qin Beiluo falter, it would only serve to deepen the doubts regarding his status as a true disciple. Qiu Chan furrowed her delicate brows, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes, as she comprehended Zhou Zhengxiong's ulterior motives, feeling a surge of indignation. Zhou Zhengxiong aimed to test the depths of Qin Beiluo's strength, likely under the instigation of the Wanner. If Zhou Zhengxiong were to triumph over Qin Beiluo, it would undoubtedly bring disgrace upon Qin Beiluo, serving as a significant victory for Zhou Zhengxiong. Both stood firm upon the arena. Zhou Zhengxiong laughed heartily, extending an inviting gesture, his tone seemingly respectful, yet appearing utterly insincere in Qin Beiluo's eyes. It is an honor to compete with a prodigy, such as yourself, Qin Jinchuan. I must beg your pardon. Qin Beiluo remained expressionless, flicking his finger to unleash the Ruo Shui sword. The sword emitted a resonant roar, its cold light exploding forth, seemingly expressing the chill within its master's heart. Standing in the arena, Lu Qingzhu remarked, "I have established a formation that will diminish the potency of your techniques. To prevent collateral damage, let's keep it within bounds. Begin." Both Qin Beiluo and Zhou Zhengxiong nodded in acknowledgement. With a fierce shout, Zhou Zhengxiong took the initiative. He swept his silver spear, conjuring a wave of force, the spear resembling a great dragon as it surged toward Qin Beiluo with lightning speed. Unperturbed, Qin Beiluo appeared to anticipate this move, retreating deftly as the Ruo Shui sword traced an arc, his true essence exploding in midair. Suddenly, the atmosphere darkened, the clouds within several miles becoming oppressive, as a searing bolt of lightning coalesced at the sword's tip. With a crack, the lightning surged toward Zhou Zhengxiong. Zhou Zhengxiong's expression shifted as he gritted his teeth, unleashing his true essence to fully channel the silver spear. At that moment, an ethereal image of a black dragon emerged behind him. This spectral dragon, entirely ebony in hue, exuded an air of majesty and formidable power, akin to an unyielding mountain. Its sharp claws glinted menacingly, its cold, deep eyes fixed upon Qin Beiluo, its gaping maw seemingly poised to devour him whole. A master of spear techniques, Zhou Zhengxiong wielded the Black Dragon 7-kill spear, a top-tier Earth-level technique, already refined to a minor success. The aura of the dragon was vast and unfathomable, exuding an overwhelming dominance. The spear's force swept forth like a tempest, clashing violently with the thunder summoned by Qin Beiluo. The resulting thunderous roar was deafening. Even with Lu Qingzhu's formation in place, the spectators felt a spine-chilling power that compelled them to retreat hastily. My heavens! It turns out Zhou Zhengxiong had yet to reveal his full strength. His spear techniques are truly terrifying. Indeed, the essence of his true power felt tangible, as if that black dragon was ready to consume them whole. Some spectators were left trembling with fear. Qin Beiluo is formidable as well. What technique is he using to summon the thunder? The divine sky sword art. It is the divine sky sword art. The crowd was left in awe, having witnessed the terrifying prowess of Zhou Zhengxiong, while simultaneously recognizing the formidable nature of Qin Beiluo. Zhou Zhengxiong's strength surpassed their expectations, as he had not previously unveiled his complete capabilities in earlier encounters. Meanwhile, Qin Beiluo's first display of power before the multitude of disciples left them astounded and speechless. The two forces of true essence collided with ferocity. At the moment when the energy erupted, Zhou Zhengxiong felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from Qin Beiluo's water sword. A thunderous force radiating an unparalleled majesty that instilled within him an inexplicable fear. It is a natural instinct for cultivators to fear thunder. No practitioner is unafraid of the tribulations of lightning. Zhou Zhengxiong realized that Qin Beiluo was a formidable opponent, far more terrifying than he had originally anticipated. His challenge against Qin Beiluo was indeed intentional, having been prompted by Li Wan'er to discern Qin Beiluo's true strength. Initially, Zhou had not regarded Qin Beiluo as a threat. He believed that in the Golden Core stage, he would face no rivals, convinced that anyone else in the same realm would be no match for him. However, upon witnessing Qin Beiluo wield such terrifying techniques and possessing such extraordinary physical strength, he found himself unable to budge Qin Beiluo even an inch, which unsettled him. Gritting his teeth, Zhou steeled himself. Instantly, his vital essence surged forth from his dantian, a torrent of power erupting as he summoned the energy of his golden core to enhance the might of his spear techniques. His vital essence cascaded like a waterfall, the brilliance of his golden core manifesting its power, suggesting that he was on the verge of claiming the upper hand. Zhou's vital essence blazed like the sun, and the might of his golden core was awe-inspiring. This instilled him with confidence, as he believed his accumulation of power was profound. His golden core had grown as large as an egg, not perfectly round, but resembling a small figure. As he harnessed the power of his golden core, onlookers could vaguely discern the phantom of his core, flickering in and out of visibility, revealing the state of Zhou's golden core. It appeared childlike, indicating that he was but a step away from the nascent soul stage. Impressive indeed. He was truly at the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Observers could not help but entertain such thoughts as they beheld the apparition of Zhou's golden core. Yet, Qin Beiluo remained unperturbed. With a mere thought, his own vital essence erupted, and the phantom of his golden core emerged, radiant as the sun, rendering it impossible to gaze upon directly. A brilliant golden light swirled forth, and upon Qin Beiluo's eruption, it outshone Zhou Zhengxiong's golden core with remarkable prominence. The atmosphere became electric with excitement. Chapter 40, a shock to the audience. The projection of Qin Beiluo's golden core manifested vividly, causing the crowd to erupt in a frenzy of astonishment and exclamations. To everyone's amazement, it became evident that Qin Beiluo possessed two golden cores. These two cores were even larger than Zhou Zhengxiong's, radiating an intense and glorious light, akin to the blazing sun in the sky, overshadowing Zhou entirely. Zhou Zhengxiong felt a momentary paralysis, his breath nearly halting, his pupils constricting, limbs growing cold, as if he were ensconced in an ice cellar. In truth, prior to the contest with Qin Beiluo, he had been informed by Li Wan'er of Qin's dual golden cores. So Zhou had prepared himself mentally. After all, he was at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, having approached the threshold of the nascent soul. Even with Qin Beiluo's two golden cores, he believed he could hold his own. Yet, upon truly witnessing the splendor of Qin Beiluo's golden cores and feeling the immense pressure they exuded, he realized how absurd his previous thoughts had been. Boom! Zhou Zhengxiong's golden core dimmed in an instant, overshadowed by Qin Beiluo's own. With the protection of his golden core, Qin Beiluo's combat prowess surged, completely dominating Zhou Zhengxiong. The latter's complexion turned ashen, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Meanwhile, The rushing water sword radiated a blinding brilliance, gathering thunderous energy that erupted with formidable might, enveloping Zhou Zhengxiong. The shadow of the black dragon behind him shattered violently, and a startling crack appeared on the silver spear in his grasp. Zhou Zhengxiong coughed up blood, his spirit waning. As the rushing water sword moved, it positioned itself ominously against Zhou Zhengxiong's neck. A crackling sound resonated as arcs of electricity danced from the sword's tip, the thunder still echoing, exerting immense pressure. Zhou Zhengxiong was utterly devoid of resistance, his breath faltering, his face pale as parchment. A profound silence enveloped the arena, the tension palpable. One could hear a pin drop. No one had anticipated Zhou Zhengxiong's defeat, and such a swift one at that. As Qin Beiluo withdrew his true essence, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, allowing the gathered disciples to exhale in relief. In their exchanged glances, astonishment was evident. Zhou Zhengxiong's defeat was utterly humiliating. Was this truly the strength of the current true inheritor? They had assumed Zhou Zhengxiong was a formidable force, unmatched among those in the Golden Core stage. Yet, this Qin true inheritor possessed not one, but two golden cores, an unbelievable revelation that had left them momentarily speechless. Indeed, each of Qin Beiluo's golden cores was superior to Zhou Zhengxiong's, and combined, they rendered Zhou Zhengxiong entirely powerless. His magical prowess was equally impressive, summoning heavenly thunder, the resounding roars of lightning leaving a lasting impression. As realization dawned, the spectators grasped that this had been a complete rout. Zhou Zhengxiong had previously triumphed in 3 consecutive matches, effortlessly defeating numerous Golden Core disciples, instilling in them a profound sense of his overwhelming strength. Yet now, witnessing Qin Beiluo face Zhou Zhengxiong, they witnessed a similar domination. Awe filled their hearts as they regarded Qin Beiluo with newfound respect. Qin Beiluo, however, refrained from delivering a fatal blow, adhering to the prohibition against mutual slaughter within the Ziyun Academy. He sheathed the rushing water sword. Zhou Zhengxiong, feeling the weight of the pressure lift, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his lungs heaving, cold sweat pouring from him. I have lost, he managed to utter, his spirit utterly drained. He could not even bear to meet Qin Beiluo's gaze, for the shadow of this battle would likely haunt him for a long time. Lu Qingzhu's cold voice pierced the air. In this battle, Qin Beiluo emerges victorious. Zhou Zhengxiong, although your Black Flood Dragon's 7-kill spear has reached a minor success, it still lacks spiritual essence. Even with a solid foundation, you find yourself helpless against one whose foundation surpasses yours. Lu Qingzhu's demeanor remained indifferent. Perceptive as she was, she recognized that Zhou Zhengxiong had deliberately challenged Qin Beiluo, leading to her lack of sympathy. She did not intervene, even as Qin Beiluo wounded Zhou Zhengxiong. After a brief pause, Lu Qingzhu turned her attention to Qin Beiluo and remarked, "As for you, Qin Beiluo, your Xianxia sword technique flows effortlessly, wielding extraordinary power. Have you truly mastered it?" "Indeed, Elder Lu," Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. "Last night, while practicing the Xianxia sword technique, I fortuitously gained some insights and successfully entered its foundational stage." Lu Qingzhu, an adept in the art of the sword with a discerning eye, immediately recognized Qin Beiluo's accomplishment. After a moment, she sighed softly. "Had I known this would be the case, I should have boldly contended with the dean to have you as my disciple. To achieve mastery of the Xianxia sword technique in a single night speaks volumes of your innate talent. It may not be long before you grasp the essence of it." Her commendation left the gathered disciples in astonishment. Elder Lu was known for her stringent standards, yet here she was, bestowing such high praise upon Qin Beiluo. Truly, a prodigy worthy of Dean Zhao's attention. Given time, he might become another Li Suifeng. When Li Suifeng was at the Golden Core stage, he may not have possessed such prowess. One disciple remarked, "To master a technique of this caliber in just one night is genuinely astonishing." The disciples exchanged words, deeply moved by the revelation. Qin Beiluo smiled modestly. "Elder Lu, you flatter me. Your previous discourse on the path of weaponry has truly inspired me." This was no mere flattery. Qin Beiluo had indeed found enlightenment. Lu Qingzhu nodded and gestured towards Zhou Zhengxiong. "You may all retire and rest for now." With a respectful bow, Qin Beiluo departed, never casting another glance at Zhou Zhengxiong. To him, Zhou Zhengxiong had never been target. Meanwhile, Xianxia retrieved a vial of healing elixirs, and, after swallowing 2 pills, a hint of color returned to his pale face. He struggled to rise, his posture hunched, devoid of the previous vigor he once possessed, utterly deflated. Avoiding the gaze of anyone, especially Qin Beiluo, he hurriedly retreated from the crowd, stumbling down the mountain. Shadows of despair lingered in his heart. He had never endured such a crushing defeat, leaving him disoriented and despondent. At the Water Moon Peak Dojo, shrouded in swirling mists, Lu Qingzhu continued to have her disciples engage in combat practice. After an hour, she resumed her teachings. Her voice, infused with true essence, resonated clearly across the arena. Any cultivator can attain understanding. The sword has its intent, the knife its essence, and the spear its purpose. Once one comprehends this intent, the power of weapons and techniques reaches new heights. To grasp the power of intent requires profound insight into the paths of swordsmanship and other martial arts. The sword intent can be viewed as an extension of one's mastery over the sword. Once the sword intent is formed, a mere thought can unleash a torrent of sword energy capable of vanquishing foes. Listening intently to Lu Qingzhu's teachings, Qin Beiluo absorbed every word. Meanwhile, Xiaochani harbored her own thoughts. As a powerful being at the transformation stage who had been reincarnated, she had already comprehended the sword intent long ago. As Autumn Chan discreetly allowed her thoughts to wander, she observed the sharply defined profile of Qin Beiluo, recalling his effortless triumph over Zhou Xianxia, which ignited a profound admiration within her heart. Zhou Xianxia, possessing a solid foundation and being a remarkable practitioner even at the Golden Core stage, had been decisively vanquished by Qin Beiluo with overwhelming force. Truly, he is deserving of being called her man. Chapter 41. The Embryonic Form of Sword Intent. Lu Qingzhu was delivering a lecture at the Taoist Hall. Her voice was cold and piercing, akin to a gust of icy wind. Qin Beiluo listened attentively, gleaning significant insights. Each elder at the Ziyun Academy possessed unique strengths. For instance, Elder Lu Qingzhu was adept in swordsmanship, while Elder Xionggang excelled in body refinement. Elder Sun Wuxiao was proficient in various esoteric techniques, and Elder Li Tsangua specialized in the path of the soul. Qin Beiluo silently lamented, his mind conjuring images of the esteemed elders' profiles within the academy. Recognizing their diverse expertise, he resolved to extract their essence. His ambition was to grow at an accelerated pace. Lu Qingzhu's voice rang out, "Disciples, if you wish to master sword intent, you must integrate your thoughts into the sword, condensing the sword's essence into a singular point. Imagine the sword intent as an extension of your own body. The sword moves with your heart, as if it were a limb. Once the sword intent stirs, it can summon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even across a distance of 100 feet, it can slay enemies. Should the sword intent reach the realm of tangible existence, it can even strike from dozens or hundreds of miles away, with a mere thought claiming a life." Lu Qingzhu elaborated further on the intricacies of sword intent. "Words alone cannot convey the experience. I will demonstrate the sword intent." "Please step back," she instructed. Upon hearing this, the disciples retreated in unison. They withdrew 100 feet, creating ample space for Lu Qingzhu. Although this distance might seem inadequate, the presence of formation restrictions and Lu Qingzhu's deliberate restraint of her own power allowed her to proceed. With a flicker of her thoughts, an aura began to permeate the air, and a phantasmal sword intent materialized before them. It took the form of an ancient, mysterious sword, its ethereal presence exuding an unmatched pressure as if it were tangible. The spectral sword spanned over 3 yards in width, with the faint outline of a 5-clawed golden dragon shimmering upon it, signifying its extraordinary nature. This was the sword intent that Lu Qingzhu had coalesced. The onlookers were rendered speechless, their faces pale with fear, cold sweat trickling down their backs. Some, gripped by trepidation, turned ashen, their legs trembling beneath them, unable to stand firm. Even those with profound cultivation and unyielding will felt their eyes burn with intensity, a feeling of overwhelming heat, and they dared not meet the gaze of that sword intent directly. Qin Beiluo, too, experienced a scorching sensation in his eyes, a slight pain accompanying it. He activated his true essence, employing the Kunpeng 8 Desolation technique to withstand the formidable sword intent. What a domineering sword intent! Merely a glance left many disciples trembling in terror, their hearts pounding with fear. How terrifying would it be in actual combat? Qin Beiluo marveled at this display, his heart shaken. The sword intent presented by Lu Qingzhu made a lasting impression upon him. A faint voice of Lu Qingzhu resonated. When I obtained the Gui long sword from the sword ruins, it was a pinnacle spiritual weapon. Later, I fused it with my own sword intent, thereby comprehending my unique sword intent. If you wish to grasp sword intent, or any other form of intent, you require a fine weapon, but more importantly, you must infuse your own will into it. To condense the formless intent into a tangible sword is what constitutes sword intent. Lu Qingzhu's words bestowed upon Qin Beiluo an epiphany, as if the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. The notion of transforming formless intent into a tangible sword lingered in Qin Beiluo's mind, and with his eyes tightly shut, he seemed to attain understanding. Beside him, Xianxia noticed his demeanor and blinked her bright eyes. Observing the look of realization on Qin Beiluo's face, she dared not disturb him. In truth, Xianxia herself was also experiencing a moment of clarity. Although she had long since comprehended sword intent, Lu Qingzhu's words still inspired her. Meanwhile, Li Qian sat in bewilderment, his chicken leg reduced to bones, having devoured it completely. Witnessing the enlightenment of both Qin Beiluo and Xianxia, he could only sigh. Alas, Beiluo has changed. In the past, before his talent awakened, he would indulge in revelry with me. But now, his sole focus is on cultivation. How lamentable! Li Qian transformed his sorrow into appetite, retrieving a large pig's trotter and a whole roasted chicken from his storage ring, resuming his feast with gusto. Qin Beiluo felt himself entering a state of profound transcendence. In a fleeting moment of his closed eyes, his vital energy surged like a roaring river, while his true essence stirred restlessly in the Dantian. With a mere thought, he began to practice the sword path. An image of himself, albeit a miniature version, emerged in his mind, wielding the Ruo Shui sword, tirelessly performing the movements again and again. Simultaneously, an invisible sword aura radiated around him, delicate and fragmented like countless strands of sunlight converging at his side. In an instant, it appeared as though a great river of sword energy had coalesced around him, enveloping him in its embrace. Qin Beiluo's mental state was extraordinarily profound at this moment. He was unprecedentedly focused, forgetting the world around him, the cultivation method he practiced, and even the entirety of his own cultivation level. In his mind, there existed only one sword. His body and mind became pure and ethereal, with naught but the sword remaining. This sensation was ineffable. He felt as if he had grasped something while simultaneously relinquishing something else. As the surrounding sword energy continued to converge and coalesce, it nearly sought to merge with Qin Beiluo himself. This scene did not go unnoticed by the many disciples around, who widened their eyes in astonishment. They acutely felt the terrifying extent of Qin Beiluo's talent. After receiving Lu Qingzhu's guidance, he had achieved yet another insight and was attempting to break through. Lu Qingzhu was acutely aware of this, her gaze sharpening as it focused on Qin Beiluo. And she couldn't help but sigh softly. Qin Beiluo has begun to form the nascent essence of sword intent. It is quite possible that he could comprehend sword intent even during the golden core stage. Lu Qingzhu discerned that at this moment. Qin Beiluo's state of mind was exceptionally clear, with his intent merging seamlessly with the sword, almost becoming one. This indicated that he had grasped the initial form of sword intent, merely a step away from its full realization. A tremor coursed through Lu Qingzhu's heart. Her own understanding of sword intent had only come during the nascent soul stage. At that time, she had been heralded as a prodigy, a rare talent in the Ziyun Academy, receiving countless accolades. Yet now, Qin Beiluo, he stands on the brink of understanding sword intent during the golden core stage. Taking a deep breath, Lu Qingzhu found it challenging to maintain her composure. Qin Beiluo was in a profound state, sensing that he was on the verge of coalescing sword intent, merely a step or even half a step away from enlightenment. However, he ultimately fell just short. As he opened his eyes, they shone with clarity tinged with a hint of regret. Almost immediately, he noticed that the thousands of disciples were regarding him with strange, almost monstrous gazes. Then, he heard Lu Qingzhu sigh softly, stating, "Qin Beiluo, you have formed the nascent essence of sword intent, just a step away from its full realization. I believe the root of the issue lies with your sword." Gazing at the Ruoshui sword in his hand, Qin Beiluo seemed to gain insight. Lu Qingzhu continued, "The sword you wield can only be described as passable. It does not resonate with you. This sword, is predominantly water attribute, suitable for water-based techniques and those with a special water affinity. With the sword ruins opening next month, should you find a spirit weapon that truly suits you, the refinement of sword intent will follow naturally. Lu Qingzhu was indeed correct. While the Ruoshui sword was a commendable spiritual treasure, it ultimately fell short of perfection, not aligning with his needs. The sword Qin Beiluo desired was one that could aid him in executing the Xianxia sword technique, a weapon of a higher caliber. Realization dawned on Qin Beiluo as he clasped his fists in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your guidance." Chapter 42. The Astonished Li Waner. Qin Beiluo had recognized that the Ruoshui sword was not befitting of him. He merely needed to find a spirit weapon that resonated with his essence to facilitate the cultivation of sword intent. Although it was possible to forcibly condense sword intent with the Ruoshui sword, it would never be perfect. The sword ruins, undoubtedly, when it came to seeking a spiritual treasure. The first place that came to mind for Qin Beiluo was the sword ruins. The sword ruins exist in a realm of their own, said to be the site of an ancient battlefield, buried with countless spirit weapons. Within the sword ruins, not only swords could be found, but a variety of other spirit weapons as well. Lu Qingzhu's Gui long sword was a prime example of the exquisite treasures procured from the sword ruins, which heightened Qin Beiluo's anticipation. Lu Qingzhu nodded slightly and reminded him, "There's still nearly a month until the sword ruins open. There's no need to rush." Qin Beiluo was indeed not in a hurry. A month passes in the blink of an eye. Moreover, he intended to set up a trap aimed at Li Waner in the sword ruins, necessitating thorough preparations, which could not be hurried. Lu Qingzhu merely offered a few brief insights before redirecting her attention to others. Gradually, over 100 disciples received her guidance, all of which proved immensely beneficial to them. This exemplifies the advantages of public instruction. Even the most humble disciples are afforded the privilege of direct mentorship from an elder like Lu Qingzhu. In contrast, within the confines of a strictly hierarchical sect, such opportunities are nearly unattainable. The lowest-ranking disciples in major sects, often referred to as menial disciples, are fated to a life of servitude. Comparatively, the Ziyun Academy operates with far greater equity. This very foundation is what has allowed the great Zhou to maintain a facade of prosperity, bolstered by institutions like the Ziyun Academy and various regional academies. It was not until dusk that Lu Qingzhu concluded her teachings for the day. Qin Beiluo and Xiao Chan departed together, appearing as a pair of ethereal lovers, stirring envy in the hearts of onlookers. At the mid-slope of Qian's Hufeng within the Ziyun Academy, a lavish courtyard sprawled, significantly larger than Qin Beiluo's own residence. The opulence was striking, with nearly 100 servants, predominantly from the Wang family of southern town. Li Waner reclined in a Zeton wood chair in the main hall, leisurely savoring a piece of pastry with her delicate fingers. Beside her, her devoted maid, Ping, attended attentively, whispering, "Princess," considering the time. "We should be expecting news from young Master Zhou." Li Waner acknowledged with a soft hum, replying coolly, "Zhou Zhengxiong has reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, with the Black Jiao 7 kill spear nearing completion. He is but a step away from breaking into the nascent soul stage. With his strength, even if he cannot best Qin Beiluo, he can certainly cause trouble and uncover Qin Beiluo's true capabilities. Indeed, Princess, your allure is undeniable. With but a simple word from you, young Master Zhou would willingly traverse fire and water," Ping remarked with a smile. Li Waner maintained a serene expression. "With the sword ruins opening imminent, I am determined to seize victory in this endeavor. Have you managed to discreetly contact those from the Tang clan? Any updates?" "Yes. News has arrived. The Tang clan has agreed to collaborate with us," Ping responded promptly. "Excellent. Once I acquire the spiritual weapon in the sword ruins, it will be the moment for Qin Beiluo to pay the price." A glint of cold determination flickered in Li Waner's eyes. As the daughter of the southern town king, she was acutely aware of her father's schemes. If her father's ambitions were to be realized, the northern king, Qin Shoyang, was an insurmountable obstacle. While the northern king held considerable prestige and formidable strength, his son, Qin Beiluo, was initially regarded as a congenital failure. Thus, removing the northern king seemed plausible. However, with Qin Beiluo's sudden rise and extraordinary talent, Li Waner felt a deep-seated trepidation. Such a terrifying aptitude, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly jeopardize her father's grand designs and become a significant threat. Consequently, Li Waner was resolute in her decision to eliminate Qin Beiluo during the forthcoming opening of the sword ruins. She was confident in her ability to dispatch him effortlessly, given that she was in the mid-nascent soul stage while he remained in the golden core stage. Even with his exceptional talents, he could not possibly contend with her. Moreover, Li Waner was no ordinary nascent soul practitioner. The sole concern is that beside Qin Beiluo stands Qiu Chani, a formidable figure of the transformation stage, posing an immense threat. Fortunately, entering the sword ruins is not devoid of opportunities. Should Qin Beiluo find himself alone, she could certainly strike him down. At this moment, Li Waner was engaged in conversation with her maid, Yin Ping, when an external voice called out, "Princess, young master Zhou Zhengxiong requests an audience." "Allow him to enter," Li Waner replied, her spirits lifted with a smile, sensing that Zhou Zhengxiong might bring good tidings. Li Waner had dispatched Zhou Zhengxiong to probe into Qin Beiluo's capabilities, eager to ascertain his strength and mastery of techniques to better prepare herself. Before long, Zhou Zhengxiong entered the main hall. He was tall and robust, exuding an impressive aura with his strides. However, upon entering, he appeared timid and overwhelmed, as if gripped by sheer terror. "Zhou Zhengxiong, what has befallen you?" Li Waner inquired, her brow furrowed with a growing sense of foreboding. Seeing Li Waner calmed him slightly, yet his expression was marred by guilt as he clasped his fists and stammered, "Waner, I couldn't bring myself to speak, feeling I've let down your trust." Zhou Zhengxiong, the son of an earl, was raised alongside Li Waner, harboring deep admiration for her. He had always been obedient to her wishes and eager to please, rather akin to a devoted admirer. What on earth transpired? Li Waner pressed, her concern intensifying. Zhou Zhengxiong, who had previously acted decisively, now seemed utterly diminished. He hesitated, finally admitting, "Waner, I was unable to defeat Qin Beiluo. I lost to him in the contest." Lost? Li Waner was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Zhengxiong had reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage, having mastered high-tier techniques, making him a formidable opponent. It appeared that Qin Beiluo's tenacity surpassed her expectations, instilling a sense of urgency within her. Qin Beiluo had become a significant concern. He could not be left unchecked. A loss is merely a loss, just a contest. There is no need for such despondency. Li Waner remarked coolly, her voice tinged with disappointment. In truth, Li Waner had considered the possibility of Zhou Zhengxiong's defeat, knowing full well that Qin Beiluo had 2 golden cores, a fact she had witnessed herself. Zhou Zhengxiong's loss was inconsequential, provided he could discern the specifics of Qin Beiluo's strength. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Zhengxiong nodded. Yet the bitterness in his heart lingered. Reporting his dismal defeat to the one he admired was indeed humiliating. He sensed a trace of disdain from Li Waner, albeit faint. "Yes, you are right, Waner," Zhou Zhengxiong conceded, his tone laced with sourness. Li Waner pressed further. "What were the details of the battle? How long did Qin Beiluo take to defeat you? Please elaborate." Zhou Zhengxiong grit his teeth and replied, "Qin Beiluo indeed possesses 2 golden cores. Moreover, relying on the divine sky sword technique to summon thunder, he overwhelmed me, leaving me unable to defend myself. I could only withstand for a brief moment before he emerged victorious." "Only a moment?" Li Waner's tone elevated, filled with astonishment. Zhou Zhengxiong cast a glance at Li Waner. To mask her inner surprise, she picked up an exquisite blue and white porcelain teacup and took a sip of tea. Li Waner then inquired, "How many exchanges did you have? And how long did it last?" The confrontation occurred in an instant, lasting less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Zhou Zhengxiong, dejected, felt his spirit utterly collapse. Li Waner raised her brow. Her maid, Yin Ping, covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, "Did he lose so quickly?" 2 words surged within Li Waner, overwhelming defeat. She contemplated, "Your Black Flood 7 kill spear has reached a minor mastery. Even though it is a high-grade, Earth-level technique, it pales in comparison to Qin Beiluo's Divine Sky sword technique, which is of middle-grade celestial level. Yet, he has only just grasped this technique, still not having fully entered its realm. The disparity should not be so vast. It seems he possesses 2 golden pills, using their might to suppress you and secure an effortless victory. Am I correct?" Li Waner fixed her gaze on Zhou Zhengxiong. He shook his head despondently. "Waner, that young man Qin Beiluo has already entered the realm of the Divine Sky sword technique, and its power is indeed remarkable. Coupled with his extraordinary golden pill, I faced a crushing defeat. Qin Beiluo has already entered the realm of the Divine Sky sword technique. It has only been a few days since he comprehended it at the Enlightenment Stone tablet. Such an astonishing speed. Divana's delicate hand trembled, causing the blue and white teacup to slip from her grasp, splattering tea and soaking her light blue skirt. Yet, she remained oblivious, her astonishment no longer concealable. Chapter 43. A Harmonious Union. Li Wanner could no longer contain her surprise. The exquisite teacup fell from her hand, causing tea to splash and stain her pale blue skirt. Wanner, Zhou Zhengxiong opened his mouth, intending to say something, but was coldly interrupted by Li Wanner. She waved her hand dismissively, her tone indifferent. Young Master Zhou, I am weary. Let us discuss matters another day. Yin Ping, see him out for me. Yes, Your Highness. The maid Yin Ping quickly stepped forward, gesturing for Zhou Zhengxiong to leave. Young Master Zhou, please. Zhou Zhengxiong remained silent, dazedly following Yin Ping out. In the front hall, Li Wanner twirled her wrist, employing a simple cleaning technique to erase the damp marks from her skirt. However, although the stains vanished, the astonishment in her heart lingered. In just a few days, the divine sky sword technique had entered such a realm of talent. Truly, it could not be retained. A chill flickered in Li Wanner's eyes. She had also been diligently studying the Lotus Vase Seal, a low-grade celestial technique, yet after several days, she had only barely grasped its principles. To truly enter its realm would require at least another half-month. But Qin Beiluo Li Wanner took a deep breath, nearly breaking her composure. Silently, she left the front hall and returned to her courtyard to begin her training. In Qin Beiluo's courtyard, within his chamber, Qiu Chan and Qin Beiluo were also engaged in a hushed conversation. Qin Beiluo gently embraced Qiu Chan's slender waist and softly remarked, Chani, if we intend to ambush Li Wanner in the sword ruins, we must prepare early and devise a plan. Indeed, Qiu Chani replied earnestly, for she had long desired to discuss this matter with Qin Beiluo. Qin Beiluo continued, in your past life, was there any information in that dream regarding the sword ruins? For instance, who participated in its opening this time, and who emerged as the ultimate benefactor? Knowing that you are a reincarnated soul, we must leverage this advantage. Qiu Chani spoke softly. I am not aware of the specific details, as I did not partake in the opening of the sword ruins during my dream. The sword ruins exist as a separate realm, governed by rules distinct from those of the Xianxia continent. Once one enters, it is easy to be swept away by chaotic currents and lose one's way. Thus, the sword ruins require the protection of powerful individuals each time it is opened. It is a joint effort by the Ziyun Academy, the Tianyuan Sword Sect, and the Tang Clan, with each faction dispatching elder-level experts to open the passage. The disciples of these three factions may also enter to seek opportunities. I recall that the greatest victors in the sword ruins during my previous life were Li Wanner, Tang Yu of the Tang Clan, and Feng Buping of the Tianyuan Sword Sect. Li Wanner not only obtained an exquisite spiritual weapon, but also tamed a 5-colored spiritual serpent, which propelled her cultivation to soaring heights. Tang Yu acquired the Tianyin bone-eroding poison. As he was already adept in toxic arts, his skills advanced remarkably after obtaining it, making him a standout among the Tang clan disciples. As for Feng Buping, he secured a fierce, spiritual sword rumored to be an ancient relic, and after acquiring it, his swordsmanship progressed at an astonishing pace. As Qiu Chani elaborated, Qin Beiluo listened intently, his heart racing and his eyes gleaming. The extraordinary fortunes of these individuals revealed that the sword ruins were indeed a place of great opportunity. Qin Beiluo sighed. Qiu Chani nodded, certainly. The sword ruins are replete with treasures, yet they are equally fraught with peril. Once we enter, we may easily be influenced by the chaotic currents of the passage, which could lead to our separation. Unfortunately, I have not ventured into the sword ruins in my past life, hence I lack knowledge of its terrain and orientation. Qin Beiluo acknowledged her words with a nod, recognizing the inherent dangers. However, he anticipated such risks. After all, how could one stumble upon fortune without facing peril? Qiu Chani smiled gently. My dear husband, I have also heard that within the sword ruins, there exist divine weapons even more formidable than exquisite spiritual weapons. Yet, both divine and spiritual weapons possess their own consciousness and require a destined master to claim them. The more powerful the divine weapon, the more discerning it becomes. Qin Beiluo nodded, recalling the Hunyuan mirror, a pinnacle artifact with consciousness that could even communicate with mortals. Suddenly, Qin Beiluo asked, by the way, Chani, you previously mentioned that Li Wanner conspired with the saint son of the Tang clan, Tang Haishan, to assassinate us in her past life. Will she collude with the Tang clan again during this opening of the sword ruins? Your concerns are quite valid, and I share your suspicions. Qiu Chani affirmed with a nod. Thus, we We must bring antidotes with us into the sword ruins. The Tang clan specializes in poison and hidden weapons. Their toxic arts are unique and formidable, and we must remain vigilant. Indeed, preparation is essential, agreed Qin Beiluo. Qiu Chani added, with the opening of the sword ruins, the elite disciples from the Xian Academy and 2 other factions will be permitted entry, totaling around 30 to 40 disciples. Our adversaries may not be numerous, yet each one is an elite. Qin Beiluo replied solemnly, there is no need to elaborate on the Tang sect. It is one of the 9 great sects of the great Zhou, holding a significant position and immense power. Although the Tianyuan sword sect is not among the 9, it is still a formidable force, boasting a multitude of disciples. Both the Tang sect and the Tianyuan sword sect must not be underestimated. Indeed, especially since Dean Zhao has linked this event to the contest for the position of true inheritance chief. We cannot allow Li Waner to succeed, Qiu Chani murmured. Qin Beiluo shrugged. Since you mentioned that after entering the sword ruins we may be separated, how shall we communicate? In normal circumstances, we could use sound-transmitting jade talismans. But such communication devices will fail within the sword ruins. Qiu Chani shook her head. The uniqueness of the sword ruins lies in its rules, which differ from the outside world. Many methods that are effective outside become ineffective here. For instance, while the sound-transmitting jade talisman can communicate across 1,000 miles in normal situations, it ceases to function upon entering the sword ruins. Well, the most prudent course of action remains to enhance our own strength. You speak wisely. Improving one's own power is indeed the right path. Given your talent, it won't be long before you achieve a breakthrough. If you can reach the nascent soul stage before entering the sword ruins, I believe that no matter the schemes Li Waner employs, she will find it difficult to gain any advantage over you, Qiu Chani said, her eyes sparkling. Qin Beiluo chuckled. Do you have such faith in me? Who wouldn't, considering you are my husband? A wife must follow her husband, and thus I shall take you as my guiding star. Qiu Chani replied, her bright eyes shimmering with a hint of playfulness, resembling a delicate young bride. Qin Beiluo shook his head with a smile. I see that if you encounter Li Waner, it will be an easy feat for you. With your strength, you could easily avenge past grievances. How delightful it would be for me to lean upon my wife's strength. Qiu Chani stifled a laugh, her beauty enchanting and captivating. You think rightly, and I hope for that as well, Qin Beiluo said with a shrug. However, we must not underestimate the situation. Strengthening ourselves is paramount. Speaking of which, Chani, with your extensive knowledge, do you know any simple yet effective cultivation techniques that require only 2 practitioners? Perhaps something like the Yin-Yang Harmony technique, the Jade Maiden Scripture, or the Su Nu Classic. Qin Beiluo's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he looked at Qiu Chani. Her cheeks flushed. Qiu Chani realized that the peculiar techniques Qin Beiluo mentioned were far from proper. Why does my husband know about these? She wondered. Actually, there are indeed such techniques. Qiu Chani responded softly. Qin Beiluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Chapter 44. The Third Golden Core. Seeing her husband's enthusiasm, Qiu Chani smiled playfully. What are you thinking about all day long, my dear husband? With a serious demeanor, Qin Beiluo replied, the interplay of yin and yang. The natural order of the universe. This is the truth of the great path. What is wrong with a husband pursuing such knowledge? As she spoke, Qin Beiluo gently pinched Qiu Chani's cheek, marveling at its unparalleled smoothness, akin to a peeled egg, delicate to the touch. Qiu Chani's face flushed slightly. She did not resist Qin Beiluo's affectionate gesture, her heart swelling with sweetness. She continued, indeed, the dual cultivation techniques that you seek do exist, but they are exceedingly rare. Primarily, such techniques are often malevolent methods of siphoning energy designed to absorb the spiritual essence of one party to replenish one's self, with few capable of mutual advancement. Furthermore, even if there are dual cultivation methods, the extent of mutual enhancement is limited. At best, it may accelerate progress slightly compared to conventional training, rather than the soaring ascension you envision. Qiu Chani's cheeks reddened as she explained. Qin Beiluo, realizing the truth, felt a tinge of disappointment. I see. However, Chani, you've misused the term. I was not contemplating a meteoric rise, but rather a steady ascent. Qiu Chani responded with confusion. What are you saying? I completely do not comprehend. Qin Beiluo playfully nudged her and remarked, I understand now. Let us leave it to fate. It appears that dual cultivation techniques are indeed precious, yet I remain untroubled. For I have the assistance of the system. Who knows? Perhaps a stroke of luck in the system's lottery may bestow something upon me. With a newfound confidence in the system, Qin Beiluo suggested, since we must prepare for the sword ruins, how about we visit the market in a few days? There's a trading hub there, and we might unearth some valuable treasures. The Ziyun Academy itself boasts a marketplace. Within its confines are numerous servants, horsemen, laborers, cooks, and their families, in addition to the disciples of Ziyun Academy and visiting cultivators, resulting in a population exceeding 100,000. Thus, Ziyun Academy resembles a bustling city, complete with markets, taverns, and even brothels and pleasure boats. The marketplace within Ziyun Academy is particularly vibrant and thriving, catering to cultivators and offering rare items for trade. Xianxia readily agreed. That sounds wonderful. After a lively exchange, both Qin Beiluo and Xianxia entered their cultivation mode. Recently, Xianxia had been exceptionally diligent in her practice, seemingly motivated by the immense pressure from Qin Beiluo's continuous breakthroughs. She did not wish to be outdone by her husband and felt a competitive spirit ignited within her. The two practiced together until the late hours of the night. Days swiftly passed, marked by a mundane yet fulfilling routine. Qin Beiluo diligently invested resources, witnessing a steady increase in his proficiency in the techniques. Of course, such consumption was considerable. He had exhausted all the precious herbs from the medicinal garden. Luckily, Qin Beiluo's financial reserves were substantial, or he would truly struggle to sustain the insatiable appetite of the Kunpeng Bahonggong technique. Nevertheless, the rewards were monumental. Qin Beiluo sensed a profound richness of true essence within him. His physical form solidified, his vitality surged, and his spirit grew robust, elevating him to new heights. Even the golden core within him seemed to undergo a subtle transformation. On this particular afternoon, in the training arena, Qin Beiluo and Xianxia engaged in a friendly contest. Xianxia lowered her cultivation level to the golden core stage to compete with Qin Beiluo. As the two figures intertwined, the fierce momentum of their swords manifested, unleashing a torrent of true essence that stirred up a tempest. Despite the formations within the arena suppressing their magical prowess, tremendous devastation ensued, leaving the surroundings in disarray. Qin Beiluo's expression was grave. Xianxia was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Having been reborn, her foundation was robust and profound. Although she had diminished her cultivation level, she still possessed the physical form and heightened senses of someone at the god transformation stage, along with various other supernatural abilities. Consequently, even Qin Beiluo felt an intensified pressure, finding her exceedingly troublesome. To her astonishment, Xianxia initially believed that with her abilities, she could effortlessly subdue Qin Beiluo. In truth, this was indeed the case. Prior to their arrival at Ziyun Academy, they had engaged in numerous contests, during which Xianxia could easily overpower Qin Beiluo, often guiding him in the process. Once at the academy, they had continued their duels, with Xianxia consistently maintaining the upper hand, yet she could sense the mounting pressure from Qin Beiluo. In recent days, that pressure had only escalated, as Qin Beiluo continually advanced. Though Xianxia too was making progress, it was evident that it paled in comparison to Qin Beiluo's growth. With a clash of their swords, waves of sword energy surged forth, and their true essence erupted like crashing tides. Qin Beiluo activated the golden core within him, which manifested like a radiant sun. Remarkably, he now possessed 3 golden cores. Indeed, his golden core had increased by 1, and the 3 cores shone like 3 suns in the sky, dazzling and resplendent. After enhancing his proficiency in the Kunpeng Bahonggong, Qin Beiluo distinctly felt the strength within his body and soul intensify, leading to the division of his golden core, resulting in the emergence of a 3rd. This extraordinary phenomenon filled him with elation. The presence of 3 golden cores signified Qin Beiluo's continual accumulation of power, hinting at the potential for further cores, ultimately aspiring to attain 9, like the legendary Taoist master. The 3 golden cores unleashed a terrifying might, and with their support, Qin Beiluo grew increasingly emboldened, subtly gaining the upper hand. With a thunderous clash, after a tempestuous onslaught, both retreated simultaneously, stabilizing their stances. Qin Beiluo exhaled softly, suggesting that they conclude their spar for the day. Xianxia, gripping the hilt of her sword, nodded in agreement. In a brief span, Qin Beiluo had transitioned from being suppressed to gradually asserting a slight advantage, leaving Xianxia with a sense of surrealism. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "Husband, Though your lavish cultivation technique consumes vast resources, its power is astonishing. I could feel the formidable strength of your body and soul. Particularly, your corporeal form is as solid as a mountain, surpassing even the body cultivators. Among practitioners, those who specialize in physical cultivation are known as body cultivators, refining themselves to wield their bodies as weapons, proving their path through strength. Though Qin Beiluo is not a body cultivator, his mastery of the Kunpeng Bahuangong has allowed him to absorb spiritual energy, nourishing himself and rendering his physique extraordinarily robust. His body, refined and imbued with vigorous vitality, stands as imposing as a majestic mountain. While he may not be a body cultivator, his prowess surpasses that of many. With a faint smile, Qin Beiluo acknowledges that he is drawing ever closer to the second level of the Kunpeng Bahuangong. Upon reaching this level, not only will his strength see a significant enhancement, but he will also unlock a formidable divine ability known as the Dragon Elephant Golden Body. This divine ability grants his physique the resilience of dragon sinews and elephant bones, bestowing upon him the might of both creatures, which is truly fearsome. Though he has yet to attain the second level of this technique, his physical form is far from ordinary and certainly incomparable to the average body cultivator. Having made notable progress in his training over the past few days, Qin Beiluo cheerfully suggests to Xianxia, "Shall we take a stroll through the marketplace?" "Yes, let us go." Xianxia responds with a gentle smile, her agreement evident. Chapter 45. The fisherman never goes empty-handed. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia set forth together towards the bustling marketplace of the Ziyun Academy. The atmosphere is vibrant and lively, teeming with people adorned in a variety of colorful attire. Numerous vendors line the streets, their calls echoing through the air. Candied hawthorn, delicious candied hawthorn. Tofu pudding, only 5 copper coins, satisfaction guaranteed. Come one, come all, don't miss out. The continuous shouts of vendors engulf Qin Beiluo and Xianxia, filling them with amusement. Stopping before an elderly man selling candied hawthorn, Qin Beiluo purchases 2 skewers, handing one to Xianxia. "You adore desserts, so I thought you would enjoy candied hawthorn," he remarks with a smile. With her eyes gleaming like crescent moons, Xianxia responds, "Indeed, my husband is the best." She takes a bite, savoring the sweet and tangy flavor, finding it quite delightful. As they walk deeper into the marketplace while enjoying their treats, they notice that the number of ordinary folk diminishes, giving way to a greater presence of cultivators. Most cultivators don the distinctive attire of the Ziyun Academy, embellished with various cloud patterns that signify their status. Occasionally, one can spot some managers and stewards among them. Most vendors among the cultivators adopt a relaxed approach, merely occupying a stall without shouting out their wares. Instead, displaying a wooden sign listing the items for sale. Xianxia glances around and expresses her desire. "I wish to procure some detoxifying spiritual herbs and elixirs." Understanding her intent, Qin Beiluo replies with a smile, "Certainly." Transactions here are typically conducted using spirit stones or through barter. Generally, spirit stones serve as the hard currency for cultivators. Low-grade and mid-grade spirit stones are quite common, while high-grade spirit stones come at a steep price, and top-grade spirit stones are exorbitantly costly. If cultivators do not require spirit stones, they often engage in barter instead. As they approach a stall dedicated to spiritual herbs, they quickly find the items they seek after a brief selection. These are Zisu spiritual leaves, and here are the Manchuozu fruits, Xianxia notes, her eyes brightening as she examines the 2 prized plants. Before them stood a singular plant, its leaves a vibrant shade of purple, reminiscent of crystalline amethyst, radiating brilliance and beauty. In contrast, another plant blazed in fiery red, its petals unfurling like a blossoming flame. Both plants exuded an aura of vitality, shimmering with ethereal light. Xianxia discreetly conveyed to Qin Beiluo, "These 2 plants are remarkable. The purple spiritual leaves possess the ability to purify toxins, particularly those lurking in the blood. Meanwhile, the Manchuozu effectively eliminates toxins from the internal organs." Qin Beiluo responded, "That is splendid. We shall procure them both." Though the price may be somewhat steep, Xianxia cautioned, "Now is not the time for frugality. Let us indulge." Qin Beiluo declared decisively, gesturing grandly to the vendor. The vendor, an inner sect disciple, recognized the black cloud patterns adorning Qin Beiluo and Xianxia's attire, signifying their status as true disciples, and thus treated them with utmost respect. Soon, the vendor quoted a price of 10 high-grade spirit stones for each plant. After a brief negotiation, Qin Beiluo managed to lower the price to 8 high-grade spirit stones and successfully acquired both plants. He continued to browse, purchasing 2 more plants imbued with substantial spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation proficiency. Fortunately, Qin Beiluo's reserves of spirit stones were ample, with over 100 top-tier stones and several hundred high-grade stones acquired from the Wang family treasury. Having secured these remarkable plants, Qin Beiluo felt a sense of satisfaction. Just as he prepared to explore further with Xianxia, they noticed a gathering of people in the distance, their voices filled with admiration and exclamations of astonishment. Curiosity piqued. They scanned the crowd and spotted 2 figures at the center. One was a robust man, unmistakably elder Xianxia, known for his imposing physique and prominent muscles, his gleaming bald head drawing attention. The other was a man in his 30s, clad in white robes adorned with purple cloud patterns, also an elder. Though his features were handsome, dark circles under his eyes betrayed his fatigue, and he appeared somewhat listless, as if drained of vitality. Is this man also an elder? He resembles the feeble son of a wealthy family, Qin Beiluo mused, connecting the elder's appearance to a character from a popular tale. Yet, what truly captivated Qin Beiluo's attention was the large fish basket slung across elder Xianxia's back, containing a massive bluefish weighing dozens of pounds. Despite being a commonplace species, its sheer size was impressive. The dark blue scales gleamed under the sun, reflecting glimmers of light, while water dripped from the basket as the fish gilled rhythmically. The onlookers had been marveling at the impressive size of the bluefish, easily weighing in at 50 or 60 pounds. My dear, today Elder Xiong has indeed caught a magnificent fish. Truly, Elder Xiong deserves the title of a fishing virtuoso. But wait, why is there not a single fish in Elder Wu Shengxiu's basket? Has he failed to catch anything again today? The crowd buzzed with conversation, most praising Xianxia, while a few cast curious glances at the elder beside him. Hearing the chatter, both Elder Xiong and Elder Wu displayed varied expressions. Xianxia wore a smug look, his steps leisurely, as if he wished to parade this grand catch through the busiest part of the market, relishing the accolades of his fishing prowess. Meanwhile, Elder Wu Shengxiu, with an empty basket, felt the weight of the crowd's inquisitive stares, his face twitching with embarrassment. Qin Beiluo couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. It appeared that Elder Wu's fishing skills were rather lacking, consistently returning empty-handed. Ahem, everyone disperse. What are you staring at? I simply had an off day. I shall surely catch a great fish another time to show you all. Elder Wu huffed, his bravado masking a hint of insecurity. Sung Gong laughed heartily, unrelenting in his teasing. Elder Wu, you Haven Tea caught a fish in half a month. Enough with the boasting. Today, you are treating us to a feast of fish. What do you know? If I were to fish, I would seek the largest fish in the river. Just as with taking disciples, I would rather have none than settle for mediocrity. Without exceptional talent, one is unworthy to be my apprentice. Elder Wu replied, his demeanor stern. So that explains why you still have no disciples. Xianxia couldn't resist interjecting, suddenly noticing his old friend frozen in place, staring intently ahead. Elder Wu's gaze was fixated on the very spot where Qin Beiluo stood. His expression shifted to one of fervent excitement, eyes gleaming as he regarded Qin Beiluo. Your vitality burns like smoke, your bones resemble those of a dragon. Truly a natural talent for physical cultivation. Young man, your gifts are remarkable. Would you consider taking me as your master? Elder Wu looked at Qin Beiluo with eager anticipation. Beside them, Xianxia was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the person before Elder Wu was, in fact, Qin Beiluo, and he observed the exchange with a peculiar expression, as if anticipating a spectacle. Chapter 46. A Pie from the Sky. Qin Beiluo was enjoying a delightful moment of amusement, unaware that it would soon involve him directly. Upon noticing Elder Wu's fervent gaze fixed upon him, Qin Beiluo was taken aback. Elder, are you jesting? Elder Wu's expression turned serious as he shook his head. I am not jesting. I am Elder Wu Shengxiu of the Ziyun Academy. I perceive your vitality as fierce as smoke. Your foundation is solid as a dragon, truly indicative of a natural physique. I possess a technique that would complement you perfectly. Qin Beiluo felt a sense of unease, sensing something amiss. Xiaochan glanced between Elder Wu and Qin Beiluo, her brow furrowed with confusion. She was well aware of Qin Beiluo's exceptional physique and extraordinary potential. However, the Elder Wu Shengxiu before us does not appear particularly imposing. In fact, he seems somewhat frail, with deeply sunken eyes in dark circles, exuding an impression of lethargy and despondency. Given his tone, could he truly be a practitioner of physical cultivation? Qin Beiluo sensed something amiss, harboring silent doubts. This Wu Xianxia appeared to be in poor health, and although he held the esteemed position of elder at the Xian Academy, he seemed rather unreliable. Conversely, Li Xianxia displayed considerable interest in Qin Beiluo, querying incessantly, "Young man, do you have a master? If you do, it matters not. As long as you are willing to take me as your teacher, I shall impart to you the pinnacle of techniques. I have served as an elder for over 5 centuries, yet I have never accepted a disciple. I could make an exception for you." Qin Beiluo's expression turned peculiar. The surrounding cultivators were momentarily taken aback, their astonishment palpable as they directed their gazes toward Qin Beiluo. These cultivators were somewhat acquainted with Wu Xianxia. Indeed, as he claimed, he had been an elder for more than 500 years without ever taking on a disciple. He was known to be the most low-key of all elders. Unlike others who established their own factions, he refrained from participating in the ceremonial events of the Xian Academy, leading many disciples to be unaware of his existence within the sect. Yet, those familiar with Wu Xianxia understood that, despite his outward indifference, he possessed exceptionally high standards and a proud disposition. His 500 years without a disciple served as testament to this fact. There have been instances where talented disciples sought to become his protégés, only to be callously denied. Yet now, he seemed to have taken an interest in this dashing young man before him. Did this not imply the youth's extraordinary potential? Qin Beiluo felt the encounter was rather abrupt, and as he had already pledged himself to Master Zhou Fenglai, he was prepared to decline the offer graciously. At that moment, Xianxia interjected. He stepped forward and placed a hand on Wu Xianxia's shoulder, saying, "Brother Wu, you might as well give up. He will not take you as his master." "Why is that?" Wu Xianxia replied, displeased. "What I can offer is no less than what other elders can provide." Though he projected a laid-back demeanor among the other elders of Xian Academy, he had achieved remarkable feats and possessed extraordinary strength, belonging to the most seasoned cohort of elders. Xianxia sighed. "To be frank with you, Brother Wu, this disciple is named Qin Beiluo. He recently passed the entrance examination and became a true disciple. I had intended to take him as my apprentice, but alas, I was a moment too late, and he was snatched away." "Oh, who would dare to compete with you for a disciple?" Wu Xianxia inquired, intrigued, for he was well aware of Xianxia's fiery temperament. Who would possess the audacity to contend with Xianxia for a disciple? Could it be Sun Wuxia? Xianxia's face contorted with rage and regret as he declared, "None other than that old curmudgeon, Zhou Fenglai." "What? Zhou Fenglai? He is the one who took him as a disciple?" Wu Xianxia scrutinized Qin Beiluo closely, finding the situation both surprising and yet reasonable. Xianxia, brimming with ire, continued, "Indeed, this young lad was rated as top-tier talent by the Hunyuan Baojing, prompting even that old curmudgeon, Zhou Fenglai, to make a move to seize him. Top-tier talent by the Hunyuan Baojing." Wu Xianxia suddenly realized the situation, and his face contorted with anger. "Zhou Fenglai, that unworthy man, dares to compete with me for disciples." Indeed, Zhou Fenglai was truly unworthy. Wu Xianxia and Xianxia exchanged a flurry of disparaging remarks about Zhou Fenglai, leaving the onlookers astonished. Were these two elders truly so audacious? Qin Beiluo discreetly shook his head, finding Wu Xianxia and Xianxia to be quite the characters. Qin Beiluo clasped his hands and said, "Elder Wu, I have indeed become a disciple of Director Zhou. I shall not disturb your esteemed conversation any longer. I take my leave." With that, Qin Beiluo turned to depart with Qiuchani. "Wait a moment," Wu Xianxia called out, halting Qin Beiluo. Turning back in confusion, Qin Beiluo asked, "What is it?" Wu Xianxia replied, "This is not a suitable place for discussion. Come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." He gestured for Qin Beiluo to follow. Exchanging glances with Qiuchani, they decided to accompany him. Being elders of the academy, Wu Xianxia and Xianxia were trustworthy. As the onlookers watched Qin Beiluo follow Wu Xianxia, they couldn't help but feel envious. To be accepted as a disciple by Director Zhou, and to catch the attention of Elder Wu, was truly enviable. Wu Xianxia led Xianxia ahead, guiding Qin Beiluo through the bustling market until they arrived at a tavern. Upon entering, a quick-witted waiter approached them. "Esteemed guests, what would you like to order?" 5 pounds of lamb, 5 pounds of beef, and 2 jugs of fine wine. Also, bring out all the signature dishes." Xianxia commanded without hesitation, knowing that Wu Xianxia would foot the bill as they had wagered on fishing. with the loser treating the winner. Wu Xingxiu smirked and tossed a silver ingot to the waiter, who gleefully nodded and bowed. Certainly, esteemed guest. Please have a seat. The group found a private booth and settled down. Qin Beiluo, straightforward as ever, spoke earnestly. Elder Wu, what is the purpose of your summons? I would be grateful for your disclosure. Wu Xingxiu pondered for a moment before saying, Young man, I shall speak candidly. Your physique is exceptional. Ideally suited for practicing a particular technique of mine. It is a middle-grade technique of heavenly rank. Would you be interested? A middle-grade heavenly technique. Such techniques were rare, and middle-grade ones even more so. Qin Beiluo was taken aback. This felt like a windfall. However, he shook his head and replied, Elder Wu, I have already become a disciple of Director Zhou. I fear I cannot comply with your request. While he was undoubtedly interested in the middle-grade heavenly technique, he could not agree to the apprenticeship Wu Xingxiu proposed. Wu Xingxiu waved his hand dismissively. I understand. I do not require you to become my disciple. I merely wish to impart this technique to you. Qin Beiluo was stunned. Is there truly such a fortuitous opportunity? A whimsical thought flickered through his mind, pondering if he was indeed the hidden child of destiny. Xianxia, observing the exchange, wore a peculiar expression. Brother Wu, you are not intending to impart that particular technique, are you? Indeed, you have deduced correctly. It is that particular arcane art, Wu Xingxiu remarked with a faint smile. Xianxia's expression grew increasingly peculiar. The suspense created by the two left Qin Beiluo both curious and bewildered. Wu Xingxiu continued. This art of mine can be regarded as an unparalleled technique. Although it is classified as a mid-tier heavenly art, when employed properly, its might can surpass even that of high-tier heavenly arts. Such power? Qin Beiluo's interest was immediately piqued. Wu Xingxiu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but this art comes with stringent prerequisites, and you barely meet the criteria. Chapter 47. The Joy of Unfettered Acquisition. Elder Wu, Elder Xiang, what precisely is the nature of this art you speak of? Qin Beiluo inquired, intrigued by the formidable description provided by Wu Xingxiu. Observing Xianxia's expression, it was evident that this technique was indeed exceptional. Wu Xingxiu chuckled. This art is merely an exterior semblance of technique. In essence, it resembles a hybrid of martial and arcane practices. It is known as blood falling, cracking the void. Blood falling, cracking the void? Qin Beiluo pondered the name thoughtfully. Wu Xingxiu elaborated. The blood falling, cracking the void possesses immense power. You may consider it a method of physical cultivation. Once unleashed, it can cause the very earth to tremble, awakening the practitioner's latent potential and unleashing strength far exceeding their own. As Wu Xingxiu extolled the virtues of this art, Qin Beiluo felt a twinge of skepticism. If this technique were indeed so formidable, why would Wu Xingxiu choose to impart it to him? Furthermore, there were no stringent conditions for him to become a disciple. Seemingly sensing Qin Beiluo's doubts, Wu Xingxiu smiled. However, despite its potency, this art has its drawbacks. It necessitates the driving force of one's vital energy and blood essence, imposing high requirements on the practitioner's physique. Should an ordinary cultivator attempt to wield this technique, they would suffer from significant blood depletion, leading to severe illness or, in worst cases, a shortening of lifespan. Even robust body cultivators would find the toll substantial. Only those with a remarkably refined physique can master this art without incurring excessive costs. Upon hearing Wu Xingxiu's explanation, Qin Beiluo understood. Wu Xingxiu had recognized his formidable physique and deemed it compatible with the blood falling, cracking the void, thus deciding to bestow this art upon him. Moreover, while this technique was indeed powerful, harnessing its full potential required considerable sacrifice, which seemed quite reasonable. Xianxia, observing the exchange, remarked, Brother Wu, you are indeed generous, imparting this art without requiring discipleship. Wu Xingxiu appeared magnanimous, responding lightly. The number of individuals capable of mastering this technique is exceedingly rare. To find a suitable successor is a stroke of fortune. Why should one be bound by the titles of master and disciple? Xianggong unabashidly retorted, You may feign openness, yet I suspect you've berated Zhou Fenglai 100 times in your thoughts. Of course, Zhou Fenglai is unworthy. How could such a gem be snatched away by him? Wu Xingxiu lamented with heartfelt sorrow. Wu Xingxiu was not fond of attending various events. He had not participated in the official assessments or ceremonies. Hence he had never met Qin Beiluo. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be competing with Zhou Feng for a disciple. Wu Xingxiu then turned his gaze toward Qin Beiluo and remarked, "Young man, your vital energy, physique, and innate talent are all exceptional. Moreover, your body has been refined and your physical training has borne fruit, making you quite suitable for my technique, Bloodfall Sky Shatter. What do you say? Are you interested in learning it?" Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Beiluo nodded, "Absolutely." His heart brimmed with joy at the prospect of acquiring a mid-grade celestial technique without cost. Such an opportunity is rare to come by. Well then, let us have a meal first. Afterwards, I shall find a suitable place to demonstrate this technique. Wu Xingxiu said casually. The waiter brought forth a variety of dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma. Although they were merely ordinary fare, the flavors were remarkably delightful. While Qiu only nibbled on a few bites, Wu Xingxiu, Xianxia, and Qin Beiluo devoured the food with impressive voracity. Noticing Qin Beiluo's hearty appetite, consuming the dishes as if a whirlwind had swept through, Wu Xingxiu praised him, "Good lad, indeed gifted, a natural-born body cultivator." Qin Beiluo was momentarily speechless. How could one's talent be judged by their capacity to eat? Yet, Wu Xingxiu chuckled, "Youngster, you are unaware. Typically, body cultivators require immense energy to refine their physiques. And the more energy expended, the greater the appetite. Thus, one's ability to consume is an important criterion for assessing talent in body cultivation. Is that so?" Qin Beiluo pondered, intrigued. He then reflected that the practice of body cultivation bore striking similarities to his own Kunping 8 Desolations technique, albeit as a diluted version. No wonder Wu Xingxiu deemed him suited for that technique. As thoughts danced through his mind, clarity began to emerge. After their meal, Wu Xingxiu and Xianxia led Qin Beiluo and Xiu to a secluded mountain peak, ideal for demonstrating the technique due to its elevation and remoteness. Standing at the forefront, with the brisk mountain wind billowing his robes, Wu Xingxiu turned to Qin Beiluo and said, "Young man, pay close attention. I shall demonstrate this only once." As he spoke, Wu Xingxiu's demeanor transformed, his presence becoming overwhelmingly formidable, akin to a towering mountain, eliciting only awe from those who beheld him. Suddenly, his true essence erupted forth, and a powerful aura coalesced. Qin Beiluo felt an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy rushing toward him, as Wu Xingxiu's vital blood and essence were consumed, tinting his true essence a deep crimson. Subsequently, Wu Xingxiu's momentum surged violently as he unleashed a punch toward the sky, with a resounding crash reminiscent of thunder. The force of this punch shattered the clouds above, creating a shockwave that reverberated through the mountains. Meanwhile, throughout the Ziyun Academy, countless cultivators gazed at the sky with expressions of terror, astonishment, and confusion, realizing that a formidable figure was unleashing a spell. What immense power! Qin Beiluo sighed inwardly. Instinctively, he compared Wu Xingxiu to Xianxia. Having witnessed Xianxia demonstrate his divine transformation, Qin Beiluo felt that the aura emanating from Wu Xingxiu seemed even more potent. Qiu, too, widened her beautiful eyes, revealing her astonishment. The power of this spell was indeed extraordinary. Qin Beiluo had observed closely and discerned certain nuances. After Wu Xingxiu employed the bloodfall shattering void technique, his true essence became tinged with a crimson hue, and with this blood-stained essence, its potency surged immensely. It could be said that this bloodfall shattering void technique functioned as a kind of amplifier capable of significantly enhancing one's cultivation in a short span of time. Qin Beiluo mused. He began to comprehend its nature. Wu Xingxiu turned around and nodded, saying, "You are correct. This technique is essentially as you have summarized." Simultaneously, Qin Beiluo scrutinized the transformation in Wu Xingxiu, noting that after the spell was cast, his aura had noticeably weakened. Fortunately, Wu Xingxiu was a seasoned elder. After taking several deep breaths, he regained his composure. "Here, take this. It is the detailed method for practicing the bloodfall shattering void technique." Wu Xingxiu's imposing presence dissipated. Returning to a relaxed demeanor, he retrieved the tome from his robes and tossed it into Qin Beiluo's embrace. Upon receiving the tome, Qin Beiluo felt it was made of a unique material, reminiscent of silk yet resembling paper, possessing remarkable resilience and difficult to damage. The tome bore the bold inscription Bloodfall Shattering Void Technique. "Thank you, Elder Wu Xing," Qin Beiluo said earnestly, cupping his fists in gratitude. To acquire such a technique was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Wu Xingxiu waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I simply found you to be agreeable." Should you encounter any difficulties in your practice of this technique, feel free to seek me out. I can usually be found fishing by the Xianxia River at the foot of the mountain. Qin Beiluo nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Wu Xingsu was a seasoned angler, often coming back empty-handed, an adage that one who is inexperienced tends to be overly ambitious. Chapter 48. The Chaos of the Demon Sage and the Bloodfall Shattering Void Technique. Qin Beiluo took the manual for the Bloodfall Shattering Void Technique, but hesitated to depart. Wanted to speak further. Young Qin, do you have more inquiries? Do not hesitate to ask, Wu Xingsu remarked casually. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Beiluo inquired, Elder Wu Xing, is your apparent fatigue and weakened vitality a consequence of using this Bloodfall Shattering Void Technique? Recalling Wu Xingsu's somewhat drained state, he couldn't help but ask. Wu Xingsu fell silent for a moment. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, you have guessed correctly. 500 years ago, when the demon race invaded the great Zhou, I fought against them in the ancient abyss. During that battle, I found myself in a dire situation, compelled to overexert myself using the Bloodfall Shattering Void Technique, even considering a fate of mutual destruction. After that battle, although I managed to salvage my life, my vitality and essence were nearly depleted, and I even suffered a significant reduction in my lifespan, facing a dire predicament. Fortunately, my companions rescued me with a secret technique, and I spent over 2 centuries in recuperation before gradually regaining my strength. Yet, even now, I bear hidden injuries and cannot act recklessly. Wu Xingsu articulated this calmly. I see. Qin Beiluo inhaled deeply, his heart stirred. Was the demon invasion 500 years ago related to the demon saint rebellion of that time? Xiu Chan, standing nearby, suddenly spoke as if struck by a realization. The demon saint rebellion. 500 years prior, a demon saint emerged from the northern 10,000 demons kingdom, leading an invasion into the great Zhou, resulting in untold suffering and devastation across much of the realm. The great Zhou suffered immense losses in that conflict, prompting the Zhou emperor to enlist powerful figures from the Great Enlightenment Temple and the Dao sect to suppress the demon saint. This brutal battle was historically referred to as the Demon Saint Rebellion. Beside them, Xianxia nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it was the Demon Saint Rebellion. Brother Wu, you are far too modest. You single-handedly slayed 3 demon kings during that time, an achievement so remarkable that even I must bow to your prowess. The thought of slaying 3 demon kings sent a shiver through Qin Beiluo. The demon kings of the 10,000 demons kingdom held status equivalent to that of princes in the great Zhou, their prestige immeasurable. That Wu Xingsu could defeat 3 of them spoke volumes of his strength. Wu Xingsu remarked, my ability to slay those 3 demon kings was partly due to the Bloodfall Rending Sky technique. However, if this technique is misused, it exacts a painful toll on the user, so you must exercise caution in the future. Qin Beiluo nodded, realizing that the power of the Bloodfall Rending Sky technique might exceed his expectations. Yet, the inherent dangers of this technique only heightened his intrigue. After receiving Wu Xingsu's insights, Qin Beiluo took his leave. Upon his departure, Wu Xingsu and Xianxia remained at their post. Wu Xingsu gazed upward at the drifting clouds, his expression distant, as if lost in reminiscence or contemplation. Brother Wu, do you think Qin can master the Bloodfall Rending Sky technique? It is notoriously difficult to cultivate, Xianxia remarked boisterously. Standing beside him, Wu Xingsu replied nonchalantly, I have faith in those I choose. They will not disappoint me. You are infuriatingly confident, as always, Xianxia scoffed. Wu Xingsu chuckled. What, are you not satisfied? In a fight, it seems you have never bested me. Xianxia retorted angrily. So what? When it comes to fishing, you have never defeated me. At the mention of fishing, Wu Xingsu's mouth twitched, resembling an irate cat whose tail had been stepped on. Xianxia, you were merely lucky today. Let us compete again tomorrow. I will surely catch a big fish and leave you utterly humiliated. Fine, let us compete. I'm not afraid. As per usual, the loser treats. I intend to dine at Wang Xianju tomorrow. Very well. Wu Xingsu gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Qin Beiluo and Xiu Chan returned to their courtyard. Xiu Chan reflected on the events of the day with a sense of wonder. She remarked, I never expected that Wu Xingsu held such a remarkable background, having participated in the chaos of the demon sage 5 centuries ago. Qin Beiluo responded, I have heard of the chaos of the demon sage, which was said to be extraordinarily brutal. Although the chaos occurred over 500 years ago, Qin Beiluo was familiar with it, yet lacked a deeper understanding. In a gentle tone, Xianxia continued, "The demon race is endowed with formidable physiques, innate divine strength, and unique racial abilities. The demon sage from back then was indeed terrifying. Even the most elite cultivators of the great Zhou found it nearly impossible to subdue him alone. At that time, the kingdom of 10,000 demons not only had the demon sage, but also the demon emperor and demon kings, who launched a full-scale invasion into the great Zhou, advancing from the northern borders all the way to the capital. Qin Beiluo was taken aback. Is it truly that exaggerated? Indeed, she affirmed. Had it not been for the intervention of the great Guangming Temple and the Tao sect, the great Zhou would have faced the peril of annihilation. It was precisely after that incident that the power of the great Zhou began to decline and conflicts with the sects became increasingly pronounced. Xianxia explained. Curious, Qin Beiluo inquired, what became of the demon sage? It is said that he was ultimately suppressed, though the specifics remain unknown. I once sought official records out of curiosity, but found nothing. The great Zhou government has been exceedingly reticent about this matter, Xianxia replied. Qin Beiluo pondered thoughtfully. Let us set aside the chaos of the demon sage. My dear, do you intend to practice the blood-falling sky split technique? Xianxia asked. Certainly, I will study it carefully, Qin Beiluo responded. Very well, I shall not disturb you. I will head to the training ground to practice my techniques. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call for me. Understood. Xianxia, understanding and considerate, departed, granting Qin Beiluo the space he required. Qin Beiluo retrieved the manual for the blood-falling sky split technique and began to peruse it meticulously. The manual was detailed, containing illustrations of meridians and acupoints, as well as techniques, methods of true essence manipulation, and annotations reflecting Wu Xingsu's insights and experiences. This made it considerably easier for Qin Beiluo to grasp the material. Undoubtedly, this technique was highly challenging, rivaling the divine sky sword technique. While he had previously comprehended the divine sky sword technique with the aid of the Enlightenment Stone Tablet, this time, he had to rely entirely on his own intellect. After contemplating for the better part of a day, Qin Beiluo managed to decipher the essence of the blood-falling sky split technique. In essence, as he had surmised, it was a technique designed to amplify one's abilities. Upon activation, it could reverse the flow of true essence within the meridians and dantian, unleashing a force several times greater than usual at the cost of burning true essence and vitality. To put it simply, it was a means to awaken one's latent potential, inflicting significant damage on the adversary, while also harming oneself. Moreover, this technique possessed a notable characteristic. For ordinary individuals, the negative effects were substantial. However, the stronger one's physique and the more vigorous one's vitality, the lesser the adverse effects. If one's body was as robust as a demon and vitality as abundant as mountains and seas, the negative consequences could be nearly negligible. In summary, this technique was indeed formidable. The higher my strength and the more resilient my physique, the more terrifying the effects I could unleash. Qin Beiluo mused to himself. Qin Beiluo had gained a general understanding of this arcane technique. Upon grasping its essence, he closed his eyes, immersing himself in meditation to commence his cultivation. Following the instructions within the secret tome, he first circulated his true essence and then reversed it throughout his body, allowing the true essence to flow in the opposite direction. As Qin Beiluo embarked on this practice, he felt waves of true essence coursing through him. But when he attempted to reverse the flow, a searing heat enveloped his meridians, akin to being scorched by fire. Despite the agony, Qin Beiluo managed to endure, gritting his teeth and persevering. It was no wonder that Wu Xingsu hesitated to impart this technique to others. Had it been an ordinary cultivator with a frail physique and insufficient vitality, the moment they attempted this technique, their meridians would likely ignite in flames, leading to an instant explosion of their body. Qin Beiluo's mind flickered with understanding. Once he adapted to this method of cultivation, he continued to explore, gradually uncovering the pathway. Chapter 49. The Perfect Golden Core, the Sword Ruins, Unveiled. Qin Beiluo gradually discerned the intricacies of the blood-falling, sky-shattering technique. This technique was remarkably challenging to cultivate. A moment's inattention could easily lead to self-harm. For cultivators of weaker constitution, the risk of their meridians and dantian being unable to bear the strain was heightened, resulting in a backlash. Initially, Qin Beiluo struggled to adapt. But upon acclimatization, his practice found its rhythm. He now fully comprehended that this blood-falling, Sky-shattering technique was akin to a martial arts novel-esque gateway to unleashing potential, incredibly domineering. Qin Beiluo noticed that on the final page of the tome, Wu Xingxiu had inscribed a flowing annotation. Heaven and earth can be reversed, vitality and blood can be transformed. This stirred Qin Beiluo's spirit, leading him to ponder deeply. As an indescribable sensation surged within him, he became increasingly earnest in his cultivation. For the next several days, Qin Beiluo immersed himself in the practice of the blood-falling sky-shattering technique. By the 5th day, he had finally mastered this technique. At that juncture, a sigh of relief escaped him. With the mastery of the blood-falling sky-shattering technique, he had acquired another formidable card to play. In critical moments, this technique could very well save his life. Sitting cross-legged, he completed his exercise. The searing pain experienced during the technique's execution had significantly diminished. Just as Wu Xingxiu had remarked, this technique was indeed malevolent and domineering, but the stronger one became, the lesser the adverse effects of this technique would manifest. With a mere thought, a panel of attributes materialized within his consciousness. He could now summon the system's attribute panel at will. The details were as follows. Host, Qin Beiluo fortune value, 1,500 points cultivation level, late golden core, 4th golden core, special physique, chaos devouring body cultivation method, Kunpeng 8 desolation technique. First layer, 3,310,000 technique, divine sky sword art, entry level, blood falling, sky shattering technique special item, spirit beast egg note, to achieve a perfect golden core. The host must condense 9 golden cores during the golden core stage, and then attain the nascent soul. If one could manifest 9 golden elixirs, akin to the 9 suns in the sky, then one could truly claim the title of invincible in the realm of golden elixirs. Qin Beiluo gazed at his panel, and the system's summary provided him with an excellent understanding of his current strength. In recent days, after mastering the blood-falling sky-shattering technique, the number of his golden elixirs had once again increased, revealing the emergence of his 4th golden elixir. Indeed, he had already achieved 4 golden elixirs, although he had yet to break through to the perfection of the golden elixir realm. Qin Beiluo's foundation was profoundly stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator at the perfected golden elixir stage. In his estimation, he possessed the capability to easily defeat Zhou Zhengxiong. Taking on 5 or 6 of him would pose no challenge. Zhou Zhengxiong, among the golden elixir practitioners, was considered quite formidable. Yet he was unworthy even to serve as Qin Beiluo's shoe shiner. To say nothing of it, nearly all the true disciples of the Xian Academy could easily overpower Zhou Zhengxiong. Crushing Zhou Zhengxiong had never been Qin Beiluo's ambition. Rather, his goal was to manifest 9 golden elixirs, achieving what the system referred to as the perfect golden elixir, rendering him invincible in the golden elixir realm. Qin Beiluo's gaze fell upon the final line of the system panel. A perfect golden elixir? He had heard of this term before. It referred to the pinnacle attainable by practitioners in the golden elixir stage. Yet, throughout history, the perfect golden elixir had remained a mere legend. It was said that only the great beings of ancient times, such as Taoist masters and legendary Buddhas, had ever reached this state during their golden elixir phase. According to legend, attaining the perfect golden elixir would bestow the blessings of heaven and earth. Qin Beiluo was filled with anticipation, making the perfect golden elixir his objective. According to the system, he must condense 9 golden elixirs during the golden elixir phase to achieve the level of the perfect golden elixir. The difficulty of this endeavor was evident. Even now, Qin Beiluo had only 4 golden elixirs. To fulfill the requirement of 9 golden elixirs and attain the perfect golden elixir was an exceedingly lofty aspiration. However, it was precisely because of this immense challenge that it held such value. What unforeseen benefits might one receive upon achieving the perfect golden elixir? What might the legendary blessings of heaven and earth entail? Qin Beiluo fell into deep contemplation. My husband, what are you pondering? The melodious voice of Qiu Chani brought him back to reality. Sitting in the hall, he glanced outside. Twilight was gradually enveloping the sky. Qin Beiluo smiled. I am not thinking of much, merely reflecting on my recent cultivation progress. My husband need not exert himself too much. I have noticed your diligent training of late. Toiling through the nights, Qiu Chani gently remarked. At her words, Qin Beiluo blinked and chuckled. You are right, my dear. I shall refrain from cultivating tonight, lest you become a resentful wife confined to the inner chambers. Qiu Chani's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, What resentful wife? I am nothing of the sort. Is that so? Then shall I continue my cultivation tonight? Qin Beiluo teased. Absolutely not, Xianxia declared without hesitation. Qin Beiluo was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a decisive response from her. It is growing late. Shall we retire indoors to rest? As the autumn breeze caressed Xianxia's cheeks, she whispered softly in a Qin Beiluo's ear. A wave of warmth enveloped his ears, igniting a delightful flutter in his heart. With a gentle embrace, Qin Beiluo lifted Xianxia into his arms, cradling her legs, their eyes locking in mutual understanding of each other's feelings. A smile danced upon Qin Beiluo's lips as he carried her into the room. Time swiftly passed, and soon several days had gone by. Elder Wu from the northern king's residence dispatched numerous trustworthy attendants, including maids, guards, and stable hands, to assist Qin Beiluo, along with a generous supply of rare resources for cultivation. This alleviated Qin Beiluo's concerns regarding his training materials for the foreseeable future. During these days, Qin Beiluo maintained a disciplined routine, diligently practicing daily and engaging in discussions and duels with Xianxia, which proved immensely beneficial. In his leisure time, he would visit the banks of the Xianxia River to fish with elders Wu Shengxiu and Xionggang. To Qin Beiluo's dismay, Wu Shengxiu's fishing skills were abysmal. Yet he remained ever hopeful, having not caught a single fish during their time together. Throughout these days, Qin Beiluo discreetly kept an eye on Li Wanner's movements. However, she remained elusive, rarely seen, and he could gather no information about her actions. This only heightened Qin Beiluo's vigilance. The barking dog seldom bites, while the biting dog remained silent. Li Wanner was likely preparing for something significant. As time trickled by, the eve of the Sword Ruins opening finally arrived. On this day, a servant came to announce that Zhou Feng was summoning all the true disciples to gather at the Xian Hall. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xianxia, they realized the moment they had awaited had arrived. The two promptly made their way to the Xian Hall. Inside the Xian Hall, Zhou Feng sat at the head of the assembly, flanked by elders Xionggang, Sun Wuxia, Lu Qingzhu, and a total of 15 elders present on either side. Qin Beiluo glanced around, but did not spot Wu Shengxiu, confirming that he preferred to avoid the limelight. All 12 true disciples, including Qin Beiluo, Xianxia, Li Wanner, and Li Qian, had gathered. Once everyone was present, Zhou Feng nodded and declared, "Tomorrow at the Qin hour, the Sword Ruins will open. Before you enter, I have a few words of advice." The disciples perked up, their attention fully captured. Qin Beiluo felt particularly eager. Chapter 50, à grande occasion. Zhou Feng's gaze was calm and steady, sweeping across each true disciple. Standing casually with his hands clasped behind him, he spoke. The Sword Ruins is a unique mystical realm. You may perceive it as a small world governed by its own rules. It once served as a battlefield in ancient times, where countless formidable beings perished, leaving behind a plethora of spiritual weapons and treasures. The opening of the Sword Ruins requires both an array and the right timing. It can only be accessed every 3 years. For nearly several hundred years, the Sword Ruins have been jointly managed by our Ziyun Academy, the Tang clan, and the Tianyuan Sword sect, and it can only be opened under the witness of all 3 parties. Within the Sword Ruins, while the majority of relics have been explored, peerless unknowns still linger. Upon entering the Sword Ruins, it is quite possible for you to become disoriented. Thus, safeguarding your own safety is paramount. Zhou Fenglai provided an overview of the Sword Ruins. Although Qin Beiluo was previously acquainted with the subject, he listened attentively. After a brief exposition, Zhou Fenglai cautioned, "I must remind you that during the opening of the Sword Ruins, elite disciples from our Ziyun Academy, the Tang sect, and the Tianyuan Sword sect will concurrently enter. This will inevitably lead to conflicts and disputes within the ruins. Furthermore, to encourage spirited competition among disciples, our Ziyun Academy has instituted a points leaderboard. Within the Sword Ruins, there exists a unique mineral known as black gold mysterious iron, which is remarkably durable and possesses a certain spirituality, making it an excellent material for forging ordinary spiritual weapons. Upon entering the Sword Ruins, disciples may collect black gold mysterious iron and exchange it for rewards upon their return. Each pound of this mineral is counted as 1 point. The highest scorer will be awarded 5 treasures of heaven and earth, 1 exceptional spiritual artifact, and 3 points of merit. The second highest will receive 3 treasures of heaven and earth and 1 point of merit. The third will be granted 1 treasure of heaven and earth and 1 point of merit. Upon hearing Zhou Fenglai's account, the eyes of the true disciples sparkled with excitement. They had not anticipated that entering the sword ruins would not only provide the opportunity to seek spiritual weapons, but also yield additional rewards from Ziyun Academy. The rewards were extraordinarily generous, and even Qin Beiluo felt a stir of enthusiasm. Among the true disciples, Li Wanner's eyes shone brightly as she clenched her fists, embodying the spirit of determination. The reward for first place included 5 treasures of heaven and earth, 1 exceptional spiritual artifact, and 3 points of merit. The treasures of heaven and earth are essential for cultivators, and the exceptional spiritual artifact, though its nature was unknown, was undoubtedly valuable. As for the 3 points of merit, Qin Beiluo had previously learned from Steward Song how rare they were. In Ziyun Academy, even elders and the director Zhou Fenglai must complete designated tasks to earn merit. Typically, 100 points of minor merit can be exchanged for a single point of major merit. 1 point of major merit can be exchanged for various items in the medicinal garden, forging shop, and alchemy chamber. Thus, upon hearing Zhou Fenglai's words, all the true disciples were invigorated, unable to contain their excitement. Each true disciple, proud and self-assured of their abilities, was confident in their potential to secure a top position. Several of them even cast eager glances toward Qin Beiluo, their expressions filled with anticipation. The assessment for becoming a true disciple evaluated talent and temperament rather than specific cultivation levels. In terms of cultivation, Qin Beiluo was perhaps the lowest among the true disciples. Yet within the sword ruins, strength would be the ultimate arbiter. Following Zhou Fenglai's announcement, attendants promptly distributed a map of the sword ruins and a booklet detailing the precautions necessary for navigating the ruins to each true disciple. Subsequently, Zhou Fenglai addressed all disciples, instructing them to remain in the Ziyun Hall today, where elders Li Xianxia, Xionggang, Sun Wuxia, and Lu Qingzhu would elucidate the circumstances surrounding the sword ruins. At the hour of the rabbit tomorrow, we shall depart for the sword ruins punctually. Understood, Dean, the disciples responded, filled with excitement and a hint of nervousness. The elders then took turns detailing the specific conditions of the sword ruins to Qin Beiluo and the others, who listened intently, cautious not to miss any crucial information. The sword ruins, once activated, would remain open for 7 days. After this period, one need only locate the teleportation array to return. Furthermore, most areas within the sword ruins were not particularly perilous, with threats above the nascent soul stage being exceedingly rare. The elders emphasized the importance of remaining vigilant. Elders Li Xianxia, Xionggang, and others patiently expounded on the dangers present, while Qin Beiluo and his peers listened earnestly, occasionally posing questions. Time passed gradually. Both Qin Beiluo and Qiu Chani gained considerable insights, enhancing their understanding of the sword ruins. Before they knew it, the second day had arrived. At the hour of the rabbit, the morning light was soft. The eastern horizon revealed a hint of dawn, as mist enveloped the mountains and dew adorned the grass. The appointed time had arrived. In front of the Ziyun Hall, Zhou Fenglai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating in the ears of the gathered disciples like a morning bell, rousing their spirits. Esteemed disciples, follow me. Qin Beiluo and Qiu Chani exchanged glances, rising to follow Zhou Fenglai as the true disciples gradually joined, including the elders who approached Zhou Fenglai's side. Outside the hall, with a flick of his voluminous sleeves, Zhou Fenglai conjured a brilliant object before Qin Beiluo and the others. It was a model of a warship, approximately 3 feet in length, emanating a soft azure glow. Soon, the model began to enlarge, transforming from 3 feet to 3 zhong, then to 30 zhong, 50 zhong, and ultimately to over 100 zhong, becoming a magnificent colossal vessel. This vessel surpassed even the aircraft carriers of the previous world, hovering gracefully in the air. The disciples were left in awe. The airborne warship exuded an imposing presence, its entire body shimmering with a blue light, clearly a rare flying treasure. While the elders remained unfazed, the expressions of the disciples reflected astonishment and envy, their admiration palpable. This treasure was named the Shunfeng Divine Ship, capable of traversing 100,000 miles in a day and accommodating nearly 10,000 people. Zhou Fenglai explained casually. Upon hearing the name Shunfeng, Qin Beiluo felt a wave of exasperation. How much did Shunfeng spend? I could provide 3 times that amount. As Qin Beiluo and the others boarded the Shunfeng Divine Ship, Zhou Fenglai activated the treasure. In an instant, the ship soared into the sky, ascending rapidly. Qin Beiluo felt as though they were gliding through the air, Yet, astonishingly, there was no sensation of turbulence. It was swift and steady, truly remarkable. This was far more stable than aircraft from his previous life, offering unparalleled comfort. The Shunfeng divine ship transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon and weaving through the clouds. In the blink of an eye, the Zhou Academy appeared increasingly diminutive, as a series of ethereal mountain peaks graced the horizon below. The sound of the wind was absent, and there were no turbulent air currents, yet the velocity was unparalleled. Such a marvel of transportation rendered this world remarkably convenient, rivaling even that of my previous life. Of course, this was solely applicable to the powerful. Qin Beiluo mused. He was aware that magical artifacts could facilitate effortless flight, and that some individuals even rode upon demonic beasts as their means of aerial travel. During the war between the Great Zhou and the demon race, the use of flying vessels had already become commonplace. However, hearing about it was one thing. Witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. In less than half an hour, the group arrived at their destination. Before them lay a valley, where the Shunfeng divine ship hovered above. Zhao Fenglai gazed ahead and noticed a resplendent golden light approaching from afar. Qin Beiluo also took notice, and upon closer inspection, he discerned that it was a group of individuals flying on swords. There were approximately 30 of them, effortlessly soaring through the air with elegance and grace. While Qin Beiluo was not surprised by sword flight, he too could wield a sword and cast spells. These individuals exhibited an extraordinary mastery over their flying swords, appearing completely at ease and remarkably skilled. Clearly, they were experts in swordplay. "They are disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect," said Qiuchan softly, standing beside Qin Beiluo. Chapter 51, Tension Mounts. The Sword Ruins, this extraordinary realm, was jointly governed by the Zhou Academy, the Tang sect, and the Tianyuan sword sect. Among them, the Zhou Academy represented the Great Zhou court, while the Tang sect and the Tianyuan sword sect were forces of sectarian power. The Tang sect, one of the 9 great sects of the Great Zhou, wielded immense influence, reigning over 3 provinces akin to a local emperor. Although the Tianyuan sword sect was not among the 9 great sects, it stood as a dominant power, a formidable force in its own right. The dozens of sword cultivators, poised and graceful upon their flying swords, were all members of the Tianyuan sword sect. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, unremarkable in appearance yet exuding a remarkable aura. He resembled a sharp, unsheathed sword, instilling a sense of awe and reverence in those who beheld him. "Lu Wuyo, it has been a long time. Your sword intent has become increasingly formidable," Zhao Fenglai remarked, directing his gaze toward the leading middle-aged man. Lu Wuyo, the revered leader of the Tianyuan sword sect, was a figure of great renown, never having married or fathered children, entirely devoted to the path of the sword, earning him the title of Sword Madman. Lu Wuyo replied calmly, "You are not lacking either. I presume your Xianxia sword technique has evolved to summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, comparable to the might of a thunder tribulation?" Qin Beiluo felt a stir in his heart at this remark. Zhao Fenglai chuckled. "To speak of the sword in our first 3 exchanges, you truly are a sword enthusiast." Lu Wuyo retorted with a stern expression. "What should I discuss with you, if not the sword? Women cannot compare to the allure of swords." Qin Beiluo couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The leader of the Tianyuan sword sect certainly had a distinctive personality. He shifted his gaze beyond Lu Wuyo to observe the other members of the Tianyuan sword sect behind him, who were a cadre of elders. Aside from the elders, there were still a dozen disciples, presumably the true heirs of the Tianyuan sword sect. Among these disciples, the foremost were a male and a female, recognized as the most exceptional participants from the Tianyuan sword sect in this expedition to the sword ruins. Qin Beiluo and Xianxia had gathered prior intelligence and were aware of their identities. The male disciple, of average height and slender build, possessed a somewhat handsome appearance, though he paled in comparison to Qin Beiluo. His name was Feng Buping, the foremost disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect. According to intelligence and Xianxia's descriptions, Feng Buping was exceptionally gifted at a young age. He had already comprehended the essence of sword intent and was one of the greatest beneficiaries when the sword ruins had opened in his previous life. Feng Buping exuded an air of arrogance, his piercing gaze scrutinizing Qin Beiluo and his companions with subtle intensity. The female disciple, on the other hand, radiated gentleness, her delicate features giving her an appearance reminiscent of a refined jade. Her name was Luo Weiyu, reputed to possess a natural affinity for water excelling in water-based sword techniques. Her strength commendable, at least at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. Qin Beiluo assessed his potential adversaries, while they too regarded him with curiosity. Feng Buping's gaze swept over Qin Beiluo and the others, passing over everyone until it landed on Xianxia, whereupon a flicker of solemnity crossed his face. Clearly, aside from Xianxia, the remaining true heirs from the Ziyun Academy failed to garner Feng Buping's respect. After their mutual appraisal, a sense of intrigue was mingled with caution, as upon entering the sword ruins, they would become rivals. At that moment, a roar from the north resounded, echoing closer, sending ripples of energy that caused the true heirs of both the Ziyun Academy and the Tianyuan sword sect to change countenance. A beast. Was there a beast lurking about? A few disciples were thrown into disarray. They looked northward and beheld a colossal shadow approaching rapidly. As they focused, they discovered it was an enormous serpent, measuring 100 feet in length, its body a deep shade of blue-black, a formidable creature that seemed capable of blocking out the sun. Astonishingly, this massive serpent bore a pair of wings. As they flapped, they stirred up a tempest, enabling it to soar swiftly through the air. The serpent flicked its tongue, its amber eyes cold and menacing, exuding a fierce aura. Amidst the mounting anxiety among the disciples, Zhou Fenglai spoke calmly. There is no need for alarm. That is the demon beast, the Xianxia. It has been tamed by the Tang sect and serves as their guardian beast. Indeed, it was a demon beast tamed by the Tang sect, aligning perfectly with their notorious affinity for poison. Qin Beiluo mused inwardly. The Tang sect was renowned for its mastery of poisons and hidden weapons, with tales of disciples nurturing their personal venomous beasts from childhood to hone their skills. This colossal Xianxia before them appeared to be a rare poisonous creature. Qin Beiluo peered into the distance and noticed figures standing on the serpent's back. Leading them was a gaunt elder with a stern countenance, possessing long brows and hawk-like eyes. He wore an ornate robe and slightly inclined his body in a respectful gesture towards Zhou Fenglai and Lu Waya. The elderly man was none other than Tang Yu, the current leader of the Tang sect. A smile graced his lips as he addressed his companions. Brother Zhou, Brother Lu, I trust you have been well. You are quite late, sect master, Lu Wuyo remarked with a hint of indifference. Tang Yu remained unfazed, replying, Is that so? I believe the timing is just perfect. There is still a quarter of an hour until the hour of Chun. Ample time indeed. Zhou Fenglai chuckled. It is once again the time for the sword ruins to open. Do you both have confidence in your disciples for this trial? Need I say more? 3 years ago, it was my Tang sect that claimed the top prize, Tang Yu replied with a confident smile. Lu Wuyo retorted coldly, 6 years ago, it was my heavenly origin sword sect's disciples who triumphed. As they spoke, Tang Yu and Lu Wuyo simultaneously cast teasing glances at Zhou Fenglai. Director Zhou, if my memory serves me correctly, your Ziyun Academy has failed to secure first place in the last 3 openings of the sword ruins, Tang Yu scoffed. Lu Wuyo's stern visage betrayed a faint smirk. I suspect this year will be no different. Zhou Fenglai remained composed. Had it not been for the chief disciple of true inheritance, Li Suifeng, fortuitously entering seclusion to break through 6 years ago, would you have been so brazen? Our Ziyun Academy boasts a wealth of talent, and we are determined to claim victory in this trial. Upon hearing this, Qin Beiluo realized that Ziyun Academy had failed to claim the top spot for 3 consecutive events. To win the sword ruins meant to be ranked first on the scoreboard of points. Not only Ziyun Academy, but also Tang sect and Heavenly Origin Sword sect had established their own scoreboards to encourage their disciples. The disciple who topped the scoreboard would be deemed the victor. Laughing heartily, Tang Yu clapped his hands. Director Zhou, how confident you are. However, I have heard that the quality of your new true inheritance disciples this year is rather lacking. I even heard that a mere child in the Golden Core stage has been accepted as a true inheritance disciple. Tang Yu's words dripped with sarcasm, clearly alluding to Qin Beiluo. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes, but chose to remain silent. Lu Wuyo, oblivious to the insinuation, raised an eyebrow and shook his head slightly. Was it possible that Ziyun Academy had stooped so low as to accept Golden Core disciples as true inheritance? It seemed the Academy had indeed fallen on hard times. Zhou Fenglai, unfazed, replied, Oh, Sect Master Tang, you are quite well informed, knowing we have accepted a Golden Core true inheritance. Tang Yu laughed heartily, his spirits evidently high. This time, my Tang sect has 15 true inheritance disciples, all at least at the mid-Yuaning stage. My personal disciple, Tang Yu, is exceptional. Your defeat is assured. Is that so? We shall see, Zhou Fenlai said, his expression unchanging. Although the three factions, Ziyun Academy, Tang Sect, and Heavenly Origin Sword Sect, had yet to engage in outright conflict, the atmosphere was thick with competition. In the crowd, someone exclaimed, "The hour of Chun is approaching." At this declaration, a wave of tension swept through the assembly. The hour of Chun was imminent, and the sword ruins were about to be unveiled. Chapter 52, Abundant Rewards. Everyone was excited. As the hour of Chun drew near, a brilliant ray of sunlight pierced through the dense clouds, illuminating the eastern horizon. Golden sunlight cascades across the valley, while the lush mountains, bathed in its glow, resemble a vast emerald sea, undulating with waves. Zhou Fenlai, Tang Yu, and Lu Wuyo all wore solemn expressions. Tang Yu turned, casting a glance at the disciples of the Tang sect behind him, his voice resonating. "Listen well. After the Jinshu trial concludes, if any disciple of our sect emerges victorious, I shall bestow an additional reward, a celestial-level spell." The disciples of the Tang sect were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into jubilant cheers. The disciples participating in the Jinshu trial were all elites, eagerly preparing for the challenge ahead. Among them, a male disciple stepped forward, clasping his fists and declaring with confidence, "Rest assured, Master, I shall secure victory in the Jinshu trial, inspired by the example of our esteemed senior brother, Tang Haishan." This disciple, Tang Yu, with his slightly dusky complexion and stern features, exuded an air of self-assurance, despite his ordinary looks. Notably, Tang Yu was the most outstanding among the disciples of the Tang sect participating in the trial. It was said that his mastery of poison was exceptional, and his innate talent had garnered Tang Yu's early recognition, leading to his acceptance as a disciple. The Tang sect holds the surname Tang in high regard. Prior to joining the sect, many disciples did not bear the surname Tang, but those who excelled could be granted the name. Tang Yu was one such individual. With unwavering confidence, he raised his chin defiantly, casting a challenging glance toward the true inheritors of Ziyun Academy and Tianyuan Sword Sect. It was then that Qin Beiluo noticed that Tang Yu's robe was rather oversized, and at the cuff, a poisonous creature was subtly visible, coiled around his right wrist. It was a blood-colored centipede, approximately a foot long, wrapping around Tang Yu's wrist like a crimson bracelet. This fearsome creature, with its segmented body and numerous pairs of short leg, exudeda terrifying. Most alarming was the potent venom it radiated, possessing strong corrosive properties, yet Tang Yu appeared utterly unfazed, demonstrating no adverse effects from the toxin. "It is a blood-winged centipede," came the voice of Qiu Chani in Qin Beiluo's ear. Meeting her gaze, Qin Beiluo listened as she continued. "Husband, should you encounter this individual alone during the Jinshu trial, exercise utmost caution, especially regarding that centipede." "Understood," Qin Beiluo replied in thought. The other disciples, upon noticing Tang Yu and the blood-winged centipede at his cuff, shared expressions of uncertainty and concern. Nearby, Li Qian stood beside Qin Beiluo, holding a succulent roast goose leg, its aromatic scent wafting through the air. As he gnawed on the tender meat, he muttered in dissatisfaction, "Damn it, a blood-winged centipede. This is precisely why I detest Tang sect disciples. They only know how to play with poison. How utterly revolting." Li Qian frowned, his distaste for such venomous creatures evident, primarily due to their impact on his appetite. Almost unable to consume even the goose leg, Qin Beiluo nodded in deep agreement. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, upon witnessing the wary and astonished gazes from the disciples of Ziyun Academy and Tianyuan Sword Sect, found himself reveling in the moment. With a broad grin and an air of arrogance, Tang Yu declared, "Fear not, my esteemed colleagues. My sole aim is to claim the top position on the leaderboard. As long as you refrain from contesting my opportunities, I assure you I shall not initiate any confrontation. The Sword Ruins trial does not prohibit deadly combat, and it is not uncommon for 1 or 2 disciples to face dire misfortune each year. Thus, the threat remains palpable." Nevertheless, Tang Yu's words were imbued with hubris, as he positioned himself as the inevitable victor. "Is that so? Brother Tang, should you aspire to seize victory within the Sword Ruins, you must first contend with the sword in my hand," retorted Feng Buping of the Tianyuan Sword Sect, his demeanor radiating an icy arrogance, betraying no hint of fear. Observing this, Tang Yu raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk forming on his lips. As the hour of Chun approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, thick with anticipation akin to a drawn bowstring. At that moment, Lu Wuyo, the leader of the Tianyuan Sword Sect, spoke up. all disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect. Following the Sword Ruins trial, whoever among you claims the top spot on the leaderboard shall be rewarded with a week of enlightenment at the Broken Sword Cliff. Instantly, the disciples erupted in exclamations of excitement, their spirits ignited as if they had been invigorated by a surge of energy. The Broken Sword Cliff is a sacred site for the Tianyuan sword sect. Every generation of leaders and elders has sought wisdom there. Lu Wuyo's proclamation stirred an undeniable fervor among the disciples, elevating their morale. Witnessing this, Qin Beiluo, Qiuchan, Li Qian, and the other esteemed disciples of Ziyun Academy turned their gazes toward Zhou Fenglai. The intention of Qin Beiluo and the other elite disciples was unmistakable. With the other two factions making such generous promises, it was time for the dean to speak up. Zhou Fenglai cleared his throat and, in a leisurely manner, stated, in this upcoming Sword Ruins trial, should a disciple from Ziyun Academy emerge as the champion, an additional reward of a breakthrough pill and a heavenly level technique shall be bestowed. Furthermore, I shall personally present this matter to Her Majesty the Empress, elevating the prestige of our Academy's disciples. His words reverberated like thunder in the ears of the assembled disciples, invigorating their spirits. Even Qin Beiluo could not help but marvel at Zhou Fenglai's considerable investment. A breakthrough pill, indeed. The prospect of receiving such a prestigious reward was astonishing. Not only would they receive the breakthrough pill, which is effective for cultivators at the transformation stage and below, significantly enhancing their comprehension and increasing the probability of a breakthrough by 30%, but they would also gain access to a heavenly level technique. Moreover, the fact that Zhou Fenglai would personally petition the Empress meant that whoever triumphed in the Sword Ruins trial would earn a notable reputation in the eyes of the Empress herself. The implications of this were nothing short of profound. In contrast, the rewards offered by the Tang sect and the Tianyuan sword sect pale significantly. Indeed, these rewards are generous, yet they are clearly a mere illusion crafted by Director Zhou, anticipating that the disciples of Ziyun Academy will inevitably fail to secure the championship. An empty promise. What significance does such a reward hold? Standing atop the colossal back of the soaring serpent, Tang sect's leader, Tang Yu, spoke with a sardonic tone. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the Tang sect found great sense in his words and erupted into laughter. Tang Yu laughed the heartiest. Master speaks the truth. Although the rewards are substantial, they are nothing but mere fantasies. The disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect also bore smiles upon their faces. Considering that Ziyun Academy has failed to claim victory in the Sword Ruins trials for 3 consecutive sessions, it is likely to be no different this time. Among the true inheritors of Ziyun Academy, apart from Li Suifeng, whose reputation has soared, none are worthy of mention. The true inheritors of Ziyun Academy were filled with righteous indignation, infuriated by the mockery of the Tang sect disciples. Damn it, these brats are truly infuriating, constantly spouting nonsense. Li Qian muttered, biting into a goose leg with discontent. Indeed, their noise was bothersome. Qin Beiluo concurred. Qin Beiluo's gaze swept over the disciples of Ziyun Academy. Most appeared furious, yet a few remained remarkably composed. Li Wan'er was one such individual. Qin Beiluo noted that Li Wan'er maintained her indifferent gaze upon the arena, unaffected by the attitudes of the Tang sect and Tianyuan sword sect disciples. She exuded an air of confidence and composure, brimming with assurance. Li Wan'er undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths, which rendered her fearless, Qin Beiluo surmised. However, regardless of how many hidden cards Li Wan'er held, Qin Beiluo was resolute in his determination to succeed in this Sword Ruins trial. Chapter 53, Breakthrough in Techniques, Anomaly of the Spirit Beast Egg. The 3 factions, Ziyun Academy, Tang sect, and Tianyuan sword sect, stood in a standoff, the atmosphere gradually becoming taut. Tang Yu of the Tang sect displayed an audacious demeanor, his words and laughter accompanied by a display of true essence. As his true essence surged forth, it manifested in a profound black hue. The terrifying power of his true essence flowed like a raging river, illustrating Tang Yu's formidable foundation. With an air of arrogance, Tang Yu was clearly demonstrating his prowess to the disciples of Ziyun Academy and Tianyuan sword sect. Indeed, Tang Yu's strength was remarkable, due to his cultivation of poison techniques. His true essence was an eerie black, unsettling Qin Beiluo, who couldn't help but frown. This black true essence likely possessed potent corrosive and toxic properties, its might far surpassing that of ordinary true essence, Qin Beiluo mused. The disciples of Tianyuan sword sect, including Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu, also frowned, retreating in trepidation and aversion towards Tang Yu. The members of the Tang sect were indeed formidable adversaries. Observing the wary and somewhat repulsed expressions of the disciples from the other two factions, Tang Yu felt no concern. Instead, his heart swelled with pride. The hour had arrived. The time was upon them. At this moment, Zhao Fenglai, standing behind, was reminded by Elder Xionggang. The time has come. The expressions of the three factions turned serious. Zhao Fenglai cast his gaze towards Lu Wuyo and Tang Yu, saying, "Gentlemen, let us prepare to commence." Lu Wuyo and Tang Yu exchanged nods, and the three of them exchanged knowing glances before shimmering upwards, hovering above the entire valley before them. "Everyone, let us strike together and break the array's seal," Zhao Fenglai commanded with a low voice. Instantly, behind him, the elders and high-ranking members from the Purple Cloud Academy and the Tianyuan sword sect, along with the Tang clan, all joined forces. The surging true essence surged forth like towering mountains, akin to the relentless tides of the sea. Qin Beiluo beheld Elder Xionggang manifesting his golden body dharma. He witnessed Lu Qingzhu channeling her returned dragon sword, resembling a celestial sword maiden, and saw Li Xianxia, draped in a black robe, wielding a long staff, her true essence roaring forth. The elders from the three factions infused their true essence into the air. And at that moment, a radiant golden light appeared above the valley, stretching for hundreds of miles. This golden light resembled the morning glow, enveloping the mountains in an ethereal dreamscape. At the very center of this golden radiance lay the valley below. This was the seal array of the sword ruins. Once the array was breached, they could enter the sword ruins. 5 elements, yin and yang, heaven and earth, heed my command, break. At that moment, Zhao Fenglai, Lu Wuyo, and Tang Yu simultaneously intoned. Accompanied by their voices, the golden light erupted forth. Within the valley, a golden door could be faintly seen beginning to open. Measuring 5 zhang in length and width, enough to allow dozens to pass through simultaneously. This golden portal was the gateway to the sword ruins. As the golden door swung open, a glimpse of the sword ruins world revealed itself, immersing everyone in its surreal imagery. Qin Beiluo glimpsed the ruined ancient battlefield within. The towering mountains, countless hills of corpses, and an abundance of celestial materials and treasures. The sword ruins have opened. Charge forth. The spiritual weapons are mine, all mine. Step aside, I shall go first. As the golden door opened, some disciples could no longer contain their excitement and rushed forward. How crude and impatient. Qin Beiluo remained unperturbed. Exchanging a glance with Qiuchan, the two walked side by side, resembling a pair of celestial lovers, proceeding slowly towards the golden portal. Others, too, were unfazed, such as Li Qian. He had just finished a roasted goose leg and was now eagerly downing a gourd of fine wine, muttering to himself, "I need to stay in the sword ruins for 7 days. I hope this food will suffice. I wonder if there are any special beasts or exotic herbs there to make delightful dishes." Not far behind Li Qian, Li Wanner maintained her composure, casting a discreet glance towards the position of the Tang clan disciples before stepping into the golden portal. One by one, the disciples entered the golden gateway. Upon stepping through, Qin Beiluo felt a momentary blur as the scene before him shifted instantaneously. After several breaths, he found himself amidst a dense forest, surrounded by lush trees. The symphony of birdsong and a fragrant ambience. The environment was exquisite. He immediately surveyed his surroundings with vigilance, sensing that apart from the insects and birds, there were no other creatures present. Indeed, the spiritual energy within this sword ruins is extraordinarily rich, truly remarkable. Qin Beiluo simultaneously sensed the dense aura surrounding him, which was even more potent than that atop the Ziyun Academy. It is evident that this sword ruins is an exceptional paradise of fortune. The teleportation point is indeed entirely random, meaning I am temporarily separated from Chani. However, it matters not, for our objective remains the same, to reach the heart of the sword ruins, where we shall inevitably cross paths. Before that, I must first achieve a breakthrough. Upon arriving at the sword ruins, Qin Beiluo prepared for another endeavor, the advancement of his Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. Just yesterday, his proficiency in the second layer of the technique had reached a full value of 10,000 points. He could break through to the third layer at any moment he desired. Yet, Qin Beiluo was prudent. He refrained from making the breakthrough before entering the sword ruins, opting instead to wait until he was within its confines. Should he have attempted the breakthrough prior, even with his mastery over concealing his presence. There remained a possibility of being detected by others, given the multitude of experts present at Xian Academy. His aim was to obscure his true strength, to remain inscrutable, especially to Li Waner. Now, however, he could proceed with confidence. With a mere thought, Qin Beiluo manifested his interface. Kunpeng 8 Desolations Technique, second layer, proficiency 1000. Ready for upgrade. Upon upgrading, he would comprehend the divine ability of the Dragon Elephant Golden Body. Qin Beiluo silently invoked the upgrade. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged throughout his body, erupting from his dantian. This power swept over him like a tidal wave. As his Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique operated autonomously, the surrounding spiritual energy, akin to iron filings drawn to a colossal magnet, surged into Qin Beiluo's being, filling his dantian and permeating every meridian. It was utterly intoxicating. Qin Beiluo could distinctly feel himself growing stronger with each passing moment. His skin, bones, meridians, vital energy, and spirit, every aspect of his being was enhancing. His vitality was like smoke rising from a bonfire. His bones as formidable as a dragon or elephant. This phrase encapsulated his current state perfectly. His vitality burgeoned, rich and robust, while within him, life force surged abundantly. His bones and meridians continued to gain resilience and hardness, and upon introspection, he observed that his bones gleamed like white jade, flawless and resplendent. His meridians had become significantly more resilient, at least several times stronger than before. Subsequently, a faint golden glow enveloped his skin as he basked in this golden light, transforming into a golden body. Behind Qin Beiluo, a faint silhouette of a golden celestial dragon emerged, its fierce visage commanding the skies, exuding immense authority. Alongside it, a silver giant elephant, reminiscent of towering mountains, loomed, a creature of oppressive might, with robust limbs and a powerful trunk, gazing down upon all. The celestial dragon and the divine elephant intertwined, merging into a singular entity, forming the Dragon Elephant Golden Body. Since ancient times, celestial dragons and divine elephants have been revered as legendary beasts, endowed with innate divine strength and boundless power. At present, he has condensed his golden body, and the ethereal shadows of the celestial dragon and divine elephant have imbued his physical form with an air of mystery, rendering it truly extraordinary. Congratulations, host, on the breakthrough of Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique from the second to the third layer, with a proficiency of 100,000. Congratulations, host, on achieving the Dragon Elephant Golden Body, granting you boundless vitality and an extension of lifespan by 1,000 years. Qin Beiluo felt an overwhelming surge of life force within him, his strength unprecedentedly formidable, and he was filled with joyous astonishment. Simultaneously, he noticed that the vast amount of spiritual energy he had just absorbed had caused the spirit beast egg within the sea of his consciousness to undergo a transformation as well. Chapter 54, Rapid Advancement, 8th Golden Core. Qin Beiluo sensed the spirit beast egg in his consciousness had also experienced a change. While he absorbed spiritual energy, the egg, too, partook in this energy, absorbing vast amounts of it. Within the sea of consciousness, the spirit beast egg continued to draw in the essence of heaven and earth, with streams of spiritual energy nourishing it, causing its shell to glisten as if made of pearl. Cracks began to appear upon the egg, spreading like a web. Was the spirit beast egg on the verge of hatching? Qin Beiluo rejoiced, astonished that his breakthrough had brought about such delightful changes in the egg. He felt that the spirit beast egg was on the brink of hatching, its surface covered in cracks, and the small spirit beast within could emerge at any moment. It seems he must wait a little longer, but in just a few days, it should successfully hatch. This meant that during the Sword Ruins trial, the spirit beast egg could hatch. Qin Beiluo thought to himself, filled with anticipation. What kind of spirit beast would emerge from this egg? A true spirit beast must be a rare and exotic species. He gathered his thoughts, setting aside the spirit beast egg for the moment, and focused on comprehending the changes in his own strength. With the completion of the Dragon Elephant Golden Body, his lifespan had increased by 1,000 years. Qin Beiluo felt the most tangible benefits. Firstly, his inner vitality surged, and his bones gleamed like jade, while his blood flowed like mighty rivers. His skin, too, had transformed. Once marred by tiny scars and blemishes, it now resembled the tender skin of a newborn. Yet beneath this skin lay an explosive power. Furthermore, with the refinement of his physical form, the fusion of spirit and flesh resulted in a physique of perfect proportions, akin to the golden ratio. Qin Beiluo could sense that his current strength was at least tenfold that of before. This was the boon bestowed by the breakthrough of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique. Moreover, there was the divine ability of the dragon elephant golden body. Once invoked, this divine ability would allow him to temporarily harness the powers of the celestial dragon and divine elephant, solidifying his golden body for combat. During this time, even if he sustained severe injuries, such as severed limbs or broken bones, he could still regenerate. The dragon elephant golden body is a divine ability typically attainable only by cultivators at the god transformation stage or above. For those at the nascent soul stage, to cultivate such a divine ability is nothing short of extraordinary. At the golden core stage, I have cultivated extraordinary powers, which is indeed remarkable, Qin Beiluo mused with a quiet smile. The most pivotal aspect, however, is the extension of my lifespan by 1,000 years. What is the most precious asset for a cultivator? It is longevity. Longevity is incredibly valuable, and the rare treasures that can enhance it are exceedingly scarce and exorbitantly priced. The recent breakthrough in the Kunpeng 8 Desolation technique has astonishingly rewarded me with an additional 1,000 years of lifespan. What might the next breakthrough yield? 2,000 years? 3,000? If I can master the Kunpeng 8 Desolation technique to its fullest depth, immortality may no longer be a mere dream. Moreover, within my golden core, Qin Beiluo has discovered something both astonishing and delightful. Upon the breakthrough of the Kunpeng 8 Desolation technique, there has been a remarkable change within my golden core. Within the Qi Sea of my Dantian, 8 golden cores radiate a resplendent golden light, coalescing together. With a mere thought, the 8 golden cores manifest behind him, suspended in the air. The brilliance of each golden core flows and radiates unmatched power, their aura overwhelming, even surpassing that of a perfected golden core cultivator. As the 8 golden cores converge, they exude an aura of pressure that is palpable. To have 8 golden cores is indeed a marvel, and I am but one away from the perfect golden core realm, which comprises 9. After a moment of introspection, Qin Beiluo felt a surge of true essence within himself, as his realm ascended to the perfected golden core stage. In truth, with his current foundation, he could easily break through to the nascent soul stage whenever he desired. Yet, Qin Beiluo felt a profound significance in achieving the perfect golden core, laying an unparalleled foundation for his future. The path of cultivation teaches that a slow approach is often the fastest. Only with a solid foundation can one aspire to the great Tao. Should Qin Beiluo possess 9 golden cores and attain the legendary perfect golden core realm, he would possess a foundation rivaling that of legendary figures such as Taoist lords and Buddhists. Naturally, he does not wish to let this opportunity slip away. With a flicker of thought, all of Qin Beiluo's golden cores vanished, and his true essence settled. With my current strength, I could easily contend with any golden core cultivator. Yet I wonder if I could triumph over a nascent soul cultivator? Indeed, the differences among nascent soul cultivators can be vast, and my target is Li Wan'er. Qin Beiluo thought quietly. He could not help but compare his strength with that of the nascent soul cultivators. Previously, Qin Beiluo had observed that all the cultivators entering this Sword Ruins trial were at least of the nascent soul stage, with him being the sole golden core practitioner. On the surface, he appeared the weakest. Additionally, Qin Beiluo had not forgotten his purpose for this journey, to find Li Wan'er. However, having just entered the Sword Ruins, he felt no urgency. The pressing matter at hand was to reach the central area of the Sword Ruins, where he was to meet with Chan Yi. Qin Beiluo glanced at the Sword Ruins map in his hand and thought to himself. He had made arrangements with Chan Yi to rendezvous at the center of the Sword Ruins. Thus, Qin Beiluo took out a magical treasure, a wish-granting item, and upon activating it with his true essence, it swiftly expanded to a size of 4 or 5 zhang. This was a flying treasure, known as the Flying Rui. Wu Guanjia deliberately brought treasures from the royal treasury. Flying artifacts have always been quite rare. Those capable of carrying thousands, like Zhou Fenglai's Shunfeng divine ship, are truly exceptional. The flying artifact in Qin Beiluo's possession could accommodate a maximum of 10 individuals, its speed not comparable to that of the Shunfeng divine vessel. Yet it sufficed for his needs. Ascending aboard the Flying Rui, Qin Beiluo soared into the sky, racing through the air. After traversing several miles, He sensed an unusual disturbance at the foot of a mountain ahead, where he beheld a colossal beast. This creature, engulfed in flames, bore a striking resemblance to a black bear, towering at 5 or 6 zhong, with crimson eyes and fearsome, sharp fangs. It was gnawing on a massive, obsidian-hued boulder, producing a cacophony of cracking sounds. This was an iron-eating beast, feasting upon black gold profound iron. Qin Beiluo's thoughts crystallized. The iron-eating beast, a creature of the sword ruins, was massive and immensely powerful. Most critically, its hide was exceptionally tough, making it notoriously difficult to slay. These beasts had an insatiable appetite for ores, particularly favoring black gold profound iron. The presence of an iron-eating beast invariably indicated the nearby existence of this precious ore. Qin Beiluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Black gold profound iron was also among his objectives. This ore, unique to the sword ruins, served as a fundamental material for crafting spiritual treasures, thus rendering it highly sought after and an absolute hard currency. In the upcoming sword ruins trial, a single pound of black gold profound iron equated to a point in the scoring system. To claim victory in the trial, one must acquire sufficient quantities of this ore. With a thought, the Ruo Shui sword materialized in Qin Beiluo's hand. The iron-eating beast at the mountain's foot seemed to sense something, letting out a thunderous roar as its crimson eyes fixated intently on him. It soon unleashed a series of ferocious growls, sending birds scattering in fright throughout the forest, causing Qin Beiluo to furrow his brow. Instinctively, the beast perceived a threat and lunged towards him, its massive paws thick and formidable, sweeping through the air with such force that it uprooted trees in its wake. Qin Beiluo wielded the Ruo Shui sword, its blade flashing with brilliance. A tremendous clash resonated through the air. The sound was akin to metal colliding, as the beast's enormous paw struck the sword with immense force, momentarily halting its advance. What a resilient creature! This beast possessed an incredibly hard body and moved with surprising agility. It seemed he would need to exert more force. Beneath them, the collision of the beast's paw with the Ruo Shui sword sent ripples of power through the air, even startling the iron-eating beast itself. A glimmer of human-like astonishment flickered in its crimson gaze. As a creature of considerable strength, its intelligence was not to be underestimated. It could discern the prowess of the individual before it. Roaring in fury, the iron-eating beast bellowed once more and struck at Qin Beiluo with renewed ferocity. In response, Qin Beiluo's Ruo Shui sword gleamed with renewed intensity as he brought it down with force. The impact echoed with a resounding boom. With each strike, the battle escalated further, shaking the very earth beneath them. Qin Beiluo employed the Xianxia sword technique, and in an instant, flashes of lightning illuminated the surroundings. A deep roar echoed through the air. Within the span of a tea's brew, he acquired 20 pounds of black gold mysterious iron. Beside him, the iron-eating beast lay submissively, its massive belly exposed in a display of surrender, its colossal form emitting wisps of black smoke, having been struck severely by lightning. Chapter 55. Is this what you call a minor breakthrough? Qin Beiluo effortlessly vanquished the iron-eating beast, obtaining 20 pounds of black gold mysterious iron, equating to 20 points. Fortune smiled upon him, as he fortuitously encountered the iron-eating beast feasting on the very substance he sought. The iron-eating beast's favorite delicacy was indeed black gold mysterious iron. By consuming it, the beast could condense its essence, fortifying itself. Thus, it possessed a formidable physique, making it difficult even for Yuanying stage cultivators to slay. The iron-eating beast before Qin Beiluo, now cradling its head, emitted a mournful whimper. Its once ferocious demeanor entirely vanished, having transformed into a picture of reluctant submission. Do you possess any more black gold mysterious iron? Qin Beiluo inquired, tapping the beast's rotund belly with his Ruo Shui sword. The beast let out a low growl and shrank back slightly, distancing itself from the sword, before vigorously shaking its head. The iron-eating beast comprehended Qin Beiluo's words. Its level of intelligence was not to be underestimated. Are there any other locations nearby with black gold mysterious iron? Or perhaps a vein of it? Qin Beiluo questioned further. The beast shook its head, hesitated for a moment, and then extended its massive claw to point northward, indicating that there was black gold mysterious iron in that direction. Coincidentally, the north was precisely where Qin Beiluo intended to venture. Traveling northward would lead him to the heart of the sword ruins. The closer one approached the center of the sword ruins, the more abundant the heavenly materials and cultivation resources became. Conversely, the dangers also escalated. This particular iron-eating beast appeared to have just reached maturity, its strength not to be underestimated, comparable to a late-stage golden core cultivator. However, due to its robust exterior and unique racial hardening ability, it remained a challenging adversary, even for Yuanying stage cultivators. In summary, while defeating it was feasible, slaying it proved exceedingly difficult. Spare your life, Qin Beiluo mused. He certainly possessed the means to eliminate the iron-eating beast, but it would require considerable effort. Observing the beast's complete submission, he decided against pursuing its demise. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes and stored the black gold mysterious iron in his storage ring. 20 pounds of black gold mysterious iron was a commendable harvest. He had taken the initiative to learn about the previous Sword Ruins trials, discovering that in the past iterations, the top disciples of Ziyun Academy consistently amassed over 1,000 points. This implied they had acquired at least 1,000 pounds of black gold mysterious iron. The veins of black gold mysterious iron likely resided within the central region of the Sword Ruins. I shall proceed northward, Qin Beiluo muttered to himself. And as he spoke, he transformed into a streak of light, riding his flying nimbus, vanishing from sight. As the iron-eating beast observed Qin Beiluo departing, it let out a howl before executing a swift somersault, then gazed intently at Qin Beiluo. Once it confirmed that he was indeed leaving, it bolted in the opposite direction. Fearing his return, the expanse of the Sword Ruins was extraordinarily vast. Even at the speed of a flying magical artifact, it would take several days to reach the epicenter. Before long, Qin Beiluo suddenly detected a familiar figure ahead, and a smile unconsciously crept across his face. It was Li Qian. From a distance, he could see Li Qian seated upon a tree stump, setting up a barbecue grill and, astonishingly, preparing to roast meat. Beside him lay the carcass of a slain beast, resembling a cross between a horse and a deer, measuring over 3 zhang in length, with blood pooling around it. Li Qian was deftly removing the flesh of the beast for roasting. Witnessing this scene, Qin Beiluo couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Li Qian was leisurely indulging in the roasting of monster meat, which was quite amusing. Truly, he embodied the spirit of a true gourmand. Brotherly, Qin Beiluo infused his voice with spiritual essence, and as he called out, his form transformed into a streak of light, soaring from several hundred zhang away to stand before Li Qian. Li Qian instinctively tensed, but upon recognizing Qin Beiluo, he immediately relaxed, laughing heartily. Ah, it is Brother Beiluo? You arrived just in time. I just slaughtered a golden core realm flaming horn horse. Come, savor my culinary skills. With great generosity, Li Qian offered Qin Beiluo several skewers of roasted meat. The meat was indeed from the flaming horn horse nearby, which resembled a magnificent steed, yet bore antlers on its head, its entire body a striking crimson, akin to flames. The name Flaming Horn Horse was fitting. Thank you. Qin Beiluo readily accepted the skewers and took a hearty bite, juices bursting forth, rich and succulent. The meat was exquisite, though slightly tough and fibrous. How is it? Li Qian inkita te ajarli. Quite good, brotherly. Your skills have certainly improved. Haha, this beast's meat is quite tough, and it carries a hint of sourness. To counteract the sourness, I added a generous amount of spices, Li Qian rambled on. Qin Beiluo gave him a thumbs up, marveling at Li Qian's resourcefulness in bringing spices into the Sword Ruins. After a brief chat, Li Qian asked, Brother Beiluo, have you encountered any beasts? I came across an iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast? Li Qian's eyes brightened. Did you manage to obtain any black gold mysterious iron? Prior to their departure, the elders had briefed the disciples on the details concerning the Sword Ruins, and Li Qian was aware that iron-eating beasts often lingered where black gold mysterious iron could be found. Qin Beiluo nodded. I acquired a bit, just 20 pounds. 20 pounds? That translates to 20 points. Not much, Li Qian remarked, shaking his head. Yes, I suspect we are currently on the fringes of the Sword Ruins. We must venture into the central region to discover a substantial amount of black gold mysterious iron, Qin Beiluo explained. Li Qian agreed. In that case, shall we travel together? Indeed, Qin Beiluo responded affirmatively, nodding in agreement. At this moment, Li Qian suddenly turned his discerning gaze towards Qin Beiluo, who he had previously overlooked. Now, as he observed Qin Beiluo, he was struck by the realization that he could not fathom his cultivation level, which emanated an aura of profound mystery. Moreover, Qin Beiluo's physique appeared to be even more refined than usual. His handsome features were unparalleled, and his skin resembled unblemished jade. His muscular build, though not overly exaggerated, concealed explosive strength, and his demeanor exuded an exceptional valor. If the female disciples and practitioners from Zhou Academy were to behold him, they would undoubtedly regard Qin Beiluo as their ideal partner in dreams. Instantly, Li Qian felt a surge of astonishment and tentatively inquired, "Brother Beiluo, have you achieved a breakthrough to the nascent soul stage?" "Not quite, merely a slight breakthrough," Qin Beiluo replied. "A slight breakthrough?" Li Qian, though perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. After sharing a delicious barbecue, Li Qian presented Qin Beiluo with a fine wine. Qin Beiluo inwardly sighed, relieved that he need not worry about provisions while in Li Qian's company. Speaking of sustenance, he suddenly recalled that since his advancement to the third level of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique, he had consumed heavenly materials and treasures, along with elixirs to enhance his proficiency in the technique. The leap from the third to the fourth level of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique required an astounding 100,000 points of proficiency, tenfold what had been required previously. A daunting challenge indeed. However, Qin Beiluo speculated that with his enhanced physique following the breakthrough, his daily capacity to absorb spiritual energy should also have increased. He resolved to test this hypothesis. At once, he retrieved a medicinal pill, the 6-aperture gathering yuan pill, which contained several times the spiritual energy of previous elixirs. Upon swallowing it, a notification chimed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. Spiritual energy within has increased, and proficiency in the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique has risen by 330 points." The results were promising, though he lamented the scarcity of the 6-aperture gathering yuan pill. He decided to experiment with other heavenly materials and treasures. Qin Beiluo hastily consumed a variety of precious plants, such as the purple fruit, spirit seagrass, and ocean spirit mushroom. Li Qian watched in astonishment as Qin Beiluo devoured the precious flora at an astonishing pace. Notifications continued to sound in his ears. "Congratulations, host. Spiritual energy increased. Congratulations, host." After consuming at least a dozen varieties of precious plants, Qin Beiluo finally paused. In total, he had gained 1,000 points of proficiency. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction, knowing this meant he could accrue 1,000 points of proficiency daily, enabling him to reach the fourth level of the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique in just 100 days. The only concern was the significant increase in consumption, hastening his need for resources. As Qin Beiluo calculated the elixirs and precious plants stored in his spatial ring, he realized his supplies were becoming insufficient. Meanwhile, Li Qian stood utterly dumbfounded beside him. "Brother Beiluo, what on earth is going on?" Li Qian exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Qin Beiluo shrugged nonchalantly. "Brother Li, are you not aware of my unique physique? I require a certain amount of elixirs and precious plants daily. It's quite normal, really. But the elixirs and plants you previously consumed were neither as plentiful nor of such high quality." Li Qian had witnessed Qin Beiluo's extravagant spending before. At that time, Qin Beiluo could only increase his proficiency by a mere 300 points in a day. Yet now, he astonishingly reached 1,000 points. Qin Beiluo chuckled lightly, downplaying the achievement. "Did I not mention that I have made a slight breakthrough? Thus, I require more spiritual energy." Li Qian inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his urge to curse. "You call this a slight breakthrough? You are practically consuming elixirs and precious herbs as if they were mere meals. Are you a human or a monster?" Li Qian's heart quaked. Qin Beiluo's physique was utterly formidable. This breakthrough was undoubtedly extraordinary. In contrast, he himself had not advanced since arriving at the Zhou Academy, remaining at the initial stage of the nascent soul. How disheartening it was to compare oneself to another. Qin Beiluo maintained an air of nonchalance, merely stating that it was just a minor breakthrough. Reflecting on his own progress, Li Qian wished he could burrow into a hole. Chapter 56. Discovery of Treasures. Li Qian felt utterly ashamed. In comparison to Qin Beiluo, he was indeed lacking. With a fierce bite of roasted meat, he transformed his resentment into appetite, muttering to himself, "There's no point in comparison, especially not with this guy. It's infuriating." Upon hearing Li Qian's words, Qin Beiluo couldn't help but smile. After finishing their meal, the two set off together, heading north towards the heart of the sword ruins. They moved swiftly, like two streaks of light, racing towards the heavens. Approximately half an hour later, they both halted their flying artifacts, sensing a chilling aura. Qin Beiluo surveyed the surroundings, grasping the movements within a radius of several dozen miles with meticulous precision. In the northeast, about 10 miles away, a shroud of black mist enveloped the area, emanating a strong, sinister energy, the kind associated with the dead. It seems we have stumbled upon an ancient battlefield, the site of the fall of powerful beings. Qin Beiluo remarked. Li Qian's expression grew considerably grave. He felt a mix of wariness and excitement. Indeed, the elders specifically warned us that any area cloaked in dark energy signifies an ancient battlefield. Such places may harbor spiritual weapons, but they also pose great danger. Let us investigate. The entire sword ruins were scattered with similar ancient battlefields, where countless strong warriors had perished, leaving behind a wealth of abandoned spiritual weapons. Some of these weapons were damaged beyond use, while others could be repaired. There were even some that retained their spiritual energy and could recognize a master. This was one of the primary reasons many ventured here. For the disciples of the Ziyun Academy and the Tianyuan sword sect, the foremost goal in visiting the sword ruins was to acquire spiritual weapons. In contrast, the disciples of the Tang sect sought something different: poison. More specifically, they were in search of corpse poison. After the fall of the powerful beings in the sword ruins, their remarkably solid bodies could endure for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. During this time, the corpses would gradually decay, giving rise to corpse poison. This rare corpse poison is shunned by others, yet regarded as a treasure by the disciples of the Tang sect. Both Qin Beiluo and Li Qian seek spiritual weapons and swiftly advance towards the area shrouded in black mist and ominous energy. Moments later, they arrive. Taking a deep breath, Li Qian feels a shiver run through him as he approaches the black mist. Why does it feel so chilly? Brother Beiluo, do you feel it too? No. Qin Beiluo replies, shaking his head. Having cultivated the dragon elephant golden body, he is not only unmatched in body refinement, but also possesses a formidable resistance to sinister energies. Feeling disheartened, Li Qian falls silent, continuing forward alongside Qin Beiluo into the realm of the dark mist. Once inside, Li Qian is increasingly aware of a creeping chill, not from the coldness of his body, but emanating from deep within, giving him a sense of trepidation. Although Qin Beiluo feels no such discomfort, he furrows his brow, remaining on high alert. As they delve deeper into the black mist, Qin Beiluo observes the remnants of shattered walls and desolation surrounding them, with the ominous energy growing ever more profound. Suddenly, his eyes brighten. Indeed, there are spiritual weapons here, though the majority are damaged. Scanning the area, he spots at least 5 or 6 spiritual weapons: spears, swords, knives, and bows. These weapons once belonged to their masters, who now lie lifeless before them, still clutching their weapons, a testament to their indomitable fighting spirit. These broken spiritual weapons are unusable, given their age. They are beyond repair and must be abandoned, Qin Beiluo sighs. Indeed, and over 80% of these weapons are destroyed. Their material value has nearly eroded. That ancient battle was truly terrifying, Li Qian reflects. Together, they gaze upon at least 100 skeletal remains. Clearly, there's a disparity in strength among the corpses. Not all of them wield spiritual weapons. Most have become mere bones, their weapons long since reduced to fragments by the passage of time. The ones that have turned to bones are primarily the foot soldiers of the battlefield, while those whose bodies remain intact are figures of authority, leaders and generals. Li Qian Muzas. One wonders what kind of power these individuals possessed in life. I have heard that the foot soldiers on this battlefield were at the nascent soul and transformation stages, while the leaders were at least in the tribulation stage. Qin Beiluo responds, recalling what Xiaochan had speculated. Li Qian gasped in astonishment, realizing that had he been on that ancient battlefield, he would have merely been a foot soldier. Continuing their exploration, Qin Beiluo and Li Qian gradually penetrate the depths of the black mist. Suddenly, Qin Beiluo feels a sensation urging him to look to the left ahead, where he spots an unremarkable ruin, a shadowy expanse, barren and desolate. In the depths of his consciousness, Qin Beiluo felt an inexplicable connection, as if something ahead was beckoning to him. It was the ruins that lay before him. What secrets could be hidden within these remnants? With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of true essence, propelling it towards the forefront. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the ground ahead collapsed. In quick succession, several beams of light flickered, and spiritual energy surged skyward. Spirit weapons, Li Qian exclaimed in astonishment, casting a bewildered glance at Qin Beiluo. How did Qin Beiluo know that spirit weapons were concealed within the ruins? Peering closely, Qin Beiluo discerned 3 spirit weapons, 2 swords and a spear. These ancient artifacts, resplendent in their glow, had lain hidden in the ruins, waiting for countless years to be rediscovered. Remarkably, all 3 spirit weapons were intact and fully functional. With a sweep of his true essence, Qin Beiluo grasped the 3 weapons in his hands. Yet, he lamented, none of them were swords. Shaking his head, he mused that as a practitioner of swordsmanship, he required sword-type spirit weapons to cultivate his sword intent. Although these 3 spirit weapons were exceptional, they were of no use to him. Li Qian, filled with envy, was acutely aware that these treasures rightfully belonged to Qin Beiluo, as he had been the one to unearth them. Coughing lightly, Li Qian proposed, Beiluo, I intend to refine my sword intent, and am in need of a sword-type spirit weapon. Would you consider selling one of these to me? I assure you, my offer will be fair. Very well, choose for yourself, and you may exchange it for pills or precious plants, Qin Beiluo replied. These 3 spirit weapons were akin to a windfall for him, and selling one to Li Qian in exchange for medicinal herbs or treasures would be a profitable endeavor. With enthusiasm, Li Qian examined the 2 swords and selected one. The chosen spirit sword, vibrant red and emanating a faint glow, captivated him. Holding the spirit sword with reverence, he bowed to Qin Beiluo, saying, Thank you, Brother Beiluo. Once we exit the ruins, I will seek an appraisal for this weapon's value. Here are 10 vials of returning essence pills. Consider them a deposit. Agreed. Qin Beiluo held a measure of trust in Li Qian. The returning essence pills were commendable, capable of replenishing one's essence and infused with rich spiritual energy, although they paled in comparison to the 6 aperture gathering essence pills. They were superior to lesser varieties such as the Azure Spirit pills or the Giant Whale pills. Qin Beiluo stowed the returning essence pills in his ring, while simultaneously casting a contemplative gaze towards the ruins. To the naked eye, the ruins appeared desolate, yet the persistent feeling within him lingered, as if an unseen voice continued to call out to him. Could it be, Brother Beiluo, what troubles you? Li Qianin Kidat. It seems there may be more hidden below, Qin Beiluo replied. As he spoke, he summoned the Roi Shui sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged towards the ruins. With a resounding crash, the already collapsed ruins gave way once more. The ground fissured, revealing a seemingly bottomless pit before Qin Beiluo and Li Qian as stones tumbled down, unveiling the true nature of what lay beneath. From a distance, it appeared that an extraordinary world existed within the depths of the earth. Below, hundreds of feet deep, there unexpectedly lay a subterranean palace. At the same moment, a magnificent and overwhelming sword aura surged forth from within the palace. What on earth is happening? Li Qian swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. Qin Beiluo was filled with immense joy. Chapter 57. The Shattered Imperial Weapon. The Emergence of Sword Intent. A tangible sword aura shot skyward from the depths of the subterranean palace. The sword intent soared to the heavens, penetrating deep into the lungs, causing Li Qian to stagger back a few steps. Yet, Qin Beiluo felt only exhilaration. Brotherly, I must ascend to investigate. You may do as you please. No sooner had Qin Beiluo spoken than he vanished, entering the subterranean palace. He was now almost certain that the force summoning him from the unseen realm was a spiritual sword. Without hesitation, Qin Beiluo decided to enter the palace. Li Qian opened his mouth, initially intending to warn Qin Beiluo of the potential dangers lurking within the palace. But upon witnessing his descent, he called out, Brother Beiluo, wait. With a sigh, he hesitated for a moment before resolutely following Qin Beiluo. Upon entering the palace, Qin Beiluo felt as if the world had opened up before him. Although the subterranean chamber was dimly lit, his cultivated skills allowed him to see as clearly as in daylight. However, as he glanced around, he was suddenly taken aback. The palace was filled with countless skeletal remains and corpses, at least thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of them. A chilling aura pervaded the air, making it difficult to breathe. Even Qin Beiluo found it necessary to activate the Kunpeng 8 desolation technique to counter the malevolent energy. In an instant, the true essence within him surged, dispelling the sinister influences. So many corpses. My heavens, this subterranean palace harbors hidden mysteries. Could this possibly be the site of the ancient battle? At that moment, Li Qian also arrived in the palace, startled and speaking in a tense voice. Qin Beiluo replied, It is highly likely. This subterranean palace lay hundreds of feet beneath the earth, a world unto itself, unnoticed by others. It was merely through a fortunate misstep that Qin Beiluo made this discovery. The ground was littered with bones, and shattered spiritual weapons were strewn about. Some of these weapons remained relatively intact, clutched in the bony hands, while others were carelessly thrust into the ground, and some were broken into several pieces, scattered across the floor. The oppressive atmosphere is overwhelming. I can hardly bear to move forward, Li Qian murmured. Qin Beiluo reassured him. No need to worry. Remain here and do not wander. I shall investigate further. He surveyed his surroundings, noting no anomalies, and proceeded onward, ever vigilant. Li Qian opened his mouth, wishing to follow, but hesitated once more, ultimately choosing to observe from a distance. The subterranean palace was vast. Alone, Qin Beiluo ventured forth, extending his true essence to sense the spiritual energy and fluctuations around him. He would be able to detect any spiritual weapons nearby. What perplexed Qin Beiluo was that the previously explosive sword aura had vanished without a trace, making it difficult for him to locate. The number of corpses surrounding him continued to grow, now resembling a mountain of bones. Qin Beiluo furrowed his brow, a subtle sense of unease creeping over him. The only sound reverberating through the quiet, profound darkness of the underground palace was the echo of his own footsteps. Fortunately, Qin Beiluo possessed a courageous heart. Otherwise, he would have long retreated in fear. This place was likely the resting ground of tens of thousands of corpses. Surely one of the fiercest battlefields of antiquity. Qin Beiluo even glimpsed many relatively intact bodies, allowing him to discern their appearances in life. This indicated that these individuals possessed profound cultivation, their corpses having remained uncorrupted for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years. The fallen masters were as numerous as grains of sand, with those in the nascent soul and transformation stages merely playing the roles of foot soldiers. What secrets lay hidden in this ancient battlefield? Qin Beiluo, astonished, was filled with curiosity. At that moment, Qin Beiluo's gaze sharpened. He noticed a crumbling stone wall ahead, standing 3 to 4 zhang high, adorned with a mural. Upon closer inspection, he saw it depicted a Taoist clad in a cerulean robe, wielding a divine weapon radiating with spiritual light, his demeanor extraordinary. Behind the blue-robed Taoist was a throng of practitioners who followed him. In front of this Taoist, however, stood shadowy figures, the foremost of whom was notably towering, appearing to be at least twice the height of an average person. Their faces were indistinct, yet their aura was menacingly formidable. Beneath the mural, an inscription read, "The Blue Lotus Taoist's Exorcism of Evil." The Blue Lotus Taoist's Exorcism of Evil? Thus, the blue-robed figure in the mural was named the Blue Lotus Taoist? Qin Beiluo mused. If this mural served as a testament to the ancient battle, did it imply that one side of the conflict was led by the Blue Lotus Taoist, while the other consisted of those dark figures? Contemplation filled Qin Beiluo's mind as he passed the stone wall and ventured further into the depths. As he walked, his gaze frequently darted left and right, becoming increasingly meticulous in his search. Suddenly, he halted, his breath catching as he beheld a standing corpse ahead. This body was peculiar, towering nearly 4 meters tall, far surpassing the height of an ordinary human, and clad in obsidian armor that left only its head exposed. The head resembled that of a human, yet was devoid of hair, its skin unnaturally pale, akin to fine white jade, with eyes that fixated intently on the front. Those eyes were eerily pure white, radiating a sense of hollowness and deathly stillness. Although the corpse was lifeless, it exuded an uncanny aura, with faint fluctuations of true essence still detectable. A chill surged through Qin Beiluo, his body tensing instinctively. This corpse was undoubtedly not human. What strange race could it belong to? So, had the ancient battle been fought between the Blue Lotus Taoist and this unknown race? As realizations dawned upon him, Qin Beiluo inhaled deeply and scrutinized the towering corpse again, noticing a sharp sword embedded in its chest. The blade had pierced the heart, leaving only the hilt exposed to the air, which had initially escaped Qin Beiluo's attention. The sword caused Qin Beiluo's eyes to brighten with realization. He then discerned that the fluctuations of true essence did not emanate from the corpse, but rather from the sword itself. This sword is the spiritual weapon I have been seeking. Was the sword's intent just now a call to me? As this thought surged within him, Qin Beiluo extended his hand, channeling his true essence to grasp the hilt of the sword embedded in the corpse. With a sharp sound, as the sword was drawn, a torrent of formidable sword energy surged forth, soaring into the heavens. Indeed, it was the one. The moment Qin Beiluo unsheathed the sword, the entire crypt trembled slightly. All the weapons within the chamber, whether whole or broken, regardless of their form as blades or spears, vibrated in unison, emitting a resonant roar, seemingly paying homage to the sword in Qin Beiluo's grasp. Qin Beiluo scrutinized the sword closely. To his surprise, it appeared utterly unremarkable, even marred with rust, seemingly devoid of any association with a spiritual weapon. Could this truly be a dilapidated, rusted sword? He murmured, despite its rusted state and somewhat shabby appearance. Qin Beiluo could sense its unimaginable sharpness and hardness, surpassing any weapon he had ever encountered. Subtly, he activated the divine sky sword technique, and the formless sword energy within him coalesced, resonating perfectly with the rusted sword. His sword intent was beginning to solidify. Qin Beiluo could not contain his elation. This rusted sword was indeed a perfect fit for him. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host, for successfully locating the fragmented imperial weapon, the flowing shadow sword. A fragmented imperial weapon. Qin Beiluo gazed at the rusted little sword in his hand, astonished that it was an imperial weapon. Chapter 58. Sword Intent Solidified. Invincible Golden Core. Imperial Weapon. Imperial weapons are vastly superior to spiritual weapons, their might unparalleled. Even the spiritual treasures of great Ascension realm practitioners cannot be deemed imperial weapons. Only those of the great Ascension realm and above, who forge supreme divine weapons from heavenly materials and earthly treasures, earn the right to call their creations imperial weapons. Qin Beiluo grasped the rusted little sword, accurately named the flowing shadow sword. He experienced an inexplicable sensation, feeling no discomfort upon holding the flowing shadow sword. Instead, he felt an innate sense of belonging. The degree of resonance between the flowing shadow sword and him was remarkably high, almost beyond imagination. Typically, imperial weapons possess a degree of sentience. Some imperial weapons can even articulate human speech, showcasing extraordinary intelligence. For instance, the Hunyuan treasure mirror that Qin Beiluo encountered, a precious artifact of the first-generation Dean, could also be classified as an imperial weapon. However, this flowing shadow sword, perhaps due to its fragmented state, could not communicate as the Hunyuan treasure mirror did. It expressed its emotions through resonant sounds and vibrations instead. In that moment, the flowing shadow sword emitted a series of melodious roars, conveying its joyful sentiments. As Qin Beiluo released the flowing shadow sword, it transformed into a swirl of luminous energy, circling around him. How intriguing, Qin Beiluo thought, blinking with curiosity. He grasped the flowing shadow sword once more, channeling his true essence simultaneously. The moment he came into contact with the flowing shadow sword, its sword intent began to coalesce. At this juncture, he yearned to harness the sword energy of the flowing shadow sword to aid in solidifying his sword intent. Spiritual weapons possess their own essence and can assist in condensing true intent. This is precisely the reason why disciples from the Ziyun Academy and the Tianyuan sword sect seek out spiritual weapons. Qin Beiluo found a remarkable affinity with the flowing shadow sword, perfectly utilizing its spirit to help him crystallize his sword intent. He was merely a step away from achieving this intent, and now it seemed inevitable. The flowing shadow sword appeared to sense Qin Beiluo's aspirations. Exuding excitement and emitting a clear, ringing sound, waves of sword energy surged skyward, instantly saturating the entire subterranean palace with formidable sword energy. Qin Beiluo activated the divine sky sword technique, closing his eyes to attune to the surrounding sword energy. Though sword energy is formless and intangible at this moment, even with his eyes shut, he could distinctly perceive its presence. In the next instant, countless streams of sword energy swirled around him, formless yet steadily gathering, compressing, and refining. Qin Beiluo felt the sword energy swell with an overwhelming force, as if it had taken on substance. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. The formless sword energy in the world coalesced into a tangible sword in that fleeting moment. Sword intent. It was accomplished. Congratulations to the host for successfully condensing the illusory level sword intent. The system's notification echoed in his ears. With a mere thought, Qin Beiluo unleashed a torrent of formidable sword intent. This intent extended at least 3 zhang, solid and unwavering, moving in accordance to his will. The sword intent surged forth, With a mere thought, he could strike an enemy from 100 jong away. Should Qin Beiluo encounter a certain golden core cultivator, such as Zhou Xianxia, he would not even need to draw his sword. A single thought could unleash his sword intent to vanquish Zhou Xianxia. The sheer might was astonishing. Such is the terror of intent. Sword intent also varies in strength. My sword intent is of the illusory level, with true level and myriad levels above it. I wonder what level of sword intent director Zhou possesses. Qin Beiluo pondered. Only at this moment did he finally exhale in relief. His cultivation had progressed further, and he had acquired the damaged imperial weapon, the flowing shadow sword. It can be said that this harvest far exceeded Qin Beiluo's expectations, bringing him immense joy. Holding the flowing shadow sword, he directed his gaze towards the colossal corpse it had pierced, standing at an impressive 4 meters tall and clad in black armor. The armor was ravaged by time and in a state of disrepair. Lacking hair, its skin was as pale as a white wall, and its eyes bore an eerie white hue. What race could this be? Qin Beiluo murmured, and as he looked around, he noticed other, similar gigantic corpses and skeletal remains. Clearly not of ordinary humanity. A faint suspicion regarding the ancient battle that had transpired in this sword ruins began to form in his mind. This place is not suitable for lingering. I must depart. With a swift motion, Qin Beiluo prepared to return. At that moment, a noise emerged not far away, and as he focused his gaze, he locked eyes with Li Qian. Brother Li, what brings you here? Did you not just say you wish to refrain from advancing? Qin Beiluo inquired. Li Qian sighed. I was merely concerned for your safety. I sensed a terrifying sword intent earlier and feared you were embroiled in a battle. Qin Beiluo smiled faintly. Your concern is appreciated, but that sword intent was not the result of a conflict. Oh, what then is the cause? I have comprehended the sword intent. Oh, in that case, all is well. Li Qian exhaled in relief, yet suddenly halted, astonished. What did you say? You have comprehended the sword intent. Li Qian marveled inwardly, his gaze fixed intently on Qin Beiluo. Indeed, Qin Beiluo affirmed, casually waving the flowing shadow sword in his hand. I recently acquired a spiritual weapon that resonates deeply with me, and by sheer happenstance, I comprehended the sword intent. Li Qian found himself at a loss for words, shaking his head in disbelief, a mix of joy and bitterness swelling within him. I am truly in awe of you. To comprehend the sword intent so swiftly, I, who received the spiritual weapon from you, would need at least 3 months to grasp the knife intent. Li Qian acutely felt the disparity between himself and Qin Beiluo. The latter had effortlessly attained the sword intent, and he was merely at the golden core stage. Throughout the illustrious history of the Ziyun Academy, how many had managed to grasp such a concept at the golden core level? The sword intent possesses tremendous lethality, serving as an unparalleled offensive technique. With Qin Beiluo's strength, foundation, and now the sword intent, he would be invincible among golden cores. The thought surged in Li Qian's mind. He even felt that he might not stand as a worthy opponent to Qin Beiluo, despite having reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm. The chasm between the golden core and nascent soul stages was indeed vast, akin to the divide between heaven and earth. Let us depart this tomb at once, Qin Beiluo suggested, casting a glance at the dimly lit chamber. The ominous atmosphere lingered, and though he feared no malevolent forces, he deemed it prudent to leave as soon as possible. Li Qian nodded vigorously. Yes, we must hasten our exit. With so many corpses here, should the elder's warnings of a potential corpse transformation come to pass? As soon as Li Qian's words fell, the oppressive aura thickened. In the eerily silent tomb, a sound suddenly echoed. Crack, crack, crack. Li Qian's body froze, rigidly turning his head toward the source of the noise on his right. There, a corpse slowly rose to its feet, grotesquely decayed, its features indistinguishable, even the gender unclear. The corpse's eyes glowed with a ghostly green light, its jaw disintegrated. As it uttered indistinct words, kill, kill. As the corpse stood, others began to rise in succession around them. 1, 2, 3, and soon a dozen more. These corpses arose from various corners, all moving stiffly toward Qin Beiluo and Li Qian. Ultimately, nearly 100 corpses stood before them, their movements slow and rigid, yet emanating a chilling aura that gradually surrounded Qin Beiluo and Li Qian. This is the transformation of the dead. It is a tide of corpses. The bodies around them suddenly stirred, inexplicably becoming zombies. Cloaked in a shroud of malevolent energy, they erupted with a chilling aura, momentarily regaining their ability to move. Perceiving Qin Beiluo and Li Qian as their adversaries from life, Li Qian, with his ominous predictions, had indeed spoken the truth. Qin Beiluo silently cursed, noticing the pallor of Li Qian's face as he tightened his grip on the flowing shadow sword. At that moment, the sword seemed to sense Qin Beiluo's turmoil and erupted with a dazzling light, emitting a resonant hum as waves of sword energy surged forth. Just as the energy was unleashed, the corpses appeared to sense something amiss, halting their movements and abandoning their aggressive stances. What was happening? Li Qian, now anxious and sweating, stared intently at the surrounding undead, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 59. A profitable turn of events. In the depths of the tomb, over 100 skeletal remains rose, encircling Qin Beiluo and Li Qian. Most of these cadavers were in a state of decay, some revealing ghastly white bones, an unsettling sight indeed. Some were in a zombie state, while others were mere desiccated remains. It was uncertain how much of their former strength lingered. Their eye sockets glowed with an eerie green light, and they were enveloped in a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Just as Li Qian was about to take action, the flowing shadow sword emitted beams of sword light, its energy radiating fiercely. The sword sang out, and in the midst of the tumultuous energy, the corpses seemed to be alerted and summoned, all coming to a halt, abandoning their assault. Li Qian was taken aback, unable to comprehend this bizarre turn of events. But what transpired next would be etched in his memory forever. The zombies and skeletal remains all bent at the waist, some even kneeling on one knee, paying homage to Qin Beiluo. The undead, with mouths opening and closing in unison, proclaimed, "We pay our respects to the Azure Lotus Tao Master." Though their voices were strained, their words were unmistakably clear. These zombies and skeletons bowed in reverence. Submitting to Qin Beiluo, Li Qian took a deep breath, feeling his heart race as if it might leap from his chest. He was both astonished and bewildered. What could this possibly mean? Meanwhile, Qin Beiluo stood before Li Qian, his expression one of astonishment. It dawned on him that these zombies and skeletons must have mistaken him for the Azure Lotus Tao Master depicted in the mural, likely due to the influence of the flowing shadow sword. If that were the case, did it mean the Azure Lotus Tao Master was the sword's former owner? What had become of that master? Was he still alive? A flurry of thoughts raced through Qin Beiluo's mind as he witnessed the throng of zombies and skeletons bowing in reverence. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, realizing the importance of concealing his true identity. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "No need for such formalities. Yes, we thank the Azure Lotus Tao Master." The withered corpses exhibited a lingering semblance of their former selves. Upon hearing Qin Beiluo utter the words "no need for formalities," they slowly rose to their feet. Li Qian was utterly astonished. Hundreds of zombies and skeletal remains bowed to Qin Beiluo, creating a scene of remarkable grandeur that lingered in his mind. Qin Beiluo exhaled in relief. The fact that these undead had failed to recognize him as the Green Lotus Tao Master simplified matters significantly. "Master, have you successfully slain the demon leader?" One zombie stepped forth, its voice fragmented, with hollow eye sockets glowing a deep green. This particular zombie was exceptional. Its form was nearly intact, exhibiting minimal decay, indicating that it had possessed formidable strength in life, allowing its corporeal body to withstand the ravages of time. Appearing as a middle-aged man of dignified stature, he exuded an ethereal quality, reminiscent of a celestial being, were it not for the chilling aura enveloping him. The strength radiating from this zombie was undeniably terrifying, as an overwhelming malevolence surged around him. Upon hearing the inquiry, Qin Beiluo felt a shiver run through him and replied solemnly, "Indeed, the demon is dead." "Splendid. We have triumphed." The zombies and skeletons erupted in excitement upon receiving his affirmation. Observing closely, Qin Beiluo noted that their heights were akin to those of ordinary humans, confirming their allegiance to the Green Lotus Tao Master's faction, distinct from the demons they spoke of. Realization dawned on him. It appeared that the ancient battle that transpired at the Sword Ruins was a conflict between the Green Lotus Tao Master's forces and the demons. Ultimately, the Green Lotus faction must have emerged victorious, albeit at a great cost, as evidenced by the corpses strewn about. At that moment, the nearly intact zombie inquired once more, "Master, where are you headed?" After a brief contemplation, Qin Beiluo responded, "To eradicate the demons. I have sustained injuries and intend to recuperate in the outside world." "Ah, understood. Safe travels, Master." The zombies and skeletons bowed once more in reverence, bidding him farewell. Li Qian discreetly swallowed hard. Fully comprehending that these zombies and skeletal remains had mistakenly identified Qin Beiluo as their leader. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Beiluo signaled to Li Qian, silently urging him to retreat. Understood. Li Qian promptly acted, making his escape. Qin Beiluo, wielding the flowing shadow sword, swiftly withdrew as well. The two hastened from the subterranean palace, the surrounding walls and immense stones seemingly racing backward. Qin Beiluo remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, relieved to find that the zombies and skeletal remains did not pursue them. Within the palace lay hundreds of corpses and skeletal remains, each likely possessing the strength of late-stage golden elixirs, with several leader-class zombies whose strength Qin Beiluo could not fathom. The sheer number of undead, combined with the oppressive malevolence, was indeed daunting. Most terrifying was the uncertainty of whether more dormant corpses would awaken, joining the ranks of the zombie horde. Fortunately, they mistook Qin Beiluo for the leader of the Qinglian sect. Qin Beiluo and Li Qian departed from the underground palace. Li Qian's heart raced, still haunted by the recent events. Together, they navigated their flying artifact, hastily fleeing from the area shrouded in ominous black mist. Within that spectral domain, they had yet to explore numerous locales, but their immediate concern overshadowed all else. Should the zombie leader uncover Qin Beiluo's true identity, his wrath would be formidable. The strength of that zombie leader was likely at least at the transformation stage. Once they escaped the suffocating mist, they propelled their flying artifact for several hundred miles, finally allowing themselves to breathe a sigh of relief. That was truly harrowing. My heart nearly leapt from my chest. Li Qian exclaimed, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Filled with the gratitude of surviving the ordeal, he inquired, "Who would have thought we would encounter such a zombie transformation? Brother Beiluo, did those zombies mistake you for their leader?" Qin Beiluo replied, "Indeed, there was a cultivator who claimed to be the leader of the Qinglian sect. I saw murals in the underground palace depicting this leader leading them to slay demons." He briefly recounted the situation. Li Qian gasped, "So that's it? Could this be the truth behind the ancient sword ruins war? If so, we seem to have stumbled upon a monumental secret. Thankfully, they mistook you for that Qinglian leader. Otherwise, our fates would have been dire." Qin Beiluo nodded, refraining from disclosing the origins of the flowing shadow sword, knowing it would astonish Li Qian even further. He reflected on his experiences in the underground palace. Though brief, they left an indelible impression. The Qinglian leader, the demon murals, the flowing shadow sword, and the sword ruins. These fragments of information intertwined in his mind, leading him to speculation and direction. He pondered how much the higher-ups of the Ziyun Academy understood regarding the ancient war of the sword ruins. Would the information he now possessed be considered a significant achievement upon his return? Qin Beiluo mused internally, feeling he had touched upon the secrets of the ancient conflict. If he could relay this information to the Ziyun Academy's leaders, it would undoubtedly be a monumental contribution. This was a fortunate gain. Qin Beiluo glanced at the flowing shadow sword in his hand, his heart brimming with joy. Just then, he felt a stirring within him. The spirit beast egg hidden in his consciousness space had begun to react, its movements vigorous and entirely distinct from before. This time, the spirit beast egg was truly on the verge of hatching. Chapter 60. The Emergence of the Spirit Beast. Is this not more exhilarating than the Fengshan divine ship? Qin Beiluo recognized the changes within the spirit beast egg. He knew it was about to hatch and emerge into the world. Given the present circumstances, he thought it prudent to seek a safe location. Beside him, Li Qian remained oblivious to the shift, still engulfed in his lingering anxiety. He sighed, "Alas, my strength is still too feeble. To be honest, had it not been for your cleverness, Brother Beiluo, I fear my fate would have been dire today. I owe you my life." Qin Beiluo shook his head and remarked, "Brother Li, your concern for my safety is the reason you ventured into the underground palace. Otherwise, you would not have taken such risks. Why else would you say such things?" Li Qian chuckled in response, acknowledging the sentiment. Despite his playful demeanor, he appreciated Qin Beiluo's care deeply. Li Qian continued, "Brother Beiluo, ever since I acquired the spiritual weapon, my cultivation has shown signs of significant progress. I plan to seek a secluded place to advance further. Hence, it seems we cannot journey together to the heart of the sword ruins. The central region is bound to be far more perilous than here, and I still feel too weak at my current level of cultivation." Qin Beiluo nodded in agreement, recognizing that Li Qian was at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. It appeared that his newfound weapon had indeed sparked a realization, indicating the potential for a breakthrough a most auspicious development. Coincidentally, Qin Beiluo was also aware that the spiritual beast egg within his consciousness was on the verge of hatching, and he had been seeking an opportunity to nurture alone. Very well, then, let us part ways for now. Brotherly, do take care of yourself, Qin Beiluo said. Agreed, replied Li Qian. Both were decisive individuals. Upon reaching a conclusion, they promptly set off in different directions. After bidding farewell to Li Qian, Qin Beiluo summoned his flying artifact and transformed into a streak of light, searching for a safe haven. Before long, he discovered a secluded cave, perfectly situated away from prying eyes. Expanding his spiritual sense, he swept over a radius of several dozen miles without detecting any anomalies, which put him at ease. Indeed, after the breakthrough with the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique, my spiritual power has grown considerably. Now, with a mere thought, I can cover nearly 100 miles, Qin Beiluo mused, reflecting on the notable enhancements in both his physical body and spiritual essence. The strength of one's spirit signifies mental prowess, with his spiritual capabilities significantly amplified. He felt confident in facing the trials of the illusory divine bell. He believed he could easily navigate through not just 8 illusions, but even dozens. With a focused thought, Qin Beiluo retrieved the spiritual beast egg from his consciousness. To his astonishment, the egg had swelled in size, likely due to its absorption of spiritual energy. Now, standing nearly as tall as he was, can the absorption of spiritual energy truly cause the beast egg to enlarge? He pondered aloud. Observing the myriad of cracks forming on the surface, he sensed an increasingly potent life force emanating from within, as if a new being was poised to break free at any moment. He could even hear the rhythmic beating of a heart from within the egg. Little one, may I lend you my strength, Qin Beiluo whispered, gently caressing the egg. Spiritual beasts are exceedingly rare and precious, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth. Their birth often necessitates the absorption of celestial energy. Not only are spiritual beasts symbols of auspiciousness, but they are also endowed with extraordinary power. Most spiritual beasts possess remarkable strength from the moment they are born. Legend has it that the founding emperor of the great Zhou was accompanied by a spiritual dragon, while the sovereign of the Shang dynasty was favored by a mystical bird. To earn the favor of a spiritual beast is undoubtedly a sign of great fortune. As Qin Beiluo observed the spirit beast egg, he noticed its surface had shattered, leaving only the final step before hatching. He retrieved several high-grade spirit stones, and even a few exceptional grade ones from his storage ring. High-grade spirit stones are typically reserved for cultivators at the nascent soul stage, making them quite precious, while exceptional grade spirit stones are even rarer, often sparingly used by many spirit transformation stage cultivators. Qin Beiluo meticulously arranged over 100 spirit stones to form a spirit gathering formation, which, as the name suggests, gathers spiritual energy to facilitate cultivation. Once the formation was complete, torrents of spiritual energy surged forth, dense and rich as cream, converging within the cave. Qin Beiluo guided this energy, channeling it into the spirit beast egg. Instantly, the egg exhibited remarkable changes. Crack after crack appeared, becoming increasingly intricate, with the essence of life intensifying. To his astonishment, Qin Beiluo realized that the numerous spirit stones he had employed were rapidly depleting. One by one, the formerly luminous stones dimmed, their spiritual energy exhausted. Witnessing this, Qin Beiluo felt a pang of regret. The value of these stones was substantial, equivalent to the entire wealth of a well-off nascent soul cultivator. Just then, a sharp crack echoed as the spirit beast egg shattered, glimmering fragments cascading down. Soon, Qin Beiluo beheld a snow-white creature emerging from the broken shell. This little beast, roughly the size of a newborn calf, boasted scales as bright and white as fresh snow, with long, powerful limbs and small horns atop, its head reminiscent of dragon horns. Its eyes, dark and sparkling, exuded an innocent clarity as it gazed curiously at Qin Beiluo, its large eyes blinking like buttons, exuding an inexplicable charm. With the visage of a dragon, the form of a horse, the stature of a deer, and a tail akin to that of an ox, Qin Beiluo's eyes lit up. This was a Qilin, a naturally born spirit beast. The Qilin is both rare and exceptional among spirit creatures, renowned for its ability to traverse clouds and mist. The Qilin also possesses innate powers over water, and there are variants skilled in controlling fire or even thunder, known as the Thunder Qilin. In any case, the Qilin is undoubtedly among the elite of spirit beasts. As Qin Beiluo gazed at the little Qilin before him, he felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the creature. It seemed that his previous act of dripping his blood into the spirit beast egg had forged a subtle connection between them. The little Qilin, sensing Qin Beiluo's presence, emitted a soft sound akin to a low growl reminiscent of a young lion. Tentatively, it approached him, nuzzling against his hand. Qin Beiluo chuckled and affectionately patted the little Qilin's head, which seemed to relish his attention. Then, the little creature extended its tiny tongue, gently licking Qin Beiluo's fingers and softly sucking on them. Those large, button-like eyes blinked innocently, presenting a pitiful appearance. "Is it hungry?" Qin Beiluo murmured to himself. "What do Qilins eat again? Never mind, producing some celestial treasures should suffice." He retrieved several precious herbs, including lingji, purple ginseng, and red fruits, and offered them to the young Qilin. The Qilin's eyes sparkled as it eagerly devoured the offerings. It buried its head in the food, relishing each bite. Qin Beiluo couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, akin to that of raising a dog. Having a Qilin, such a mystical beast, filled him with immense satisfaction. Qilins are capable of soaring through the clouds, inherently extraordinary. Just imagining riding a Qilin through the skies was infinitely more exhilarating than anything the Tang sect as soaring serpents could offer. The level of the soaring serpent pales in comparison to that of a Qilin. Not to mention, even Zhao Feng's swift divine ship could not hold a candle to it. Furthermore, the young Qilin should possess remarkable strength from birth. He wondered what its exact combat prowess might be. As he looked at the young Qilin, he decided to test its abilities. Qin Beiluo sensed an impressive power within the Qilin, at least on par with a golden core stage cultivator, if not stronger. Indeed, spirit beasts are born with extraordinary strength and innate talents. "Let us see what you can do, little one," Qin Beiluo said, gently patting the Qilin, which was still engrossed in its meal. Upon glancing down, he noticed that the Qilin had consumed all the herbs he had provided. Hearing Qin Beiluo's call, the Qilin licked its lips, looking up with curiosity, as if to ask, "Is that all?" Qin Beiluo smirked slightly, realizing, "Oh dear, it seems I've taken on a little glutton." Chapter 61. The exotic Qilin encounters Li Wanner attack. The young Qilin consumed the precious herbs at an astonishing speed, nearly biting into them and chewing them up in a mere moment. After finishing its meal, the Qilin blinked its large, button-like eyes innocently at Qin Beiluo, as if to say, "Is there more?" Qin Beiluo felt a headache coming on. "Alas, I will need to provide even more celestial treasures and spirit stones to satisfy this little gourmet." Nevertheless, the benefits were evidently greater. He patted the Qilin's head and said, "Let's first ascertain your abilities. Acquiring food will not be a challenge for you, will it? Show me your skills." The young Qilin seemed to comprehend Qin Beiluo's words, as it possessed innate intelligence. It raised its head and opened its mouth. In an instant, a crackling sound erupted, and lightning surged forth, coalescing into a massive thunderball nearly 10 feet in diameter before it. The Qilin skillfully directed the thunderball towards the forest outside the cave. Boom! A tonnerre explosion échoued, filling the air with smoke and causing trees to topple. Qin Beiluo's eyes lit up with delight upon realizing that the Qilin had the ability to manipulate lightning. "So, this is a thunder Qilin?" he pondered. "Wait, can I just ask the system?" Qin Beiluo, uninterested in mere speculation, chose to communicate directly with the system. "System, what is the origin of this little Qilin?" A mechanical, electronic female voice responded, "Congratulations, host. The spirit beast egg has successfully hatched, resulting in the birth of an extraordinary white jade Qilin. The white jade Qilin, a rare variant among Qilins, is inherently endowed with various supernatural abilities, capable of wielding the powers of water, fire, wind, and thunder, making it an exceptional sight among its kind. White jade Qilin, juvenile, able to control the forces of water, fire, wind, and thunder. Its strength is comparable to that of a nascent soul stage cultivator. It can grow by consuming rare herbs and treasures, as well as absorbing spiritual energy." The system's notification concluded. Hearing this, Qin Beiluo was filled with even greater delight. To think it was a white jade Qilin, a rare variant. Ordinary Qilins typically awaken only one innate supernatural ability, such as controlling fire or water. Yet this little Qilin could master the forces of water, fire, wind, and thunder. It possessed the combat prowess of a nascent soul stage cultivator. What a tremendous fortune. Qin Beiluo gazed into the clear, bright eyes of the little Qilin, finding it exceptionally adorable. Whatever rare herbs and spiritual stones were needed, he had them in abundance. He affectionately patted the little Qilin's head and promptly retrieved 8 precious herbs from his storage ring. These herbs emitted a faint spiritual glow, rich in spiritual energy and exquisite in flavor. "Here, eat up," Qin Beiluo said, presenting the herbs to the little Qilin. The Qilin's eyes sparkled with excitement as it affectionately rubbed against Qin Beiluo's arm before devouring the herbs without hesitation. "Delicious." The little Qilin licked its lips, consuming 3 herbs in quick succession, and then polished off the rest, appearing utterly satisfied. "Let me give you some spiritual liquid to drink," Qin Beiluo continued, pulling out a gourd and, after opening it, poured the contents into the little Qilin's mouth. This was Qiyang flower nectar, sweet and delightful, a fine spiritual liquid indeed. Initially, the little Qilin took a tentative sip, but upon tasting the refreshing sweetness of the nectar, it eagerly gulped it down. In no time, the little Qilin had drained the gourd dry. Qin Beiluo watched in astonishment. This was no mere white jade Qilin. It was akin to a gold-swallowing beast. Fortunately, he was well endowed with resources. Before arriving at the sword ruins, he had specifically penned a letter instructing Butler Wu to procure various precious herbs and spiritual stones from the royal treasury. Otherwise, the rare herbs, spiritual stones, and elixirs he had previously brought to Zhou Academy would have long since been depleted. Having feasted and quenched its thirst, the little Qilin grew bolder. Its lively and playful nature led it to frolic around Qin Beiluo, bounding back and forth like an exuberant puppy. Qin Beiluo patted the little Qilin's head and said, "Little one, demonstrate your other supernatural abilities for me once more." Understanding Qin Beiluo's request, the little Qilin nodded enthusiastically and complied. In an instant, it showcased its fire control capabilities. Flames soared into the sky, swirling and burning fiercely, as if they could incinerate everything in their path. Under the Qilin's command, the flames morphed into various shapes, obedient to its every whim. Subsequently, the little Qilin demonstrated its ability to control water, exhibiting effects akin to those of fire manipulation. However, unlike fire control, the Qilin's mastery over water allowed it to glide through rivers and lakes, establishing itself as a sovereign of aquatic realms. In the future, should Qin Beiluo require assistance in water, the little Qilin would prove invaluable. Following this, the Qilin unveiled its power to manipulate wind. With a low growl, its scales bristled, and a tempest arose within a radius of several dozen miles, dark clouds gathering ominously. Under the Qilin's command, fierce gusts coalesced into a storm, uprooting trees with ease. Remarkable! Qin Beiluo marveled in awe. Simultaneously, he keenly discerned that the Qilin's wind manipulation harmonized splendidly with his own Xianxia sword technique. The essence of the Xianxia sword technique lies in harnessing the thunderous forces of nature, which require celestial phenomena to unleash their full potential. Although it could still generate thunderous might in clear skies, it paled in comparison to the power summoned amidst dark clouds and storms. If the Qilin could conjure tempestuous winds and dark clouds, and he simultaneously executed the Xianxia sword technique, would it not exponentially amplify its potency? A perfect synergy. Elated by this thought, Qin Beiluo promptly instructed the Qilin to demonstrate its wind manipulation. In an instant, the sky darkened, obscuring the sun as the howling winds roared. Amidst the clouds, flashes of lightning were faintly visible. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Beiluo unleashed the Xianxia sword technique, unleashing bolts of thunder that crashed down with a deafening roar. Reminiscent of divine retribution. Success. Indeed, it was possible. Following this, Qin Beiluo endeavored to have the Qilin exhibit its other abilities and discovered that when the Qilin unleashed its lightning control, it also enhanced the power of his Xianxia sword technique. Though not as significantly as the wind manipulation, its speed offered an element of surprise. Qin Beiluo felt invigorated, his spirits soaring. This enhancement elevated the potency of his techniques once again. Delightful. He then retrieved a precious plant to reward the little Qilin. The Qilin responded with low growls, engaging in a form of communication with Qin Beiluo. A bond forged through their blood pact allowed Qin Beiluo to grasp the essence of the Qilin's expressions. He understood that the little Qilin was proudly informing him that it could alter its size. This revelation astonished Qin Beiluo even further. He had initially assumed that to transform the Qilin into a steed, he would need to nurture it to maturity. Who would have thought it could do so now? However, instead of enlarging the Qilin into a mount, it would be more strategic to first reduce its size. much like Tang Yu concealing the blood-winged centipede. If Qin Beiluo could cause the Qilin to shrink and hide, it would catch adversaries off guard, delivering a lethal strike. Thus, he instructed the Qilin to attempt shrinking. With a couple of growls, the Qilin's form gradually changed, ultimately shrinking to the size of a small kitten. Qin Beiluo found this little creature irresistibly adorable and tucked it into his clothing pocket. The little Qilin peeked its head out and locked eyes with Qin Beiluo, who was filled with joy. With the assistance of the Qilin, Qin Beiluo's overall strength ascended to a new height. Let us proceed and explore the heart of the sword ruins, he declared with renewed confidence. He commanded his flying treasure and swiftly journeyed northward toward the center of the sword ruins. After flying for nearly half a day, he gradually approached the central region of the sword ruins. During this time, Qin Beiluo encountered numerous demon beasts and briefly explored the areas shrouded in black mist. Without lingering for too long, his efforts yielded modest rewards. He found an ordinary spiritual weapon and over 100 pounds of black gold mysterious iron. This spiritual weapon was merely average, and he planned to sell it for precious materials later. As for the over 100 pounds of black gold mysterious iron, it equated to just over 100 points. Qin Beiluo shook his head. It seemed his points were still far from sufficient to achieve victory in the sword ruins. He would need at least 1,000 points, if not 2,000, for a more secure position. Historically, the victors of the sword ruins trial always began with a minimum of 1,000 points. Acquiring more points, and consequently more black gold mysterious iron, would not be an easy feat unless he resorted to robbing other disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect or the Tang clan. A thought crossed Qin Beiluo's mind. After all, the competition among the three factions within the sword ruins trial fundamentally encouraged disciples to vie for resources and opportunities. Qin Beiluo understood well that diligently searching for black gold mysterious iron paled in comparison to seizing it from others. As Qin Beiluo pondered, he suddenly paused, his gaze fixating on a figure below. There he beheld a slender silhouette clad in palace attire, unmistakably the enchanting Li Waner. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent blossoming within him. Chapter 62. The golden core strikes the nascent soul, Li Waner's terror. Qin Beiluo noticed Li Waner just ahead below. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and the urge to kill surged within him. He had gleaned much information about Li Waner from both the system and Xiaochuan, fully aware that she was his arch-nemesis. The moment he spotted her, he stifled his presence, preparing to conceal himself. Yet, at that moment, Li Waner seemed to sense something. She abruptly turned and unexpectedly caught sight of Qin Beiluo. Their gazes locked. Li Waner was initially taken aback, but instinctively grasped her spiritual weapon, only to slowly release it, a smile gracing her lips. Qin brother, what a surprise to encounter you here. Shall we travel together? Qin Beiluo noted that Li Waner had acquired a spiritual weapon as well, a bow. This grand bow, arched gracefully, appeared to be crafted from a unique material, glimmering with an ethereal blue hue, reminiscent of neither gold nor jade, yet exuding an ancient, mystical aura. Intricate designs resembling ancient mythical beasts adorned the bow, indicating that it was far from an ordinary spiritual weapon. Observing the bow, Qin Beiluo was not particularly surprised. After all, Li Waner was the favored daughter of fortune, and it was not unusual for her to encounter extraordinary opportunities within the sword ruins. Upon receiving the invitation from Li Waner to accompany her, Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes. Unbeknownst to her, Li Waner was oblivious to Qin Beiluo's knowledge of her true nature. Thus she continued to maintain her facade of a pure and innocent white lotus before him. With a faint smile, she embodied the alluring charm of the jade fox. Having cultivated the unique technique known as the Sacred Heart's treasure mirror, she deemed herself irresistibly enchanting, capable of ensnaring even someone as discerning as Qin Beiluo. The Sacred Heart's treasure mirror, which Li Waner practiced, was indeed formidable. According to prior insights from the system, it emphasized the cultivation of the soul, allowing one to subtly manipulate and bewitch the minds of others without their awareness. Moreover, its most striking characteristic was the imperceptible influence it exerted, akin to the silent nurturing of nature. Even those of higher cultivation than Li Waner could easily fall prey to her allure when they let down their guard, thus rendering them compliant to her will. Consequently, Qin Beiluo remained exceedingly vigilant as he gradually approached Li Waner. He sought any opportunity for a surprise attack. As he swiftly closed the distance between them to less than 100 paces, he extended his spiritual senses to detect any disturbances around him. He needed to remain wary not only of Li Wan'er, but also of any potential alliance she might have forged with the Tang sect or other adversaries against him. Qin Beiluo was acutely aware that Li Wan'er could very well be in collusion with the disciples of the Tang sect, given that in his previous life, she had conspired with the Tang sect's holy son, Tang Haishan, to orchestrate the demise of both himself and Xianxia. However, at present, it appeared that Li Wan'er, like him, was alone. This presented a fortuitous opportunity. Qin Beiluo patiently awaited the right moment to strike. Observing Qin Beiluo draw near, Li Wan'er felt a surge of elation. Perceiving this as a favorable chance, despite the absence of allies, she was confident in her ability to easily dominate Qin Beiluo. In her estimation, although he had awakened the chaos devouring body and possessed fearsome talent, there was a stark distinction between innate ability and actual strength. Even if Qin Beiluo could effortlessly overpower Zhou Xianxia, the gap between the golden core and nascent soul stages remained a chasm insurmountable. Moreover, she herself was in the mid-nascent soul stage, making it exceedingly simple for her to deal with him. What truly incited Li Wan'er's caution was Xianxia. A smile graced her lips, her expression radiant as her bright eyes sparkled, silently channeling the Sacred Heart's treasure mirror. As she activated this technique, her true essence subtly enveloped the surroundings. With the powers of the Sacred Heart's treasure mirror in play, Li Wan'er beamed at Qin Beiluo, saying, "Brother Qin, it seems your cultivation has progressed. Have you encountered some fortuitous event in this sword ruin?" At that moment, Qin Beiluo found himself captivated by the charm exuding from Li Wan'er with every flicker of her brow and smile. She was naturally beautiful, and under the influence of the Sacred Heart's treasure mirror, her allure was magnified immensely. Typically, whenever Li Wan'er employed this technique, she could effortlessly capture the admiration of men, having succeeded time and again without fail. For instance, Zhou Xianxia was effortlessly subdued by her subtle manipulations. Indeed, when Li Wan'er employed the Sacred Heart treasure mirror, a flicker of struggle passed through Qin Beiluo's eyes, yet he soon succumbed to her allure. Qin Beiluo gazed intently at Li Wan'er, his eyes betraying an obsession as he fell prostrate before her. He candidly responded, "Yes, I acquired a spiritual sword at the sword ruins, and my cultivation has significantly advanced." "Oh, Brother Qin truly has encountered remarkable fortune," Li Wan'er remarked, observing the expression on Qin Beiluo's face. A sense of satisfaction swelling within her as a smile graced her lips. Qin Beiluo, no matter how extraordinary your talent, you are still bound to obey my every command." An overwhelming sense of fulfillment surged through Li Wan'er. She had not anticipated wielding such effortless control over Qin Beiluo's will. Soon, Qin Beiluo would be gradually tormented by the Sacred Heart treasure mirror, potentially becoming her slave. Li Wan'er had already devised her plan. She did not intend to kill Qin Beiluo. Instead, she aimed to turn him into her undercover agent, a pawn to utilize against Xianxia. Moreover, she could also leverage Qin Beiluo against the northern king, Qin Xiaoyang, a multifaceted advantage, and in Li Wan'er's eyes, this approach would inflict greater torment upon him than mere death. Of course, such matters must be executed meticulously. First, she needed to employ the Sacred Heart treasure mirror to thoroughly obliterate Qin Beiluo's will, rendering him her servant. With her true essence surging within, Li Wan'er further activated the Sacred Heart treasure mirror. Her crimson lips parted in a teasing smile. "Oh, Brother Qin, you have acquired a spiritual weapon? Might I see it?" "I too possess a spiritual weapon, named the Falling Star Bow. Alas, I still lack a blade or sword." Qin Beiluo, entranced, fixed his gaze upon Li Wan'er and responded without hesitation. "You seek a blade or sword? I happen to have one. I shall gift it to the princess." "Finis surprise," Li Wan'er exclaimed. "Brother Qin wishes to bestow a spiritual weapon upon me? I am most grateful." A wave of joy spread through her heart. It seemed that dominating Qin Beiluo was proceeding even more smoothly than she had anticipated. Indeed, Qin Beiluo nodded, adopting a stance to draw his sword. A flash of light erupting from his hand. In an instant, the flowing shadow sword unleashed a formidable sword aura, coalescing suddenly into a strike aimed at Li Wan'er. Li Wan'er's eyes widened in disbelief as she registered the unexpected turn of events. Hadn't she already gained control over Qin Beiluo? How could this be? With a fierce cry, the sword aura surged toward her heart. In a moment of panic, Li Wan'er reacted a beat too late. despite her hasty retreat. She remained ensnared by the sword's intent. The flowing shadow sword emitted a shrill sound, sensing its master's overwhelming murderous intent. A long, deep wound appeared on Li Wanner's chest, flesh and blood instantly blurring, crimson splattering forth. She coughed violently, blood spilling from her lips, her face pale as parchment. As she staggered backward, incredulity and malice etched across her features. Qin Beiluo, you. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes, surprised to find that you were still cautious. It was a pity that I couldn't finish you off in one blow. Li Wanner, with her profound cunning, had not fully lowered her guard. Although Qin Beiluo's ambush had succeeded, he was unable to slay her. Li Wanner stared intently at Qin Beiluo, astonished that she had stumbled unexpectedly. How did you evade my control? No matter, it is inconsequential. I have changed my mind. You must die today. Li Wanner's voice was icy, her long hair dancing in the wind. In that moment, she pronounced the death sentence upon Qin Beiluo. Chapter 63, Li Wanner's Shock. The might of the dragon elephant golden body. Li Wanner's face was as cold as frost, her gaze fixed on Qin Beiluo, her heart brimming with murderous intent. The fact that Qin Beiluo could withstand her sacred heart treasure significantly astonished and enraged her, instilling an even deeper sense of dread. Li Wanner had always relied on the sacred heart treasure, never experiencing defeat. As long as her opponent's cultivation was inferior to hers, they were invariably ensnared by its control. But what was happening now? She was unable to enchant or dominate even a mere golden core cultivator. What Li Wanner did not realize was that following the breakthrough of Qin Beiluo's Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique, both his physical and spiritual powers had surged dramatically. Particularly, his spirit was remarkably resilient, far surpassing the realm of golden core cultivators. While the sacred heart treasure was indeed profound, it fundamentally operated on the manipulation and control of the opponent's mind. Against Qin Beiluo's formidable and tenacious spirit, it naturally faltered. Li Wanner's heart seethed with rage, her gaze frosty, wishing to rend Qin Beiluo into 1,000 pieces. With a flick of her wrist, she opened her mouth and swiftly retrieved a healing pill from her storage ring, preparing to consume it. This was her healing elixir, known as the Heavenly Heart Rejuvenation Pill, a supreme healing remedy. Naturally, Qin Beiluo would not allow Li Wanner to recover. He shouted, "Attack." This command was directed at the little Qilin, who was concealed within Qin Beiluo's clothing. Upon hearing his order, the little Qilin reacted with remarkable speed. It opened its mouth and conjured a massive thunderball. The thunderball, several yards in diameter, shimmered with a deep purple hue, crackling with electric energy, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding radiance that extended for miles. Simultaneously, Qin Beiluo executed the divine, celestial sword technique. The resplendent lightning erupted, the might of the thunder surging once more. As the little Qilin unleashed its lightning control technique, Qin Beiluo simultaneously employed the divine, celestial sword technique, amplifying the power of their combined assault. Although not as powerful as the synergy of wind and thunder, it excelled in speed, making it ideal for a surprise attack. Li Wanner witnessed the sudden explosion of thunderous light, the terrifying might of the thunder descending upon her, overwhelming and enveloping her completely. She had no choice but to abandon her plan to consume the healing pill and muster all her strength to resist Qin Beiluo's onslaught. Qin Beiluo, you seek death. Li Wanner ground her silver teeth, her fury reaching its zenith. She had initially believed that after Qin Beiluo's failed ambush, he would promptly flee. After all, the disparity between the golden core and the nascent soul was vast. Even if Qin Beiluo possessed extraordinary abilities, he could not possibly contend with her. Yet, to her astonishment, Qin Beiluo dared to attack her again, and with such decisiveness. Li Wanner felt profoundly underestimated, an overwhelming sense of humiliation washing over her. Though she had been injured in the surprise attack, she was by no means an adversary a golden core cultivator could contend with. Lotus flower treasure vasesel. Li Wanner swiftly extended her hand, forming a seal with remarkable speed, releasing her technique. A golden phantom in the shape of a lotus flower materialized in the air, accompanied by a chorus of sacred sounds. The lotus phantom swept through the heavens, stirring the clouds and forcefully descending upon Qin Beiluo. Boom! The clash of two powerful forces erupted, generating shockwaves that caused surrounding trees to collapse en masse and altered the very terrain. Lightning crackled everywhere, and the air was thick with a pungent scent of charred earth. The residual waves of the explosive energies surged, propelling both Qin Beiluo and Li Wan'er backward. Qin Beiluo, employing the Kunpeng 8 Desolations technique, refined his physical form, his body tempered to perfection, effortlessly withstood the explosive aftermath. Conversely, Li Wan'er was caught in the force's wake. Despite her true essence shielding her, she felt her vitality surge tumultuously, exacerbating her injuries. With a pallid complexion, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth once more, disbelief clouding her eyes. The power of Qin Beiluo's divine sky sword technique was astonishing. She had gained no advantage from their recent confrontation. It was worth noting that she had unleashed the Lotus Flower Treasure Vase seal with all her might. Even accounting for her injuries, the strength of Qin Beiluo was evident. His power surpassed her expectations, far exceeding her imagination. Furthermore, Li Wan'er discovered that Qin Beiluo's satchel concealed a small spiritual beast. This little creature, adept in lightning techniques, seemed to harmonize perfectly with Qin Beiluo. Had he truly acquired a spiritual beast egg within the sword ruins? It appeared to be a rare and extraordinary variant among spiritual beasts. The diminutive Qilin resembled a cat, hiding within Qin Beiluo's satchel, and Li Wan'er could not discern its true form, only aware that it was a very small spiritual beast. Li Wan'er too had encountered serendipity within the sword ruins, obtaining a spiritual beast egg, yet it had yet to hatch and remained tucked away in her storage ring. Seeing that Qin Beiluo had also procured a spiritual beast, and one that was a remarkable variant, stirred a deeper jealousy within Li Wan'er. I shall eliminate him and seize his spiritual beast, she resolved, seizing the moment of retreat to hastily swallow a healing elixir. At that moment, the flowing shadow sword in Qin Beiluo's hand emitted a resonant hum, radiating streams of light as its sword aura ascended skyward. Sword intent. Qin Beiluo concentrated his sword intent, an overwhelming surge of power erupting forth, coalescing into a formidable aura extending over 3 meters, resembling a colossal sword poised to cleave down upon Li Wan'er. Li Wan'er felt a chill run through her body, her limbs turning icy, and cold sweat streaming down her brow as the ominous specter of death loomed over her. Qin Beiluo had actually comprehended the essence of the sword. She could hardly fathom that he possessed so many hidden cards. Her complexion drained of color as she hastily grasped the spiritual weapon, the falling star bow, stringing it taut like a full moon. With a cry, Li Wan'er utilized her own true essence as fuel, drawing back the bowstring of the falling star bow. In an instant, an arrow was unleashed, hurtling towards Qin Beiluo's sword intent. The explosion echoed like thunder, yet Li Wan'er swiftly aimed again, releasing another arrow. As a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, Li Wan'er's true essence was immensely powerful, with a foundation that ran deep. The falling star bow was a rare spiritual weapon, and a single arrow from it equated to the full force of a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Thus, despite her injuries, she managed to suppress the pain and loose 2 arrows in rapid succession. One arrow shattered Qin Beiluo's sword intent, while the other was aimed directly at him. Whoosh! The arrow, forged from her true essence, pierced through the void with an unstoppable momentum, its speed akin to lightning. Qin Beiluo's hair stood on end as he sensed the imminent threat in an instant. With his enhanced spiritual awareness, he quickly discerned the trajectory of the arrow. Prepared for this eventuality, golden light enveloped Qin Beiluo, his skin shimmering with a golden hue, while phantoms of a celestial dragon and divine elephant materialized behind him. The golden body of the dragon and elephant. Bang! The arrow collided heavily with him. A smile crept across Li Wan'er's lips, rapidly expanding as she became convinced of Qin Beiluo's impending demise. She had never heard of a golden core cultivator surviving a full force strike from a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Qin Beiluo was doomed, yet her smile froze as she witnessed the radiant golden light emanating from him, followed by the resounding clang of metal. And then she heard his indifferent voice. Li Wan'er, your smile is truly unappealing. Li Wan'er's pupils constricted, a wave of shock surging within her. The situation shattered her understanding. Qin Beiluo was not dead. No, not only was he alive, but Li Wan'er's composure crumbled. Chapter 64. The Ninth Golden Core, Slaying Li Wan'er. Indeed, Li Wan'er's composure had shattered. She had believed that a single arrow from the falling star bow would suffice to eliminate Qin Beiluo, yet he stood there, bathed in golden light, the phantoms of the dragon and elephant looming behind him, exuding an oppressive aura that struck fear into the heart. Qin Beiluo had withstood the arrow with sheer resilience. Moreover, he appeared unscathed, moving with ease. Waves of disbelief surged within Li Wan'er, her expression fraught with uncertainty. Had he employed some form of divine body technique to block that arrow? As her confusion deepened, she heard Qin Beiluo mock her, commenting on the unattractiveness of her smile. Her expression stiffened, and rage simmered in her eyes, threatening to erupt. With murderous intent, Li Wan'er gripped the falling star bow once more, stringing it like a full moon. And with a fierce shout, she channeled her true essence entirely into the bow. In this instance, Li Wan'er unleashed a trio of arrows with unyielding resolve. She exerted nearly all of her vital essence, and after releasing the 3 arrows, her breath faltered, leaving her utterly drained. Despite her profound foundation having sustained injuries, it was an arduous feat to shoot consecutively with her spiritual bow in such a short span of time. With unwavering determination, she aimed to eliminate Qin Beiluo. Refusing to believe that she could not bring him down, the arrows sliced through the air, piercing the void with overwhelming force. Qin Beiluo felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Recognizing that Li Wan'er was making a desperate gamble, willing to sacrifice everything to slay him, the arrows, imbued with immense vital essence, seemed intent on annihilating him. Qin Beiluo, sensing the grave threat, was acutely aware of Li Wan'er's formidable prowess as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. As the daughter of destiny, her deep-rooted capabilities were formidable. Each arrow carried unparalleled might, akin to the full force of a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. Qin Beiluo could not afford to be complacent. He had to respond swiftly. Summoning the dragon elephant golden body, Qin Beiluo activated his cultivation technique to its utmost potential. The surrounding atmosphere shifted dramatically, and one could almost hear the roars of a celestial dragon and a divine elephant. Enveloped in golden light, Qin Beiluo exuded an aura of majesty, resembling a deity. At this moment, his expression was resolute and unwavering, his garments billowing dramatically, exuding an air of unparalleled beauty, his features as chiseled as a sculpture, and his gaze betraying no hint of fear. With all his might, Qin Beiluo manifested the dragon elephant golden body in its entirety. Under the immense pressure, his vital essence surged forth, fully ignited. Waves of vital energy erupted, and simultaneously, the 8 golden pills within him leapt forth, showcasing an overwhelming aura. For practitioners at the golden pill stage, the golden pill represented their most formidable weapon. Surrounding Qin Beiluo were 8 golden pills, radiating blinding golden light. From a distance, Li Wan'er beheld the 8 golden pills, her pupils constricting and her heart racing. Qin Beiluo had actually condensed 8 golden pills. Figures of great renown, like Taoist sages, had condensed 9 golden pills, receiving celestial blessings and achieving immortal legends. But Qin Beiluo, when had he accomplished this? Just a month prior, during the entrance examination, he had only possessed 2 golden pills. Such rapid advancement in merely a month left Li Wan'er both astonished and enraged. In this moment of life and death, Qin Beiluo tapped into his latent potential, feeling a sudden lightness, as if the shackles binding his body had shattered. In that fleeting instant, it was as if he stood before an immense stone door, striving to push it open. Beyond that door lay another realm. At that moment, Qin Beiluo felt his vitality surge, his bones resonating in harmony. The myriad treasures and elixirs he had consumed became the finest nourishment, coalescing to finally propel him to a new breakthrough. His abundant, vital essence erupted forth, and the Kunping 8 Desolate technique activated automatically. A brand new golden elixir ascended from his dantian, radiating with brilliance akin to the dawn. The 9th golden elixir. Li Wan'er momentarily lost her composure, her heart racing, as the confidence she had felt upon slaying Qin Beiluo dissipated entirely. She perceived the 9 golden elixirs surrounding Qin Beiluo as 9 blazing suns, exuding a dazzling light that was almost blinding. Though merely golden elixirs, they imposed immense pressure even on her, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. As the 9 golden elixirs converged, Qin Beiluo unleashed his technique, the bloodfall sky-rending strike. In an instant, his true essence surged to a new level. The bloodfall sky-rending strike was capable of erupting with formidable power in a brief span, unlocking latent potential. His true essence transformed into a crimson hue, as if stained with blood. The augmentation of his true essence intensified his momentum, making him appear several times stronger than before. Subsequently, Qin Beiluo slashed forth with his sword. The flowing shadow sword conjured an overwhelming sword intent, cleaving towards the 3 arrows. As he unleashed his sword, Li Waner was forced to fire the 3 arrows formed from her true essence, which shattered upon impact, their energy dissipating in waves. The 3 arrows fragmented, and Qin Beiluo seized the opportunity to pursue. The surging true essence from the 9 golden elixirs continuously supplied him with energy, leaving him virtually unwearied. The little Qilin nestled in Qin Beiluo's arms resonated with his thoughts, promptly roaring and summoning a tempest using wind manipulation. Instantly, the heavens darkened, thick clouds gathering ominously. Amidst the howling winds, dark clouds loomed overhead. Faint flashes of lightning flickered, releasing their power within the cloud layers. The divine, celestial sword technique. Qin Beiluo harnessed the thunder, and in a moment, the lightning illuminated the heavens, resembling the wrath of a thunder god. From the heavens, bolts of colossal lightning descended, aiming to engulf Li Waner. Her complexion paled, sensing the gravity of the threat, compelling her to employ her trump card. Swiftly, she produced 2 spiritual treasures, both defensive in nature. One was an ancient bronze mirror named the Mirror of All Spirits, designed to form a protective array. The other was a paper talisman in the shape of a puppet, known as the Paper Guardian Talisman, serving as a substitute to absorb a fatal blow. Both treasures were rare and represented Li Waner's most guarded assets. With a resounding crash beneath the deluge of lightning, Li Waner enveloped herself in a barrier of true essence, yet it shattered into dust after merely a few moments. In the next instant, she was consumed by the torrent of thunder. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes. Moments later, Li Waner's figure reemerged, her face ashen, drenched in cold sweat. Gasping for breath, her chest heaved continuously, though the slightness of her frame rendered the motion less pronounced. The overwhelming force of the earlier lightning had utterly obliterated her 2 defensive treasures. Had it not been for the paper effigy talisman serving as a substitute to shield her from a fatal strike, she would have already succumbed to the wrath of thunder. The prowess exhibited by Qin Beiluo transcended the realm of the golden core. Even in the absence of injuries, Li Waner might not have been able to secure a certain victory over him. What chance did she have now? Li Waner was utterly bewildered by the extraordinary capabilities of Qin Beiluo. 9 golden cores, a mysterious golden body, the assistance of spirit beasts, and that crimson essence. Each of these would be astonishing in the possession of any golden core cultivator. Yet they were all concentrated within Qin Beiluo. Spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, a tremor seized Li Waner's heart. She had become a startled bird, filled with dread and devoid of any fighting spirit. Escape. The singular thought surged within her mind as she turned to flee, racing away with frantic speed. Think you can run? Qin Beiluo's voice was icy, his gaze even more indifferent. He had long been prepared. The sword intent erupted once again, summoning the heavenly thunder. This time, the lightning encompassed a radius of 100 miles, with countless bolts illuminating the sky as the sword intent swept through the thunder, striking towards Li Waner. The velocity was so swift that evasion was impossible. Li Waner's screams echoed through the air as the thunder and sword intent engulfed her. Chapter 65. The Blessing of Heaven and Earth, the Favor of Chaos. Li Waner let out a wretched cry, swallowed by the endless sword intent and thunder. In the searing brilliance of the lightning, her form dissipated. Qin Beiluo remained vigilant. He understood well the concept of an effort falling short at the final hurdle. After all, Li Waner was a nascent soul cultivator, possessing numerous means of survival. As the lightning gradually dissipated, Li Waner's physical form perished in the storm. But soon after, Qin Beiluo beheld a whitish, infant-like entity soaring outward. This diminutive being, only 2 or 3 feet in length, bore striking resemblance to Li Waner, albeit appearing considerably younger. The nascent soul. It was Li Waner's nascent soul. As a nascent soul cultivator, the nascent soul was indeed her foundation. Although her physical body had been obliterated by Qin Beiluo's thunder and sword intent, she still retained her nascent soul. A cultivator at the nascent soul stage, as long as the nascent soul persists, would not truly perish. They could even rely on the nascent soul to seize a new body and be reborn, a feat not beyond their grasp. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes, fully aware of this fact and ever prepared. The flow of the shadow sword flashed with brilliance, its rusted blade surging with sword intent as it struck toward Li Waner's nascent soul. Li Wanner's nascent soul was enveloped in a protective essence shield, safeguarding it like the last flicker of her flame. Boom! Qin Beiluo's sword intent relentlessly battered against the essence shield, its aura growing increasingly fragile. While Li Wanner's nascent soul teetered on the brink of collapse, with her physical form destroyed and her power severely diminished. She was but a shadow of her former self, far from being a match for Qin Beiluo. Like the most patient of hunters, Qin Beiluo needed only to proceed with steady resolve to utterly eradicate Li Wanner. The fate of Li Wanner is already evident, and she is clearly aware of this fact. A look of terror emerged on her nascent soul's face as she hastily exclaimed, "Qin Beiluo, you cannot kill me. My brother and my father will not spare you." She continued, "My brother, Li Suifeng, is the true prodigy of the Ziyun Academy, possessing strength and talent far surpassing my own. You are no match for him. Spare my life, and I promise not to pursue this matter." Li Wanner fled with great speed, but Qin Beiluo relentlessly pursued her. She felt her true essence shield weakening, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. Qin Beiluo's expression remained cold and unyielding. Her words failed to sway him. "Kill!" Qin Beiluo summoned his crimson true essence, with sword intent coalescing, and struck once more. With a resounding boom, Li Wanner's true essence shield finally shattered. Her nascent soul appeared feeble, suffering immense loss of true essence. Qin Beiluo had already caught up to her. In a state of horror, Li Wanner pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. Qin Beiluo, I can offer you everything. Whether it be treasures or spirit stones, I can even serve you as a slave or maid. At your beck and call." Still, Qin Beiluo remained silent, his brow furrowing as he found her words to be an annoyance. With a swift flash of sword light, Li Wanner's nascent soul was shattered into pieces. Li Vanya, D. Qin Beiluo successfully dispatched her, despite her numerous tactics and being a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. She was ultimately slain by Qin Beiluo. After eliminating Li Wanner, Qin Beiluo scanned the surrounding area for several dozen miles, finding no further anomalies, which allowed him to finally relax. A notification chimed, "Congratulations, host. You have successfully slain the daughter of opposing fortune, Li Wanner, completing a hidden task." With the system prompt, Qin Beiluo felt a profound sense of relief. Li Wanner was utterly defeated. A weight lifted from his heart. A hidden task? Qin Beiluo's eyes gleamed. By slaying Li Wanner, he had inadvertently completed the system's hidden task. "Congratulations, host. You have completed the hidden task, achieving the first kill of a child of fortune. Rewards: 3, 500 fortune points, 100 high-quality spirit stones, 20 precious plants, and 10 bottles of elixirs." Upon hearing the series of system notifications, Qin Beiluo was filled with joy. The rewards were quite substantial, particularly the fortune points, which were indeed a precious asset. According to the system, fortune points hold immense significance, influencing various aspects of one's life. The higher the fortune points, the deeper the blessings, allowing one to experience serendipity akin to protagonists in novels, effortlessly stumbling upon treasures and being courted by beauties, as if heaven itself favored them. A true child of destiny. Previously, Qin Beiluo had won 500 fortune points. The system indicated that the maximum fortune points total 10,000. Individuals like Xiao Chan and Li Wanner, daughters of fortune, typically possessed around 7,000 points. To Qin Beiluo's astonishment, he directly acquired 500 fortune points, causing his fortune value to soar to an impressive 5,000. He could now be regarded as a child of destiny. The system's additional rewards were also commendable, offering various spiritual stones, treasures, and elixirs that would prove useful. However, the quantity of celestial materials and earthly treasures required for Qin Beiluo's cultivation of the Kunpeng, swallowing heaven technique, was overwhelmingly large. These items were considered immense wealth in the eyes of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. Yet for Qin Beiluo, they would scarcely suffice for even half a month's needs. Furthermore, he now bore the responsibility of nurturing another little glutton, amplifying his pressure. As this thought crossed his mind, Qin Beiluo gently patted the head of the little Qilin nestled in his embrace. The successful defeat of Li Wanner was in no small part due to the assistance of the little Qilin. This adorable creature possessed combat prowess comparable to that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators, along with various innate talents and abilities. Once it matured, it would undoubtedly become even more formidable. The little Qilin emitted a soft cry, nuzzling Qin Beiluo's hand, reveling in his affectionate gesture. "Little one, let me reward you with some food." Qin Beiluo retrieved several precious plants bestowed by the system to feed the little Qilin. Most of the treasures awarded by the system were familiar to him, each containing around 300 points of spiritual energy, which was quite decent. Upon seeing the precious plants, the little Qilin's eyes sparkled, and it opened its mouth to munch eagerly. Qin Beiluo couldn't help but smile at the sight. The little Qilin had an extraordinary appetite. Was its stomach a bottomless pit? He shook his head, chuckling softly. After vanquishing Li Waner, he felt a sense of relaxation and began to tally his gains. In Qin Beiluo's view, the most significant reward was not the system's offerings, but rather the unexpected emergence of his 9th golden core during the battle. With the appearance of this 9th golden core, Qin Beiluo had now successfully condensed 9 golden cores, achieving the perfect golden core. He had finally reached his goal. The perfect golden core was said to be attained only by legendary figures, such as Dao Zun or Buddha, who were believed to have achieved this extraordinary level. Countless cultivators deemed it a mythical realm, seemingly out of reach. Yet, Qin Beiluo had accomplished it. With a mere thought, the 9 resplendent golden cores, each the size of a goose egg, floated around him, emanating soft golden light that danced and swirled. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. As the 9 golden cores converged, the spiritual energy in the world surged dramatically, and a radiant aura of 5 colors, blue, yellow, red, white, and black, enveloped Qin Beiluo. He momentarily froze, then suddenly understood. It was said that achieving a perfect golden core would surely attract blessings from heaven and earth. The appearance of this 5-colored radiance enveloping him was a testament to that. In a radius of several hundred miles, countless birds and beasts, including demonic creatures, felt a stirring in their hearts and couldn't help but bow in reverence towards the direction of the 5-colored aura. Even the little Qilin in Qin Beiluo's arms momentarily set aside its precious plants, bringing its front paws together as if to bow in homage to the magnificent 5-colored light above. A radiant spectrum of 5 colors descended from the heavens, suffusing the sky with its vibrant hues, before it unexpectedly merged into the body of Qin Beiluo. A mixture of astonishment and delight washed over him. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a wisp of chaotic energy," announced the system. Chaotic energy. This 5-colored radiance was indeed the legendary chaotic energy. It was said that in the primordial chaos, when the universe was in its infancy, this energy nurtured all things and gave rise to the dualities of yin and yang, as well as the 5 elements. Allegedly, all beings and creations in the cosmos were intricately linked to this chaotic essence. In that fleeting moment of obtaining chaotic energy, Qin Beiluo felt an awakening throughout his bones and meridians, his vital essence swelling and invigorating his spirit and body. His 9 golden cores shimmered with an intensified brilliance, glowing ever more resplendently. Almost instantaneously, he was overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to break through. He felt as though he were a chrysalis on the verge of transformation, ready to emerge as an infant soul. It is known that for a cultivator in the golden core stage to ascend to the infant soul stage is a significant threshold, one that countless practitioners throughout history have struggled to surpass. Yet for Qin Beiluo, it seemed as if he were merely restrained by a delicate shackle, akin to a thin membrane that could be pierced with the slightest effort. It could be said that should he desire to transcend to the infant soul, it would take but a moment. Moreover, this wisp of chaotic energy conferred immense benefits upon him. Qin Beiluo felt a surge of vitality coursing through his being, as if his potential were boundless. Even his dragon elephant golden body manifested spontaneously, with the ethereal images of the celestial dragon and divine elephant appearing more vividly than ever, exuding a tremendous aura that was akin to their true forms, instilling a sense of pressure. Both his corporeal body and spirit were nourished by the chaotic energy. Although it was merely a single wisp, it felt as if he had discovered the fountain of life. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a wisp of chaotic energy, receiving the blessings of heaven and earth, extending your lifespan by 1,000 years, achieving a perfect golden core," echoed the system's notification in his ears. 1,000 years added to his lifespan. Qin Beiluo's spirit was shaken. The effects of this chaotic energy were astonishingly profound. In this world, there existed longevity-enhancing treasures, such as the longevity peach and the immortal vine, Yet most could only extend life by a few decades, at most a few hundred years. Whether there existed even more potent longevity treasures remained uncertain to him. Furthermore, these life-extending plants were exorbitantly priced and extraordinarily rare. It was clear that increasing one's lifespan was a formidable challenge. Aside from enhancing one's cultivation level, other means were exceedingly difficult. After all, lifespan is decreed by the heavens, and extending it is akin to defying fate. His previous increase of 1,000 years was due to the breakthrough of the Qin 8 Desolations technique, achieved after consuming countless celestial herbs and miraculous elixirs, which culminated in such a remarkable enhancement of his longevity. At present, a mere wisp of chaotic energy has bestowed upon him an additional millennium of life. Not only that, but he has also received the blessings of heaven and earth, achieving a perfect golden core. The information revealed by the system left Qin Beiluo contemplative. He had originally believed that after condensing 9 golden cores, he had attained a perfect golden core. However, it now appears that this is not the case. Instead, it is the acquisition of a wisp of chaotic energy following the refinement of the 9 golden cores that signifies the true achievement of a perfect golden core. This chaotic energy is undoubtedly the greatest harvest for my expedition to the Sword Ruins, Qin Beiluo mused. The benefits of obtaining this chaotic energy extend beyond merely increasing his lifespan. It has enhanced every aspect of him, from his spirit to his physical body, from his dantian to his vital energy. Moreover, Qin Beiluo can sense that the advantages do not end there. In his future cultivation, he will greatly relish the mysteries brought forth by the chaotic energy. For instance, at this very moment, he could break through to the yuaning stage with virtually no obstacles or risks. However, Qin Beiluo refrained from making an immediate breakthrough. As he still had spoils to collect, he cast his gaze around, and with his spiritual perception, he focused on the distant thicket. Extending his hand into the void, he summoned his true essence, swiftly manifesting a spiritual weapon in his grasp. It was indeed Li Wanner's falling star bow. This bow is a rare spiritual weapon, and Qin Beiluo estimated it to be at least of superior quality. Spiritual weapons are categorized into various ranks, and the falling star bow, forged from a special metal that resembles neither gold nor jade, is inscribed with ancient beasts and runes, clearly a relic of antiquity and far from ordinary. Furthermore, the bow possesses extraordinary capabilities. By simply infusing it with true essence, one can unleash arrows of true essence, the power of which is equivalent to the full force of the archer. This bow can traverse nearly 1,000 miles, capable of slaying enemies from afar. This implies the ability for long-range combat. Had Qin Beiluo not encountered Li Wanner first and wounded her with a surprise attack, she could have entangled him for quite some time with the falling star bow. Especially at a distance, Qin Beiluo would likely find himself at a disadvantage, forced to rely on his dragon elephant golden body for defense, struggling to retaliate. The greater the distance, the more formidable the power of the falling star bow becomes. Upon seeing the words falling star inscribed on the bow, Qin Beiluo immediately understood its name. This falling star bow is indeed remarkable. Holding it in his hands, he could hardly contain his delight. Just imagine, if Li Wanner were to strike at him from 1,000 miles away with the falling star bow. That would be a true peril. Fortunately, this time he seized the initiative. Li Wanner's falling star bow is splendid, and now it belongs to me. Qin Beiluo happily stowed away the bow, aware of its considerable value. More importantly, he had previously learned from Xianxia that Li Wanner had acquired a spiritual bow at the Sword Ruins, which now appears to be this very one. Thus, Qin Beiluo could justifiably claim the bow as his own, free from the worry of its illegitimacy. Simultaneously, he began to search around for something. Soon, he discovered a storage ring. At last, he had found Li Wanner's storage ring. Li Wanner, the cherished jewel of the Southern King, and a daughter of fortune. What treasures might lie within her ring? Qin Beiluo was filled with anticipation. Channeling his true essence, he attempted to unlock the ring. He soon realized that the ring was sealed with a layer of enchantment, a special measure left by Li Wanner, designed to thwart any unauthorized attempts at access. Qin Beiluo possessed a similar technique. It was an effective means of preventing theft. However, with Li Wanner having fallen, the power of this seal was significantly diminished. After several attempts using his true essence, Qin Beiluo finally managed to break the seal. Remarkably, the contents exceeded his expectations. Upon glimpsing the vast internal space of the storage ring, he could not help but express his astonishment. The internal area was over 500 square feet, filled with an array of items. First and foremost were spirit stones. Qin Beiluo counted roughly 500 superior spirit stones and 10 exquisite ones. The sheer quantity of these spirit stones was astonishing, surpassing even his own collection. A tremendous gain. With such an abundance of spirit stones, Qin Beiluo's spirit soared. He then shifted his gaze to other areas within the storage ring. Li Wanner had organized this space meticulously, with items of different categories neatly arranged and easily discernible. Next, Qin Beiluo's eyes fell upon numerous rare herbs and treasures. Most of these plants contained spiritual energy, ranging from the ordinary purple beard ginseng, which offered around 100 points of spiritual energy, to the more valuable dragon whisker grass, providing 300 points and even a few extraordinary specimens. In total, he counted over 40 such plants, a considerable quantity indeed. Additionally, there were various medicinal pills, nearly 50 vials in total. From ordinary gathering pills to the exceptional healing elixir. The Heavenly Heart Revival Pill, there was no shortage. The Heavenly Heart Revival Pill was particularly noteworthy. It was the very elixir Li Wanner had utilized to restore her vitality during their confrontation. Otherwise, Qin Beiluo would have held a greater advantage. Continuing his search, Qin Beiluo's attention was captured by another object, a spirit beast egg. Another spirit beast egg? Indeed, Li Wanner was truly a daughter of fortune, having also acquired a spirit beast egg from the sword ruins. As Chani had mentioned, Li Wanner's previous incarnation had obtained a 5-colored spirit python from the sword ruins. Qin Beiluo gazed at the spirit beast egg, understanding its significance. This egg was likely to hatch into a 5-colored spirit python, a rare spirit beast, though it paled in comparison to the Qilin, especially considering that his own was an extraordinary white jade Qilin. Nevertheless, the 5-colored spirit python remained an immensely valuable creature. The value of any spirit beast is exceedingly exaggerated. If this spirit beast egg were to be auctioned at a treasure haul or similar establishment, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. Qin Beiluo felt elated. Splendid. This is a substantial windfall. Chapter 67. Breaking through to the nascent soul. After meticulously counting the items within his storage ring, including elixirs, spirit stones, and rare materials, Qin Beiluo was thoroughly satisfied. Moreover, he possessed a spirit beast egg, ensuring that he need not worry about resources for cultivation in the coming months. Indeed, this was a remarkable boon, all thanks to Li Wanner. However, Qin Beiluo was acutely aware that slaying Li Wanner would inevitably attract trouble. Behind her stood the Southern Town King, along with her brother, Li Suifeng, who was no less formidable, perhaps even more challenging to contend with than Li Wanner. Well, for the time being, no one knows of my slaying Li Wanner. The pressing matter is to enhance my strength. If I were to reach the Great Ascension stage, who would dare to question me, even if I were to eliminate the Southern Town King, let alone Li Wanner? Qin Beiluo mused. As Qin Beiluo's consciousness swept through the storage ring left by Li Wanner, he was pleased to behold a dazzling array of items, ready to exit the storage space. At that moment, in a discreet corner of the ring, a notebook caught his eye. Qin Beiluo directed his gaze toward the notebook, waved his hand to grasp it, and prepare to open it. Ah, this notebook is made from a unique material and has been imbued with a special formation. If I attempt to force it open, it will incinerate automatically. Qin Beiluo raised an eyebrow, realizing the notebook was indeed extraordinary. Not only was the material unique, but it also featured a sophisticated formation that would self-destruct unless opened by its rightful owner. The contents of this notebook must be significant. It could potentially involve secrets regarding Li Wanner or even the Southern Town King. I shall keep it for now and seek someone to decipher its formation once I leave the sword ruins, Qin Beiluo contemplated. The formation inscribed on this notebook was exceedingly intricate, far surpassing that of the storage ring. Qin Beiluo found himself at a loss. This further indicated how highly Li Wanner regarded the notebook. After securing the notebook, Qin Beiluo exited the storage space and set about preparing for his breakthrough. Although he could easily break through, Qin Beiluo prudently chose to clear the traces of battle around him first. After finding a secluded valley, he began to prepare for his ascension to the nascent soul stage. Having absorbed the chaotic energy, Qin Beiluo sensed that he was ready to advance at any moment. He carefully took out the little Qilin from his pocket and said, "Little one, I am about to cultivate and break through. Please stand guard by my side, and inform me immediately if anything unusual occurs." Roar. The little Qilin let out a low growl, nodding eagerly. As a spirit beast, its perception was extraordinary, allowing it to sense auspiciousness and avert danger, thereby detecting threats in advance. With the presence of the little Qilin safeguarding him, Qin Beiluo's safety was significantly enhanced. Gently patting the little Qilin on its head, he casually produced 2 precious plants as rewards. The little Qilin's eyes widened, gleaming with excitement, as it joyfully swayed its head. Following a generous windfall from Li Wan'er, Qin Beiluo displayed considerable magnanimity towards the little creature. After reassuring the little Qilin, he proceeded to arrange a spirit-gathering formation using spirit stones, and then closed his eyes to immerse himself in meditation. As he entered this state, the true essence within him surged and roared, erupting from his dantian. 9 golden elixirs encircled him, radiating beams of golden light. In that fleeting moment, Qin Beiluo experienced an unprecedented tranquility. With his eyes shut, he felt the continuous eruption and escalation of his true essence. Crack, crack. His entire skeletal structure and meridians emitted explosive sounds akin to popping beans, resonating in unison, and amidst the harmony, faint echoes of dragon and elephant sounds emerged. Surrounding him were not only the 9 golden elixirs, but also ethereal figures of dragons and elephants. The 5-clawed golden dragon exuded an air of majesty, moving gracefully as if surveying all beings on earth. The silver giant elephant raised its trunk, its legs like towering pillars, exuding an aura of oppressive might akin to a mountain or a prison. The dragon elephant golden body was a formidable divine technique, and once perfected, it would bestow upon its wielder an invulnerable physical defense. With sufficient true essence, it could even regenerate severed limbs. As the prowess of the dragon elephant golden body continued to ascend, it would undoubtedly become his greatest means of survival and defense. It was precisely this divine technique that enabled Qin Beiluo to withstand the relentless arrows from Li Wan'er's falling star bow. In contrast, any other mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, even those on par with Li Wan'er, would likely be instantaneously vanquished by those 3 arrows. The 9 golden elixirs, the dragon elephant golden body, and the myriad divine techniques of the Kunpeng 8 desolations converged harmoniously within Qin Beiluo. In an instant, his brow furrowed slightly, only to gradually relax. At that very moment, the 9 golden elixirs within him converged and astonishingly fused into one. A small infant gradually took shape, resting within Qin Beiluo's dantian qi. His dantian qi was illuminated with radiant hues, exuding a golden aura as a fetus-like form emerged. The nascent soul within Qin Beiluo measured 2 to 3 feet in size, resembling him yet appearing even more youthful. Unlike the ordinary nascent souls of other cultivators, Qin Beiluo's nascent soul was not pure white but shimmered with 5 colors: blue, yellow, red, white, and black, imbuing it with an extraordinary presence. The nascent soul, though formless, was manifest. Once it matured, life would spring forth. Qin Beiluo sensed a profound transformation occurring within him. His meridians, bones, blood, and dantian felt as though they had undergone a thorough cleansing, rendering his entire being lighter and more invigorated, akin to consuming a miraculous fruit. His true essence had nearly doubled, and his spiritual consciousness grew even more robust. Qin Beiluo could feel that he was now capable of effortlessly projecting his consciousness into others. Seizing the bodies. Of course, such an act of possession carried great peril. If it were merely the possession of an ordinary individual, it would be a different matter. However, should a cultivator be the one possessed, barring an immense disparity in spiritual strength, the situation could easily take a turn for the worse. Qin Beiluo felt the transformations within his body and gradually acclimated. Remarkably, since breaking through to the nascent soul stage, he experienced almost no discomfort, a process that unfolded seamlessly. A smile graced Qin Beiluo's lips. Moreover, his nascent soul radiated with hues of azure, yellow, crimson, white, and black, a testament to his absorption of chaotic energy, rendering his nascent soul exceptionally unique. He sensed that, despite his recent breakthrough, his power far exceeded that of an ordinary nascent soul. For a typical golden core cultivator, transcending to the nascent soul stage involved navigating through arduous trials and tribulations. Yet for Qin Beiluo, it was as effortless as dining or drinking. Not only that, but his realm remained remarkably stable post-breakthrough, allowing him to engage in battle without any hindrance. With the achievement of a nascent soul, Qin Beiluo was in high spirits. His strength now surpassed that of the Golden Core stage by a significant margin. Currently, within the Sword Ruins trial, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Qin Beiluo organized his spirit stones and other belongings, soon encountering the little Qilin. The small Qilin lay not far ahead, its button-like eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, seemingly in search of concealed foes. A smile appeared on Qin Beiluo's face. This little creature was quite diligent in its duties. "Come, little one, I shall take you out to play," Qin Beiluo beckoned. Upon seeing him, the little Qilin joyfully shrank its form and nestled into Qin Beiluo's pocket. With the little Qilin in tow, Qin Beiluo transformed into a streak of light and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 3 days within the Sword Ruins realm, with 4 days remaining before his departure. Although he had made significant gains during this period, there remained one task to accomplish: to amass sufficient points to ascend to the pinnacle of the Sword Ruins trial. With his newfound confidence following his breakthrough to the nascent soul, he was resolute in his pursuit of this goal. Qin Beiluo piloted his flying artifact northward, approaching the central region of the Sword Ruins. This area was not only abundant in resources, but also fraught with peril. Numerous ferocious beasts roamed, including the iron-eating beasts that often appeared in groups, alongside various other formidable creatures. Of course, the resources were bountiful. Qin Beiluo had already acquired over 100 pounds of black gold mysterious iron, translating to 300 points thus far. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. At that moment, Qin Beiluo suddenly sensed a powerful surge of true essence emanating from several dozen miles away. Something was amiss. Chapter 68. Nascent Soul? Instant Annihilation. Qin Beiluo, endowed with formidable spiritual strength, focused his mind and perceived the unusual fluctuation of true essence. The source was not far from him, merely several dozen miles ahead. He promptly concealed his presence and, accompanied by the little Qilin, sped forth to investigate. Within the dense forest ahead, a female disciple clad in the violet robes of the Yun Academy, adorned with black cloud patterns, was swiftly fleeing through the underbrush. The young female disciple possessed delicate features and an enchanting figure. Though not an absolute beauty, she exuded a charming grace reminiscent of a refined lady. Her eyes sparkled with clarity akin to pure water. Yet at this moment, her visage was marked by panic, her hair disheveled, as if she were being pursued by a ferocious beast. "Wei Ling, haha, there is no escape for you. Hand over all your black gold and mysterious iron, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, prepare to experience the agony of being devoured by venomous ants, eternally trapped in the abyss." Behind this disciple of the Zhou Academy, 2 members of the Tang sect were in swift pursuit. One of the disciples, tall and imposing, spoke with a tone of mockery and ease, as though relishing a game of cat and mouse. Not far away, Qin Beiluo furrowed his brow. He recognized the Zhou Academy disciple, Wei Ling, the daughter of the Marquis of Anyuan. The Marquis was one of the great generals of the north, a direct subordinate of the northern king, Xianxia. Although Qin Beiluo did not have frequent interactions with Wei Ling, he was aware of her gentle and demure nature. At this moment, Wei Ling was fleeing in terror, while the 2 Tang sect disciples laughed derisively, treating her as mere prey. He could see her vital energy depleting rapidly, her complexion paling, and her speed diminishing. Meanwhile, the 2 Tang disciples wore sinister smiles, and swarms of wasp-sized venomous insects appeared around them, black in color with 2 golden stripes on their wings, countless in number. These insects buzzed ominously, their wings beating incessantly. As they gathered, they resembled a swirling black mist, closing in on Wei Ling. These creatures were known as soul-eating insects, capable of devouring a cultivator's vital energy and possessing potent toxicity. Many disciples of the Tang sect had raised these insects since childhood, able to command their movements at will. Once ensnared by the soul-eating insects, a foe's vital energy would be swiftly consumed, and coupled with the intense venom, they would rapidly lose their combat capability. Seeing the dark swarm of soul-eating insects overhead, despair flickered in Wei Ling's eyes. She had already felt the terror of these insects during her previous encounters with the Tang disciples. Faced with these 2 cunning adversaries, she was already at a disadvantage, and the presence of the swarm left her with no hope of victory. Moreover, Wei Ling understood that the 2 Tang disciples were treacherous. While they promised to spare her life if she surrendered the black gold and mysterious iron, in reality, surrender would only lead to her demise at their hands. Thus, her heart sank into despair. Kill. The two Tang disciples, witnessing Wei Ling's faltering resolve, grinned malevolently, commanding the soul-eating insects to close and swiftly. The sky was filled with venomous creatures, intent on consuming her. Fear surged within Wei Ling as panic enveloped her. Just then, from a distance, a surge of vital energy erupted forth, transforming into an arrow that shot through the void. It was none other than Qin Beiluo making his move. Qin Beiluo, wielding the falling star bow, stood suspended in the void, the fierce winds causing his garments to flutter audibly. He drew the bowstring taut like a full moon, infusing the falling star bow with his true essence. With a release, he loosed an arrow. This was Qin Beiluo's inaugural use of the falling star bow, aiming at one of the Tangmen disciples, locking onto his target. Qin Beiluo harbored no concerns that the bow would betray his involvement in the slaying of Li Wan'er. Xiaochan had informed him that in a previous life, Li Wan'er had acquired a spiritual bow within the sword ruins, which was none other than the falling star bow. In other words, aside from the deceased Li Wan'er, no one was privy to the origins of this exquisite bow. With a resounding twang, the arrow surged forth, piercing the void, the true essence arrow trailing a brilliant tail flame, akin to a shooting star, as it struck the Tangman disciple. Boom! By the time the disciple reacted, it was already too late. He felt an impending threat, his hair standing on end, eyes wide with disbelief, yet he had no time to comprehend the situation. The disciple was struck by the true essence arrow, obliterated into nothingness, not even a nascent soul remaining. In midair, a cloud of blood mist erupted. The stench of iron pervaded the air. Death. Qin Beiluo instantaneously dispatched a nascent soul-stage disciple of the Tangmen. Qin Beiluo, filled with astonishment, had expected his arrow to merely severely wound the disciple, but to his surprise, it had resulted in an outright kill. This was partly due to the unmatched power bestowed by the falling star bow, undeniably a superior spiritual weapon, which explained why it had been claimed by Li Wan'er, the daughter of destiny. Furthermore, after breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Qin Beiluo's true essence had become exceptionally potent and solid, making the bow's power an exaggerated match with his own. The might of Qin Beiluo's shot was at least equal to, if not greater than, Li Wan'er's previous use of the bow. With one arrow dispatched, Qin Beiluo swiftly aimed the falling star bow at another Tangmen disciple, who stood frozen in shock, utterly unprepared. What was happening? Had Li Yong and that fellow perished so easily? Was there an ambush? A trap? The Tangmen disciple, Li Qingshui, felt his soul leave his body in fear, believing he had fallen into a cunning scheme, like a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In a moment of desperation, Li Qingshui cried out, "Whoever you are, I implore you to reveal yourself. I am Li Qingshui of the Tangmen, disciple of Elder Tang Xingchen. I acknowledge my ignorance and any offense I may have caused. Please forgive me." In a bid for mercy, he offered 200 pounds of black gold and 50 superior spirit stones as recompense. Recognizing the peril, he halted his pursuit, bowing deeply and pleading loudly. Li Qingshui understood that his opponent surely possessed formidable spiritual weaponry and immense strength, far beyond his capabilities. For the moment, surrender was his only option. If he could preserve his life, he would later rally his fellow disciples to exact vengeance upon this assailant, ensuring they would pay dearly for this affront. Li Qingshui spoke fervently, his promises flowing like an unending torrent. Suddenly, an arrow sliced through the air, hurtling towards him with deadly intent. Damn it! It was evident that his adversary had no intention of sparing him. Gritting his teeth, Li Qingshui appeared to plead for mercy. Yet his heart was brimming with vigilance and preparation. In a moment of resolve, he sprang to his feet and summoned a defensive spiritual treasure, raising it before him. Boom! The defensive artifact shattered into powder. A tempest of true essence surged forth, yet it successfully intercepted the arrow. Li Qingshui's complexion turned ashen, but he wasted no time in fleeing in the opposite direction of the arrow, simultaneously unleashing the soul, devouring worms, to create distractions behind him. Just as he believed he had orchestrated his escape, a tall figure streaked towards him with swift grace, emanating a powerful sword intent that sliced through the air from hundreds of yards away, aimed directly at Li Qingshui. Crack! Li Qingshui's head fell, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is this how I perish? I, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, was effortlessly slain by an opponent of the same realm? The two disciples of the Tang sect met their demise at the hands of Qin Beiluo with alarming ease. Following their deaths, a multitude of soul-devouring worms exploded, dissipating into a cloud of black mist carried away by the wind. The foul stench that arose was met by Qin Beiluo's true essence, shielding him from contamination. Subsequently, he strolled casually, discreetly collecting the remaining spatial bags of the two fallen disciples. Spatial storage rings were rare treasures, typically possessed only by cultivators of the divine transformation stage or higher. Nascent soul and golden core practitioners predominantly utilized spatial bags. While the storage capacity of spatial bags was less than that of rings and less convenient to carry, they remained the optimal choice for most nascent soul and golden core disciples. Qin Beiluo cast a glance at the bags of the two disciples, initially harboring little hope. Yet, his heart raced with surprise. These two Tang sect disciples were surprisingly affluent. Chapter 69, A Windfall. Qin Beiluo had not anticipated that the two would possess such wealth. The two spatial bags contained over 200 high-grade spirit stones, nearly 20 precious plants, and dozens of medicinal bottles. The combined wealth of these two was quite impressive, rivaling a quarter of Li Wanner's fortune. Most crucially, they had amassed over 500 pounds of black golden mystic iron. It was worth noting that until now, Qin Beiluo had only accumulated a little over 300 pounds of black golden mystic iron, translating to just over 300 points. These two Tang sect disciples, however, possessed more than 500 pounds. In an instant, Qin Beiluo's points surged by over 500, bringing his total to more than 800. This would have placed him among the top 5 in the previous sword trials. Indeed, plunder was the swiftest means of amassing wealth. Qin Beiluo mused quietly. He slowly turned, directing his gaze towards Wei Ling, the female true disciple of the Ziyun Academy. Wei Ling's body trembled slightly, her aura diminished as she softly uttered, Qin Zhenchuan. I'm truly grateful for your timely rescue. Wei Ling was well acquainted with Qin Beiluo, as both hailed from distinguished families in the imperial capital and shared a history. However, it appeared that Qin Beiluo had swiftly advanced to the nascent soul stage. How could this have happened so rapidly? Just days prior, before entering the sword ruins, he was still at the late golden core stage. Wei Ling's heart quaked at the thought. And recalling how Qin Beiluo had effortlessly dispatched two disciples of the Tang sect with thunderous might made her shudder, her gaze toward him filled with reverence. It was important to note that although the Sword Ruins trial did not explicitly prohibit mutual slaughter, past trials had witnessed casualties. Yet, Qin Beiluo's immediate execution of two Tang sect disciples was still a source of intimidation for Wei Ling. Did he not fear retribution from the Tang sect? There's no need for formality. Our families are long-standing friends, and, as fellow disciples, aiding one another is only natural, Qin Beiluo replied calmly. He held a favorable impression of Wei Ling, and given their familial ties, extending assistance was a matter of course. As for the demise of those two Tang sect disciples, what concern was it of his? Qin Beiluo was known for his chivalrous nature, always benevolent towards others. This incident was clearly a result of the sudden appearance of the iron-eating beast leader, which had attacked the two Tang sect disciples. And Qin Beiluo had merely acted to rescue Wei Ling at the last moment. Moreover, who could ascertain the events that transpired during the trial? With no witnesses to the deaths, what could the Tang sect possibly do? Upon hearing Qin Beiluo's words, Wei Ling blinked her eyes, her expression brimming with gratitude. If it weren't for your timely intervention, Qin Xiong, I fear my fate would have been dire. Qin Beiluo waved his hand dismissively. Why engage in such excessive pleasantries? Let's speak of something more substantive. Wei Ling was taken aback, slowly reaching for her storage ring. Coming from a respectable family, merely possessing a storage ring placed her above her peers. She retrieved 200 pounds of black gold mysterious iron, flicking it towards Qin Beiluo, presenting it before him. The black gold mysterious iron was significantly heavier than ordinary iron. 200 pounds was merely the size of a basketball. In a hushed tone, Wei Ling said, I cannot repay your life-saving grace adequately. Please, Qin Zhenchuan, accept this. It is all the black gold mysterious iron I possess. A smile graced Qin Beiluo's face. This girl was indeed genuine, willing to part with all her black gold mysterious iron. Perhaps she was also intimidated by his prowess. Qin Beiluo regarded Wei Ling thoughtfully, choosing not to accept her offering just yet. After a moment of silence, he inquired, Wei Ling, how did you attract the attention of these two Tang sect disciples? I was initially searching for black gold mysterious iron nearby when I detected the presence of soul-eating insects, only to realize I was being targeted by the Tang sect disciples. They then pursued me in tandem, and I was fortunate to encounter you, Wei Ling explained. Qin Beiluo remarked. It seems these Tang sect disciples are likely hunting specifically within the sword ruins, rather than laboriously seeking black gold mysterious iron. Plundering it appears to be a more expedient approach. This elucidates why those two disciples of the Tang sect possess a substantial amount of resources within their Qinquan bags, most likely acquired through plunder. Wei Ling nodded in agreement, increasingly convinced of this possibility. She murmured, disciples of the Tang sect are adept in the arts of poison and concealed weapons, making them naturally suited for ambushes. If they were to employ such tactics to hunt us, wouldn't it ensure their triumph in the final trial? Qin Beiluo replied with a smile. I might just have a strategy. Would you be willing to give it a try, Miss Wei? What strategy? Wei Ling instinctively inquired. Qin Beiluo explained. We shall turn the tables, using you as bait to lure the disciples of the Tang sect and the Tianyuan sword sect, while I seize the opportunity to reclaim their resources, such as the black gold and mysterious iron. Once successful, I would take 90%, and you would receive 10. What do you say? Recognizing Wei Ling's relatively weaker strength, being merely at the initial stage of a nascent soul, and lacking any special techniques, along with her seemingly delicate demeanor that made her appear easily bullied, Qin Beiluo devised this plan. By having Wei Ling serve as bait to ensnare the disciples of the Tang sect and Tianyuan sword sect, he could then execute a counter-reclamation. He had discerned that this trial at the sword ruins presented an excellent opportunity for him to seize cultivation resources. The two true disciples of the Tang sect would undoubtedly contribute a significant fortune to him. What if he could also include other disciples from the Tang sect and the Tianyuan sword sect? With Qin Beiluo's current prowess, he was certainly qualified to contend with the strongest among the Tang sect and Tianyuan sword sect disciples. His confidence soared. The most perilous aspect of this plan lay in Wei Ling's role. Acting as bait posed a considerable risk to her life. However, despite the danger, the potential rewards were substantial. Though Qin Beiluo offered her only a tenth of the spoils, succeeding a few times would accumulate immense wealth. Wei Ling understood this was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Moreover, she had little choice. Having witnessed Qin Beiluo slay a disciple of the Tang sect, she had inadvertently learned his secret. The best way to earn his trust was to align herself with him. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, she acquiesced. I have no objections, Brother Qin. I agree to your plan. Excellent. Let us proceed then, Qin Beiluo declared. Several hours later, in a valley, Wei Ling transformed into a streak of light, fleeing at an astonishing speed, her face a mask of panic and fear. Behind her, a disciple of the Tang sect, cloaked in black, was in hot pursuit. This disciple rode upon a massive black serpent, a venomous beast of his own training. The serpent slithered swiftly along the ground, its speed formidable. It continually spat venom, which Wei Ling narrowly avoided. The Tang sect disciple fixated on Wei Ling, a mocking grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, you do have a knack for escaping. You've wasted quite a bit of my time, and soon, you'll owe me double, he taunted. Wei Ling remained silent. Hastening her retreat, the Tang sect disciple licked his lips, sneering, little lamb, no matter how you run, you won't escape my grasp. You see, my black water serpent is quite excited. It seems to revel in your scent, as if it desires to consume you. The dark serpent beneath the Tang sect disciple flicked its tongue, its amber eyes fixed intently on Wei Ling. Wei Ling's vital essence was rapidly depleting. She was genuinely striving to escape, yet her strength was waning. The black serpent beneath the disciple opened its gaping maw, emitting a low, thunderous roar, as if poised to swallow Wei Ling whole. The stench of the serpent was overpowering, mingled with a torrent of venom, as it approached within mere 10 paces of her. At that moment, a brilliant sword light erupted, slicing through the air with lethal intent. In an instant, the serpent's head was severed cleanly in two. Blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall. The Tang sect disciple stood frozen, a cold smirk etched upon his face, his body motionless as if chiseled from stone. Chapter 70, Wealth Soars. Qin Beiluo takes action. The black serpent was cleaved in twain by a single strike, its head soaring high before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and toppling numerous trees in its wake. Blood continued to spurt from the severed body, which writhed grotesquely, creating a bizarre spectacle. The Tang sect disciple remained rooted to the spot. Soon after, he beheld a figure emerging from the void, an individual of striking handsomeness, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being, clad in white attire adorned with black cloud patterns. It was evident that he was a true disciple of the Ziyun Academy. It was none other than Qin Beiluo. Qin Beiluo's gaze was icy as he regarded the Tang sect disciple. The disciple, shaken from his stupor, was overwhelmed with rage at the sight of his cherished venomous beast lying lifeless. Without a second thought, he unleashed his vital essence and charged at Qin Beiluo with a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with wrath, as if he intended to devour him whole. Qin Beiluo observed the unfolding chaos without flinching, his demeanor unyielding as he coldly regarded the disciple. The disciple summoned his artifact, preparing to unleash its power. At that moment, a roar erupted behind him, as a bolt of lightning ignited, engulfing him in a cataclysmic explosion. With a resounding crash, the disciple's body was reduced to charred remains, dissipating into ashes. Behind him stood a magnificent and imposing Qilin, nearly 3 meters tall, its body as pure and white as jade, soaring through the air with an otherworldly grace. This was the transformed appearance of the little Qilin. Witnessing this scene, Wei Ling felt a profound sense of relief. Exhaling a long, deep breath, she gazed in awe at Qin Beiluo and the Qilin, despite having seen the Qilin before. The revelation that this legendary spiritual beast was connected to Qin Beiluo and displayed such unwavering loyalty to him left her utterly astounded. Qin Beiluo reached into the void and effortlessly retrieved the Tang sect disciple's bag of holding. Upon opening it, a radiant light burst forth, revealing a treasure trove, a low-grade spiritual weapon, 5 precious plants, 300 medium-grade spirit stones, 20 high-grade spirit stones, and 9 vials of elixirs. The quantity of black gold and mysterious iron is less than 300 pounds. It's satisfactory. Qin Beiluo swiftly made a judgment, adhering to their agreement. He allocated 1/10 of the spoils to Wei Ling. Subsequently, Qin Beiluo turned to Wei Ling and inquired, "Can you persist? Let us rest for a quarter of an hour. Then we shall continue." "Yes, Qin Jinchuan, I am fine." Wei Ling nodded, hastily retrieving 2 energy-restoring pills, which she promptly consumed to replenish her inner strength. Wei Ling was quite obedient, following Qin Beiluo's lead. He nodded in acknowledgement. Thereafter, they repeated the process, enticing another disciple from the Tang sect and one from the Tianyuan sword sect. The strategy devised by Qin Beiluo and Wei Ling was straightforward yet remarkably effective. As for the other 2 sect disciples who harbored intentions towards Wei Ling, Qin Beiluo had a clear course of action. He did not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter. If the adversaries merely sought to seize Wei Ling's black gold and mysterious iron, without malicious intent, he would grant them leniency, only taking their possessions. However, should they harbor lustful thoughts towards Wei Ling or aim to do her harm, Qin Beiluo would not show mercy. After 2 more successful heists, in the midst of the forest, Wei Ling leaned against a towering giant tree, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. Beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead, clearly a sign of considerable exertion. "The gains are substantial. I now possess a total of 1,500 pounds of black gold and mysterious iron, along with 2 low-grade spiritual weapons and a considerable quantity of spirit stones, precious plants, and elixirs." Qin Beiluo assessed their spoils, his satisfaction evident. 1,500 pounds of black gold and mysterious iron translated into 1,500 points. This was sufficient to secure a position among the top 3 in the historical rankings of the Sword Ruins trials, with a genuine chance at claiming the first place. Not only had the quantities of black gold and mysterious iron, spiritual weapons, spirit stones, elixirs, and precious plants surged, but Qin Beiluo's wealth had also experienced exponential growth. Wei Ling had also reaped considerable rewards. Although Qin Beiluo had only allocated her 1/10, the accumulation had proven quite fruitful. "Thank you, Qin Jinchuan. Regardless of the outcome of this Sword Ruins trial, you will always be the foremost in my heart," Wei Ling whispered, her expression filled with gratitude. Qin Beiluo smiled. In truth, he did not care for the title of foremost, especially since Li Wan'er, who once vied for that position against him, was now no more than a memory. As Qin Beiluo conversed with Wei Ling, his senses stirred. He detected something. The little Qilin also raised its head in vigilance, gazing into the distance. "Roar!" The little Qilin let out a low growl towards Qin Beiluo, conveying a message. As a top-tier spiritual beast, the little Qilin possessed an acute perception of aura, surpassing even Qin Beiluo's own. Born as a spiritual beast, it was exceptionally sensitive to such energies. Qin Beiluo immediately comprehended the little Qian's intent and said to Wei Ling, "There are individuals ahead engaged in combat, at least 4 or 5 distinct auras. Let's investigate." "All right," Wei Ling nodded. Qin Beiluo and Wei Ling concealed their auras and stealthily approached. Qin Beiluo cast a glance at the little Qian, which transformed into the size of a kitten and nestled into the pocket of his garments. Ahead lay the valley, the very heart of the sword ruins. The trial within the sword ruins had entered its final countdown, with most disciples lingering in the central area, in search of their last opportunity. The essence of true energy erupted and surged continuously. Li Qian, alongside 2 elite disciples from the Zhou Academy, stood united, engaging in combat with an adversary before them. Among the 2 Zhou disciples, one was a young lad with slightly tanned skin and a simple, almost naive demeanor, possessing the strength of the early stage of the nascent soul. The other was a maiden of striking beauty, wielding a long spear. Her true energy surging forth as beads of cold sweat trickled down her forehead, clearly indicating her considerable exhaustion. Li Qian's expression was grave as he wielded the fiery red spirit weapon, an imposing long blade he had purchased from Qin Beiluo, slicing forward and unleashing a tempest of sword energy towards their opponent. Despite their valiant efforts, the trio found themselves at a distinct disadvantage. "Li Qian, let's not push our luck. We cannot possibly overcome him. The gap in strength is insurmountable," lamented the female disciple of Zhou Academy, her spirits waning. This disciple, named Xianxia, was accompanied by the simple-hearted youth, Guokai. The predicament arose when Li Qian, Xianxia, and Guokai fortuitously stumbled upon a massive deposit of black gold Xian iron, an astonishing quantity, conservatively estimated to weigh at least 800 pounds. Such a treasure translated to a staggering 800 points, an undeniably formidable figure. Buried deep beneath the ground, the black gold Xian iron was challenging to excavate, and just as the trio prepared to collaborate in its extraction, they encountered 2 disciples from the Tianyuan sword sect, Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu. Feng Buping, the foremost disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect, was a top-tier fighter at the late stage of the nascent soul, while Luo Weiyu, equally remarkable, was slightly inferior to Feng. Both had also discovered the black gold Xian iron, prompting a fierce competition between the 2 parties. Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu exhibited a sense of fairness, refraining from underhanded tactics, and proposed a contest based solely on skill. However, the outcome was disheartening. Luo Weiyu did not even engage, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. The combined efforts of Li Qian and his companions proved futile against Feng Buping, who wielded a spirit sword with profound true energy and overwhelming sword intent. Each strike left Li Qian and his companions in a state of defensive turmoil, utterly relentless. The disparity in strength was glaring. Xianxia's eyes dimmed, and she could only sigh in resignation. Guokai remained silent, overwhelmed by the situation. Only Li Qian managed to grit his teeth and persist, albeit with great difficulty. With a flicker of motion, Feng Buping unleashed a blinding sword light that sent Xianxia's spear flying. As she watched her spirit weapon being struck away, a wave of despair washed over her, leaving her heart engulfed in confusion and helplessness. The disparity between the 2 sides was exceedingly vast. Feng Buping displayed an air of unwavering confidence, a faint smile gracing his lips as he addressed the 3. "Surrender, if you will. I shall not make it difficult for you. Each may leave behind 200 pounds of black gold mysterious iron or its equivalent in valuables." He directed his sword towards Li Qian, Xianxia, and Guokai, firmly assuring their defeat. Li Qian, Xianxia, and Guokai exchanged glances, each feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet utterly powerless. The odds were decidedly against them. The gap in strength was insurmountable. Feng Buping truly embodied the prowess of the chief disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect. Li Qian gritted his teeth, though reluctant to concede. He found himself with no other recourse. "Li Qian, what brings you here?" At that moment, a voice descended from above. Li Qian looked up in surprise. Chapter 71. He shines too brightly. As Li Qian raised his gaze, he beheld a figure descending from the sky. Feng Buping's expression sharpened as he regarded the newcomer. The figure was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of extraordinary valor. He bore an ancient longbow on his back, and met Feng Buping's gaze with an air of calm resolve. Feng Buping narrowed his eyes, maintaining his composure. Meanwhile, a female disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect, Luo Weiyu, brightened at the sight, blinking as she gazed at Qin Beiluo. Given Qin Beiluo's remarkable appearance, she had been deeply impressed by him even before entering the Sword Ruins trial, and she was astonished to encounter him here. Qin Beiluo addressed Li Qian. "Brotherly, what transpired?" Li Qian sighed. "Ah, it is nothing worth mentioning. Our skills simply do not measure up. We discovered a deposit of black gold mysterious iron, conservatively estimated to yield at least 800 pounds, only to encounter these two individuals from the Tianyuan sword sect. We are utterly outmatched. 800 pounds of black gold mysterious iron." Qin Beiluo's heart raced. No wonder Feng Buping was present. He was well aware of Feng Buping's reputation as the chief disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect. Moreover, the beautiful female disciple, Luo Weiyu, was only a notch below him in strength, making them the most formidable disciples of the sect. Their presence here indeed posed a significant challenge. Feng Buping fixed his gaze upon Qin Beiluo, his tone cold and expression inscrutable. "You must be Qin Beiluo, son of the Northern King. I recognize you. Should you wish to contend for this black gold mysterious iron mine, feel free. We shall rely on our respective skills, and strength shall prevail." "Very well," Qin Beiluo replied, nodding. Although Feng Buping's demeanor was indifferent, he exhibited a sense of fairness that was a welcome contrast to the impression left by certain disciples of the Tang sect. Feng Buping exuded confidence and composure, surely possessing the merit to do so. It was rumored that Qin Beiluo's cultivation was merely at the golden core stage, rendering him incapable of being a match for him. Luo Weiyu, standing nearby, showed no inclination to intervene. Her beautiful eyes roamed curiously over Qin Beiluo. She sensed that he appeared quite self-assured. What hidden strength did he possess that could rival Feng Buping? As soon as Qin Beiluo's words fell, he acted without hesitation. In an instant, the intent of his sword soared into the heavens. The radiant gleam of the flowing shadow sword surged forth, devouring towards Feng Buping. The moment Feng Buping perceived the essence of the sword, his gaze became grave. Yet, he did not retreat in the slightest. The spirit sword in his hand erupted with a hue of black and gray, exuding a formidable ferocity. In an instant, Qin Beiluo and Feng Buping engaged in combat. Li Qian, Yang Qi, and Guokai, witnessing this, hesitated, all wanting to dissuade Qin Beiluo, but particularly Li Qian. While he was pleasantly surprised by Qin Beiluo's arrival, a sense of calm soon settled upon him, leading him to believe that even with Qin Beiluo's presence, it would be futile. The disparity between the two parties was too vast. Feng Buping alone was capable of suppressing all four of them. However, just as Li Qian began to speak, the words caught in his throat as he was struck with astonishment. Qin Beiluo had actually attained the Yuan Ying stage. The two had been apart for less than 2 days. Li Qian had attempted to break through, but had only managed a minor advancement in a technique, his strength remaining at the initial Yuan Ying stage. Yet, Qin Beiluo had achieved Yuan Ying. Moreover, Li Qian could distinctly sense the surging power of Qin Beiluo's true essence. This overwhelming force left him feeling inadequate. Such profound true essence could only belong to someone at the initial Yuan Ying stage, could it not? Even those at the mid or late stages of Yuan Ying might not possess such might. As Li Qian stood in shock, he witnessed Qin Beiluo unleashing the flowing shadow sword, invoking the very thunder of heaven and earth. The winds shifted, dark clouds loomed, and the thunder god raged. With a burst of lightning, Qin Beiluo executed the technique with increasing finesse, seemingly entering a higher realm. In this moment, all his insights coalesced, propelling the Xianxia sword technique from the entry level to mastery. The progression of technique cultivation is delineated into 5 stages: entry, mastery, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. The Xianxia sword technique had reached mastery. Its power escalated to a new echelon. The skies erupted with lightning, and the sword intent surged like thunder, amplifying the pressure on Feng Buping. Feng Buping's previously impassive expression finally shifted, astonishment flooding his eyes. Their sword intents collided in the void, creating a stalemate. Feng Buping furrowed his brow. Since comprehending sword intent and advancing to the late Yuaning stage, this was the first time he had encountered such a scenario. In the past, not even those at the peak of Yuaning could withstand his sword intent. The opponent had unexpectedly reached the Yuaning stage. Setting aside their cultivation levels, the crucial factor was the overwhelming sword intent, coupled with the opponent's rusted spirit sword, both of which were far from trivial. During this encounter in the sword ruins, Feng Buping had also acquired a spirit sword, deemed an exceptional spirit weapon infused with fierce energy, which had greatly pleased him. Yet, to his astonishment, when his prized weapon clashed with Qin Beiluo's rusted spirit sword, it gained no advantage whatsoever. In fact, during their collision, his weapon appeared to be at a disadvantage. A tempest of emotions surged within Feng Buping. As a sword cultivator, he naturally understood what this signified. The spiritual weapon of Qin Beiluo surpasses even his own level. Under his command, the lightning erupted once more. The resplendent thunder and terrifying pressure causing Feng Buping's heart to race. Could this individual truly be just at the initial stage of a nascent soul? This creature was astonishing. Feng Buping, initially confident in his ability to handle Qin Beiluo effortlessly, found himself gradually embroiled in a fierce struggle. Fortunately, his extensive battle experience and numerous hidden cards provided him an advantage. Seizing an opportunity, Feng Buping split his sword intent into two streams, one to parry Qin Beiluo's onslaught, while the other aimed directly at Qin Beiluo's true form. This was Feng Buping's signature move, a proud display of his skill. The dual sword intents surged simultaneously toward their target. Qin Beiluo's gaze revealed surprise. Indeed, Feng Buping possessed considerable talent. However, just as Feng Buping's sword intent was about to strike Qin Beiluo, a golden light enveloped Qin Beiluo's form. The dragon elephant golden body. As this divine ability manifested, a celestial dragon and a divine elephant emerged behind Qin Beiluo, radiating an overwhelming pressure. The sword intent collided with the dragon elephant golden body, akin to a stone cast into the sea, leaving him utterly unmoved. Feng Buping's pupils constricted. He had anticipated at least a significant injury to Qin Beiluo, but instead, the onlookers were struck with astonishment. Their reactions varied. Luo Weiyu from the Tianyuan sword sect blinked her beautiful eyes, her mouth slightly agape, exclaiming in awe. Li Qian was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of ecstatic joy. Xianxia gazed at Qin Beiluo's figure, her expression complex, filled with disbelief. Her sense of helplessness intensifying. As a core disciple, she was certainly familiar with Qin Beiluo. Just a month prior, upon entering the Ziyun Academy, she had believed her cultivation to have an edge over Qin Beiluo, yet now, the vast disparity was utterly disheartening. In contrast, the naive youth Guokai harbored a simple admiration, gazing at Qin Beiluo with awe. Qin Beiluo's dragon elephant golden body withstood Feng Buping's sword intent, a display that stunned the onlookers and momentarily unsettled Feng Buping. An opportune moment. From Qin Beiluo's embrace, a small qilin poked its head out, leaping forward as its form rapidly expanded. In mid-air, a magnificent qilin appeared, roaring and emanating waves of pressure that locked onto Feng Buping. The emergence of the small qilin cast a sudden hush over the crowd. It opened its mouth and unleashed a thunderball, targeting Feng Buping. The thunderball swirled in the air, crackling with electric energy, sending shivers down Feng Buping's spine. He halted his assault, his expression a mixture of complexity. He recognized that should he make a move, the colossal thunderball would undoubtedly descend upon him. In that moment, Feng Buping found the resplendent lightning particularly blinding, so much so that he hesitated to even look up at Qin Beiluo. Perhaps, in Feng Buping's heart, Qin Beiluo at this moment shone brighter than the very thunder itself, rendering him unable to meet his gaze. Chapter 72. Astonishing all. Qin Beiluo wielded the flowing shadow sword, its rusted blade emanating a formidable glimmer, simultaneously locking onto Feng Buping. Feng Buping fell silent, loosening and then tightening his grip on the spiritual sword, hesitating for a moment before ultimately releasing his hold entirely. After a brief pause, he conceded, "Brother Qin, your skills are extraordinary. I admit defeat." The crowd was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and disbelief as they regarded the young qilin. The shock was particularly palpable among Li Qian, Xianxia, and Guokai, who exchanged bewildered glances, feeling as though they were trapped in a dream. Feng Buping had actually acknowledged his defeat. Moreover, not only had Qin Beiluo advanced to the nascent soul stage, but he was also accompanied by a spiritual beast, a legendary qilin. No less, the disciples of the Purple Cloud Academy felt their understanding of the world being utterly upended, especially Li Qian. He had only parted ways with Qin Beiluo for 2 days. How could Qin Beiluo have transformed into a nascent soul cultivator and tamed a qilin in such a short span? Surely, this was not a mere 2 days apart, but rather 2 months or even 2 years. Li Qian was utterly confounded. Meanwhile, Luo Weiyu, a female disciple of the Tianyuan sword sect, was equally astonished, her bright eyes sparkling with intrigue as she keenly observed Qin Beiluo. In midair, Qin Beiluo retracted his sword intent, and Feng Buping felt an immediate alleviation of pressure, quietly exhaling a sigh of relief. Although the opponent's cultivation level was evidently lower than his own, the sense of oppression was palpable, exacerbated by the looming presence of the spiritual beast. From any perspective, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. It was hard to fathom that this opponent was merely at the early stage of nascent soul. Outmatched, Feng Buping willingly conceded, despite retracting his sword intent. Qin Beiluo remained vigilant, shifting his gaze toward Luo Weiyu. Calmly, Qin Beiluo spoke, "Miss Luo, you have been bested. The Wu Jin Xiantai mine rightfully belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" Luo Weiyu was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Beiluo even recognized her. In truth, prior to entering the sword ruins, he had inquired about the Tang sect and the disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect, gathering knowledge about their backgrounds. He was well aware that Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu were the most outstanding disciples of the Tianyuan sword sect. Luo Weiyu blinked her luminous eyes and suddenly remarked, "What if I do have an objection?" With a resounding clang, Qin Beiluo's flowing shadow sword seemed to resonate with its master's emotions, erupting with a powerful roar as the sword light flickered, locking onto Luo Weiyu. The pressure on her intensified, her delicate features shifting as she playfully stuck out her tongue. "I was just joking. There's no need to take it so seriously. If my senior brother cannot defeat you, then I concede as well. Will that suffice?" Luo Weiyu decisively chose to yield, recognizing that she stood no chance against Qin Beiluo. The dragon elephant body he exhibited could even withstand her senior brother's sword intent, which made her predicament exceedingly daunting. Moreover, the presence of the vigilant Qilin added to her trepidation. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would likely require a desperate struggle for any chance of victory. However, if the struggle over the obsidian black iron leads to a life-and-death confrontation with little chance of success, it indeed seems unworthy. Qin Beiluo nodded slightly, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. In truth, if Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu were to join forces, it would pose a considerable challenge. Should they truly collaborate, Qin Beiluo would have no choice but to act decisively, eliminating one of them to seize an opportunity. Nevertheless, Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu were men of honor, exhibiting commendable integrity. Taking a deep breath, Feng Buping clasped his hands in a gesture of respect toward Qin Beiluo and turned to take his leave. "Wait!" Qin Beiluo suddenly interjected. Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu halted in their tracks. Qin Beiluo shrugged and stated, "Since you concede, I shall not make things difficult for you. Each of you may leave behind 500 pounds of obsidian black iron or its equivalent in valuables." Feng Buping raised an eyebrow, while surprise flickered in Luo Weiyu's eyes. This was precisely what Feng Buping had demanded of Li Qian, Xianxia, and Guokai earlier. Feng Buping had required each of them to part with 200 pounds of obsidian black iron or its monetary equivalent to secure their departure. Now, Qin Beiluo was returning the favor and had raised the stakes to 500 pounds. Feng Buping furrowed his brow, falling silent. Luo Weiyu bit her lip and murmured, 500 pounds each is excessive. Li Qian, Xianxia, and Guokai, witnessing Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu's predicament, felt an immense sense of relief and satisfaction. Their spirits lifted. The sense of vindication was exhilarating. Guokai gazed at Qin Beiluo with increasing admiration, while Xianxia discreetly assessed him. Feng Buping silently met Qin Beiluo's gaze, seemingly weighing the pros and cons of a confrontation. Qin Beiluo remained unwavering, his confidence palpable. If it came to it, he would gladly engage in another battle. He had yet to satiate his appetite for combat. Following his breakthrough into the nascent soul stage, Qin Beiluo felt invigorated, especially after absorbing the chaotic energy, his internal true essence surging with newfound vigor. He was eager to test his limits. The two stood in silence, locked in a tense standoff. After a moment, Feng Buping spoke first. 500 pounds each is unacceptable. We must reserve some obsidian black iron for our own points. We can offer you a total of 500 pounds of obsidian black iron, along with a piece of information. Qin Beiluo raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Information? What kind of information? Pray enlighten me. Feng Buping replied gravely. I personally witnessed Tang Yu from the Tang sect poison one of your esteemed disciples from the Ziyun Academy. Furthermore, he has dispatched several disciples from the Tang sect to hunt in the sword ruins, primarily targeting your Ziyun Academy students. Qin Beiluo narrowed his eyes. Tang Yu from the Tang sect had poisoned a true disciple of Ziyun Academy. Moreover, it was evident that the Tang sect disciples were indeed acting on Tang Yu's orders to hunt other disciples from Ziyun Academy. This aligned with Qin Beiluo's prior encounters involving Wei Ling, causing him to ponder deeply. Behind Qin Beiluo, Li Qian, Yang Qi, and Guokai expressed their indignation. The audacity of Tang Yu was truly detestable. The disciples of the Tang sect, acting under his orders, hunted the students of Ziyun Academy. Was this not a blatant encouragement of slaughter? The trio seethed with anger. The suffering of their fellow disciples instilled in them a profound sense of vulnerability. Qin Beiluo furrowed his brow, harboring a deep-seated disdain for the Tang sect, particularly as Tang Yu might have intricate ties with Li Waner. The intelligence was credible, and I acknowledge its worth, Qin Beiluo nodded. He certainly would not place complete trust in Feng Buping's words, yet the circumstances he had encountered lent high credence to them. Feng Buping extracted a substantial piece of Wujin Xian iron from his storage ring and took his leave, stating, "I have said all that is necessary. If fate allows, I hope to engage in combat with you again, Brother Qin." With those words, Feng Buping mounted his sword and prepared to depart. Luo Weiyu also produced a large piece of Wujin Xian iron, pouting slightly, "Though I feel somewhat unconvinced, you have indeed triumphed this time." As she spoke, Luo Weiyu soared into the air, casting a lingering glance at Qin Beiluo before taking her leave. With a deep exhale, Li Qian approached Qin Beiluo with evident excitement. "Brother Beiluo, how have you managed to break through to the early stage of the nascent soul? Your cultivation speed is astonishing." Qin Beiluo, witnessing Li Qian's enthusiasm, shook his head abruptly. "I have not broken through to the early stage of the nascent soul." Huh? Li Qian was perplexed. For Qin Beiluo's cultivation was evidently at the early stage of the nascent soul. As he pondered this, he suddenly felt a surge of true essence emanating powerfully from Qin Beiluo. Subsequently, 5 colors, green, yellow, red, white, and black, enveloped him, and his true essence erupted forth. Elevating his cultivation, he was not at the early stage of a nascent soul. He had reached the mid-stage. Qin Beiluo had not misspoken. He had indeed surpassed the early stage. Li Qian stood in stunned silence, his eyes reflecting profound shock. Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu, who had intended to soar into the skies, suddenly paused, gazing at Qin Beiluo with complex expressions. He had achieved yet another breakthrough. This individual was concealing his strength. A chill ran through Feng Buping's heart. He regarded Qin Beiluo with immense trepidation. The terrifying true essence surrounding Qin Beiluo surged like ocean tides, leaving Li Qian and the others in silent awe, frozen in place. Chapter 73. Sword pointing to the first. Qin Beiluo was enveloped in a dazzling display of green, yellow, red, white, and black lights, his true essence swirling and overflowing, showcasing his profound foundational strength. There was even a faint echo of dragon and elephant sounds resonating behind him. The convergence of these extraordinary phenomena, though a minor breakthrough for Qin Beiluo, created significant commotion. This spectacle was indelibly etched in the minds of all present, particularly for Feng Buping, who clenched his fists, feeling a mix of shock and burgeoning combat spirit. However, he ultimately restrained himself, transforming into a fleeting light as he soared away on his sword, departing from the scene. Once Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu had left, Qin Beiluo revealed a hint of a smile, unceremoniously collecting the 500 pounds of black gold and mysterious iron into his possession. This bounty signified an additional 500 points for him. Li Qian, deeply moved, could not help but exclaim, "Brother Beiluo, you place me in an awkward position." Over the course of just over a month, Qin Beiluo's cultivation had progressed from being inferior to him to now effortlessly surpassing him. The sturdy, dark-skinned youth, Guokai, stepped forward and clasped his fists, saying, "Qin, Brother Qin, thank you for your rescue. My name is Guokai. I owe you a great favor this time, and I will surely repay it." Guokai spoke earnestly, his gaze towards Qin Beiluo filled with admiration, almost transforming into a devoted admirer. Meanwhile, the young woman from the true transmission, Xianxia, quietly adjusted her appearance and spoke softly with a gentle demeanor. "Brother Qin truly deserves to be hailed as a prodigy. I am in utmost admiration. I believe you will shine brilliantly in the sword ruins and become the foremost of the true transmission." Xiaxia's voice was soft and melodic, enchanting to hear. Upon hearing her words, Qin Beiluo remained unfazed, while Guokai appeared taken aback. Guokai scratched his head in confusion. Sister Yang, why has your speech suddenly become so peculiar? Your tone and voice have changed. Guokai and Yang Qi shared a good rapport. In his memory, Yang Qi was a heroine, spirited and unrestrained, displaying more gallantry than most men. Yet now, she seemed so gentle. Upon having her little secret exposed, Yang Qi's cheeks flushed, and she shot a fierce glare at Guokai. Guokai, puzzled, asked, Sister Yang, why are you glaring at me? Be quiet and say fewer words, or no one will mistake you for a mute. Yang Qi retorted, her fierce demeanor glaring at Guokai. He immediately fell silent, unsure of where he had gone wrong. Qin Beiluo chuckled softly, finding the pair rather amusing. Amidst their conversation, they sensed a wave of vital energy approaching. Li Huyan Guokai, and the others instinctively tensed up. However, Qin Beiluo reassured them with a smile. No need to be anxious, is one of our own. As he spoke, a figure of light darted toward them. It was Wei Ling. Qin Beiluo had previously instructed Wei Ling to follow after him once he had acted, which explained her delayed arrival. It's you, Wei Ling, Li Qian exclaimed, initially surprised before smiling. So you were with Brother Beiluo? Wei Ling, the daughter of the Yuan Marquis, was familiar with Li Qian as they were both scions of noble families. She nodded, cupping her fists in greeting, and gently said, Yes, it was Brother Qin who saved me. Otherwise, I fear. She then briefly recounted the incident, omitting the part where she and Qin Beiluo collaborated on the fishing. Upon hearing her words, everyone realized the gravity of the situation, as Wei Ling's account undeniably confirmed the authenticity of Feng Buping's intelligence. Li Qian furrowed his brow, realizing the peril posed by the Tang sect's pursuit of them. The central area of the Sword Ruins was indeed fraught with danger. That Tang Yu possesses formidable strength, and he is accompanied by a venomous beast, the blood-winged centipede. Wei Ling remarked. Li Qian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the blood-winged centipede is a premium-grade venomous creature, likely nurtured by him since childhood, with power equivalent to that of a nascent soul cultivator. Tang Yu is a direct disciple of Tang Yu, the sect leader of the Tang sect, which explains his possession of the blood-winged centipede and the bestowed Tang surname, indicating his significant importance within the sect. As for Tang Yu himself, he is at least a late-stage nascent soul expert, possibly even at the peak of that realm. Li Qian relayed all the information he possessed regarding Tang Yu, primarily for the benefit of Qin Beiluo. However, he remained unaware that Qin Beiluo had an even deeper understanding of Tang Yu. Qin Beiluo asserted, If Tang Yu dares to harm the disciples of our Ziyun Academy, even resorting to poisoning our brethren, he must prepare for retribution. I have decided to eliminate Tang Yu and the disciples of the Tang sect. What are your thoughts? The Sword Ruins trial was nearing its conclusion. Qin Beiluo's strength had surged once more, bolstering his confidence. Faced with Tang Yu's audacity and arrogance, he resolved to take action, to slay Tang Yu and seize the dark gold Xian iron and cultivation resources. Upon hearing Qin Beiluo's words, Guokai immediately responded, Brother Qin, I will follow your lead. Whatever you instruct, I shall comply. Yang Qi also nodded earnestly, declaring, Absolutely. I have long found that Tang Yu displeasing. Let's join forces. If it comes to a confrontation, so be it. Wei Ling raised her hand, her demeanor somewhat timid, yet her voice unwavering. I stand with you as well, Brother Qin. Liqian Marbalatin Waterli. After this trial in the Sword Ruins, Qin Beiluo's standing and reputation among the true disciples of Ziyun Academy had soared to great heights. Following this incident, who would dare question Qin Beiluo's status as the foremost true disciple? Even if Xianxia possessed superior cultivation, her prestige could not rival his. As for Li Waner, she was utterly no match for Qin Beiluo. Li Qian, without hesitation, nodded in agreement, but couldn't help but inquire, Brother Beiluo, with only a few days remaining in the Sword Ruins trial, why have we not seen General Qiu? Qin Beiluo shook his head. I am unaware. He and Xianxia had initially arranged to meet near the center of the Sword Ruins. However, due to his prior exploration of the underground palace and an unexpected encounter with Li Waner, he had lost track of time. As for Xianxia, being the daughter of fortune, she must have reaped considerable benefits within the Sword Ruins and likely encountered other opportunities. Qin Beiluo speculated that Xianxia had obtained some fortuitous chance, which explained her absence. Otherwise, it would not be Tang Yu stirring trouble. Seeing that everyone was aligned with his decision, Qin Beiluo nodded. We shall discuss this matter further later. By the way, where did you discover the dark gold Xian iron, or Upon hearing Qin Beiluo mention the dark gold Xian iron mine, everyone quickly recalled. Guokai was the first to respond. We found it by the cave near the thicket. That large boulder is the one. Thanks to Brother Qin, we were able to secure this dark gold Xian iron. It rightfully belongs to you. Xianxia proposed. As they spoke, the group had already located the vein of black gold mysterious iron. This ore was approximately 4 to 5 times the size of what Qin Beiluo had previously seen, conservatively estimated to weigh around 800 pounds or even more. It was indeed a substantial deposit of black gold mysterious iron, which explained the fierce competition between Feng Buping and Luo Weiyu. Qin Beiluo shook his head and suggested, "This black gold mysterious iron mine was discovered by you all. Let us share it equally, for finding such a treasure is no easy feat, having already amassed 2,000 pounds of black gold mysterious iron, translating to 2,000 points." He was not particularly concerned about this additional find. Moreover, he had a clear objective now, to eliminate Tang Yu and seize his black gold mysterious iron, which would undoubtedly propel him to the pinnacle of this sword-ruined trial. Qin Beiluo's approach earned him the respect of Guokai and Xianxia, who were completely in awe of him and followed his lead without question. After distributing the black gold mysterious iron, the group convened to strategize on how to deal with Tang Yu. Chapter 74. Take him down. Qin Beiluo, Li Qian, Guokai, Xianxia, and Wei Ling gathered to discuss their tactics against Tang Yu and other disciples of the Tang sect. It was likely that Tang Yu was not alone. He could have multiple Tang disciples at his command. In such a scenario, a comprehensive strategy was essential. They also needed to be wary of poisoned beasts and hidden weapons employed by the Tang disciples. Although this battle promised to be perilous, should they emerge victorious, the rewards would be immense, requiring no further elaboration. Qin Beiluo retrieved 2 vials of elixirs from his storage ring and declared, "These 2 vials contain ice-clear jade dew pills, antidotes for toxins. Each of you should take one, placing it in your mouth and biting down if confronted with poison. Ice-clear jade dew pills. These are rare antidotes. Where did you procure them? Each vial must be quite valuable." Li Qian exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. The others were equally invigorated. The ice-clear jade dew pills were precious antidotes capable of neutralizing the majority of poisons affecting nascent soul cultivators. It was astonishing that Qin Beiluo possessed such remarkable items. Qin Beiluo smiled, revealing that he had arranged for Butler Wu to prepare these in advance. And it was said that Butler Wu had made a special trip to the Treasure Pavilion auction house for them. While the price of the ice-clear jade dew pills was not exorbitantly high, the rare ingredients required for their formulation made them relatively uncommon in the market. Young Guokai clenched his fist in delight, proclaiming, "With these ice-clear jade dew pills, those poisonous creatures and toxic techniques from the Tang sect will pose little threat. Let us not grow complacent. It merely increases our chances of success," Xianxia cautioned. Qin Beiluo nodded, stating, "There may be Tang disciples accompanying Tang Yu. Ideally, there would be none. If there are, you shall handle the other disciples while I confront Tang Yu." Li Qian fronat. Tang Yu possesses a blood-winged centipede and has formidable cultivation. It may be perilous for you to face him alone, Brother Beiluo. Qin Beiluo glanced at the small qilin nestled in his arms, its tail swaying gently. He has a blood-winged centipede, yet I too have a spirit beast to assist me. The others fell silent, realizing that the little creature in Qin Beiluo's embrace was indeed the legendary spirit beast, the qilin. Li Qian and his companions couldn't help but frequently cast their gazes towards the little qilin. Although they were already aware that the diminutive creature in Qin Beiluo's arms was indeed a qilin, their curiosity remained insatiable as they scrutinized it back and forth. Qin Beiluo remarked, "It is settled then. If you choose to ally with me against Tang Yu, it might instead hinder my ability to unleash my full potential." Upon hearing this, Li Qian and the others fell into a contemplative silence. It must be said that Qin Beiluo's words were marked by a pragmatic realism. Victory in battle is not merely a matter of numbers. Otherwise, the 3 of them would have vanquished Feng Buping long ago. Guokai nodded emphatically, "Brother Qin, I will follow your lead. Indeed, we shall fulfill our mission, and thereafter, we will place our trust in Brother Qin," Xianxia added, although Wei Ling remained silent. A glimmer of determination flickered in her eyes. Li Qian clenched his teeth. "All right, let us proceed. To hell with it, I'm all in." Everyone was acutely aware of the inherent risks, yet they were willing to take the plunge. Should they strike preemptively, or merely await the disciples of the Tang sect to come for their heads? Qin Beiluo continued, Make sure each of you is prepared with healing elixirs and pills to replenish your true essence, ready to take them at any moment. If any of you are short on supplies, I have some here. With that, Qin Beiluo produced the Tianxin Huihan Dan, which he had acquired after slaying Li Wan'er. Li Qian, being quite affluent, was naturally not in want of elixirs. In contrast, while the others possessed some, the quality was somewhat lacking. Brother Qin, I require 2 healing elixirs, and I shall trade you with spirit stones. Yang Qi and Guo Kai both chimed in, expressing their need for elixirs in exchange for spirit stones. Qin Beiluo replied, "How about this? You may take the elixirs for now, and once this battle is concluded and we have secured the spoils, we can settle accounts then." As he spoke, Qin Beiluo distributed the elixirs to Yang Qi, Guo Kai, and the others. Moreover, he also retrieved several spirit weapons obtained from the Tang sect disciples and during their expeditions, allowing Yang Qi and Guo Kai to select as they pleased for temporary use. Upon witnessing Qin Beiluo produce the spirit weapons, Guo Kai and the others were rendered speechless. There were 5 spirit weapons in total, each radiating a spectrum of colors. Although these weapons were primarily of inferior to mid-grade quality, they could still be of assistance in battle. Li Qian, astonished, exclaimed, "Brother Beiluo, from where did you acquire these spirit weapons? This is truly remarkable." Qin Beiluo chuckled. "With these elixirs and the aid of spirit weapons, your combat prowess will be significantly enhanced, allowing me to rest easy." With the elixirs and spirit weapons in hand, the group's confidence surged. Guo Kai and Yang Qi were eager to engage, and even Wei Ling displayed a hint of eagerness. At this moment, Wei Ling softly suggested, I will gather intelligence." A bit shy by nature, she took on the responsibility of reconnaissance as she saw everyone else fully equipped. Qin Beiluo nodded in approval. Very well. Wei Ling was adept at intelligence gathering, and Qin Beiluo had witnessed her skills during their previous collaborations. Wei Ling took out several pieces of special yellow paper, skillfully folding them into human figures. With her delicate wrists, she pinched out seals while softly reciting incantations. Moments later, the yellow paper emanated a radiant glow, transforming into 3-dimensional paper figures. These diminutive figures, less than half a foot tall, moved swiftly, swirling around Wei Ling. Before long, a dozen paper figures encircled her. Their presence was subtle, blending into the grass like withered weeds, making them difficult to detect. This technique, known as the Paperman secret art, originated from military strategies for reconnaissance. Guo Kai's eyes brightened, regarding Wei Ling with newfound respect. Although the Paperman's secret art lacked offensive capabilities, it was ideal for intelligence gathering. Qin Beiluo contemplated the effectiveness of this technique, resolving to master a similar form of reconnaissance after the conclusion of the Sword Ruins trial. Wei Ling instructed the paper figures and then said, "Go." With a faint rustling, the figures dispersed, leaving the group in anticipation. Approximately an hour later, the paper figures began to return. Soon, Wei Ling expressed her delight, exclaiming, "Brother Qin, I have discovered Tang Yu's whereabouts." The group perked up, eagerly awaiting her next words. Noticing Qin Beiluo's attentive gaze, Wei Ling continued, "Tang Yu is near a valley, using it as a stronghold, accompanied by 2 disciples from the Tang sect." Qin Beiluo nodded. "Excellent. We must act swiftly." "Agreed. We follow Brother Qin's lead." The group affirmed, a mix of tension and excitement coursing through them. Nightfall approached, and under the cover of darkness, Qin Beiluo led them into action. They concealed their presence, with Wei Ling guiding the way, swiftly making their way toward the valley where Tang Yu was hiding. As they neared the valley, Qin Beiluo frowned slightly, detecting a faint yet pungent odor in the air, an indication of toxic gas spreading. Indeed, it was the work of those Tang sect individuals. He signaled to the others, and Li Qian and the rest suppressed their aura. Exercising caution, they were now less than 1,000 feet from the valley. With the keen eyesight and hearing of cultivators, they could effortlessly discern the sounds within the valley, even catching snippets of conversation between the 2 Tang sect disciples. As the impending battle loomed, Qin Beiluo remained exceptionally composed. This confrontation was pivotal. A victory would not only yield a wealth of spoils, but could also potentially secure the first place in the trial, along with numerous accolades. Conversely, defeat would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. The outcome hinged on this very battle.